Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Ghost Rider Deku Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The Ghost Rider. Ch1. Izuku's start line. The Earth and its inhabitants were going through their daily lives until a phenomenon occurred. 80% of the population began developing superpowers known as quirks, while the remaining 20% were quirkless. Over time, some individuals used their gifts to help others and society, while others exploited them for selfish gain. The concepts of heroes and villains became a reality, leading to the establishment of schools for those aspiring to become heroes and protect the community from crime. Some individuals with quirks couldn't become heroes but still contributed to society. In contrast, some became vigilantes, helping others despite the illegality of their actions. As long as these vigilantes didn't misuse their quirks, the pro-heroes generally turned a blind eye. Some even collaborated with pro-heroes and law enforcement to combat crime. Yet, one vigilante stood out among the rest, capturing everyone's attention since his arrival. No one knew his name, but his appearance was unmistakable. He was a flaming skeleton clad in motorcycle attire, always seen riding a motorcycle. Opinions about him were mixed. He often dealt harshly with villains and criminals, yet he spared some, offering them a chance at redemption. Some viewed him as a hero, others as a villain, and some believed he was a being sent from another realm to deliver justice. Despite his fearsome reputation, this vigilante aided both pro-heroes and law enforcement in their fight against crime. Initially seen as a rogue, he eventually earned their cooperation and began working alongside the police. However, after 4 years of activity, he vanished from the scene. Some speculated he was waiting for the right moment to return, while others thought he had moved on. Meanwhile, a young man, appearing to be around 18 years old, made his way to school. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches with a light skin tone and striking green eyes, his face was framed by a messy tuft of dark green hair. 4 symmetrical freckles adorned his cheeks, and he had a toned physique for his age. This young man's name was Izuku Midoriya. As he walked, he noticed a giant villain wreaking havoc on the train tracks. The villain roared, causing destruction in his wake, but a pro-hero swiftly intervened, catching a falling sign that could have harmed a group of people. "It's the pro-hero, Death Arms," a citizen exclaimed with excitement. Water suddenly appeared in front of the crowd, forming a protective line. "Okay, everyone, stay behind the line," another pro-hero instructed. "That's backdraft," another citizen cheered. "Heroes are always so cool," Midoriya remarked, jotting down notes about backdraft and his quirk, a habit he had developed over the years. A hero in a black suit with wooden arm guards leaped over the crowd and charged toward the villain. "Go, Kamui," some fans cheered. "That's the new hero, Kamui Woods. He's really making a name for himself," Midoriya thought to himself. "I see you know your heroes quite well, young man." "A fan, are you?" an older man beside him asked. "I guess I am," Midoriya replied with a chuckle. The giant villain swung a massive fist at Kamui Woods, but the hero skillfully dodged each attack. Illegal use of quirk, including robbery resulting in bodily injuries. "You are the incarnation of evil," Kamui Woods declared as he landed on the station's roof. "He's going for his special move," Midoriya noted, recognizing Kamui Woods' intent. "Show us something good, tree man," the older man encouraged. "Finishing move, lacquered chain prison," Kamui Woods shouted as he prepared to strike. However, before he could launch his attack, a female pro-hero intervened. "Canyon Cannon," she exclaimed, kicking the villain before Kamui Woods could act. She landed gracefully and approached the unconscious villain. "I'm the new debuting hero, MB Lady. Nice to meet you," she winked at the crowd, prompting a flurry of camera flashes. "Wow, that's going to sting Kamui Woods' pride. It's a shame some heroes are more interested in fame," Midoriya mused as he closed his notebook and headed to school. Midoriya arrived at Aldra High School for his 3rd and final year before applying to a hero academy. For most of his life, he had been quirkless, enduring bullying because of it. However, everything changed when he and his mother were caught in a villain's attack during high school. His quirk, which was fire-based, awakened just in time to save his mother from a crashing car. Now, Midoriya aspired to be a hero like his older siblings and his late father, who were all pro-heroes. His biological father had disappeared when he was 4, and Midoriya later learned that he had died in a plane crash overseas. A few months later, he met his new father, who supported him and his dream of becoming a hero despite his past struggles. They trained together to help him defend himself against bullies, particularly his former childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, who had turned into one of his main tormentors. Some people viewed his quirk as villainous, especially since his eyes turned red when he used it, leading them to question his hero potential. Nevertheless, Midoriya remained undeterred, determined to follow in his father's footsteps. As he waited for his homeroom teacher to enter the classroom, he immersed himself in a book, focused on his goal of becoming a hero. The teacher arrived with a stack of papers and placed them on his desk. All right, students, you're all in your third year now, so it's time to prepare for your future. I would hand out the career paper, but he tossed the papers into the air. I know you all are going to be heroes, right? The teacher finished, and everyone except for Midoriya showcased their quirks. Oi, teach, don't lump me with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, while these guys will be lucky enough to be sidekicks to some D-lister, said Katsuki Bakugo, an 18-year-old with short, spiky ash-blonde hair and bright red eyes. He stood at 5 feet 9 inches with a slim, muscular build. You think you're better than us, Bakugo? A student shouted from the back of the class. Let's go. I'll take you all on. Bakugo smirked. You got impressive test results. Maybe you'll get into UA, the teacher noted, glancing at Bakugo's scores. He's going for the national school? A female student asked. That school has a 0.2% acceptance rate. It's impossible to get in, another student replied. That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me, Bakugo declared, standing on his desk. I'll ace all the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school that stands a chance of getting in. I'll be more popular than All Might himself and be the richest hero of all time. People across the world will know who I am, and it'll happen at UA. Yeah, keep stroking your ego, Bakugo. Did you forget who has the #1 spot on the test? Teacher, care to tell him and bring him back to reality? Midoriya commented from behind, his tone relaxed as he continued reading his book. Oh yes, Midoriya, it says here that you got a perfect score on the mock test. I'm very impressed, you'll be #1 in no time if you keep this up, the teacher responded cheerfully. Bakugo's expression shifted to shock and anger upon hearing that Midoriya, whom he had called Deku in their childhood, had a better score. He turned around, ready to unleash his quirk on Midoriya, but Midoriya summoned a katana and held it near Bakugo's throat. Now, Bakugo, you better watch that temper of yours, or it'll end up burning you, Midoriya warned, his eyes glowing red, causing the blade to emanate a dark red glow with steam rising from it. The classroom was filled with a mix of awe and fear at Midoriya's quirk, which had transformed his personality. Once shy and timid, he was now confident and strong, even stronger than Bakugo. Some viewed Bakugo's quirk as villainous, while others admired Midoriya for using his abilities to help those in need. Okay, now let's all calm down and not start a fight. Midoriya, put the sword away, and Bakugo, sit back down, or I'll call your parents about this outburst, understand? The teacher intervened to defuse the situation. Tease, whatever, Bakugo muttered as he sat down, while Midoriya made the katana vanish in flames. Later, as Midoriya prepared to leave for home, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hey, Deku, you've got some nerve, Bakugo said, still fuming from earlier. He attempted to use his quirk, but Midoriya quickly caught him in a wrist lock and pushed him toward his two friends. Geez, Bakugo, do you always have to be loud and childish? Grow up already, or people will call you the tantrum hero, Midoriya remarked with a light chuckle. What did you just say? Bakugo shouted. If you think you're going to get into UA with that quirk of yours, you're wrong. If you want a more heroic quirk, take a swan dive off the roof and wish for one in the next life. Just keep talking if that satisfies your ego, Bakugo. I have better things to do than listen to your constant yelling. What kind of hero tells people to harm themselves? That's not how a hero is supposed to act, Midoriya replied, packing up his things and starting to walk home. Bakugo opened his mouth to retort, but Midoriya was already gone. Meanwhile, in another part of town, a battle was unfolding. A villain made entirely of sludge was fleeing from a hero. The hero attempted to corner the villain, but the creature was too strong and pushed him back. Man, that guy is tough. Can anybody stop him? Is everything going to be alright? One citizen wondered aloud. A very skinny man with sharp features and absent eyebrows emerged from a convenience store. Upon witnessing the chaos, he decided to help. His appearance transformed into that of a muscular giant with chiseled features and bright blue eyes. Of course it will be. But because I am here, he declared. The civilian gasped, recognizing him. Whoa, no way, it's All Might. With that, All Might leaped into action, battling the villain, who managed to escape into the sewer lines with All Might in pursuit. Back with Midoriya, he was walking through a tunnel on his way home when suddenly, the manhole cover blew open, and the sludge villain emerged. What the? Midoriya exclaimed, startled to see the villain before him. The creature lunged, attempting to take over his body. However, before the sludge villain could succeed, Midoriya erupted into flames. The villain narrowly escaped the fire, shocked to see Midoriya's transformation. Midoriya's body was engulfed in flames, his appearance now resembling a skeletal figure. He summoned the katana once more, pointing it at the villain. Guilty, Midoriya intoned, his voice distorted and menacing. They say you disappeared and went somewhere else. But with your body, I can easily defeat All Might, based on what others have said about your power. The sludge villain exclaimed as he charged toward Midoriya. Midoriya ignited the blade of his katana in flames and slashed the air, unleashing a wave of fire. The fiery wave struck the sludge villain, scattering him everywhere. Midoriya began to lose consciousness from the earlier encounter with the villain, and as everything faded to black, he felt something touch his face. Hey, wake up, All Might urged, gently slapping Midoriya's face to rouse him. Midoriya regained consciousness, and relief washed over the hero. Thought we lost you there. Midoriya was in awe, staring at the legendary hero before him. Oh my god, it's him. The #1 hero and the symbol of peace, All Might himself, and he looks even cooler in person. He thought. Sorry about that. I usually keep innocent people away from danger, but the city's sewer system is harder to navigate than I thought, All Might said cheerfully, holding a glass bottle containing the sludge villain. By the way, did you attack him? He asked, gesturing to the scorch marks on the tunnel. Midoriya turned to see the marks from his previous attack and scratched the back of his head. Whoops. I guess I went overboard. It's been a while since I used my quirk to defend myself. He stood up, suddenly realizing something. Wait, I need to get his autograph. He searched for a notebook labeled, Sign My Notebook, and opened it to find All Might's signature. Wow, you already signed it. You really are amazing. I'll treasure this, he exclaimed. Not a problem. Now, stand back. Taking off has a lot of force, All Might said as he prepared to leap into the sky. However, he felt something tugging at his leg and looked down to see Midoriya clinging to him. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I love my fans, but this is ridiculous. Please let go of me. No way. We're flying and if I let go, I'll fall. Midoriya pointed out. Good point, All Might acknowledged, and they landed safely on a nearby rooftop. Not very smart, kid. Just bang on the door for a while, and someone will let you in. Now I'm off again, All Might said, preparing to take off once more. Wait, I wanted to ask you something. Midoriya called out, but before he could finish, All Might was enveloped in smoke, revealing a much thinner man. Huh? Who are you, you imposter? Where's the real All Might? Midoriya shouted, looking around in confusion. Look kid, don't get the wrong idea. I'm really all Mig. Blood suddenly spilled from his mouth before he could finish. Huh? Was all Midoriya could manage. You know how guys in pools SCK in their guts to look buff? I'm like that, All Might explained. What? No way, Midoriya replied, shocked to see his favorite hero's vulnerability. What happened to you? All Might lifted his shirt to reveal a large scar covering most of the left side of his chest. See this kid? It happened 5 years ago at the hands of a villain, and because of that, I can only be a hero for 3 hours a day, he explained. 5 years ago? Was it Toxic Chainsaw who did that? Midoriya asked, inspecting the wound. Good memory, kid, but no, it was caused by another villain. Now that you know this, I need you to promise me that you won't tell anyone, okay? All Might requested. Midoriya smiled and nodded. Okay, it'll stay between us. But it's only fair that you know my secret as well, he said, causing All Might to look puzzled. What do you mean your secret? All Might wondered. You heard about a vigilante who looks like a flaming skeleton riding a motorcycle? Midoriya asked. Yes, I've heard of him. Everyone calls him the Flame Demon, or Grim Reaper, but what does that have to do with your secret? All Might replied. Midoriya transformed into the same appearance he had when facing the sludge villain. Because that vigilante is me. I was once quirkless, but I was determined to become a hero, with my family supporting me. A few months after my dad died, my mother and I were attacked by a villain while driving home. I managed to escape, but my mother was trapped in the car. With no heroes nearby, I did everything I could to save her until my quirk activated, allowing me to rescue her. After that, I became a vigilante so that no one else would have to endure what my mother and I went through. I didn't go by any names while hunting down villains, and yes, I did take some lives, but only those whose hands were stained with innocent blood. Others I spared because they genuinely wanted to repent. Most citizens see me as a villain because they believe a hero should never take a life, Midoriya explained. I stopped when you became the symbol of peace, as everyone now had someone to feel safe with. But I only take a villain's life to prevent more innocent people from being harmed, as I want to be a hero like my late dad, who died saving others. My older siblings became pro-heroes to continue our father's legacy of helping and saving people, he continued. Midoriya reverted to his human form, looking at All Might with concern. What do you think, All Might? Do you believe I can be a hero despite my appearance and the blood on my hands? Even though I want to help and save people just like you, my dad, and my siblings. All Might regarded Izuku for a moment, then smiled as he transformed back into his muscular form. He placed a reassuring hand on Midoriya's shoulder, making him look up. Yes, you can become a great hero. Hearing that made Midoriya beam with joy. Really? Thank you, All Might. I have to go now, but I really appreciate it. Midoriya exclaimed, hugging the pro hero before dashing towards the staircase. Yes, my boy, you will be a great hero. Perhaps even worthy of inheriting one for all. All Might said to himself, reaching for the bottle that contained the villain. To his surprise, it was gone. What? It's missing? I must have dropped it when the kid grabbed onto my leg. I need to find it. He began searching frantically, but then heard an explosion. That must be where he is. I need to hurry. All Might declared as he sprang into action. Meanwhile, in an alleyway, Bakugo and his friends were walking and talking. "Do it? Who does Deku think he is, talking to me like that?" Bakugo growled. "Come on, Bakugo, weren't you two best friends before everything happened?" one of his friends replied. Bakugo turned and shouted, "Because he was weak. But now he thinks he's better than me, and it just makes me furious." In his anger, he kicked a bottle, unknowingly releasing the villain All Might had captured. The sludge villain emerged, grinning. "And I'm free. Looks like I have a new meat shield," the villain said, lunging at Bakugo and his friends. Bakugo fought back, resulting in a massive explosion. In the chaos, Backdraft was busy putting out fires, Kamui Woods was rescuing people, MT Lady was unable to help due to the narrow streets, and Death Arms found that physical attacks had no effect on the villain. All Might, having run out of time for his muscular form, could only watch. "Wasn't All Might fighting this guy?" a civilian asked. "Is All Might here? Where is he?" another wondered, scanning the area for the pro hero, but he was nowhere to be found. Midoriya took a detour home after his earlier encounter with All Might. As he walked, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of the shopping district. Curious, he approached and saw a milady standing helplessly, realizing she couldn't use her quirk in such a confined space. His heart sank when he spotted the villain from earlier, now holding Bakugo captive. "Kamui Woods. What are you doing?" "Save him!" Midoriya shouted. Kamui Woods looked at him, frustration evident. "Don't you understand, kid? Fire and wood don't mix well. Heroes are supposed to save lives, no matter what. If you're not going to do anything, then I will." Midoriya declared, his determination igniting a fire in his eyes. He charged towards the villain. "What do you think you're doing?" Kamui Woods exclaimed, watching Midoriya run into danger. "Doing what you should have been doing," Midoriya replied. The sludge villain noticed Midoriya approaching. "You're the kid from before. You'll pay for what you did." The villain shot sludge at him. Just before the sludge could hit, Midoriya ignited his fist and punched the projectile, causing it to disintegrate. He continued charging until he reached the villain, using his flames to free Bakugo without harming him. "Take care of him!" Midoriya shouted to the heroes as he dodged another attack. "You brat! He was the perfect shield against All Might. But you'll do nicely once I take your body," the villain roared, launching multiple sludge tentacles at Midoriya. Midoriya ignited both fists and struck each tentacle, causing the villain to scream in pain. "How? Physical attacks shouldn't harm me," the villain demanded. "That's easy to answer. My fire." Midoriya lifted his right hand, absorbing the flames around him. "Isn't like any normal fire," he finished, his eyes glowing brighter. The sludge villain charged at him, but before he could reach Midoriya, All Might appeared, blocking the attack with steam radiating from his body. "I'm really pathetic," All Might admitted, blood trickling from his mouth. All Might was all Midoriya could manage, watching in awe. "Pros are always risking their lives." All Might exclaimed, delivering a powerful punch that created a small tornado, scattering the villain everywhere. As the tornado dissipated, All Might stood victorious, raising his fist in triumph as the citizens cheered. He turned to Midoriya with a smile, which Midoriya returned. Soon, the police arrived to collect the remnants of the villain. Meanwhile, Midoriya received a mix of scolding and praise from the pro heroes for his reckless bravery. The lady even surprised him with a kiss on the cheek, leaving him blushing. After speaking with the heroes and police, Midoriya and Bakugo walked home. Bakugo was ahead, visibly angry about being saved by Midoriya. He stomped along until Midoriya placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, I just wanted to check if you were okay since you walked away right after the police talked to you," Midoriya said. "I didn't need your help, Deku. I could have handled that villain on my own if you hadn't interfered." Bakugo yelled. "Yeah, you handled it really well when the villain was about to take over your body," Midoriya replied, unimpressed. "That doesn't matter. I'll show you that I will become the #1 hero. Your quirk will never compare to mine. I'm sure I'll ace UA's entrance exam while you fail. Then you'll see that you're just a pebble in my way, Deku." Bakugo declared, walking away. Midoriya remained unfazed by Bakugo's words, determined to continue on his path. "Geez, that guy can't even say thank you when I just saved his life. That ego of his won't get him far unless he changes. Oh, who am I kidding? He'll never change," Midoriya thought to himself as he glanced at the time on his phone. "Well, better head on home. I'm sure Mom is anxious since reporters were filming the whole thing. He started to make his way home, but just as he was about to turn a corner, All Might appeared with his signature catchphrase. Whoa, All Might. Wait, I thought reporters surrounded you? Midoriya exclaimed. Huh, getting away from reporters was easy for me. But, for I am All Might began, but was interrupted by a fit of coughing, causing him to revert to his skinny form. Sorry about that, he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. It's all right, but do you need something since you came here for a reason? Midoriya asked. Yes, young man. Remember what I told you back at the rooftop? All Might replied. Yeah. You said that I could become a great hero, right? Midoriya recalled. Yes, you will, and maybe even greater than me one day, All Might said. Huh, what do you mean? I can't be greater than you. You're All Might, the #1 hero and the symbol of peace. How can I become greater than you? Midoriya asked, confusion evident in his voice. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me your story, I would have become a worthless bystander watching from the crowd. So thanks, All Might explained. But you managed to defeat that villain easily. I just got in your way and wasted your energy and time, Midoriya protested, starting to walk away. I'm not done, All Might said, stopping him. You told me that people found your power to be that of a villain. And yet, I saw that same person save someone's life, which inspired me to act. Midoriya was taken aback, looking at All Might as he continued. Top heroes have stories about them from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they could think, almost on their own. All Might stepped closer and placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. And today that happened to you. Maybe even more, even when you began your vigilante career before I arrived. Midoriya recalled how many people had called him a demon or a monster, insisting that his power was that of a villain, despite all the good he was trying to do. The only ones who believed he could become a hero were his mother, siblings, and late father when he was quirkless. Hearing it from the symbol of peace made him tear up. I'm not dreaming, right? What you're saying is real, he managed to ask. Yes, young man. You, too, can become a hero, All Might replied with a proud smile. But there's something else you should know. What is it? Midoriya wondered. I deem you worthy of inheriting my quirk, All Might stated. What do you mean, inheriting? Midoriya asked, intrigued. My quirk is a sacred torch that's been passed down from person to person. This power is called, One for All Might explained. Young man, what is your name, and will you become my successor? All Might asked. Midoriya wiped the tears from his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he looked up at All Might with a smile and answered, My name's Izuku Midoriya, and I will gladly accept. Excellent. Meet me at Dagoba Municipal Beach tomorrow, and we will begin your training, All Might said as he turned to leave. You got it. Midoriya exclaimed, watching as the symbol of peace gave him a thumbs up before walking away. Later, when Midoriya arrived home, his mother greeted him with a bear hug. Inko Midoriya had the same light skin tone as him, with green hair and eyes. She stood 5 feet 5 inches with a slim build and her hair in a ponytail on the left. Tears were streaming down her face, which confused him until he saw the news on TV, showing his brief encounter with the sludge villain and All Might's heroic intervention. Oh, I'm so happy you made it back home safely. I was worried when I saw the news. Inko exclaimed. I'm fine now, Mom, don't worry, Midoriya reassured her. If your brothers and sisters were here, they would be giving you an earful like me. They taught you to be careful after all the trouble you caused during your junior high years, Inko scolded gently. Mom, I am taking their words seriously. Besides, Rika would probably kick my butt if I didn't, Midoriya replied with a nervous laugh. That she would. Speaking of which, your brothers and sisters called me and said they'd be back home in a few weeks, Inko informed him. Really? That's awesome. Being heroes that help not just Japan but other countries is no small task. I better make sure I can do the same as I want to be like them and Dad. Midoriya said, beaming with excitement. I can see your enthusiasm as you're almost finished with high school and ready to start your hero training. Now go change and wash your hands since dinner is almost ready, Inko instructed as she returned to the kitchen. After changing and having dinner, Midoriya went to bed, eager for his meeting with All Might the next day. He was so excited he could barely sleep, thinking about how the #1 hero had told him he could be a hero, including becoming his successor and inheriting his quirk. For now, though, he closed his eyes, ready to meet the #1 hero at their designated spot. This is a story of how a former vigilante began his journey to become the world's greatest hero. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Training. Midoriya was now jogging to Dagoba Beach to meet up with All Might to inherit his quirk. He was wearing a green tracksuit, a smile on his face as he continued toward the beach. It was early in the morning, and as he jogged, he recalled his conversation with his mother during dinner the night before. Both mother and son were enjoying dinner when Inko broke the silence. So, you met up with All Might, and he's going to train you. You also told him your secret? She asked. Yeah, Midoriya replied, scratching the back of his head with a smile. I discovered his secret by accident, and it felt right to share mine. When I asked if I could be a hero despite my past, I was surprised when he said yes. He even told me I could become a greater hero than him, which really caught me off guard. Inko smiled at her son. You know, I was initially scared of how you would be after you gained your quirk. I worried about the trouble you might cause when you started high school, especially after your father's funeral. Yeah, I was quite the delinquent and angry kid back then, Midoriya admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I was also worried when you began your vigilante career. You often found yourself in dangerous situations, facing criminals and even some pro-heroes, Inko continued. I thought you might abandon your dream of becoming a hero after gaining your quirk. But then you showed me you hadn't given up when you started working with the police and some heroes. True, Midoriya said. I lost sight of why I wanted to be a hero during my time as a vigilante. But my brothers and sisters reminded me. I wanted to be like All Might, rescuing people with a smile just like Dad. We all looked up to him. He always put others before himself, even in critical situations, and for people he didn't even know. Dad didn't seek fame or money, he wanted to inspire everyone, both quirk users and those without. He believed we all have the potential to be heroes, we just need to take that leap of faith. That's why we all wanted to become heroes in the first place, Mom, Midoriya continued. To inspire others and show them that they can be heroes, regardless of whether they have a quirk. Dad always believed that a true hero is defined by their willingness to help others and encourage them to become better versions of themselves. Inko nodded, her eyes filled with pride. I know you all will do just that. Your father and I always believed in you. All 5 of you have trained hard to achieve that dream, and I feel blessed to have such a wonderful family of heroes. But it does scare me that I might lose one of you because of this work. You all understood the risks and pursued your dreams anyway. I miss your father every day, but I find comfort in knowing he's always with us. And how's that? Midoriya asked, curious. Inko stood up and hugged her son tightly. It's seeing our appealing children doing selfless acts, caring for others and putting them first. That reminds me of your father. A solitary tear rolled down her cheek as she spoke. She released the hug, wiped her tear away, and looked at her son with a smile. So do your best and become the amazing heroes your father and I raised you to be, just like your siblings. And you, Izuku, will become the #1 hero. I have no doubt about it. Midoriya fought back tears, a few escaping as he replied, You got it, Mom. His voice was filled with determination. With a sigh, he reflected on the memory, a big smile spreading across his face. I have one awesome mom. He finally arrived at Dagoba Beach and spotted All Might in his muscled form. However, the sight of the beach shocked him and tugged at his heart. Dagoba Beach, once an appealing place for families and friends, was now littered with trash, a sad reminder of its former glory. All Might noticed Midoriya's arrival and greeted him. Ah, young Midoriya, you made it, he said, though a bit of blood trickled from his mouth. For the next 10 months, you'll work to restore this beach to its former glory as part of your training. But first, let's see how much muscle you have to determine where we need to improve, All Might instructed. Midoriya nodded and removed his shirt, surprising All Might with the muscle he had developed. My goodness, I never thought you had this kind of physique for your age. With this, you might be able to control 15% or even 20% of One for All. All Might exclaimed, and Midoriya couldn't help but smile at the compliment. Yeah, I trained hard with my older siblings since I was 5, Midoriya replied, revealing the scars on his body that told the story of his rigorous training. Let's get this training started, he declared, slamming his fist into his hand with determination. Excellent. I will ensure you clean up this beach and build up your body to inherit my quirk. All Might responded, equally determined. For the next 7 months, Midoriya trained diligently with All Might, working to strengthen his body and prepare to inherit the quirk. All Might provided him with a rigorous workout schedule, which Midoriya followed without complaint, even while finishing his last year of high school. During their beach cleanup, Midoriya refrained from using his quirk, which suited him just fine. All Might was continually impressed by Midoriya's determination throughout their training. After 7 grueling months, All Might, in his slimmer form, returned to Dagoba Beach to continue Midoriya's training. When he arrived at the beach, Midoriya was surprised by the sight before him. The beach had been cleaned, and he stood triumphantly atop a pile of debris he had cleared away, letting out a victorious cheer for all his hard work. All Might, witnessing the scene, felt a swell of pride. He had expected the task to take much longer, but Midoriya had proven him wrong. Oh my goodness! All Might exclaimed, transforming into his muscled form. A smile spread across his face as he watched his successor celebrate. Young Midoriya, come down from there. You've done an amazing job. Midoriya paused his celebration, spotted All Might, and jumped down to meet him. I couldn't have done it without you, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his tracksuit shirt. You give me too much credit. You exceeded my expectations. I thought this would take all 10 months, but you finished 3 months early. Young Midoriya, it's time for you to inherit One for All Might declared. I'm ready. Midoriya replied proudly. All Might pulled a strand of hair from his head and held it out to Midoriya. Now eat this, he instructed. A moment of silence followed until Midoriya finally spoke up, his expression blank. Say what now? Well, the power needs to be passed by consuming the previous user's DNA. The only way to do that is to eat my hair, All Might explained. Midoriya took the strand, swallowing hard. This is definitely the weirdest thing I've ever done. Pull down the hatch. I can't believe I just said that. He grimaced as he swallowed the hair. Oh man, I'd rather have the MREs my sister Rika gave me during training, and those were terrible. Other than that, I don't feel anything right now, Midoriya added. It takes some time for your stomach to digest it completely. Just give it a minute or so, All Might reassured him. After a few moments, Midoriya felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Oh, All Might, I can feel the power overflowing within me. Is this what One for All feels like? It makes you feel invincible. Haha, I felt the same way when I first experienced it. Now, try to use it, All Might encouraged. How do I use it exactly? Midoriya wondered. Just clench your fists and shout, smash. All Might instructed, his enthusiasm evident. Midoriya raised an eyebrow, a sweat drop forming on his forehead. That's gotta be the weirdest way to explain a quirk, but okay, I'll try. Just not the clenching part. He turned toward the crystal blue ocean. Taking a deep breath, Midoriya focused on channeling All Might's quirk into his right fist. Smash, he shouted, and the force of his punch split the ocean in half. However, he felt a sharp pain in his arm and realized it had broken. Oh, why did my arm break all of a sudden? Your body can't withstand One for All at 100% yet. That's why, for the next 3 months, I'll train you to control it so you won't hurt yourself again. Let's continue the training after we get your arm healed, All Might said. Awesome, but we don't need to go to the hospital for my arm, Midoriya replied, which puzzled the pro hero. What do you mean? All Might asked, noticing Midoriya's arm beginning to heal itself. Why did your arm heal all of a sudden? Oh, you see, my quirk has some extra abilities beyond just powerful flames. One of them is a healing factor. I can use it along with other abilities without transforming, but I get the full arsenal when I do, Midoriya explained. I see. You have a fascinating quirk, Midoriya. But let's not waste any more time and continue your training. All Might urged. Absolutely. Let's do this. Midoriya exclaimed excitedly. During his training to properly control and wield One for All, Midoriya learned new techniques. He discovered how to distribute the power throughout his body instead of focusing on just one part, using only 20 or 30% to avoid straining himself. After much practice, Midoriya found himself relaxing on the newly restored Dagoba beach. After a moment, he sprang up with a kip-up and brushed the sand off his body. Feeling inspired, he decided to get a haircut and headed to his local barber, a place his family frequented. As he walked, he heard a woman's voice accompanied by sounds of struggle. Concerned, he ran toward the source. Arriving at an alleyway, he saw a girl who appeared to be about 18 years old, with a mature physique for her age. She stood at 5 feet 8 inches, had light skin, and long black hair tied in a spiky ponytail, with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face. Her onyx eyes, which seemed to resemble a cat's, were filled with irritation as she faced 3 high school students who looked like delinquents. Come on, baby. We just want to hang out with you, the leader of the trio said, his bleached blonde hair styled in a pompadour. Yeah, we'll buy you something, said another with a green mohawk. It'll be worth your time, we'll treat you nicely, the last one added, sporting a black bowl cut. Keep your disgusting hands to yourselves, creeps. I already said no, the girl retorted, pushing the leader away. But when she tried to leave, the bowl-cut delinquent grabbed her wrist firmly. I don't think so. You're coming with us, he said. Let me go, you perverts, she demanded. Midoriya couldn't stand by any longer. Hey, she clearly doesn't want your company, so how about you leave her alone, he called out to the delinquents. How about you mind your business and let us be, the mohawk delinquent snapped. I think you must be a bit deaf, as I told you to let the girl go, Midoriya replied, his expression filled with determination. Beat it, kid, or things may get ugly for you, the bowl-cut delinquent warned, tightening his grip on the girl's wrist, causing her to wince. Midoriya sighed, arms spread out. How about you wannabe gangsters make me then, he said, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the anger in his eyes. Oh, Mr. Tough Guy wants to be a hero, huh? The leader taunted, looking at his 2 companions. That's what I'm training to be. And what kind of hero doesn't help when someone's in trouble? Midoriya responded, his calm tone bringing a smile to the girl's face. The three delinquents were taken aback by Midoriya's words, but then they erupted into laughter. This guy thinks he's all that. Why don't you two give him a reality check? The leader sneered, gripping the girl tighter. The Mohawk delinquent brandished a metal bat, while the bowl-cut man revealed a knife. Midoriya, however, remained composed, gesturing for them to come at him. The bowl-cut delinquent lunged with the knife, but Midoriya countered with a swift kick to the face. The Mohawk delinquent charged in, swinging at Midoriya's head, but Midoriya caught his arm with one hand, pulling him in and disarming him. In a flurry of strikes, Midoriya delivered a series of punches, culminating in an uppercut that knocked the Mohawk delinquent out cold. The bowl-cut delinquent, now back on his feet, was met with a spinning kick that sent him sprawling. The leader, witnessing his companion's fall, was visibly shaken. So what's it going to be for you? Use your head and do as I requested, or join your friends? Midoriya challenged. The Pompadour leader pushed the girl away and swung a punch at Midoriya, who countered with a backspin kick to his groin. The leader fell to his knees in pain, only to be knocked out by a roundhouse kick to the face. The girl watched in amazement as her savior swiftly took down the three delinquents. Hey, do you have your phone on you? I forgot mine during training, Midoriya asked the girl. Oh yes, I do. What do you need it for? She inquired as she handed him her phone. Calling the police to report these guys for assaulting you. When they arrive, just tell them exactly what happened, okay? Midoriya instructed, and the girl nodded as he dialed. Once the police arrived and arrested the delinquents, Midoriya and the girl explained the situation. The officers listened and took the three delinquents away. The girl noticed how easily Midoriya chatted with the officers, as if they were friends. After the police left, Midoriya turned to the girl to check on her. You okay? No injuries or anything, he asked. I'm fine, thanks to you. I must say, you're quite skilled in a fight. It's like you have experience, she replied, a hint of admiration in her voice. But I'm sorry you almost got hurt because of me. I don't mind. What kind of hero doesn't help someone in need? Midoriya said, patting her head, which made her blush. By the way, are you friends with the police? You were talking to them so casually, she pointed out. Well, during my early high school days I was a bit of a troublemaker, involved in underground fights. But I matured thanks to my siblings, who are pro-heroes, and my mother. I learned my lessons and trained hard to become a pro like them someday, Midoriya explained. The girl was both shocked and impressed by his story. Since you're training to become a pro-hero, which university are you aiming for? I'm shooting for UA, and I'm going to ace the entrance exam, he replied with a bright smile. Really? I'm also going to UA at the start of the school year, she exclaimed, equally excited. You're already in UA? Doesn't the entrance exam start in 3 months? Midoriya asked, surprised. Oh, well, I got accepted through recommendation, so I don't have to take the exam like everyone else, she admitted, looking a bit embarrassed. Hey, there's no need to feel down about that. It just means they see great potential in you, and you must have an amazing quirk. Midoriya encouraged her. His words surprised her, especially since she had faced negative comments from others about her acceptance. Midoriya's praise and warm smile made her feel valued, causing her to blush even more. Thank you. Hearing you say that means a lot to me, she said, her voice soft. Don't mention it. By the way, are you heading home now? He asked. Yes, I was, she replied. How about I walk you home to make sure this doesn't happen again? Midoriya suggested. You don't have to. You've done enough for me already, she protested. No, I insist. After all, what kind of man doesn't ensure a woman gets home safely? The answer, a terrible one, he replied, making her giggle. Well, it would be for the best since you've shown you can handle yourself in a fight. Plus, we could get to know each other better since we're both aiming for UA. So I'll accept your offer, she said with a smile. As they walked toward her home, they engaged in pleasant conversation, enjoying each other's company without any further trouble. Oh, I forgot I never got your name, Midoriya said to the girl. My apologies, I also forgot. My name's Momo Yaoyorozu, what's yours? She introduced herself. I'm Izuku Midoriya. So, what's your quirk, if you don't mind me asking? He inquired. My quirk allows me to create non-living objects as long as I know their molecular structure. I use my skin to summon them while my lipids help in the process, Momo explained. That's a really handy quirk. You can create items you need on the spot. You must be quite brilliant to know the molecular structure of things. No wonder you got into UA through recommendations. Your quirk is awesome. Midoriya remarked. Thank you, Midoriya. What about you? What's your quirk? Momo asked with a smile. The surprising thing is that I didn't get mine until my first year of high school. My quirk is flame-based, but it doesn't act like normal fire. I can absorb fire to power up my flames or regain energy, and I can control the temperature to make it feel like a cool breeze or burn hotter than the sun. I can also control anything that uses fire, Midoriya explained. That's just the tip of the iceberg, though. That's quite a fantastic quirk you have, Midoriya. It almost sounds supernatural, Momo said. Huh, I never thought about it that way before, but you're right, Midoriya agreed, and they both laughed. After a few more minutes of walking and talking, they arrived at Momo's home. Midoriya was amazed by the large gate that seemed to stretch endlessly. Wow, you're not just appealing and smart, but you're rich too. Your school uniform was a dead giveaway, he said. Momo blushed at the compliment. Well, thank you. Not just for saving me from those troublemakers, but also for making sure I got home safely, Izuku. She immediately blushed again after using his first name. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say your first name so casually, she exclaimed, bowing slightly. No, it's okay. My siblings and I don't mind formalities unless necessary. You can call me by my first name if you want, Midoriya replied with a smile. I see, that's good. But to make it fair, you can call me Momo. Considering we'll be classmates soon when you take the entrance exam, she said, returning his smile. Yeah, I can't wait. I'll see you at the start of the school year, Midoriya said before turning to leave. However, she stopped him. Wait, is it okay if we exchange contact information? That way, we can stay in touch for the next 3 months, Momo suggested, holding out her phone. Sure. I don't have any friends at high school, so I don't mind. Besides, I have nothing else to do for the next 3 months besides training, Midoriya replied as he took her phone to enter his number. There you go. Just text me yours and I'll add it. See you at UM, Momo, he said, waving as he walked away. I can't wait. Momo replied with a smile as she waved before entering her home. As Midoriya continued his walk to the local barbershop, he sighed after his conversation with Momo. I hope we get along at UA. She's nice and adorable, not to mention appealing too, he thought, a faint blush creeping onto his face. He quickly shook his head to clear his thoughts. I'm also surprised she asked for my number. Then again, Mom did say I need to make friends. He finally arrived at his favorite barbershop, Akiyama's salon, and entered. Let's hope I do get some friends since it's been kind of lonely with Tsum and Aimi in the UK for their hero training, he said with a hint of sadness as he sat down to wait. Ah, Midoriya. What a pleasant surprise. What brings you here today? A male voice called, snapping Midoriya out of his thoughts. He looked up to see a man in his 50s, standing 5 feet 4 inches with short gray hair and brown eyes, dressed in professional barber attire. Ah, Ito-san, it's great to see you. I'm here for a haircut since I'm heading to UA soon, Midoriya answered. UA? That's amazing. Now all of Inko's children are going to be pro heroes like their father. Well, let's not waste any time and get you looking sharp, Ito said with enthusiasm as he ushered Midoriya to wash his hair. A slim woman in her 40s, also dressed in professional barber attire, placed a towel around Midoriya's shoulders and began washing his hair with shampoo and conditioner. After finishing, she led him to a barber chair, and Ito draped a cloth over him. As Midoriya settled in, Ito stood behind him. So, what shall it be this time, Midoriya? Ito asked. Surprise me. You always give my family and me the best haircuts, Midoriya replied. I'll do my best to give you a haircut worthy of a future hero, Ito said proudly. Ito carefully cut Midoriya's hair, making sure not to make any mistakes. Meanwhile, Midoriya closed his eyes, trusting Ito completely. After the haircut, Ito instructed him to get his hair washed again, and the woman thoroughly cleaned and dried it. Finally, Ito put the finishing touches on Midoriya's haircut after blow-drying and styling it. He held up a mirror for Midoriya to see his new look, featuring a stylish double-bang hairstyle. Midoriya smiled, loving the result. Ito, once again, you've outdone yourself. This is one of the best haircuts you've given me. Thank you, he said gratefully. Ito beamed at the praise. Thank you very much, Midoriya. I know for sure you'll become a great hero like your siblings and late father, Ito told Midoriya. Thanks, Ito-san. I'll make sure to make everyone in Shizuoka, my hometown, proud. Midoriya replied with enthusiasm. I know you will make us proud, especially your family. Now head on home and rest up. You'll need the energy for the entrance exam, Ito encouraged. You got it. Midoriya said as he generously paid both Ito and the woman who washed his hair before heading home. When Midoriya arrived home, Inko noticed her son's new haircut. She admired it, saying it made him more handsome and might even make him popular with the ladies. Midoriya blushed at the compliment but accepted it as he headed off to bed to prepare for the entrance exam. For the next 3 months, he dedicated himself to training and studying, feeling a strong sense of confidence that he would succeed. The big day had finally arrived. Izuku Midoriya stood at the entrance to UA, a smile on his face as he realized he was at his dream school to officially become a hero. His mother had wished him luck before he left the house, and he had received encouraging texts from All Might and his 4 older siblings. The 10 months of training were about to be put to the test, and Midoriya was ready to show what he could do. However, his good mood was interrupted. Out of my way, Deku. Bakugo shouted. If you think you're going to beat me, you're wrong. I'm going to get first place and you'll fail. Still upset about everyone seeing me save you from that sludge villain? Midoriya asked, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. Bakugo scoffed and walked away, leaving Midoriya to sigh. That guy will never change. He thinks he can be a better hero than All Might? Someone please help us all from his arrogance, he muttered to himself. Just before entering the building, Midoriya felt his phone vibrate. It was a text from Momo Yaoyorozu. Best of luck in the entrance exam, Izuku. I hope we end up in the same class. Also, I love your new haircut, it makes you look mature. This made him smile as he quickly replied, Thanks, Momo. I hope we end up in the same class too. I have a feeling I'll ace it. See you soon. Putting away his phone, Midoriya began walking toward the university but accidentally tripped over his own foot. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, he thought as he braced for the fall. To his surprise, he found himself floating in the air. Sorry for using my quirk on you without permission. But it's bad luck to fall on your face before an exam, right? A female voice said. Midoriya turned to see his savior, an 18-year-old girl with auburn brown hair and large, round eyes. She had a slender figure and a perpetual blush on her cheeks. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for the save, Midoriya said as she helped him to his feet and deactivated her quirk. It's no problem. Anyway, we should head in. We don't want to be late, she said as they walked together toward the building. Once inside, Midoriya took a seat and noticed he was sitting next to Bakugo. What are the odds of this happening, he thought. I'm not happy about it either. Stay away, or I'll fail because of your uselessness. Bakugo warned. I'd rather sit next to a muzzled dog with rabies than next to you. But then again, all you're missing is the foaming mouth, Midoriya retorted, which only made Bakugo growl in anger. Proving my point exactly. Just then, a tall man with long blonde hair and a distinctive style walked in. Midoriya recognized him as Present Mike, the pro hero. Hello, listeners. Welcome to my show. Can I get why? He exclaimed, but the room fell silent. Wait, tough crowd. Anyway, I'm going to run down what is in the exams in one go, so listen up. Present Mike announced. Midoriya took notes as Present Mike explained the entrance exam details, which included a written test and a 10-minute physical exam. He yawned a bit, having woken up early, but then noticed another student raising his hand. The boy was tall and muscular, with short dark blue hair and striking blue eyes. Midoriya couldn't help but wonder about the competition he would face in the exam. His eyebrows were permanently angled inward, long and thin, with the far ends sharply hooked. He wore rectangular glasses that framed his serious expression. May I ask a question? The boy with glasses inquired. Go ahead. Present Mike encouraged, a light appearing above the boy. On the printout, it states that there are 4 types of villains. If there's a misprint, UA, the most prestigious hero school in Japan, should be embarrassed by such a mistake. We, the examinees, are here hoping to become exemplary heroes through this school, he declared, then pointed at Midoriya. And you, with the green hair. A light illuminated above Midoriya. Is there something I can help you with? He asked, slightly confused. You have this unamused look on your face and you're yawning, which is distracting. If you're not here to take this seriously, I suggest you leave, the boy with glasses replied. Midoriya shot him a glare, his eyes narrowing. Excuse me? Am I not taking this seriously? You interrupted Present Mike during his explanation. Besides, I believe he didn't mention the 4th type because it's an obstacle, and we won't get any points from it. Am I correct, Present Mike? Midoriya retorted. You're right on the money, young listener. May I get your name, please? You're quite perceptive, the pro hero responded. Thank you for the compliment. My name is Izuku Midoriya, the green-haired teen replied. It was early April, and Izuku Midoriya was preparing for his first day at UA. He donned the university's uniform, which consisted of a long-sleeve, button-up white shirt, a gray jacket with blue-green stripes, dark blue-green breathes, and a red tie. After adjusting his tie, he stood at the entrance of his home, putting on his favorite red Nike Air Force 1 High ID sneakers. Do you have everything? Inko asked her son. Got everything, Mom. Midoriya replied cheerfully. Your phone, she asked, and he held it up. Right here, he confirmed. Wallet with your school ID? Inko continued. In my pocket, he answered. What about your tissues and handkerchief? She wondered. Got them, he assured her. Are you sure? Inko pressed. Yes, I'm sure, Mom. But I really have to go now or I'll be late. He hurried to the front door, ready to leave. Izuku! Inko called out. He turned around to see her smiling, tears glistening in her eyes. You look really cool. Thanks, Mom. I'm off. Midoriya said, returning her smile as he made his way to the university. He headed to the parking garage to retrieve one of his motorcycles for the drive to UA. Among his collection were a panhead chopper, Yamaha VMAX, Suzuki GSX, R1000, Suzuki GSX 1300R, and a Litosora electric superbike. He chose the electric superbike, donning his Icon Airflight helmet, Alpine Stars SMX 1 Air V2 gloves, and Roland Sands Ronin leather jacket. After starting the electric motorcycle, he sped off toward his school. The drive was relaxing for the former vigilante as he approached the prestigious university. Upon arriving at UA, he parked his motorcycle in the designated lot, securing it with a lock and chains before heading toward the entrance. As he walked, he was oblivious to the admiration from female students and the envious stares from male students, his muscles subtly visible through the school uniform. Some girls were curious about his physique, while boys wondered how he had achieved it. However, Midoriya was focused on finding his classroom using the campus map in his hand. Fortunately, he soon stood before a large door labeled 1A. What's up with UA and giant doors? But then again, it could be for students and staff with enlargement quirks, he thought. Hopefully, I don't run into that glasses guy and Bakugo, otherwise, it's going to be a very annoying first day, he mused, taking a deep breath before sliding the door open. You, get your feet off the desk at once, a male voice commanded. What did you say to me, you four-eyed jerk? Another voice retorted. Midoriya recognized the voices immediately. The glasses guy was arguing with Bakugo, who had his feet propped up on a desk. Of course, luck is only with me when I'm in battle, he thought to himself. It's disrespectful to put your feet up like that, especially to upperclassmen and those who made the desk. Please remove them, the glasses guy insisted. Nah, I won't do that. What high school did you go to, side character? Bakugo shot back with a smirk. Here we go again. He thinks he's the main character. His ego is through the roof. I really hope karma punishes him for this, Midoriya thought as he entered the classroom to find his seat. My name's Tenya Ida. I attended Somei Private Academy. The glasses boy introduced himself, proudly patting his chest. Somei? An elite, huh? This is going to be more fun crushing you. Bakugo exclaimed. Ida was taken aback. Crush me? Are you sure you want to be a hero? Amid the banter, Midoriya found his seat and noticed Momo sitting just one desk away. She was reading a book, wearing the school uniform, but with a dark blue-green pleated skirt instead of briefs. When she spotted Midoriya, she smiled and approached him, wrapping him in a hug, which he returned. I'm glad we're in the same class, Izuku, Momo said after releasing him from the embrace. Yeah, I agree, Midoriya replied, feeling a sense of camaraderie as they prepared for the day ahead. It's great to be in a classroom with someone you're familiar with, Midoriya said, smiling. Ida noticed Midoriya and ended his argument with Bakugo as he walked over to him. Midoriya, you're here, he exclaimed, standing in front of him. Bakugo, however, felt irritated at the sight of Midoriya. Oi, Deku, what are you doing here? He shouted. Midoriya chose to ignore Bakugo, focusing instead on Ida. I must congratulate you, you're far superior since you realized there was something more to the practical exam, Ida told Midoriya, gesturing animatedly. Midoriya looked confused until he remembered the rescue points. Oh, you mean that? I actually didn't know about it until the results came out since I did what any hero would do, Midoriya replied. Ida was taken aback. But what you did during the practical exam was amazing. Especially how you handled the zero-pointer, Momo added. Wait, you saw that? Midoriya asked, surprised. Yes. The recommended students were allowed to watch the practical exam. I was amazed by your combat skills and how you handled your weapons, she explained. Just then, the classroom door slid open, and Ochako Uraraka entered. She spotted Midoriya and rushed over. Oh hey, it's you Midoriya, right? You passed just like Present Mike said. Uraraka exclaimed. Well, it was thanks to you for negotiating with him to give some of your points to me, Midoriya replied. How did you know about that? She wondered. Oh, it was shown when my results came, he answered. Midoriya thought to himself, both Uraraka and Momo look great in their uniforms. No, Izuku, focus. But still, it was amazing how you took down that zero-pointer all by yourself. First, you punched it, then you sliced it in half. I think it only took you about 10 seconds to do that. Uraraka said excitedly. Everyone who heard her was shocked and began to chatter among themselves, especially those who had been at the entrance exam. Bakugo listened to the conversations, growing increasingly frustrated. He was already annoyed that Deku had made it into UA, but now he was the center of attention on the first day. Why is Deku stealing the spotlight? Destroying a zero-pointer in just 10 seconds. It has to be a lie. But the way Roundface says it means it must be true, Bakugo thought angrily. That's impossible. If he didn't cheat, then I'll crush him. I know you all want to ask me what I did at the entrance exam, but we should all go to our seats now. Our homeroom teacher is here, Midoriya announced as he made his way to his seat. Everyone looked confused until a voice interrupted. He's right. If you're here to make friends, then I suggest you go home now, a male voice said. The students turned to see a man lying on the floor in a yellow sleeping bag. Something weird just appeared. They thought, except for Midoriya and Bakugo. The man unzipped his sleeping bag slightly to drink from a juice pack before fully unzipping it and standing up. It was a new day at UA for Midoriya, and his 19 classmates arrived at their classroom. All 20 began socializing with those they knew before entering UA. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu chatted with Ida and Uraraka, curious about their first official day. Just then, the classroom door opened, and Class 1A's homeroom teacher entered. The students fell silent, eager to hear what Aizawa would announce. Today, all of you will be introducing yourselves as you'll be getting to know and working with each other for the next 4 years. The logical way to do that is as early as possible. You'll come up one after another and state your name, your quirk, and something about yourself. I don't care what it is, the pro hero announced. Sir! Ida exclaimed, raising his arm eagerly. There was a sharp pop as he did so. How should we proceed with the order of the students? I don't care. Just figure it out while I take my nap, Aizawa replied with a deadpan expression. He pulled out his sleeping bag and dragged himself toward the wall, soon sliding into it to rest. The first student to step forward was the invisible girl. This is a little embarrassing with everyone looking at me. But whatever. Hi, my name's Toru Hagakure. My quirk is invisibility, and it's obvious what it does, right? Something else about me, I really like cute things, she introduced herself. Next was the male student with a mask over his mouth and 6 arms. Amizo Shoji. My quirk is duple arms. I can create replicas of my body parts with my tentacles like my mouth, eyes, and ears. I don't have any worldly desires, so I guess that's it, Shoji said, sniffing slightly. Following him was the male student with a tail. I'm Mashireo Ojiro. My quirk is just my tail. It acts as a third arm for me and helps maintain my balance. Something about me, I practice martial arts, Ojiro introduced himself. Next was the flamboyant young man. I am Yuga Aoyama, he declared with a dramatic flourish. My fabulous quirk is naval laser, where I can shoot a laser from my belly button. But if I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomach ache. Another stylish fact about me is that I can speak French, he finished with a wink. Bakugo stood up to introduce himself, glaring at Oyama. What's with that guy? Whatever, the name's Katsuki Baku. My quirk is explosion, and all you need to know is that I can blow things up. I'm going to be the next #1 hero, so stay out of my way, extras. Bakugo declared, a confident sneer on his face. Midoriya sighed, burying his face in his palms. I really don't like having to follow up that JRK, he muttered. The girl with earphone jacks on her ears glared at Bakugo. My name is Kyokujiro. My quirk is earphone jack, she said, motioning to her extended earlobes, which waved around as she demonstrated. I can listen to sounds even through thick walls, and I can play music with different instruments. Next, a blonde teen with a lightning bolt hairstyle stood up, grinning widely. Hey, I'm Denki Kaminari. My quirk is electrification. I can release electricity from my body and shock people by touching them. Just be careful or I might short-circuit, he announced, his enthusiasm infectious. My turn, a pink-haired girl said cheerfully as she cartwheeled to the front. I'm Mina Ishido, and my quirk is acid. I can secrete corrosive acid from my skin, which gives me my cool purple-pink tone. I can control its properties, but I love to surf. Just a heads up, if I use it for too long, I start losing my resistance to it. And I really don't like bullies, Bakugo, she added, pointing at him. Bakugo responded with a dismissive gesture, clearly unfazed. Following her, a lanky boy with jagged bangs stepped forward. I'm Hanty-Siro, and my quirk is tape. I can shoot tape from my elbows, and it's strong enough to support my weight. Just don't ask me to use too much, or my skin dries out. I enjoy playing video games, he introduced himself. Next was Eijiro Kirishima, who flexed his arm. I'm Eijiro Kirishima, and my quirk is hardening. My skin can harden, allowing me to punch through solid concrete. I'm a big fan of Crimson Riot, he said proudly. The girl with frog-like features stood up next. I'm Tsuyu Azui, and my quirk is frog. I can do many frog-like things, like jump far, climb walls, swim fast, and extend my tongue. I also secrete a mild toxin, but I get sleepy if I get too cold. I always speak my mind, she explained. Mineta then jumped up, a cheeky grin on his face. I'm Minoru Mineta, and my quirk is pop-off. I can pluck the ball on my head and make them stick to things. And, I really like girls, he exclaimed, earning groans and discomfort from the class. After Mineta, a boy with a bird-like appearance introduced himself. I'm Fumikage Tokoyami, and my quirk is Dark Shadow. I can materialize a shadow-like monster from within me. I don't have much else to say, he stated simply. Next was Koji Koda, who nervously held up a whiteboard. It read, Koji Koda? My quirk is Oni-voice. I can talk to animals and influence them. Ishido gave him a thumbs up, encouraging him as he returned to his seat with a smile. Ida stepped forward next, waving stiffly. Hello, fellow students. I am Tenya Ida, and my quirk is Engine. My legs have powerful engines that allow me to shift into different gears to increase my speed, he explained. Following Ida was Momo Yaoyorozu. Greetings, my name is Momo Yaoyorozu, and my quirk is Creation. I can create objects from any exposed part of my body, as long as I understand their atomic configuration. I enjoy reading and drinking tea in my spare time, she introduced herself. Finally, Shoto Todoroki stood up. I'm Shoto Todoroki, and my quirk is half hot and half cold. I can generate ice from my right side and fire from my left. I like snow cones, he said, his tone calm and collected. The introductions continued, each student showcasing their unique abilities and personalities, setting the stage for their journey as aspiring heroes. The boy had relatively small, square-shaped eyes with small black pupils, framed by a pair of bushy eyebrows. His lips were thick and slightly darker than the rest of his skin, and he had a notably large, round nose. My name's Rikido Sato, and my quirk is Sugar Rush, he introduced himself to his classmates. Whenever I ingest 10 grams of sugar, my strength increases 5-fold for 3 minutes. After that, my strength doesn't rise further, but if I use it for too long, I get exhausted and need to rest. I really enjoy baking desserts, especially cakes. His classmates responded with impressed murmurs. Next was Ochako Uraraka. I'm Ochako Uraraka, and my quirk is zero gravity. When I touch an object, it loses its gravitational pull and starts to float. Now, I can make something that weighs 3 tons weightless. But if I use it for too long, I start to feel nauseous. Oh, and my finger pads look like a cat's paws, she added, eliciting coos from her peers. Finally, Izuku Midoriya spoke up. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is flame control. I can manipulate fire, making it burn intensely or cool down. I can even generate my own flames, but I need to concentrate. I also love motorcycles and cars. Speaking of which, I was really impressed by the vehicles you own from the photos you sent me, Yaoyorozu chimed in, a faint blush on her cheeks. I was thrilled when you let me choose which car to take home after class. Wait, you have motorcycles and cars? Does anyone else here drive? Kaminari asked, looking around at his classmates, but no one raised their hands. I have a photo of my vehicles if anyone wants to see, Midoriya offered, pulling out his phone. Everyone, except Bakugo, gathered around him eagerly. They marveled at the 5 motorcycles Midoriya owned, but their eyes widened when they saw the cars. The first group included a 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1, a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS 396, a 2011 Dodge Charger, and a Lamborghini Urus. The second group featured a 2015 Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat, a Bugatti Centodieci, and a McLaren Senna. The final collection consisted of a Maserati Gran Cabrio, a 1969 Dodge Charger, and a Lamborghini Aventador. His classmates were astonished at the impressive lineup. Holy cow, Midoriya! What kind of job do you have to afford all those? Kaminari exclaimed. Those are some seriously cool cars. Kirishima added. Which car did you let Yaoyorozu pick? Ashido asked. Out of the 10, I chose the 2015 Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat because it fits 5 people, Yaoyorozu replied. With cars like those, you'll definitely be popular with the girls, Siro remarked. Well, I think everyone has been introduced, so let's get back to class, Midoriya suggested. Right, Ida responded, walking over to Aizawa. Sir, we finished with the introductions. Review your curriculums and don't be late for your next class, Aizawa replied, his eyes still closed. Yes, sir. Ida answered promptly, causing a few of his classmates to sweat drop at his seriousness. The hero course curriculum at UA included regular classes like English in the morning. Which one of these English sentences is wrong? Present Mike asked, writing 4 sentences on the chalkboard. The man whom I respect most is my father. That is the house which he lived. I will remember the day on which we both met. Please tell me that all you know. So normal. Mina, Kaminari, and Jiro thought simultaneously. So boring, Bakugo thought, resting his head on his hand. Everyone heads up. Let's get this party rolling. Present Mike encouraged, trying to energize the students. Midoriya mentally noted the error in the 4th sentence but decided to give his classmates a chance to answer. When no one else raised their hand, Yaoyorozu stepped up. Okay, Yaoyorozu, go ahead. Present Mike prompted, and she answered correctly, allowing the class to continue until lunch. Lunch was held in the main cafeteria, where gourmet meals awaited the hungry students. A male staff member, dressed in a cooking apron and chef hat, approached Midoriya, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Ida. White rice is the best comfort food, isn't it? He asked, as Ochako savored her delicious dish. Yeah, she replied happily. She's so adorable, Midoriya thought as he enjoyed his katsudon. After lunch, the students gathered for their next class, Hero Basic Training. They eagerly awaited their teacher when a familiar voice filled the room. I am here. Aizawa's students recognized the voice immediately. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might exclaimed dramatically as he burst through the door. That's not normal, All Might, Midoriya chuckled to himself. It's All Might. Kaminari shouted, excitement bubbling over as he anticipated being taught by the number one hero. Wow, he really is a teacher at UA. Kirishima added, impressed. He's wearing his Silver Age costume, Azui pointed out. Its style is different, but I'm getting goosebumps, Ojiro remarked, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. All Might approached the podium to begin the lesson. I'm going to be your teacher for hero basic training. This subject covers the various ways of becoming a hero. If you apply what you learn here wisely, you'll become great heroes. Let's dive right into today's lesson, combat training, he announced, holding up a card that read, battle, in bold red letters. Combat training. Bakugo thought with a smirk, eager to prove himself and show everyone why he was destined to be the next number one hero. But what is a hero without their costume? All Might questioned, gesturing to a wall that flipped around to reveal 20 cases. These are costumes made based on your quirk registration and the requests you've sent before school started. The students cheered, excited to wear their new costumes for the lesson. After you change, meet me at ground beta for the lesson, All Might instructed. Yes, sir. Class 1A responded in unison. All Might waited at ground beta for the students to arrive. A few minutes later, they emerged from the tunnel. They say clothes make the man young ones. Be fully aware that from this point on that you are heroes. The symbol of peace declared. As Class 1A stepped out in their hero costumes, All Might smiled, proud to see the aspiring heroes ready for the challenges ahead. Their costumes were designed to reflect their quirks and personal styles, and All Might approved of their choices. That's excellent, everyone. You all look incredible now. Now, shall we begin, you bunch of newbies? All Might said enthusiastically. Wait, All Might. Deku isn't here. Uraraka exclaimed. Maybe the nerd finally realizes he doesn't belong here and left, Bakugo commented. How dare you, Bakugo? Izuku proved he deserves to be here during the entrance exam and apprehension test. There's a logical reason why he isn't here right now, Yaoyorozu scolded. Don't mind him, Momo. Bakugo always loves proving his superiority, but I remind him otherwise. Besides, I was just putting the finishing touches on my costume, Midoriya stated as he joined them. Everyone turned to see Midoriya in his hero costume. He wore a black leather jacket with white stripes, armored pauldrons, and a sleeveless tank top underneath. His black tactical breaths featured built-in knee pads, and he wore combat boots. Completing the look were red and black gauntlets, pistols holstered at his hip, and a katana in hand. Wow, that's a manly costume right there, Kirishima commented. I'll say. He has great taste in leather jackets, Jiro added. Deku. Izuku. Both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu said as they approached him. Sorry for being late, Uraraka Momo. By the way, I like your costumes, Midoriya told them. Thank you. But I should have specified what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing, Uraraka replied. Don't feel bad, it fits you well. It looks like a futuristic astronaut suit. You look amazing, Midoriya reassured her, making her blush. Thank you, Deku, Uraraka said, still blushing. And your costume is designed to help you produce whatever you create, right, Momo? So it won't get in the way, Midoriya added. That's correct, Izuku. But I worry others might misinterpret it, considering it looks skimpy despite its purpose, Yaoyorozu said with it. Concerned expression. Just ignore them. If anyone bothers you, let me know. I'll make sure they won't say anything again. You look fantastic in your hero costume, Midoriya encouraged her with a smile and a thumbs up. Yaoyorozu smiled back, a faint blush on her cheeks. Thank you, Izuku. The hero course is the best, Mineta said, ogling at Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Midoriya noticed and shot Mineta a glare, causing him to back away. Meanwhile, All Might was impressed by Midoriya's costume, relieved to see him finding his own identity rather than copying his own style. Now, it's time for combat training, All Might announced. Sir, this battle center looks similar to the entrance exam. Does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again? Ida asked. No, we're moving 2 steps ahead. Most of the time, you'll be fighting villains out in the open. However, villains often hide indoors, so you'll need to be prepared for that, All Might explained. So today's lesson will involve splitting into heroes and villains for a 2-on-2 indoor battle? The symbol of peace announced. Without basic training? Azui asked. This is a real battle to understand the basics. But this time, there won't be foe villains to fight against, All Might replied. How will wins and losses be determined? Yaoyorozu inquired. Can we destroy them? Bakugo asked. Of course, he would be the one to ask that, Midoriya thought to himself. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka asked nervously, not wanting that pressure again. Can we team up with friends? Ida wondered. Isn't this cape wonderful? Aoyama said, completely off topic. All Might was overwhelmed by the rapid-fire questions. I'll answer your questions. Now listen here. The symbol of peace stated as he pulled out some notes. A script, really? But then again, All Might is new at being a teacher, so it makes sense, Midoriya thought, finding All Might's antics amusing. The situation is that a pair of villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are tasked with disposing of the weapon. For the hero team to pass, they must either retrieve the weapon or capture the villains within the allotted time. For the villain team to pass, they must protect the weapon until time runs out or capture the hero team, All Might read from his script. This situation feels kind of American, Midoriya commented. The number 1 hero then took out a yellow box. The teams will be selected by drawing lots. He announced. They're being decided haphazardly? Ida asked, believing the selection should be organized. It actually makes sense, Ida. Pros often create makeshift teams with heroes from different agencies. A pro hero needs to adapt to any scenario they encounter to ensure mission success, Midoriya explained. I see the perception to look ahead, Ida realized, bowing. Please excuse my rudeness. It's fine. Let's hurry up and do this quickly. All Might exclaimed as the students drew lots to see their team pairings. The selected teams were Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyokajiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakura. Team J, Ijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. Wow, Deku-kun, we're on the same team. It must be fate. Let's do our best. Uraraka said cheerfully, giving a thumbs up. Midoriya smiled back, matching her enthusiasm. Yeah, let's do our best. All Might dramatically placed his hands in 2 boxes, one labeled Hero and the other Villain. The first teams to fight will be, he announced, pulling out a black ball labeled D and a white ball labeled A. These teams. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Bakugo smirked, excitement coursing through him at the thought of facing Midoriya. Perfect. I get to crush Deku right off the bat, he thought to himself. By the way, Midoriya, are those weapons real or just for training? Kaminari asked, eyeing the green-haired teen's gear. All Might, do you have what I asked for? Midoriya inquired, looking at the pro hero. Indeed, I do, young Midoriya, All Might replied, producing some clay pigeons. Midoriya took the targets and moved away from the group. He tossed the targets into the air and drew his 6-hour 1911 tack-ups, skillfully shattering the first 3 with precision. He switched to his SW-1911 pistol to take out 2 more before summoning his Remington 870 MCS shotgun to destroy 3 targets simultaneously. The last target was about to hit the ground when Midoriya sliced it in half with his katana. The class watched in awe at Midoriya's impressive display of skill. Sheathing his katana, he turned to his classmates. They're as real as they were made to be, he said. But I won't be using them in today's lesson, he added, handing All Might his weapons. Instead, I'll be using this. He revealed a collapsible metal baton. I'll hold on to your weapons until the lesson is done, All Might assured him before addressing the rest of the class. Now, everyone else, head to the monitor room. Yes, sir, the students of Class 1A responded eagerly. All the students, except for those participating, left with All Might to the monitor room, excited to see how the battle would unfold and strategize with their teammates. Midoriya noticed Bakugo glaring at him and returned the look with a fierce glare of his own. Bakugo flinched and turned away, growling softly. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will enter, and the battle will start. All Might announced through the intercom. Yes, sir. The villain team responded, making their way to the building. Young Ida, young Bakugo, think from the villain's perspective. This is close to a real battle. Go all out and don't be afraid to get hurt. If things go too far, I'll stop it, All Might instructed. Yes, sir. Ida replied, while Bakugo remained silent, his focus on Midoriya and Uraraka, who were warming up outside. Even though this is training, it pains me to play the role of a villain. So our job is to protect this. Ida said, knocking on the fake nuclear weapon. Hey! Bakugo called, turning Ida's attention. What do you think of Deku's quirk? I find it very impressive. The fact that Midoriya can control fire and generate his own is remarkable. However, you seem especially angry when it comes to him, Ida responded. Bakugo clenched his fists, anger boiling inside him. That demon Deku. He humiliated me in junior high and high school ever since he got his quirk. Now he's doing it here at UA. I'm going to show him. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Uraraka were outside, discussing their battle strategy. There's so much to memorize about the building's layout. But All Might is just like he is on TV. At least there's no punishment like with Aizawa-sensei, so we can relax a bit, Uraraka said, glancing at Midoriya, who was focused on memorizing the layout. Yeah, but we shouldn't take this lightly, Midoriya replied. By the way, what's Bakugu's problem with you? Uraraka asked, curious. Bakugu always believed he was amazing because of the praise he received when he got his quirk. Mine didn't develop until I was 15, so I was bullied by him and his friends for a long time. But my siblings and late father trained me and I was determined to become a hero. Bakugu always told me my quirk was villainous and that I could never be a hero. But I proved him wrong every time he challenged me, Midoriya explained. Wow, that must have been tough, Uraraka said sympathetically. Yeah, but my determination paid off. I gained my quirk and took my father's words to heart. To this day, my siblings and I still live by those words. Do you know what they are, Uraraka? Midoriya asked. What are they, Deku? She wondered. A quirk doesn't define someone as a hero or villain, it's their actions that decide it. So let's show everyone why we chose to become heroes. Midoriya declared, determination shining in his eyes. Uraraka felt inspired by his words and smiled brightly. Yeah, let's do our best and win, she exclaimed. All Might's voice came through the intercom again. Now, let's begin the indoor combat training with teams A and D. Midoriya turned to Uraraka. Okay, I know Bakugu well, and he'll come after me to prove his superiority. So listen up, Uraraka, here's the plan. Okay, everyone, you should also strategize with your teammate as well, All Might instructed the rest of Class 1A. All of them were gathered in the monitor room, where screens displayed various angles of the building. This setup allowed All Might and the students to observe the ongoing mock battle and evaluate their performance. Young Midoriya, here you are no more than a student. I'll grade you strictly without playing favorites. So do your best and remember the training that got you here, All Might thought as he focused on the screens, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Midoriya and Uraraka entered the building through an open window. We've infiltrated successfully, Uraraka announced as they landed on the floor. Be careful, there are a lot of blind spots, so keep your guard up, Midoriya advised as they made their way down the hallway. Suddenly, Midoriya grabbed Uraraka and pulled her back just as Bakugu rounded the corner. He aimed an explosion at Midoriya, but the green-haired boy dodged just in time, causing Bakugu's attack to hit the wall instead. You okay, Uraraka? Midoriya asked, concern evident in his voice. Yeah, thanks to your quick thinking, Uraraka replied, brushing herself off. Bakugu cleared the smokescreen with a swipe of his arm. Come on, Vedette. Don't dodge, fight me like a man. Midoriya chuckled as he sprang back to his feet. Right on the money about you coming after me, Bakugu. Meanwhile, in the monitor room, Kaminari exclaimed, a surprise attack from the start? Bakugu, that's not fair. A surprise attack isn't manly. Kirishima protested, punching his palm in frustration. Actually, a surprise attack is a valid strategy. They're in the middle of an actual battle, All Might explained, holding a grading book. Midoriya avoided it. Ashido pointed out. There goes Bakugu, Kaminari noted as the monitors showed Bakugu charging at Midoriya. I won't do too much damage to stop the fight, but I'm gonna get close, he yelled, aiming a right hook at Midoriya. Before Bakugu could connect, Midoriya countered with a roundhouse kick to Bakugu's head, followed by a judo throw that sent him to the ground. Wow, you're like a martial arts emsu, Deku-kun. Uraraka cheered, while everyone in the monitor room was taken aback by the impressive counter. Bakugu, Midoriya said as Bakugu got back on his feet. You are really predictable. You always start with a right hook. Do you know why I usually win? It's because I've studied your fighting style. I keep an analysis of every hero I admire in my hero journals. What? Bakugu shouted, his anger rising. That's why you'll never beat me, no matter how hard you try, Midoriya declared, his eyes glowing with determination. What did you just say to me? Bakugu charged at Midoriya, but was met with a knee kick to the stomach, followed by an uppercut that sent him reeling. Bakugu's frustration grew until he heard Ida's voice through his earpiece. Hey, Bakugu, what's your status? What happened? Just shut up and defend the bomb. I'm furious right now. Bakugu snapped. I'm not asking how you feel. Hey. Ida's voice faded as Bakugu cut the connection. He hung up, going off on his own like that. What is wrong with him? Back in the monitor room, Mina exclaimed, Man, Midoriya is so cool. He fights like a total pro. I wonder how he got like that. We can ask him after the battle, Azui suggested. Sounds good to me. Hagakure added, equally curious. Man, what are Bakugu and Midoriya saying? I can't tell with the camera fixed and no sound, Kirishima remarked. Both hero and villain teams have small wireless radios. You can bring that, the building's floor plan, and this capture tape. Once you wrap this on your opponent, it shows you captured them. All Might explained. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the bomb is, right? Ashido asked. That's correct, All Might confirmed. The heroes are at a disadvantage here. Ashido exclaimed, noting the time limit for both teams. Heroes should be able to turn any predicament around. Besides, Mr. Aizawa already told you, right? Here we go, All Might began. Plus Ultra. The students finished in unison. Monsieur, Bakugu is, Aoyama started. Huh. All Might replied, glancing back at the monitors. Bakugu had his left hand behind his back, preparing to ignite an explosion. Midoriya noticed and shouted to Uraraka, Uraraka, go. Follow the plan. Right. Uraraka responded, sprinting to the upper floors. Looking away during a fight? You must be confident. Bakugu taunted as he propelled himself toward Midoriya. He launched a roundhouse kick aimed at Midoriya's head, but Midoriya blocked it just in time and seized Bakugu's leg. Channeling One for All, he threw Bakugu across the hallway, causing him to crash against the wall. The one who's full of himself is you. I got to where I am by working hard and pushing myself to the limit. You think you're amazing because of the praise you've received. But now, I'm going to show you the difference between pride and diligence, Midoriya stated, his eyes glowing brighter as he assumed his fighting stance. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Pride vs. Diligence. The mock battle between Team A, Midoriya and Uraraka, and Team D, Bakugu and Ida, continued. Midoriya landed several punches and kicks, pushing Bakugu back with an uppercut to the chin. Midoriya then pulled out his collapsible baton and charged toward Bakugu. However, Bakugu dodged to the side just in time. He aimed an explosion at Midoriya, the heat building in his palms, but Midoriya leapt back before Bakugu could fire. The green-haired teen dashed in the opposite direction of the furious blonde. Demented. Get back here, Deku. Bakugu shouted, bolting after him. After a brief game of cat and mouse, Bakugu grew impatient. Where are you, Deku? Come out and fight like a real man, he yelled. Over here. Midoriya called out, and as Bakugu turned his head, he was met with a knee kick to the stomach, powered by 10% of One for All. The attack sent Bakugu crashing down, landing on his back on the floor. You got lucky with that cheap shot. Bakugu exclaimed angrily as he slowly got back on his feet. Midoriya was careful as he hopped from one foot to the other, channeling 10% of One for All throughout his body. A dense heat surged through his veins, steam rolling off his costume before igniting into arcs of lightning that crackled and twisted around him. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bakugu. The ash-blonde teen tried to cross his arms to defend himself but was caught off guard when Midoriya struck him in the abdomen with his baton. Bakugu fell to his knees, coughing and wheezing. Midoriya seized the opportunity and took off running, with Bakugu chasing after him. Meanwhile, Uraraka was on the 5th floor of the building, peeking around a corner. Found it, she thought, spotting Ida guarding the nuclear bomb. Now, I just have to call Deku-kun and hide until he arrives to help. But before she could contact Midoriya, she overheard Ida speaking. She peeked around the corner again to see what he was saying. Bakugu is naturally bad, but it fits the exercise perfectly. I must also devote myself to villainy. This is another trial for me to become a man who won't bring shame to the Ida family. Ida declared. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil to become a hero. I am extremely evil, he proclaimed in an exaggerated villain voice. Uraraka struggled to contain her laughter but ultimately giggled at the sight. He's taking this too seriously, she thought. However, her laughter caught Ida's attention. Is that you, Uraraka? He called out, still in character. Oh no, I blew my cover, she thought, unable to suppress a snicker. Knowing she had been discovered, Uraraka stepped out from her hiding spot. I knew you came here alone the instant Bakugu ran off by himself. Your quirk allows you to make anything you touch float. That's why I put everything on this floor away before your arrival. Now you cannot play any of your tricks. You have blundered, hero. Ida said, cackling madly. He's starting to look like a villain, Uraraka remarked, a bead of sweat rolling down her face. Back with Midoriya and Bakugu, Midoriya was hiding in a room when he heard Uraraka through his earpiece. Deku-kun. Uraraka. How's it going? Midoriya responded. Ida found me. I'm sorry. I slipped up and he knew I was here, Uraraka apologized. I'm evil, came Ida's dramatic voice, leaving Midoriya confused. Was that Ida? He asked, perplexed. Yeah, he's really getting into the whole villain role right now, Uraraka replied. Where are you? Midoriya pressed, focusing on the situation. On the 5th floor, that's where the weapon is, she answered. That's directly above me and Bakugu. We don't have much time left. If we run out of time, our opponents win, Midoriya stated. Just then, Bakugu stormed into the room, his face filled with rage. He was breathing and his right glove glowed red. They're loaded, he said with a smirk. Midoriya remained silent as he activated one for all throughout his body, taking his fighting stance. Why aren't you going all out? Bakugo questioned. What? Midoriya replied, caught off guard. Bakugo growled in frustration. Don't act stupid. I know you aren't giving it your all. What you're using now doesn't compare to what you did during Aizawa-sensei's test, the one where you threw the ball around the world 3 times. He's gotten sharper, Midoriya thought, realizing he had been caught. Are you saying you can easily beat me when you're not going all out? Even if you win every time, don't underestimate me, Deku. Bakugo shouted, raising his right arm. My quirk lets me secrete nitroglycerin-like sweat from my palms and make it explode. If they made these gauntlets the way I asked, then they store the nitroglycerin inside, Bakugo explained, placing a finger on the firing pin of his grenade-like gauntlet. Don't tell me. Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to hurt him? All Might's voice came through Bakugo's earpiece, filled with concern. He won't get hurt as long as he dodges. Bakugo replied, pulling the firing pin. An explosion erupted from the gauntlet, larger than anything Bakugo had produced before. The blast surged toward Midoriya, shaking the entire building. Both Uraraka and Ida felt the tremor and stumbled. The explosion was so powerful that everyone in the monitor room could feel it. Class 1A was shocked by Bakugo's reckless attack. This is supposed to be a lesson. What is Bakugo thinking? Kirishima exclaimed. Young Midoriya! Young Midoriya! All Might shouted into the mic, worried for his students' safety. Yaoyorozu prayed that Midoriya was okay. Please be okay, Izuku, she thought. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Midoriya was unscathed, his eyes glowing bright red as he held Bakugo's explosion in a massive sphere. Midoriya's eyes shone intensely as the giant orb began to shrink between his hands. He continued until the globe completely vanished, glaring at Bakugo. That could actually hurt someone if they weren't ready for it, Midoriya said, anger evident in his voice. I think it's time I end this before you do something dangerous again. He shifted into his fighting stance. Wow, Midoriya just made Bakugo's attack disappear, Kaminari said in the monitor room. Yeah, that was so manly. Kirishima commented, pumping his fist. Seems like Midoriya is getting fired up, Siro noted. Ida, was that shaking caused by you? Are you insane? You better explain yourself. Ida shouted into his earpiece, demanding answers. This is my chance. I just need to touch the weapon and we win. Uraraka thought, taking advantage of Ida's distraction as she dashed for the weapon. Ida noticed Uraraka's plan and went on the defensive. I won't let you, hero. Uraraka used her quirk to float in the air and leaped over Ida, who was caught off guard. She can make herself float now? I just need to touch the weapon to secure our victory. Uraraka thought as she deactivated her quirk. However, Ida swiftly used his quirk to snatch the weapon away from her before she could reach it. Uraraka rolled on the ground for a bit before hitting a wall. Ida, fully embracing his villain role, laughed as he taunted her. Your quirk isn't threatening if you can't touch anything. I'll hold out until the time limit is reached. Deku-kun is trying his best. I can't give up. Uraraka thought to herself as she got back on her feet. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Bakugo were locked in a fierce battle. Midoriya landed several jabs and hooks to Bakugo's face, followed by a double knee kick to his stomach. Bakugo retaliated with a right hook, but Midoriya caught his attack and countered with a punch to the gut and a spinning back fist to the face. Oi, Deku, why are you still holding back? Bakugo shouted, frustration evident in his voice. Do you still believe you're stronger than me? You're wrong. How many times have you won since I gained my quirk? Midoriya replied, landing a spinning hook kick on Bakugo. None. You've never beaten me once. Uraraka, what's the situation? Midoriya asked through his earpiece. Deku-kun. Thank goodness you're all right. Uraraka responded, relieved to know he was safe. Bakugo's expression turned perplexed. Ignoring me again? I can't believe this nerd. Am I not a threat? In the monitor room, the spectators were glued to the unfolding match. Midoriya's pushing Bakugo back? But Bakugo's really intense. He might hurt someone if this keeps up. You should stop this, Kirishima urged All Might. No. All Might replied, his gaze fixed on the battle. Part of him is sane. I don't know if it's small-minded, but anyway, he thought before addressing the mic, young Bakugo, if you use a technique like that again, I'll stop the fight and your team loses. That's your only warning. Bakugo responded with confusion. Huh. Using a large-scale attack inside invites destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That's a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. Points for your team will be deducted because of your actions, All Might explained. As a teacher, I should stop this. However, he contemplated. Don't worry about it, All Might, Midoriya reassured him. The #1 hero raised an eyebrow at his student's confidence. You don't have to stop the fight. I'm going to finish it right now, Midoriya declared. What did you just say, Deku? Bakugo yelled as he charged at Midoriya, explosions at the ready. Midoriya intercepted him and executed a Tomo Nage, sending Bakugo crashing into a wall. All Might was taken aback by Midoriya's boldness. Young Midoriya, I don't know what you've planned, but I believe in you, he thought. Get ready, Uraraka. I'll be arriving very soon. Just keep Ida distracted. Midoriya instructed through his earpiece. You got it. Over and out. Uraraka replied, following his orders. Fine. Let's settle this with our fists, Deku. Bakugo challenged, launching himself forward with explosions. Midoriya prepared to counter, but Bakugo cleverly altered his trajectory using his quirk, hitting Midoriya's back with an explosion. He's getting crafty. But I'll admit that I wasn't expecting that, Midoriya thought, feeling the impact of Bakugo's explosive attack. In the monitor room, the students were surprised by Bakugo's strategy. What was that? Kirishima exclaimed. He doesn't seem like the type to think, but he's more clever than I expected, Todoroki observed. What do you mean? Kirishima asked. Bakugo changed his path with a blast that doubled as a smokescreen and used it again immediately, Todoroki explained. Getting a clean hit while battling with inertia requires fine adjustments to his explosion's power. Bakugo must have a keen understanding of his quirk to pull off a move like that, Yaoyorozu added. Bakugo's talented, too talented man, what a drag. Kaminari complained. Bakugo sought to capitalize on his previous attack with another swing. Where's that confidence you had earlier, Deku? You'll always be below me. Here comes the right swing, he shouted, aiming for his signature right hook. For the love of Kami, just shut up. Midoriya retorted, striking Bakugo with an elbow to the face before throwing him into a nearby wall. I should stop this, but I don't want to stop them, for his sake, All Might thought, torn by his internal conflict. You goddamn nerd, you keep underestimating me. I know you have more power than that, so stop holding back already. Bakugo yelled. You want my full power? Then make me use it, Midoriya challenged as they charged at each other. They both leaped forward, arms pulled back for an attack. Bakugo prepared an explosion while Midoriya channeled 10% of One for All. These are the first passionate emotions young Bakugo has shown other than when he declared he'll be the next #1 hero. I'm sure this is necessary for you to achieve the future you strive for. All Might thought. You're toast, Deku. Bakugo shouted, readying his explosion. Both of you. All Might began through the intercom as the two were inches from each other. However, Midoriya teleported away from Bakugo, shocking him. He reappeared to deliver a punch to Bakugo's gut, followed by a punch to the kidney from behind, causing Bakugo to bounce off the ground. The impact knocked the wind out of him. Midoriya then used capture tape to bind Bakugo's arms and legs before grabbing him. Midoriya teleported himself and Bakugo to the 5th floor, where Uraraka and Ida were stunned to see them. Midoriya threw Bakugo at Ida, who caught him, only to be hit with a dropkick to the face from Midoriya. Midoriya then took out his baton and landed several hits on Ida's shoulders, sides and legs. Ida fell to the ground when Midoriya struck him with a running bicycle kick, then trapped him with a reverse figure 4 leg lock. Uraraka, get the bomb. Midoriya urged. Right. Uraraka replied, rushing to the bomb and touching it. Weapon retrieved, she announced with a thumbs up. No. The weapon. Ida screamed in horror as his voice echoed throughout the building. As the time ran out, All Might's voice resonated through the intercom. Hero Team. Wins. Silence enveloped Bakugo as he processed All Might's words. Realization hit him like a brick. Deku beat me. Again. Those were the words Bakugo never wanted to admit, shocked that Deku had triumphed over him 3 times since starting at UA. He looked towards Deku as he helped Ida up while Uraraka checked on him. Midoriya noticed the blank expression on Bakugo's face. He shook his head, determined to stand his ground. Midoriya was resolved to teach Bakugo a lesson. He wouldn't allow Bakugo to bully or boss anyone around anymore. Midoriya was committed to ensuring that no one, not even Bakugo, would stand in the way of him and his classmates achieving their dreams. Bakugo broke the silence. You played me from the start. You knew I would attack head-on. You knew my team would separate. You planned all of this. You sent that girl after the weapon while you distracted me. You baited me. Midoriya hesitated but knew Bakugo was right. Despite his brash demeanor, Bakugo was clever. However, he also recognized that he had lost fairly. Midoriya sighed and replied, You're right. I did. He, Ida, and Uraraka then left the building to rejoin their classmates. As they walked, they spotted All Might outside. You two go on ahead. I'm sure All Might wants to talk to me, Midoriya said to his friends. They nodded and headed back to the monitor room. Excellent work, young Midoriya. I was surprised you could have ended the battle early. Why did you let it drag on? All Might inquired. I wanted to teach Bakugo a lesson, so I thought it was important for him to learn from this experience, Midoriya explained before joining his classmates. Meanwhile, inside the building, Bakugo clenched his fist in frustration. Deku predicted my moves. And he won the exercise. If we had fought seriously, he could have completely beaten me. Bakugo's thoughts were interrupted by a hand on his shoulder. Come back, young Bakugo. It's time to review the results. Whether you win or lose, learning from each experience is part of life, All Might said. Bakugo left the building in silence and joined the others in the monitor room. After reviewing the results, I declare Midoriya the MVP. Can anyone explain why? All Might asked the class, prompting Yaoyorozu to raise her hand. Izuku was the only one who embraced his role and treated the challenge as a real-life situation. He avoided drastic moves that could lead to collateral damage. Izuku devised a solid plan that minimized harm and captured the villains for questioning. Meanwhile, Uraraka exposed her position to the enemy, waiting for Izuku to assist her, Yaoyorozu explained. Furthermore, Bakugo was driven by a grudge against Izuku, which led him to use a destructive move. Ida respected his role but made a slight mistake by carelessly moving the fake weapon, something a novice villain wouldn't do. If the weapon had been real, that misstep could have caused serious damage. That's why Izuku is the MVP. He approached the exercise as if it were real, while the others did not, she added, causing Bakugo to growl in annoyance. Everyone, except Bakugo, was impressed by Yaoyorozu's analysis. That was more than I expected, All Might thought before responding. That's correct, Yaoyorozu. However, you overlooked a few things. Both Midoriya and Ida could have relaxed a bit, the symbol of peace stated. I believe in starting with the basics and dedicating oneself to learning. That's the path to becoming a top pro hero, Yaoyorozu replied, earning more admiration from her classmates. Wait, Deku-kun, are your hands and back okay? They look burned, Uraraka noticed, pointing out the injuries. Midoriya glanced down and realized she was right. Oh, I didn't notice until you mentioned it, he admitted. Here, take this. It'll lead you to Recovery Girl so you can get that healed, All Might said, handing Midoriya a slip of paper. Thanks, All Might Sensei, Midoriya replied. Good luck in your battles, everyone. Especially you, Momo. I'll do my best, Izuku. Just make sure you get healed up before school ends, okay? Yaoyorozu said with concern. You got it, Midoriya responded as he left. As Midoriya exited, the rest of the team prepared for their part in the combat training. Next up was Team B as heroes against Team I as villains. Hagakure instructed Ojiro to stay behind to guard the bomb while she went after Todoroki and Shoji. She intended to capture them while remaining invisible, though she felt embarrassed to strip in front of Ojiro, who was equally flustered. Inside the building, Todoroki and Shoji were making their way down the halls. Shoji informed his teammate that the enemy was on the 5th floor. Todoroki told Shoji to exit the building as he immediately froze it. Both Ojiro and Hagakure found themselves trapped, resulting in a victory for the hero team. However, everyone in the monitor room began to feel the chill from Todoroki's ice. Once the ice melted, the next teams were Team H as heroes and Team J as villains. Fumikage and Azui navigated toward their opponents, while Siro set up tape around the room and Kirishima hardened his arms. The villain team waited for the heroes to arrive. However, the results remained unknown. After their match concluded, Team G as heroes faced off against Team C as villains. Yaoyorozu constructed barricades to block the doors where her teammate and the bomb were stationed. Mineta, distracted by her, received a glare from her that made him tremble. Below them, Jiro used one of her ear jacks to listen for any sounds, signaling Kaminari about their opponents while he charged electricity in his hands. Yet, the outcome of that battle was also unclear, as the following teams prepared to compete. Team E acted as heroes while Team F played the villains. Sato consumed sugar to activate his quirk. As he readied himself, Koda appeared anxious, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Aoyama walked with flair as Mina skated on the ground using her acid. Some of her acid splashed onto Aoyama's cape, shocking him, but she quickly apologized. As before, the results of this match were also not revealed, but all combat training matches had concluded. Great work, everyone. Now that all the matches are over, you can return to your homeroom, All Might announced. Now let me show you how a pro exits. All Might declared as he swiftly departed from ground beta. Wow, he wasn't kidding about exiting like a pro, Kaminari remarked, his eyes wide with amazement at All Might's speed. Meanwhile, All Might made his way to Recovery Girl's office just before his time limit expired. He transformed back to his true form and knocked on the door. Hearing Recovery Girl invite him in, he entered and noticed Midoriya resting on one of the beds. Was his injury that bad? All Might inquired. He only suffered first-degree burns to his hands and back, and his muscles were slightly torn. Fortunately, one of his classmates noticed his injuries before they worsened, Recovery Girl explained. That's a relief, All Might replied. But when he arrived, I thought it was because he was injured from using the quirk you gave him. Recovery Girl exclaimed, tapping All Might's leg with her cane. Please keep your voice down. You never know who might be outside, All Might cautioned. However, he's just resting now, and it seems the healing factor you mentioned has completely healed him. He should wake up very soon, the nurse added. Just then, Midoriya stirred awake and stretched his arms. Man, I didn't think that injury was that severe, he said, noticing All Might and Recovery Girl in the room. The burns on your hands and back, along with the torn muscles, are fully healed. You're clear to move, but do be cautious next time, Recovery Girl advised as she removed the bandages from his hands. Yes, ma'am, Midoriya replied, getting off the bed. Looks like you're up next, All Might. See you tomorrow. Of course, young Midoriya. I can't wait to see how you and your classmates will grow from our teachings, All Might responded with a smile. I'm surprised that the UA staff knows your secret too. It shows that UA has many trustworthy people. I'm glad you encouraged me to trust them with my secret, Midoriya said, smiling back. I'm pleased to hear that. They are indeed great people in their own ways. Now head back to your homeroom, your classmates may be worried about you, All Might instructed. Yes, sir. Midoriya said as he exited the nurse's office. As he walked back to his classroom, Midoriya realized something. I missed my afternoon classes. Aizawa-sensei is definitely not going to let that slide, he thought, sweat forming on his brow as he opened the door. Immediately he was greeted by his classmates. Yaoyorozu rushed over and hugged him, which he returned. Are you okay, Izuku? You're fully healed, right? She asked, concern etched on her face. Don't worry, Momo, I am. Recovery Girl healed me. Midoriya assured her with a smile as they released the hug. Good job out there, Midoriya. I don't know what you were saying during your match, but you were fired up. Kirishima exclaimed. It was awesome seeing the top two from the entrance exam fight. Siro added. You did an amazing job dodging. Ashido chimed in energetically. You all were giving it your all in your match, so we gave it our all too, Sato said, pumping his fist. You weren't exactly elegant, but, Aoyama started to say, but Ashido interrupted. You did an awesome job dodging, she repeated. Thanks for the compliments. It's a shame I couldn't see you all shine during your matches, Midoriya responded. Well, I'm Eijiro Kirishima. I'm glad to be training alongside you, Kirishima introduced himself. I'm Hanta Siro. Siro said enthusiastically. I'm Yuya Aoyama, Aoyama began, but Ashido cut in again. I'm Mina Ashido. Nice to meet you, she said brightly. I'm Tsuyu Azui, but you can call me Tsu, Azui introduced herself. I'm Rikido Sato. Sato added. I'm Mineta. Mineta exclaimed, popping up unexpectedly. I'm Yuga Aoyama, the one who never stops shining. Aoyama declared dramatically, striking a pose. Where did you come from? You didn't do anything impressive during training, Ashido remarked. All of you are too loud, Tokoyami commented, sitting atop a desk. Tokoyami, that desk is not a chair. Please get down at once. Ida said sternly, making his signature chopping motion. It's not that big of a deal, right? Jiro said bluntly. W dash? A shocked Ida responded. Also, what's with those hand movements? Ojiro wondered. You guys. I can't condone actions that disrespect our upperclassmen. Ida declared with authority. Ida doesn't waver, does he? Midoriya thought, sweat trickling down his face. Just then, Kaminari and Uraraka entered, each carrying stacks of books. Hey, Uraraka, wanna grab a bite sometime? What do you like? Kaminari asked, unaware that Uraraka thought he was asking her out. Machi, Uraraka began, but then she noticed Midoriya. Midoriya, she exclaimed, rushing over to him and momentarily sidelining Kaminari. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Or were your injuries healed? Uraraka asked, her concern evident. I'm fine, Uraraka. Like I told Momo, all my injuries are healed thanks to Recovery Girl. I just needed to rest in her office, Midoriya explained. He then noticed that everyone except Bakugo was present in the classroom. I'm guessing Bakugo left because he lost to me? He asked. We tried to stop him, but he left without saying anything, Uraraka replied. Don't worry. I'll find Bakugo and talk to him, Midoriya said as he left the classroom. In the hallway, he spotted Bakugo heading toward the front gates and quickly caught up to him. So this is how you accept defeat, Bakugo? Midoriya questioned. What do you want, Deku? Bakugo shot back, locking eyes with him. I just came to check on you, and we need to talk, Midoriya replied. There's nothing to talk about. You beat me fair and square. But don't let this victory go to your head, Deku. I won't let you stay ahead of me anymore. I will beat you one day. And when that day comes, you'll realize I was right about becoming the #1 hero. So get ready for that day, Deku, because I won't hold back. Bakugo declared, a hint of emotion in his voice. Midoriya sighed, realizing Bakugo was not in the mood to listen. Alright, I'll accept that challenge, Bakugo. But I won't be easy to take down, so you'd better train hard. I'm aiming to become the #1 hero as well. From now on, we're officially rivals, he responded. Bakugo huffed and walked away, leaving Midoriya standing alone. Yet, a smile crept onto his face as he contemplated what the future might hold. Unknown to Midoriya and Bakugo, All Might, in his muscular form, listened to their conversation from the shadows. He felt a sense of pride for Midoriya, who had managed to keep the secret of One for All from Bakugo. The rivalry that had developed between them was a positive sign, as it would motivate both to push beyond their limits. All Might thought to himself that Midoriya was doing an excellent job and encouraged him to continue. Meanwhile, Uraraka, Azui, Ashido, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Hagakure observed the interaction between Midoriya and Bakugo. Ashido expressed her frustration at not being able to hear what they were saying. Yaoyorozu speculated that the two had become rivals, while Uraraka remarked on the potential for an epic battle between them. Jiro noted that it seemed more like Bakugo was declaring war, with Midoriya simply accepting the challenge. Azui agreed, pointing out Bakugo's visible displeasure at being outperformed by Midoriya. Hagakure found the situation thrilling. Uraraka repeated the idea of a fated battle between rivals, and Yaoyorozu suggested they find Ida and meet up with Midoriya, not wanting to keep him waiting. Uraraka readily agreed, and Ashido asked if they could ask Midoriya some questions while they fetched Ida. Yaoyorozu assured her that Midoriya wouldn't mind, having found him to be kind and selfless during their previous encounters. With a teasing smirk, Ashido wondered if Yaoyorozu and Midoriya were dating since they called each other by their first names. Yaoyorozu blushed and quickly denied it, explaining that they had simply spent time together before the entrance exam. Ashido persisted, pointing out how close they seemed, even mentioning that Aizawa-sensei had commented on their dynamic. Flustered, Yaoyorozu urged Uraraka to help her find Ida. Jiro suggested they ask their questions to learn more about Midoriya before he left, and the four girls eagerly agreed, heading outside to find him. Meanwhile, in an abandoned bar deep within the city, a slim man stood at 5 feet 11 inches, dressed in a plain black long-sleeved shirt, matching breaths and red shoes, with a hooded jacket obscuring his identity. He read a newspaper with the headline, "All Might becomes a UA teacher, closes agency temporarily." He pondered aloud what would happen if the symbol of peace were to fall to villains. Midoriya arrived at UA's front gates for another day at the Hero University, but he was quickly surrounded by reporters. Feeling uncomfortable with their intrusion into his personal space, he responded to a female reporter's question about All Might's classes. He praised All Might as a good teacher but insisted he needed to get to class. The reporters then turned their attention to Uraraka, who had just arrived. They bombarded her with questions about All Might. Caught off guard, she described him as very muscular, flexing her arms in imitation of him. As Ida approached, the reporters shifted their focus to him, eager to hear his thoughts on All Might as a teacher. Ida began to speak about the institution's excellence, but Midoriya quickly intervened, placing a hand over his mouth and pulling him away to avoid further questions that would delay them. As they made their way into the school, a female reporter recognized Bakugo and brought up the incident with the sludge villain. Bakugo, visibly irritated by the mention, chose to ignore her and continued walking. The reporter then attempted to engage Aizawa, who stood at the gate, but he firmly told her to leave, citing the disruption to classes. Frustrated, the reporter demanded to speak with All Might, but Aizawa walked away, leaving her exasperated. When she tried to enter the school, a buzzer sounded, and metal gates descended to block her path. The cameraman explained that the UA barrier prevented anyone without proper identification from entering. The female reporter complained about the school's strictness, expressing her frustration over the lack of comments from the faculty. The news of All Might's new role as a teacher had captured the nation's attention, drawing media attention and causing a stir at UA. Unbeknownst to everyone, a mysterious figure lurked in the shadows, watching the unfolding events. The wind blew around the figure, revealing that it was not just a random bystander but someone with purpose. Aizawa entered Class 1A's classroom, where all the students were present. "Good work on yesterday's combat training. I reviewed the video and the results," he announced as the students prepared for class. His gaze landed on Bakugo. "Bakugo, you're talented, so act maturely and learn from your losses." "I know," Bakugo replied with an annoyed grunt. Aizawa then turned to Midoriya. "Midoriya, you did an excellent job treating the training like a real situation. Just be cautious, reckless moves can have serious consequences." "Yes, sensei." Midoriya responded eagerly. "Now, let's get down to business. Sorry for the late notice, but today you'll..." Aizawa said, leaving the students in suspense. Is it another special test? Many of them thought. "To decide on a class representative," Aizawa finished. "A normal school activity," the class thought in relief. "I want to be the class rep. Pick me." Kirishima exclaimed, raising both arms. "I can do that job." Kaminari declared, his hand up. "Yeah, you're going to need me," Jiro added, raising her hand. "It's a role made for Aoyama started, but Ashido interrupted, shouting, "I'll be the leader." "Pick me," and I'll make the female uniform skirt 30 centimeters above knee level. Mineta exclaimed, only to be elbowed by Midoriya. Midoriya reflected on the chaos in the classroom, where many were shouting outlandish things. Even Bakugo had his hand raised, eager to be the class representative. "Pick me, you idiots! I'm the only one you need," he shouted. "Silence, please," Ida called out, and the room fell quiet as everyone turned to him. This position carries serious responsibility. It's not just for anyone who wants it, it requires trust from your peers. We should use democracy to decide who will represent us. Ida explained. "Your hand is raised the highest," someone pointed out as Ida stood with his hand up. "Why do you suggest that?" Kaminari asked, confused. "We don't know each other well enough to trust one another," Azui pointed out. "Everyone can vote for themselves," Kirishima added. "Exactly. The one with the most votes will be the most suitable representative," Ida stated, then turned to Aizawa. "What do you think, Aizawa-sensei?" "I don't care, just decide before homeroom ends." "And keep it down," Aizawa replied, settling into his yellow sleeping bag on the floor. "Thank you very much," Ida said, bowing. A few minutes later, the election results were announced. Izuku Midoriya, 3 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 2 votes. Midoriya was shocked. "How did I get 3 votes?" he thought, standing in front of the class with Yaoyorozu, who smiled beside him. He had voted for her, yet he had won the majority. He wondered who had voted for him. "Okay, who voted for the nerd?" Bakugo yelled, rising from his seat. "You really thought someone would vote for you?" Shiro retorted. "What did you say?" Bakugo shouted back. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka exchanged innocent glances, trying to appear nonchalant. "I think it's best if I keep my mouth shut," they both thought. "Well, Bakugo, to be class representative, you need to be calm. And you don't have that," Midoriya pointed out. "I give up." 0 votes. "I knew this would happen," Ida lamented, his disappointment evident. "You voted for someone else, didn't you?" Yaoyorozu asked sympathetically. "But you wanted to be class rep too. What were you trying to do, Ida?" Sato wondered, while Todoroki shook his head in disapproval. "Then the class representative is Izuku Midoriya, and the vice representative is Momo Yaoyorozu," Aizawa announced in a monotone voice. "Thank you for voting for me. I promise to do my best to meet your expectations," Midoriya said with a smile. "I'll do the same alongside Izuku," Yaoyorozu added, smiling back. "It's strange though. Yesterday, I got first place while you got second in the apprehension test. Now, I'm the class rep and you're the vice rep. Is the universe trying to tell us something, Momo?" Midoriya asked. "Possibly," Yaoyorozu replied, giving him an adorable wink that made him blush. "Hey, this might not be too bad," Azui commented, observing the two representing their class. "Yeah, I agree. Midoriya can be fired up but also calm. He's a solid choice for class rep." Yaoyorozu was impressive during the battle results discussion, Kirishima added. As the class discussed the election results, they agreed on the 2 chosen representatives. However, Ida remained quiet, still upset about not receiving a single vote, while Bakugo was frustrated that Midoriya had won. "By the way, don't let me catch you two getting too close. Keep that for your private time," Aizawa warned Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. The two immediately blushed and looked away, flustered, while the rest of the class chuckled. Later, in the lunchroom. "Wow, it's so crowded today," Uraraka remarked, noticing the packed cafeteria. "That's because all the students from the hero, support, and management courses gather here," Ida explained. Uraraka took a bite of her rice, savoring the flavor. "This rice is delicious." Midoriya sighed. "Honestly, I'm a bit nervous about being class rep," he admitted, taking a bite of his katsudon. "You're the right person for the job," Uraraka said confidently, continuing to eat. "I agree with Uraraka. You are completely capable of this position," Yaoyorozu added, enjoying her meal. "You'll do great. Your courage and judgment in critical moments make you a worthy leader. Out of all of us, you have the most heroic spirit, which is why I voted for you," Ida said, taking another spoonful of beef stew. "You voted for me?" Midoriya asked, surprised. "I also voted for you," Uraraka revealed. "As did I," Yaoyorozu added. "Wait, all 3 of my votes came from you guys?" Midoriya exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. "But didn't you want to be the class rep, Ida?" "I mean, you have glasses and everything," Uraraka remarked. Midoriya thought to himself, Uraraka says some things without thinking. Ida took a sip of his orange juice. Wanting the position and being suitable are different issues. "I merely did what I judged was the right course of action." "Merely? You don't usually use that word," Midoriya pointed out. "Oh, that's..." Ida mumbled, caught off guard. "I was wondering about something. Are you rich, Ida?" Uraraka asked. "I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want anyone to judge me for my status," Ida explained. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka leaned in eager for more. "Yes, My family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son, he revealed. Wow, they exclaimed in unison. Do you all know the turbo hero, Ingenium? Ida asked. He's a popular hero with 65 sidekicks working at his agency in Tokyo, Midoriya answered, recalling his knowledge of heroes. Ida smiled, standing up with his hands on his waist. He's my older brother, he declared proudly. Just telling us straight out, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu thought. He's a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I aspire to become a hero like my brother. However, I believe I'm not ready to lead others. Midoriya realized the practical portion of the entrance exam, unlike me. That's why I believe he's more fitting for the position, Ida explained, noticing the awe in the eyes of his classmates. This is the first time I've seen you smile, Ida, Uraraka said. What really? I smiled. Ida replied, surprised. Suddenly, an alarm blared, catching the attention of the students in the cafeteria. An alarm! Midoriya exclaimed. A level 3 security breach has been detected. All students, please evacuate outdoors promptly, the intercom announced. What's a level 3 security? Ida asked a third-year student. It means someone trespassed into the school. I've never experienced this during my earlier years. You should hurry too, the upperclassman replied. Chaos erupted as everyone tried to evacuate at once, creating disorder. Students were pressed together, leaving little room to breathe. It was an uncomfortable situation. Ow! Both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu exclaimed as they were squeezed against one another. The same discomfort affected other members of Class 1A. As expected of the best, everybody reacted quickly in a crisis. Ida shouted, despite being squished. Wrong, they panicked too quickly. Midoriya remarked, feeling the pressure of the crowd. Pushed against the window, Midoriya caught sight of the reason for the alarm. The trespassers were none other than the press. Give us all might. He's here, isn't he? A female reporter demanded angrily. We told you he's not here. Present Mike replied, clearly annoyed by the media's persistence. If you give us a brief comment, we'll leave, the reporter insisted. If you give one comment, you'll want another. That's just how you are, Aizawa stated, incredulous that the press had managed to breach the school's security. You know they're illegal trespassers. Can we treat them like villains? Present Mike whispered to Eraserhead. Don't do it, Mike. They'll twist your words and drag your name through the mud. Let's wait for the police, Aizawa responded. Midoriya, observing the scene outside, shook his head in disbelief. All this chaos was because the media wanted to interview All Might. Now I understand the alarms. It's time to calm everyone down, he thought. Using his quirk, he teleported into the air and created a massive fireball to float above the crowd, flying toward the cafeteria's doors. Everyone calm down. It's just the press, so there's nothing to worry about. Our teachers have the situation under control. We're at UA, so instead of acting like children, let's act like heroes. Let's remind everyone why we are the best of the best. Midoriya shouted. The students quieted down, breathing easier as they heard police sirens indicating that the media would soon be leaving. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Ida smiled at Midoriya for stepping up and taking control. Outside, the police arrived to escort the press away. Goodbye, bad mass media. It's quiet for you now. Present Mike called out as the reporters were ordered to leave the university. Midoriya watched the resolution unfold outside, a smile forming on his face. Maybe I am the right person for the job. It's good practice for when I need to lead others and hopefully become the next #1 hero, he thought, but then his smile faded. But something doesn't feel right. How did they get in here in the first place? He used his quirk to sense any anomalies and detected 4 presences gathered at UA's front entrance. Approaching Yaoyorozu, he said, Hey, Momo, I need you to get everyone back to our classroom. I'll join you soon. Why, what's the matter, Izuku? A concerned Yaoyorozu asked. Just making sure an assumption I have right now is wrong. Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it, Midoriya reassured her with a smile, patting her on the head, which made her blush. Just come back soon, Yaoyorozu replied as Midoriya teleported out of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Principal Nizu, Recovery Girl, Midnight, and Snipe stood at UA's front entrance, observing the security gate reduced to dust. How can ordinary members of the press do something like this? Did someone instigate this? An evil person managed to slip in? Or is this a declaration of war? Nizu wondered aloud. Just then, Midoriya appeared at the entrance. Just like I thought. I assume you all are wondering who did this as well? He asked the UA staff present. Indeed, Midoriya. We both know that no one in the press could do this. The principal pointed to the destroyed gate. I believe the press and media may have been a distraction, Midoriya suggested. What do you mean? Snipe inquired. Think about it. The news about All Might becoming a teacher here at UA would attract the press. I'm sure whoever is responsible for the damage allowed the reporters in, activating the alarms while the teachers dealt with the situation and the students evacuated. Somebody used the press and media as a distraction, but I don't know the reason for it, Midoriya explained. I'll investigate to see if anything is out of the ordinary. Once I find something, I'll inform you and the staff. But if it's something dangerous, we may need you to use your quirk, Midoriya, Nizu stated. Let's just hope I don't have to reveal my secret to my classmates. After all, UA's staff, including my family, are the only ones who know about it, Midoriya responded. Let's hope for the best. Now rejoin your classmates in your classroom. I'll have the damage repaired and look into the reason for the break-in, the principal told him. Yes, sir, Midoriya said as he teleported away. Meanwhile, a giant pink villain held 3 civilians hostage in another part of town. The heroes present, E-Lady, Kamui Woods, and another hero, were out of breath from battling the villain. Listen, heroes, don't come after me. If you do, I'll harm this family, the villain threatened. It's fine now, family. Missouri smash. All Might exclaimed as he descended from the sky, wearing a yellow suit. He karate-chopped the villain in the back of the neck, knocking him out and saving the family. But, because I'm on my way to work. A hit and run? One civilian shouted. It'll be bad if I'm late, but... All Might said as he soared through the air in pursuit of a fleeing car. I've gotten slower. After passing one for all to young Midoriya, my power has weakened. Plus, the time I can spend in this form has shortened. He caught up to the hit-and-run car, smashing its engine to prevent it from escaping. Young Midoriya, please consider the responsibilities that come with this power. If word gets out, the world would be flooded with those wanting it. This secret must be kept to prevent chaos in society and for your sake, All Might thought as he soared into the skies, concerned for his successor's safety and the dangers one for all might bring. All Might remembered Midoriya's actions as a vigilante, always prioritizing the safety of civilians while fighting villains. Even though he had faced tough choices, Midoriya had never killed, often sparing those he fought. He knew how to protect himself in battle and understood the consequences of his decisions. All Might believed that his successor would learn the responsibilities of one for all and make him proud. Suddenly, a civilian shouted, "Someone has barricaded themselves in the neighboring town." All Might immediately rushed to the scene to resolve the situation. Back at UA, Aizawa addressed his class. For today's hero basic training, we have 3 instructors, All Might, myself, and one more person, he announced. The class buzzed with curiosity about the 3rd instructor. I wonder if this is a special case since there are 3 instructors, Midoriya thought. Excuse me. Zero raised his hand. What will we be doing? Aizawa held up a card with the word, rescue, printed on it. Disaster, shipwreck, and everything in between. It's rescue training, he revealed. Rescue, huh? Looks like we have a lot of work ahead, Kaminari said, to which Ishido agreed. This is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble. Kirishima declared, fired up. No one can beat me in the water, Karo, Azui added. Hey, I'm not finished. You can decide whether to wear your hero costume or not this time, as some costumes may limit your abilities, Aizawa explained, using a remote to display the students' costume cases. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all, so start getting ready. With that, the students rose from their seats to prepare for the rescue training. Rescue. What I've done before. And admired thanks to All Might, Midoriya reflected, recalling the video of All Might's debut he had watched countless times as a child. He tightened his fist, determined. More training to help me become the greatest hero. I'll give it my all, he vowed in his mind. Later, outside, the class waited for their bus. Hey, Izuku. I see your costume is already repaired, Yaoyorozu said. Midoriya rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I got my costume thanks to both my mother and aunt. The repairs were finished because my aunt runs my older sibling's hero agency. She's a pro hero and the reason my brothers and sisters have great costumes and gear, he explained, trying not to focus on Yaoyorozu's costume. Your aunt is a pro hero as well? It seems that both you and Ida come from families with a legacy of heroes, Yaoyorozu noted. Yeah, we do. Also here, Midoriya said, using his quirk to summon a silver and black Tornado 3 jacket. It's a motorcycle jacket made for all 4 seasons. In case we encounter areas that are too cold or hot. If you want, I can help with some redesigns for your costume. Class 1A's rescue training at the USJ turned into a complete nightmare when villains invaded the facility. All the villains gathered in the middle of the USJ while Aizawa, 13, and Class 1A stood at the stairs. A purple mist-like portal appeared, revealing yellow eyes. Only 13 and Eraserhead? The schedule we received said All Might was supposed to be here, the purple mist villain stated. So the cause of the break-in yesterday was you scumbags, Aizawa retorted. Where is he? I went through the trouble to gather all these people too. All Might, the symbol of peace, isn't here. Do you think he'll show up if some of the students are harmed? The villain with multiple hands asked, showing no regard for human life as he sought to lure out the #1 hero. Midoriya tightened his grip on the handle of his katana, ready to confront the threat, but Eraserhead intervened. Midoriya, stand down. I'll handle the villains. You stay with the others, he instructed, unfurling his long scarf. Wait, actual villains? There's no way they could break into a hero school. Kirishima exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice at the sight of the massive group of villains. Sensei, what about the trespasser sensors? Yaoyorozu asked 13, hoping the alarms would have alerted them. We have them but... 13's voice trailed off, the silence from the sensors speaking volumes. I think they have someone with a quirk to shield themselves from detection. This place is isolated for a class, so they must have planned this carefully, Midoriya concluded, piecing together the clues. You're right. Nisa mentioned you suspected someone might have used the reporter's trespassing as a distraction. It seems they aimed to get today's class schedule. 13 confirmed. 13, start the evacuation. Contact the school and ensure everyone's safe. These villains have something to counter the sensors, possibly someone with radio wave powers, Aizawa ordered, then turned to Kaminari. Kaminari, try to reach UA with your quirk. Yes, sensei. Kaminari replied, placing his hand over a device on his ear. Wait a minute, Aizawa-sensei, are you really going to face them alone? You could get hurt. Hagakure exclaimed. Even though Aizawa-sensei's quirk involves erasing the enemy's abilities, he can't be a pro if he's just a one-trick pony, right? Midoriya argued. Exactly, Midoriya, Eraserhead responded. I'm counting on you, 13. He leaped down the stairs to confront the villains. Shooting squad, let's go. One villain with holes in his fingertips commanded. Didn't the intel say it would be 13 and All Might? Who's that? A female villain with long gray hair questioned, her hair floating as she and her allies underestimated Eraserhead. Aizawa activated his quirk, his eyes turning blood red as he focused on the villains. One villain attempted to shoot from his fingertips but was bewildered when nothing happened. Huh. My quirk that the bullets aren't coming out, he exclaimed. The others quickly realized their abilities were also inactive. Seizing the opportunity, Aizawa sprang into action. He used his scarf to bind the three villains and slammed them together, knocking them out. You fools, that's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at you, one villain shouted. Erase? I bet he can't erase the quirks of a heteromorphic type like me. A large villain with multiple arms declared as he charged at Aizawa. No, I can't, Aizawa replied, dodging the punch. But dealing with guys like you. His scarf coiled around the villain's leg as he evaded another attack, delivering a kick to the assailant. Who are more likely to engage in close combat. He hurled the bound villain into a crowd, taking several down. So I took measures against them, he stated confidently. He's an expert in hand-to-hand combat and uses those goggles to hide his eyes. You can't tell whose quirk he erased. I despise pro heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them, the multi-handed villain muttered in frustration. Meanwhile, Midoriya watched Aizawa's battle in awe. Midoriya, hurry and join the group. Ida called out, urging him to regroup with their classmates. As 13 led the students toward the exit, a purple mist suddenly blocked their path. I won't let you escape, the villain made of purple mist declared, standing between them and freedom. Great. I blinked, and the most troublesome one got away, Aizawa thought, feeling the pressure as he faced the surrounding villains. Pleased to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we've taken the liberty of entering the home of heroes to ensure that All Might, the symbol of peace, meets his end. The mist villain revealed their motive. You're here to kill All Might? Good luck with that, Midoriya said, narrowing his eyes. All Might should have been here. Was there a last-minute change? Regardless, I have my part to play, the mist villain said, preparing to attack 13 and Class 1A. 13 was about to use her quirk when Bakugo and Kirishima stepped in front of her. They charged at the villain, Bakugo unleashing a massive explosion while Kirishima hardened his arm for a strike. Did you think about getting beaten by us before you? Ow! Kirishima exclaimed as Midoriya punched him in the head. Bakugo received a similar treatment. What was that for, Deku? He shouted. Midoriya punched Bakugo again. If you and Kirishima had looked more closely, you'd see he's made of fog. Physical attacks won't work on him. Midoriya explained. As the dust settled, the mist villain remained unharmed. It seems there's only one golden egg among the basket, he remarked. My job is to scatter you all to your doom. The villain enveloped the entire class in his purple mist, creating a giant circular shield. What's happening? I can't move. Midoriya exclaimed, struggling against the mist. A purple portal opened beneath him, pulling him through to an unknown location. When he emerged, he found himself in the shipwreck zone, submerged in water. A warp? Is that his quirk? How are they planning to kill All Might? What is happening? Midoriya wondered as he swam to the surface, only to see a shark-like villain speeding toward him. Here I come. I have nothing against you, but see ya, the shark-like villain shouted. Great! Midoriya thought, preparing to use his original quirk as his eyes glowed red. Just then, Azui arrived, kicking the shark villain away from Midoriya while holding Mineta in her arms. Midoriya, she called out. Azui, she exclaimed, using her tongue to carefully pull Midoriya from the water and place him on the boat. Wow, for a frog, you sure have a unique way of helping, Mineta said groggily, rubbing his face against the side of the boat. Azui blushed, feeling embarrassed, and quickly pushed Mineta away, climbing onto the ship to join them. Thank you for getting us to the boat, Sue, Midoriya said, grateful for her help. Don't mention it, Midoriya, Azui replied her expression turning serious. But this situation has turned bad for us. Midoriya nodded, understanding the gravity of their predicament. Yeah, they planned this from the beginning, to split us up and separate us from the teachers. They were waiting to strike. Mineta tried to lighten the mood. But they can't kill All Might, right? When he shows up, he'll take care of those villains. Mineta, think for a second, Midoriya said, looking at him intently. If they believe they can kill All Might, then they have a plan to do it. Besides, All Might's strength isn't enough if he doesn't know what's happening. The villains won't wait for us to become pros. They'll use this chance to attack. Mineta began to sweat, absorbing Midoriya's words. Azui, what is that? He pointed at the water, panic rising in his voice. What? Azui asked, confused. You'll pay for this, a shark-like villain roared, emerging from the water with his companions. There are so many of them. Mineta screamed in terror. If they want to fight All Might, let's see what they're made of, Midoriya stated, determination in his voice. Fight them? Are you out of your mind? If what you're saying is true, we don't stand a chance. Mineta exclaimed. Instead of panicking, look at what the villains are doing. They aren't attacking. Do you know why? Midoriya explained. It's because they want us to fight them in the water. They don't know our quirks, otherwise, they would have attacked. They brought Sue to the shipwreck zone instead of the fire zone. That bird villain with the exposed brain seems to be the real threat. You're right. They only know our teacher's quirks. So what should we do, Midoriya? Azui asked. I have a plan. Come close and listen, Midoriya instructed. Meanwhile, Shoji was using his quirk to search for their classmates at the entrance of USJ. Shoji, is everyone here? Ida asked. They're all scattered, but they're here, Shoji confirmed, turning his attention to the villain. What should we do? Physical attacks don't work on him, and he can teleport, Siro said as the purple mist villain reformed. Ida, I need you to do something, 13 said urgently. What is it? Ida responded. The alarms and our phones are disconnected. Even though Eraserhead is erasing the villain's quirks, the alarms are still down. The villain disrupting them is hiding. You need to run and tell the other staff members instead of searching for him. Use your quirk to help us, 13 instructed. What about you? I can't just leave you all here, Ida protested. Just go already, Ida. Sato interrupted. There are alarms outside since everyone is staying inside. They won't follow you outside. Use your legs to blow this mist away. Siro added. Don't worry about us. We can handle this, so go get help, okay? Uraraka encouraged, with Mina giving a thumbs up. Ida looked at his classmates, then nodded, preparing to run for the gate. Only a fool would form a plan in front of the enemy. The purple mist villain exclaimed as he attacked. That's because we don't mind you knowing. 13 shot back, activating her quirk to absorb the villain. Back at the shipwreck zone, Azui and Mineta were ready to execute Midoriya's plan. You two ready? Midoriya asked. Yeah, I'm ready, Azui replied. Are you sure we can't just wait? Mineta asked nervously. No, we need to act now, Midoriya insisted, conjuring a massive fireball between his hands and channeling one for all to leap into the air. Hey, what the? One villain exclaimed as he dove into the water. That doesn't look like a normal fireball, another shouted. Tsu, jump now. Midoriya commanded. Okay. Azui responded, leaping off the boat while holding Mineta. As they soared across the water, one of the villains spotted them. Hey, they're escaping. Get them, he shouted. Oh no, you don't, Midoriya declared, hurling the giant fireball at the group of villains. An explosion erupted, creating a whirlpool that sucked the villains in. Mineta, now. Fine, I'll do it. Mineta shouted, throwing the ball from his head. What is this? One of the villains exclaimed as they became trapped in the whirlpool. The rapids exploded, breaking the ship apart. I guess next time, they should come up with a better plan, Midoriya muttered to himself, creating another massive fireball to fly toward Azui and Mineta. Azui watched Midoriya approach, relieved to see they had managed to escape the villains. We've cleared the first hurdle for now. You're amazing, Midoriya, she thought to herself. I can't believe that worked. I thought we were done for. I get to live longer to see Momo. Mineta cheered, but then he felt a chill as he turned to see Midoriya giving him a fierce glare. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that about Momo. Otherwise, I might just use you as bait for the villains, Midoriya said calmly. No, sir, Mineta replied, shaking with fear. So, what's our next step, Midoriya? Azui asked, breaking the tension. Our priority is to get to the gate and see if we can call for help. We'll figure out the rest later, but we should avoid the plaza and stay in the water since Aizawa-sensei is busy battling some villains. But if I sense any of our classmates, I'll teleport to their position and bring them with us, Midoriya said firmly. I agree, he's a pro hero, Azui added. Even though Aizawa-sensei is a pro, he's just one person battling an army. I have to help him if he's in danger, Midoriya insisted. Midoriya, are you being reckless? Mineta remarked, only to be swiftly silenced by a punch that sent him into the ground. I don't care. Once I get you all to the exit, I'm going to help Aizawa-sensei. After all, helping others in need is what defines us as heroes, Midoriya declared, pulling Mineta from the ground and heading toward Eraserhead's position. Azui paused for a moment, watching Midoriya as he made his way to the plaza. She admired his heroism and determination, contemplating what she should do before deciding to follow him. Meanwhile, at the landslide zone, Todoroki was taking a breather after freezing most of the villains that had attacked him. Scatter and kill us, huh? He mused, glancing at the frozen villains. I feel bad saying this, but you all look like you can't control your quirks. He walked past them, reflecting on the words of a villain he had overheard. Where is he? I went through the trouble to gather all these people too. Kill All Might, huh? Todoroki thought. Suddenly, two villains lunged at him, one from the front and another from behind. He quickly froze the one in front and dodged the metal rod swung by the second, grabbing and freezing that villain as well. Turns out they're just pawns, he thought, pulling the rod from the villain behind him. From what I've seen, only 4 or 5 are truly dangerous. If that's the case, the next thing I need to do is... He turned to the villain in front of him. Hey, if you stay like this, your body will suffer, he warned, causing the two villains to look frightened. But I want to be a hero, so I'd prefer to avoid that, Todoroki added, hovering his right hand over the villain's face. Now tell me how you plan to kill All Might. Meanwhile, at the mountain zone, Kaminari screamed as he narrowly dodged a large villain's punch. That was terrifying. Who are these guys? What's happening? He exclaimed, running toward Yaoyorozu and Jiro, who were fighting off the villains. Ask questions later. We need to find a way out, Jiro urged as they found themselves surrounded. Hey, give me a weapon too. Kaminari pleaded as Yaoyorozu wielded a metal bow staff and Jiro held a machete. You have electric powers. Just use them. Jiro suggested. Don't you remember our team-up during battle training? I can only protect myself. I can't control my electricity without risking you too. And even if I wanted to call for help, they're jamming it. Kaminari reminded them. Listen, I'm counting on you. Yaoyorozu wished she could wake up from the nightmare she was witnessing. Midoriya was gravely injured, impaled by a Nomu and losing a lot of blood. Yet he managed to use his shotgun to blast the monster in the face, forcing it to release him. Catching Midoriya, Yaoyorozu quickly created bandages to slow the bleeding. The Nomu shook off the blast and charged again, but Todoroki intervened with an ice wall. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow push the Nomu back, while Bakugu unleashed explosions at the creature. Aoyama, Hagakure, and Koda helped Yaoyorozu drag Midoriya to safety. Please don't die, Izuku. Please don't die, she pleaded, noticing the blood still seeping through the bandages. Bakugu and Tokoyami continued to push the Nomu back as it advanced, with Todoroki freezing the monster's lower body. However, the Nomu began to heal, reattaching its lower half. Kurojiri, summon the villains that were supposed to take out the scattered students, Shigaraki ordered. Right away, Kurojiri replied, opening a giant portal through which the scattered villains emerged. The teachers are down. Now's your chance to eliminate the students, Shigaraki commanded. The villains advanced, ready to attack. Bakugu kept firing explosions, while Todoroki built more ice walls. Tokoyami, Kirishima, and Ojiro worked together to fend off any villains that got through. Suddenly, the Nomu appeared and struck all 5 of them with a powerful blow, sending them crashing near the entrance stairs. The Nomu allowed the other villains to continue their march toward Class 1A. In a moment of desperation, Yaoyorozu grabbed one of Midoriya's handguns and aimed it at the approaching villains. Stay back. Don't make me use this, she threatened, though her trembling hands betrayed her uncertainty. Please, we can tell you don't know how to use that, one villain taunted. Realizing her hands were shaking, Yaoyorozu braced herself as the villains charged. Holding Midoriya close, she closed her eyes, ready to face whatever came next. Meanwhile, Midoriya found himself in an empty void. Get up, a commanding voice urged. Been a while since I found myself here, Midoriya replied, looking around. Are you going to let them die? The voice pressed. Are you talking about my classmates and teachers? Midoriya asked. Who else is in a dire situation? The voice countered. No, of course not. Midoriya insisted. Then why aren't you using your full power? The voice questioned. You know I can't use it. They don't know I was once Akuma and Shinigami, Midoriya explained. So a secret is more valuable than their lives? The voice challenged. No, of course not. Midoriya stated firmly. Then why aren't you transforming? Are you afraid? The voice pressed. What do you mean afraid? Midoriya replied, determination rising within him. You're afraid of what your friends might think. You've already trusted your family and teachers with our secret. But why not them? The voice explained. I. Midoriya struggled to respond. Do you want a repeat of your biggest failure? Because that's what's about to happen, the voice warned, revealing a scene before him. Midoriya saw Yaoyorozu holding him as villains approached their classmates. He was horrified by the sight. Do you remember the oath you made with me when we first met? When villains caused your mother's accident, the voice reminded him. You vowed that no more innocents within our reach would be harmed. You vowed that no one would suffer the pain you endured. And you vowed that you wouldn't let another life slip away. But now you're breaking that oath, and villains will once again threaten those you care for. Just like your first love, the voice stated. No, I refuse to let that happen again. I refuse. Midoriya exclaimed in anger. Then why are you still not acting? Get up and show me that you will honor our oath. Our oath to protect the lives we can reach. To bring judgment upon those who wish to harm the innocent. To never let villains do as they please, the voice urged. The villains have already caused you so much pain. How will you make them pay? What will you take from them? The voice demanded, its tone growing darker as enormous flaming red eyes appeared in the void. Everything, Midoriya replied, his own eyes glowing with a fiery intensity. Suddenly, a villain with a machete lunged toward Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu, run! Jiro shouted as some of Class 1A tried to reach her. But Yaoyorozu held Midoriya close, feeling a shift as he seemed to vanish from her grasp. She turned to see Midoriya standing before her, his fist embedded in the chest of the machete-wielding villain. In an instant, the villain was engulfed in flames, reduced to ash. Some of the other villains stepped back in fear. Midoriya's body began to emit steam as he laughed menacingly. Oh, you've all done it now, he said, advancing toward the villains. They felt a dangerous aura surrounding him. Midoriya's eyes flickered between their normal state and empty sockets. He's hungry. He hasn't been fed in a while, he said, his voice distorting. Flames erupted from his feet, leaving fiery footprints behind. He's banging on the door. Midoriya exclaimed, twitching and laughing psychotically. Izuku. Yaoyorozu said, worry etched on her face. Momo, get the others and leave. Run to the entrance, Midoriya instructed her. But, she began to protest, but Midoriya turned to her, his face transformed. Run, he shouted as flames engulfed him. Yaoyorozu watched in horror as Midoriya's form changed into a flaming skeleton with glowing red eyes. Then, Midoriya's body erupted into flames again. When the fire cleared, his attire had transformed completely. He now wore a spiked black leather jacket and matching breaths, with black boots and gloves adorned with spikes. The villains recognized who they were facing and continued to back away. Oh God, it's him, one villain muttered. The Akuma and Shinigami, another clarified. Nobody told me he was here, a third added. Midoriya, now as Akuma, slowly raised a finger to point at them. All of you, guilty, he declared, instilling further fear in the villains. One villain, attempting to attack, fired spikes at Yaoyorozu. Akuma appeared in front of her, taking the hit. The spikes burned as they pierced him, but he quickly retaliated, appearing before the villain and unleashing flames that turned him to ash. He carried Yaoyorozu and placed her with their classmates at the staircase. Go. I'll handle this, Akuma ordered. Bakugo tried to intervene, grabbing his shoulder. Who do you think you are to order? But he couldn't finish as Akuma gripped his neck. You'll just get in the way, Akuma told him, pushing Bakugo aside as he approached the villains. Bakugo attempted to argue, but Jiro stopped him. Midoriya's right, Bakugo. We just saw him shake off an attack that should have killed him. Let's leave it to him, she urged. Bakugo clicked his tongue in frustration as he and the others retreated to the stairs of the USJ's entrance. Some villains continued to back away, intimidated by Akuma's transformation. Yet a few were undeterred. Come on, it's just one guy. How much of a threat can he be? One villain scoffed, preparing to attack. But Akuma summoned his handguns, which had transformed as well. He aimed one at the villain's mouth and pulled the trigger, the villain's head exploding in an instant. The remaining villains charged, but Akuma fired at them, each shot turning them to ash. Hey, what's this? The heroes have a vigilante among them? What kind of cheat is that? Shigaraki exclaimed, scratching his neck. Nomu, take care of that skeleton. Nomu leaped over the other villains to punch Akuma into the ground. But Akuma retaliated, sending a fireball that sent Nomu flying toward the shipwreck zone. The villains who had backed away watched in terror as Akuma holstered his pistols and drew his katana, the blade igniting in flames. There's no escape for you. You'll pay for the sins you've committed. All of you who dare take the lives of the innocent will die screaming. Akuma declared, his eyes glowing brightly. Some villains charged at him with their quirks ready, but Akuma cut them down with a swing of his katana, ready to face the rest. Akuma charged towards the villains, his katana ready for action. He skillfully dodged or incinerated any projectiles launched at him by the villains' quirks. The fiery skeleton wielded his katanas with precision, incapacitating several foes. While some fell to his blade, others were left with severe injuries. After sheathing his katana, Akuma ignited his fists, using them to turn any villain that dared to attack him into a pile of ash. For those who managed to evade his flames, he delivered crushing blows that broke their limbs. With a powerful slam of his fists into the ground, he created a fiery portal and summoned twin one-handed scythes. He wielded them with deadly grace, cutting down more villains who charged at him. The tide of battle shifted as fear began to spread among the villains. Suddenly, Nomu descended from the air, crashing into Akuma. The monstrous creature held chains from a destroyed ship, lifting Akuma off the ground to wrap them around his neck. Despite the chokehold, Akuma remained calm, placing one hand on the chains and igniting them, causing Nomu to recoil in pain. With a swift motion, Akuma pinned Nomu to the ground with one scythe embedded in the monster's chest. He freed himself from the chains and ignited them without melting them. Noticing more villains approaching, he spun the chains and swung them horizontally, striking down all who came near. Nice. Very nice, Akuma remarked as he tied the chains around his jacket like a sash. He removed his scythe from Nomu's chest and combined both sides into a double-bladed weapon. With a vertical bottom blade, he lifted Nomu from the ground and slashed at the creature in rapid succession. Nomu retaliated with a right hook aimed at Akuma's head, but the vigilante dodged, stabbing his scythe into the ground. As Nomu charged, Akuma met him head-on, delivering an ignited uppercut that sent the beast staggering. He followed up with a series of strikes to Nomu's face, chest, and sides, finishing with a powerful body shot that launched Nomu into the air. Akuma then teleported back to his scythe and unleashed a flaming horizontal slash. The attack struck Nomu, resulting in a massive explosion that sent him crashing to the ground, severely burned. However, Akuma noticed the creature's injuries beginning to heal. You're making a mistake, Akuma. Nomu isn't like the villains you've faced before. He was designed to withstand and recover from any injury, Shigaraki taunted. Nomu charged again, aiming a cross punch at Akuma's head. The vigilante caught the punch with one hand and retaliated by stabbing his scythe into Nomu. But there's a limit to how much he can absorb, Akuma countered, hitting Nomu with a fireball that sent him back towards Shigaraki. Help Nomu eliminate Akuma. Shigaraki commanded Kurogiri, but the response was silence. Turning to find Kurogiri pinned down by Bakugo, Shigaraki's frustration grew. Guess there's a physical part of you I can target, Bakugo declared, holding Kurogiri's metal neck protector. Didn't I say you get in the way? Akuma reminded Bakugo. Like I take orders from you. Bakugo shot back. Shigaraki lunged at Bakugo, but Kirishima intervened, stopping him. Not today, he said firmly. Don't worry, boss. We've got this. One of the villains Aizawa had fought against said, as the others he had incapacitated began to rise. Bakugo had to release Kurogiri as they charged forward. Now we have the advantage, Kurogiri stated as the villains surrounded Akuma, Bakugo, and Kirishima. I wouldn't be so sure, a male voice interjected, freezing the villains in place. What? Shigaraki exclaimed, realizing Todoroki was the one responsible. You won't defeat the symbol of peace, Todoroki declared confidently. Nomu, get them. Shigaraki ordered in desperation. Nomu charged at Akuma, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima. Time to finish this, Akuma said as he raced toward the beast. He teleported behind Nomu, stabbing him with his scythe, then summoned his katana and drove it into Nomu's throat. Unleashing a flurry of ignited punches and kicks to the monster's vital points, Akuma made both weapons vanish from Nomu's body. The creature struggled to rise, severely burned. Akuma wrapped the chain around Nomu's neck and unleashed a torrent of fire from his mouth, engulfing the monster. As the flames subsided, Nomu bore even more severe burns. Want to know something I've learned during my time with Izuku Midoriya? Heroes always shatter their limits. To go beyond, Akuma proclaimed, kicking Nomu into the air. He pulled the monster toward him and created a massive fireball in his left fist, channeling one for all at full power. Plus ultra, he shouted, driving his fist into Nomu's stomach with the combined force. A massive explosion and shockwave erupted, sending Nomu soaring through the USJ and into the sky. The shockwave reverberated throughout the area, and Class 1A watched in awe as Nomu flew through the clouds. Did Midoriya just send that villain flying? Sero asked, bewildered. What power? I didn't know Midoriya had this much strength, Shoji marveled. That's Deku-kun for you. He always surprises us with his abilities. That's why he's the class rep. Uraraka exclaimed, with Ishido agreeing enthusiastically. That was like a finishing move from a video game, Kirishima said, staring at the hole Nomu had created. Midoriya really is the best in the class. His power just keeps growing, Todoroki thought to himself. How does Deku keep getting stronger? Bokogu seethed internally. Turning to Shigaraki and Kurojairi, Akuma asked, now, will you surrender or suffer the same fate as your allies? But suddenly he stumbled, placing a hand over his chest. He fell to one knee, shifting between his form and Midoriya. It seems I overdid it. The injury Izuku received is still healing, the fiery skeleton thought. Shigaraki scratched his neck in frustration. No. This can't be happening. We were supposed to win and defeat All Might. But instead, we lost, and All Might isn't here. You cheater, I'll make you pay, he shouted as he charged toward Akuma. Midoriya, look out. Kirishima called out. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking Shigaraki's hand. The shooter was none other than Snipe. Looks like they've finally arrived, Akuma remarked. Apologies for our tardiness, everyone. But it's fine now. We have arrived, Nizu announced. From one of the teacher's shoulders. It's Ida. Uraraka exclaimed with joy. My fellow classmates, I've returned with help. Ida declared as he joined the teachers. One of the villains fired bullets from his fingers while the others charged. Present Mike stepped forward, unleashing a sound wave that knocked some villains out. Another male teacher, standing 5 feet 11 inches with a slender build and blank eyes, stepped up. His hero costume was a skin-tight black bodysuit with a golden striped neck area and a matching helmet. He also wore a tan cloak resembling a double-bursted trench coat, along with baggy dark gray breathes and lightweight prosthetic legs. The hero opened his mouth to release a white mist that transformed into clones of himself, which charged at the villains and kicked them back. Our priority is our students' safety, Nizu instructed the teachers. Yes, sir, they responded. It's game over now that the pros are here, Shigaraki said, retreating to Kurojairi. Let's go home and try again. He was interrupted as Snipe landed shots on his arms and legs. Kurojairi expanded himself to shield Shigaraki. Do we have anyone who can catch those two from this distance? Snipe asked, continuing to shoot. I do. 13 said, rising with the help of her students. We need to leave, Kurojairi stated as he wrapped around Shigaraki, but he felt himself being pulled in. 13's quirk, he exclaimed. You'll pay for this. Mark my words. Shigaraki shouted at Akuma. I'll take you and All Might down. With that, Shigaraki warped away. I highly doubt it, Akuma replied, engulfing himself in flames. When the fire cleared, Midoriya stood in his hero costume, damaged from the battle. He was about to fall, but Kirishima caught him. Hey Midoriya, you alright? Kirishima asked, noticing that Midoriya was no longer bleeding and was unconscious. Looks like you just need some rest. I don't blame you after what you just did. He draped Midoriya's arm over his shoulder and began walking him toward the facility's entrance. Look at this mess, Snipe commented as he surveyed the chaos at the USJ's entrance. I can't believe we let some villains escape after everything they did here, including what they did to Eraserhead and 13, Midnight said as she helped Nizu down from her shoulder. They caught us by surprise, but we need to ensure our students are safe, Nizu stated, with Midnight and Snipe nodding in agreement. Elsewhere at a bar, Kurojairi opened a portal to let Shigaraki out. He then donned an elegant suit with a tie and a metal brace that extended from his collarbone to below his eyes. Getting shot in both arms and legs is painful, but not as painful as failing to eliminate those students. They were strong, especially with Akuma among them. We even lost that Nomu that was defeated by that vigilante. How is this possible? Shigaraki asked a video monitor. Akuma? The vigilante known as the Shinigami defeated Nomu. He must be on par with or even greater than All Might, a panicked voice responded from the monitor. What happened, Tamura? A calm voice inquired. We had everything planned, but All Might wasn't there. I thought we could draw him out by targeting the students. But then, out of nowhere, Akuma appeared and decimated us. He turned some of the villains to ashes and healed from any injuries, Shigaraki explained. Akuma has an intriguing quirk. I've heard many things about him. He possesses impressive control over fire, survives and heals from lethal injuries, has enhanced strength and speed, and teleportation. This requires further study. Don't worry, Tamura. You may have failed, but there's always next time, the calm voice reassured him. Yes, sir, Shigaraki replied. Back at the USJ, police arrived to arrest any remaining villains. Meanwhile, a male detective counted to ensure all students were present. He stood 5 feet 11 inches, with short black hair and rectangular black eyes, dressed in a tan overcoat and matching hat over a black suit with a green tie. 16, 17, 18, 19, and all right, everyone here appears to be unharmed, the detective reported. Hey, where's Deku-kun? Uraraka wondered. Yeah, where is he? Zero asked. Oh, he's over there resting. Yaoyorozu is helping him, the detective replied, pointing to the wall. Everyone turned to see Midoriya resting on Yaoyorozu's lap. She smiled, relieved that he was okay, gently stroking his hair as he continued to sleep. Mineta and Kaminari, who had returned to normal, felt a pang of jealousy at the sight. That lucky guy! Mineta exclaimed. Why is Midoriya so fortunate? Kaminari questioned. But still, it was scary that some of us got separated. Luckily, I was teleported to where Todoroki was. He handled the villains with ease, Hagakure said, gesturing to Todoroki. I didn't even know she was there, Todoroki thought to himself. Aren't you curious about me? You wonder what I was doing with my sparkling light? Aoyama asked Kaminari, Tokoyami, Kirishima, and Koda. Interesting. You also fought some low-level thugs. Tokoyami asked Kaminari and Kirishima. The 4 boys ignored Aoyama. Yeah, they underestimated us just because we're still in training, Kirishima replied, slamming his fist into his palm. Did you miss me? Aoyama asked dramatically, addressing Shoji, Siro, and Sato. It was really impressive how Midoriya sent that monster flying into the sky, Siro remarked to Shoji and Sato. The trio continued to ignore Aoyama. Yeah, it must have taken some serious power, considering it was designed to take out All Might in his prime, Sato agreed. It was truly remarkable that Midoriya managed to handle everything on his own, Shoji remarked. Where do you think I was? Aoyama responded to Azui, placing a hand on her shoulder. Where? Azui asked, curious. It's a secret, Aoyama replied with a flourish, glitter sparkling around him. We should get these students back to the main campus. They've been through a lot, and we don't need to question them immediately, the detective instructed the other officers. Detective, what about Aizawa-sensei? Azui inquired. He has both elbows broken, but they'll heal soon. He'll be fine, the detective assured her. And 13-sensei? Ashido asked anxiously. Despite some cuts on her back, 13 will recover just fine, the detective confirmed, bringing relief to the students. Now, let's get you all back to class. Sansa, the detective called out. A lean male with large yellow eyes and the head of a ginger tabby cat approached. Sansa wore a pale blue button-up shirt with a protective vest, similar to the other officers, and had a golden bell around his neck. Yes, sir, Sansa replied. Can you bring me the spiritus vodka? I need it to wake Midoriya up, the detective requested. I'm on it, Naomasa, sir. Sansa responded with a salute. Wait, you're giving him alcohol to wake him up? Azui asked, surprised. Isn't that irresponsible for an officer to do, especially since Midoriya is underage? Ida added. Well, my unit and I have had a few encounters with Midoriya when he was still a vigilante. He proved he wanted to help civilians like us, and we partnered with him a couple of times. Midoriya tends to carry highly flammable alcohol with him, but only when he doesn't have any fire to consume, Detective Naomasa explained. Sansa soon returned with the requested beverage and a shot glass. Here you go, sir. Thank you, Sansa, Naomasa said, then approached Yaoyorozu and poured the liquor into the shot glass. He took out a lighter to ignite the alcohol. Yaoyorozu, can you please lift him up a bit? He asked. Yaoyorozu gently lifted Midoriya's head and opened his mouth. Naomasa carefully poured the flaming vodka shot into Midoriya's mouth. Midoriya opened his eyes, and Yaoyorozu felt relieved. He placed a hand over his chest, still feeling some pain. It's been a while since I was hurt like that, Midoriya remarked. I guess you got a bit out of practice after retiring from vigilante life, Naomasa commented, eliciting a laugh from Midoriya. He poured another flaming vodka shot for him and handed the glass over. Yeah, probably, Midoriya replied. I can't believe I had to reveal my vigilante secret to my classmates, though. But because of that, you managed to save not just their lives but your teachers as well. That must be worth it, Naomasa told him. True. It was worth it, Midoriya admitted. He tried to stand but fell to his knees. Yaoyorozu quickly put her arm around his shoulders and helped him up. Guess I'm still a little weak after healing from a near-death experience. Thanks, Momo, Midoriya said gratefully. Of course, Izuku. Now let's get on the bus with our classmates, Yaoyorozu replied as she assisted him. Tsukachi, sir, an officer called as he rushed over. We apprehended someone we believe was involved in the assault. We found him in the woods nearby, the officer reported. Really? Anything else to report? Naomasa asked. He doesn't have any injuries and is following our orders, but he hasn't spoken a word as if he can't, the officer replied. Interesting, Naomasa mused. He noticed Nizu approaching and removed his hat. Principal Nizu, I would like to investigate every inch of the school to be safe, Naomasa requested. Of course, Detective. You'll have full access to the campus for your investigation. I don't care who objects, you have my permission, Nizu granted. Thank you, Naomasa said, bowing slightly before turning to his team. Team, continue with the investigation, he instructed, putting his hat back on. Later, all of Class 1A returned to UA after the events at the USJ. Midoriya was in Recovery Girl's office, where she used her quirk to heal the lingering pain he had from the Nomu. Now, he rested on the bed with all might, in his true form, by his side. Are you okay, young Midoriya? You wouldn't have been injured and revealed your secret to your classmates if I had been there, All Might said. Don't worry, I'm fine. I wouldn't be alive right now if it weren't for my healing factor. Besides, I couldn't keep my secret from them forever. I think I should take Aizawa-sensei's advice and trust them more, Midoriya replied. Just then, Detective Naomasa entered the room, removing his hat. Hi All Might. It's been a while, he greeted. This is quite the surprise. I didn't know you were in charge of the investigation, Naomasa, All Might responded. Wait, you know Detective Naomasa too, All Might? Is it okay for him to see you like this? Midoriya asked, surprised. Yes, it's fine. Naomasa Tsukachi is my best friend in the police force. I trust him to keep my secret. I didn't believe him when he told me he partnered with you when you were still a vigilante. But hearing that you know him confirms what he said, All Might explained. Yeah, so it seems I'm trusted with the secret of not just the #1 pro hero and symbol of peace but also the infamous vigilante, Naomasa said. As if you didn't have enough pressure already, Detective, Midoriya remarked, causing both All Might and Naomasa to chuckle. Anyway, I need to ask Midoriya some questions about what happened at the USJ, Naomasa said, turning serious. Wait, before you do that I need to know something. Are the students okay? Are 13 and Aizawa also alright? All Might asked the detective. You should thank Midoriya. Eraserhead only has 2 broken elbows, and 13 will be back on her feet soon. Some students have light bruises, but nothing serious. They'll be okay, so relax, Naomasa assured. That's great to hear, All Might replied. If this hero hadn't stepped up and fought those villains, none of them would be here right now, the detective stated. That's not the big picture here, Detective, Midoriya interjected, puzzling both All Might and Naomasa. Midoriya got up from his bed and looked out the window at the sunset. I may have defeated a threat that targeted All Might today, but the real threats escaped. But the other students of Class 1A did their best against the villains. We may still be training to become pro heroes one day, but today we all had the heartbeat of a true hero, Midoriya stated. Both adults smiled at Midoriya's words, knowing they held truth. Despite 2 villains being the real threat and managing to escape, they did not fulfill their mission. The villains failed to harm All Might and everyone at the USJ. The students of Class 1A had experienced what they would face daily as pro heroes. After this experience, everyone in 1A was more determined than ever to ensure that villains would not act as they pleased. Chapter 10, Festival Announcement. After the USJ invasion, UA was closed for a few days to allow the students to rest and recover from the experience. The police continued their investigation during this time. With the exception of Aizawa and 13, all UA staff met with Detective Naomasa Tsukachi to discuss what they had learned about the villains involved in the invasion. Our investigators have been gathering information on the so-called League of Villains. We've made some progress, but we still have nothing on Shigaraki. We searched records for men in their 20s to 30s with a disintegration quirk, but came up empty. The same goes for the Warp Gate villain, Kurojiri. They might not be citizens or could be using aliases, making them hard to locate, Tsukachi reported. So we don't know anything, is that what you're saying? Asked a tall man with tan skin and a muscular build. His short, pale gray hair was spiked, and he had dark red eyes. His hero costume was a dark red suit with a shallow collar, exposing part of his chest, and he wore white boots and thick vambraces. This was the blood hero, Vlad King. We have to track them down, Snipe stated. I shot their leader, but if he heals, he'll try something like this again. Thanks to Midoriya, we have insight into the leader's personality and the Nomu we found in the woods, Detective Tsukachi announced. What did he tell you? Midna asked. Midoriya described Shigaraki as a manchild because the attack on the USJ was too bold. No sane adult would plan something so reckless. When Midoriya fought the Nomu to save Eraserhead, Shigaraki kept talking about the power of the Nomu and its many quirks, much like a child boasting about a new toy. He even revealed his ally's quirk, which was a mistake, the detective explained. When Midoriya defeated the Nomu and Shigaraki didn't get his way, he looked like a child throwing a tantrum, Tsukachi added. It was smart of Midoriya not to reveal anything about his own quirk, But foolish for Shigaraki to expose his ally's abilities, Nizu commented. Regarding the Nomu, Midoriya said it was an artificial human with 4 quirks. The detective continued. 4 quirks? That's impossible, Snipe replied. I agree, but since it's an artificial being, it's possible, Nizu responded. The quirks include shock absorption, super regeneration, immense speed, and strength, Tsukachi revealed. Yet with those 4 quirks, Midoriya managed to defeat it, Midnight pointed out. Indeed. As unbelievable as it sounds, that's what happened, the detective agreed. Let's not forget that young Midoriya and his quirk are special cases. Unlike others, his quirk grants him various abilities beyond flame manipulation. He can heal from life-threatening injuries, possesses immense strength and speed, and can summon weapons at will. We still don't know the limits of his quirk, All Might explained. On another note, 72 villains were arrested after the USJ invasion. Some were killed by Midoriya, but we understand why. The arrested individuals were small-time criminals, while those killed had serious charges, Tsukachi stated. We know Midoriya only kills villains that harm civilians and spares those who don't. But it's concerning that this man-child has gathered followers for his reckless plans. They see him as a leader, and criminals are feeling more pressure now that heroes are around. That could explain their quick support for such a misguided villain, the detective added. That makes sense, Vlad King responded. Many people are looking for a cause to support, Snipe agreed. So, what can we do to stop them? Midnight asked. Thanks to the heroes, we have the time to focus on this case. We'll expand our investigation to find the mastermind behind the attack, Tsukachi answered. A man-child, huh? Nizu pondered. What is it, sir? All Might asked. In a way, he shares common ground with our students. They both have great potential. Like our students, I believe someone may be guiding him down a villainous path, Nizu said, leaving the staff deep in thought. Meanwhile, 2 men and 2 women were in a military facility at an unknown location, preparing to leave for an undisclosed destination. All 4 wore white short-sleeve t-shirts, black cargo briefs, and black combat boots. The first male was tall with tan skin, blue eyes, and unkempt brown hair. The first female had fair skin, red eyes, and long red hair. The second male had fair skin and green eyes, with long black hair tied back. The second female stood 5 foot 9 3/4 inch with fair skin, yellow eyes, long blue hair, and an athletic build. She appeared to be in her late 20s. So, how surprised do you think Izuku will be when he sees us? The black-haired man asked the others. Well, Mom already told him we're coming back, Yugo. But not this early, just in 2 or 5 more days, the blue-haired girl replied. That's because our aunt heard what happened at UA. Let's just say she wasn't happy when she found out our little brother got hurt. But she was glad to hear that he saved his entire class, the red-haired girl added. Yeah, but now his classmates know his secret, Rika. You know he never reveals it unless he trusts them, the brown-haired man said. That's true. But Izuku didn't have a choice since he got hurt to save a girl, Ken. I'm more concerned about what they think of him. After all, he's pretty infamous with the people, Maki stated. And let's not forget that explosive guy is also at UA with Izuku. If he tries anything with our brother, I'm going to make sure he regrets it, Rika said, cracking her knuckles. And you think after all the times you've confronted him in high school, Bakugo would learn by now? Unfortunately, he's too prideful, Yugo commented. I also heard that the principal of UA wants to talk to our aunt about something. But what could it be? Ken wondered. Just then, the intercom in their rooms came on, grabbing their attention. Guardian Squad, our VTOL has arrived at the landing deck. Get your luggage ready and meet me there. We're ready to head back to Japan. Our destination is UA, a female voice announced. 5,000 yen says our aunt will test Izuku to see if he got rusty during his time away from us, Rika bet. I'll take that action, Yugo replied. Come on guys. Let's go surprise our little brother, Ken urged his siblings. The next day at UA, the school continued as usual after the break. Class 1A, minus Midoriya and Ida, were seated as they waited for their teacher. Hey, did you see the news last night? Hagakure asked her classmates. Yeah, Ojiro replied. It was so cool. We had a few seconds of screen time, but I bet nobody noticed me. Probably not, Shoji said. It's hard to stand out when you're just gloves and boots, Ojiro added. We're a big deal since those news channels love us. We're basically celebrities, Kaminari said. Get over yourself. The hero course that produces pros got attacked. That's all the media cares about, Jiro remarked. Imagine what would have happened if Midoriya hadn't stopped the villains or if the teachers hadn't shown up, Siro said. Why would you say that? I'm going to freak out just thinking about it. Mineta exclaimed, but he was cut off by Bakugo. Oh, shut up. Grow a pair, you loser. Bakugo shouted. But man, Midoriya beat that bird guy. It was giving Aizawa-sensei a hard time, but Midoriya managed to take it down, Sato stated. Yes, his power is incredible, Yayorozu agreed. That's when Ida entered the classroom. "Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to see you all sitting," he announced. "Yeah, but you're the only one standing," Siro pointed out. "Dang it," Ida said as he sat down in his seat. "Don't mind him," Uraraka told Ida. "Hey Tsu, whoa," Ashido exclaimed, leaning her chair back and nearly falling, but Azui caught her just in time. "Who do you think is going to teach us today? And do you know where Midoriya is?" she asked. "No idea. Aizawa-sensei is still in the hospital for his injuries, and I don't know where Midoriya is," Azui replied. The classroom door opened to reveal Aizawa, his face and arms wrapped in bandages. Following behind him was Midoriya. "Good morning, class," Aizawa greeted. "Aizawa-sensei, what are you doing here?" everyone asked in surprise. "Wow, what a pro," Kaminari commented as Aizawa walked to the front table. "Aizawa-sensei, I'm glad you're okay." "The same goes for you too, Midoriya," Ida said. "Aizawa doesn't look okay, Ida," Uraraka remarked. "My well-being isn't your concern," Aizawa replied. "Yeah, that's exactly what he said to the doctors my aunt sent from her agency," Midoriya added. "He told them a few broken bones won't stop him since Recovery Girl can heal him when she's ready. They even said it reminded them of how I continued training despite my injuries. That's dedication for you." "But are you sure you're okay, Izuku?" Yaoyorozu asked with concern. "Yeah, Momo, I'm fine. I went through cryotherapy and took some medication for the areas affected by my injury. My healing factor has already taken care of most of it, but they wanted to be sure," Midoriya assured her. "Take your seat, Midoriya. Because right now, your fight isn't over," Aizawa announced as Midoriya went to his seat. "Our fight?" Bakugu questioned. "Don't tell me," Kaminari added. "Not more bad guys," a trembling Mineta said. "The UA Sports Festival is about to start," Aizawa announced. "That's a big school event," everyone exclaimed. "Let's do our best," Kirishima shouted as he rose from his seat. "Hold on, wait a minute," Kaminari said, pushing Kirishima back down. "Is it really wise to hold the sports festival so soon after a villain attack?" Jiro questioned. "They could strike again when we're all gathered," Ojiro added. "The administration believes this is a good way to show that the attack was handled and that the school is safer now. Plus, they're increasing security after that incident. This event is a big opportunity for all students at UA. It's not something we can cancel because of a villain attack," Aizawa explained. "But that's a good reason to cancel, isn't it?" "I mean, it's just a sports festival," Mineta said. "Mineta, do us all a favor and reconsider your place in the hero course," Midoriya told him. "What? Why would you say that?" Mineta questioned. "If you're scared of a few villain attacks, then you're not suited for the hero course. When we graduate from UA, we'll be facing villains every day, and one day we could get hurt. If you're afraid of a few villains and think being a hero is about popularity, you're mistaken. Heroes save lives and protect people from villains. So if you can't handle that, maybe you should reconsider. The UA Sports Festival is important," Midoriya explained. Midoriya is correct on all points. Pro heroes face villains daily, so if you can't handle that, then you should think about your future. He's also right about the importance of the sports festival. It was an event that captured the attention of the entire world. Aizawa remarked. "With the arrival of quirks, the Olympics have lost their appeal. Now, there's only one tournament that truly matters, the UA Sports Festival." Eraserhead added, "That's right. Top heroes from everywhere will be watching. This is your chance to be scouted." Mineta chimed in, "Unless you don't make it, of course." Midoriya shot back, "Mineta, please be quiet. Or else, you might find yourself in the hospital." Kaminari stated, "After graduation, many students join pro agencies as sidekicks." Jiro replied, "But some miss their chance to go independent. That might be your path if you keep being foolish." Aizawa continued, "Joining a well-known hero agency can provide a quick route to becoming a pro hero, both in experience and popularity. That's why the sports festival is crucial. It opens doors for your future. You only get one chance a year, 3 opportunities in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can afford to miss this festival. That means you better not slack off in your training," he added. "Yes, sir," the class responded in unison. "Also, if you want to ask Midoriya about what happened at the USJ, wait until the end of the day. We're meeting with some people who will provide security for the sports festival. That's all, class dismissed," Aizawa announced. Later, during lunchtime, Kirishima exclaimed, "The villain situation is serious, but I'm really excited for the sports festival." Siro replied, "If we put on a good show, we're one step closer to becoming pros." "Exactly. That's why I'm here." Sato added, "We have so few chances, we need to make the most of them," Tokoyami said, sitting at his desk. "I'm feeling nervous, Ojiro. I need to stand out at the sports festival." Hagakure said, dancing with excitement. "Yeah, you'll have to try harder to get noticed," Ojiro replied, a bit overwhelmed. Aoyama pointed to Koda and said, "What should I do? I stand out by standing still, so the scouts might not notice me, right?" Koda, feeling anxious, flailed his arms. "Right." Aoyama repeated, moving closer. Koda nodded, not wanting to hurt Aoyama's feelings. Kaminari sighed, "Man, you're lucky, Shoji. People will notice you because of your quirk." "True, but I still need to show how useful I am," Shoji replied. Jiro recalled, "No doubt you'll make a scene too," thinking back to Kaminari's overuse of his quirk. Midoriya observed his classmates with a smile. "I'm glad to see everyone so excited for the sports festival, but I didn't expect this level of enthusiasm." "Why shouldn't we be?" Ida said, standing up. "We enrolled here with the goal of becoming heroes. So yes, we're fired up." He moved with determination. "Midoriya, do you feel the same way?" "Yeah, I do," Midoriya replied. Uraraka joined them, her energy infectious. "Let's do our best in the sports festival," she declared. Ashido, surprised by Uraraka's sudden intensity, exclaimed, "What happened to you, Uraraka? You're usually so laid back." Mineta tried to speak, but Azui quickly silenced him. Uraraka raised her fist high. "Everyone, I'm going to do my best." Midoriya and a few others raised their fists in agreement. Uraraka turned to the rest of the class, repeating her declaration. The others raised their fists, though confusion was evident on their faces. Kirishima wondered aloud, "What's up with Uraraka? Her personality is all over the place." Midoriya thought to himself, "I realized I never asked Uraraka why she wanted to be a hero." As they made their way to the cafeteria, Midoriya asked, "Hey, Uraraka, can I ask you something?" "Sure, Deku-kun, ask away," she replied cheerfully. "Why did you come to UA and want to become a pro hero?" he inquired. Uraraka's eyes widened, surprised by the question. "Because I want to become a hero to earn a lot of money," she admitted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Money?" Midoriya echoed, taken aback. "Yes, but it's not what you think. You all have noble reasons for becoming heroes. I thought mine would sound shameful." "I hope you don't think less of me," Uraraka explained. "Not at all. Your goal to support your family is a valid reason," Ida responded. "Yeah, it was just surprising." "Mind sharing more?" Midoriya asked. "My family owns a construction company, but we haven't had any work lately, so we're struggling financially. This is something I don't usually tell others," Uraraka confessed. Midoriya and Ida pondered her words. With her quirk, if she were licensed, it could significantly reduce costs, Ida noted. "Exactly. That's what I told my dad when I was a kid," Uraraka said, recalling a memory. "You want to work for us?" her father had asked, standing beside her mother. "Yes. When I grow up, I can help mommy and daddy." Young Uraraka had said, tears in her eyes, eager to support her parents. "I appreciate your ambition, Ochako. But as your dad, I'd be happier if you could achieve your own dreams. When that happens, you can take us to Hawaii," her father had replied with a smile. Uraraka clenched her shirt, determination filling her. "I'll become a hero and make a lot of money to give my parents an easier life," she declared. Midoriya smiled at her resolve. "Bravo, Uraraka!" Ida exclaimed, clapping his hands. Suddenly, All Might appeared, his presence commanding attention. "Young Midoriya is here," he boomed, pointing at his successor. The three students were taken aback, not expecting him. "All Might, what are you doing here?" Midoriya asked. "Lunch. Would you like to eat with me?" the symbol of peace offered, holding out a wrapped bento box. "You're like a hero in disguise." Uraraka laughed. Ida encouraged Midoriya to join. "Sure, I'll join you. I made some bento too," Midoriya replied. And so, they headed to the cafeteria, ready to enjoy their lunch and the excitement of the upcoming sports festival. "I wonder what All Might wanted with Deku-kun," Uraraka mused, her brow furrowed in thought. "I heard from Azui that Midoriya defeated a villain who was supposed to kill All Might. Maybe he wanted to show his gratitude," Ida replied, adjusting his glasses. "Oh yeah, that's right. It was incredible. You should have been there," Uraraka exclaimed. "I believe Midoriya may be the strongest student here," Ida stated confidently. "Yeah," Uraraka agreed, nodding. Unbeknownst to them, Todoroki was listening intently. "All Might, Izuku Midoriya. What are they hiding?" he pondered. In the teacher's lounge, Midoriya looked at All Might with concern. "You're running out of time?" "Yes. Every time I push myself to use one for my time in my hero form gets shorter when I pass it to you. My limit is now 2 hours and 30 minutes, All Might explained. "That means you need to limit your hero form to teaching and the other to train me in your real form," Midoriya stated. "Geez, what are you, my parent?" All Might joked. "Anyway, what did you want to talk about?" Midoriya asked. "It's about UA's upcoming sports festival. How much of one for all can you handle?" All Might inquired. 30%, Midoriya replied. "Then it's time to prove yourself," the #1 hero declared. "What?" Midoriya was taken aback. The UA Sports Festival is the biggest event where all pro heroes, and the whole country, will be watching. I want you to show everyone that I am here, All Might said earnestly. Sorry, All Might, but I can't do that, Midoriya responded, surprising All Might. What do you mean? All Might asked, confusion evident in his voice. I know you're trying to make me the next symbol of peace, but I can't be a carbon copy of you. You became the symbol of peace in your own unique way. If I want to be your successor, I have to do it my own way. If I just copy you, I would be in your shadow, and that's not who I want to be, Midoriya explained passionately. When I was a kid, I wanted to be just like you. But now, I want to be my own hero, not a replica of someone beloved. I'll surpass you and be the next symbol of peace, but I'll do it in my own unique way, he said with a big smile. Young Midoriya. All Might said, tears welling in his eyes from Midoriya's heartfelt words. You're right. You need to be a hero in your own way, and for that, I'm proud of you. Do your best out there, he said, smiling. You got it. Midoriya replied, beaming. Later, at 3:20, Uraraka gasped as she and her classmates stared at the crowd of students gathered in front of their classroom. What's your business with Class 1A? Ida asked, stepping forward. What is this? We can't get out. What are you doing here? Mineta exclaimed. They're here to inspect the competition, you idiot. What else? Bakugu retorted, striding up to the crowd. There's no point in doing that. Move it, you extras. You can't call people extras just because you don't know their names. Ida scolded. I came to see the rumored Class 1A. I must admit I'm not impressed, an 18-year-old man said, stepping forward. He stood 5 feet 10 inches with striking purple eyes and messy indigo hair that flared around his head. Are all Class A students like this? The indigo-haired man questioned. Seeing this disappoints me, especially since many students couldn't get into the hero course. But the school gives us a chance because of the sports festival. They might consider transferring you out. The reverse is possible too. For me, even if you're in the hero course, if you get too carried away, I'll pull the rug out from under you. I came to declare war. He's bold, Ida and Uraraka thought simultaneously. Bakugu and the indigo-haired boy exchanged challenging glances until they were interrupted. HY, another 18-year-old man shouted. He stood 5'9" 1/2 inch with long, messy gray hair and dramatic black eyes. I'm from Class B next door. I heard you fought with villains, so I came to hear about it. But you're getting way ahead of yourselves, he exclaimed. Another bold one, Ida and Uraraka thought. If you hype yourself up too much, you'll embarrass yourselves, the gray-haired man began, but was cut off by a loud noise. Everyone turned to see Midoriya with one of his handguns raised into the air. Sorry about that, but I needed to get everyone to quiet down. Let's try this again. My name's Izuku Midoriya, and I'm the class representative, he introduced himself, then pointed to Bakugu. Katsuki Bakugu, our class's resident explosive, doesn't speak for us. He's the only arrogant one here. The hell you just say, duh, Bakugu started, but Midoriya quickly silenced him with a gesture. That'll keep him quiet for a while. Trust me, I've dealt with him since middle school. He thinks he's amazing because of the praise he gets for his quirk, Midoriya explained. Now, I understand you all came here because we fought actual villains, correct? Midoriya asked the indigo-haired man. That's right, he confirmed. Let me clear things up about that incident. We could have died if we hadn't stalled long enough for the teachers to arrive. 2 of our teachers were injured protecting us. We survived because we trained ourselves to fight them one day. If we hadn't, none of us would be here right now, Midoriya elaborated. Being a hero isn't easy. We always have to make choices that can save not just our lives, but the lives of others. This includes training ourselves to the bone to protect them. One wrong move, and we could either get ourselves or civilians killed. If you want to be in the hero course, show how much you want to help people against villains and how much you're willing to sacrifice for a brighter future, Midoriya added. The indigo-haired boy smiled at Midoriya's words. I guess the hero course isn't full of arrogant people like I thought. Your name is Izuku Midoriya, right? He asked. Yes, Midoriya replied. Well, my name's Hitoshi Shinso. I hope you accept my declaration of war on you and your class, Shinso said, extending his hand for a handshake. It takes a lot of courage to do something like that. If you have what it takes to be in the hero course, I can't wait to see you at the sports festival. I humbly accept your declaration, Shinso, Midoriya said, shaking his hand. Do people ever point out that you're too nice sometimes? That speech tells me you're a selfless guy, Shinso questioned. Nah, I think I'm more of an optimistic guy. But I can be quite selfless, Midoriya replied. Well, see you at the sports festival, Midoriya, Shinso said as the crowd left Class 1A's classroom. The positive chatter about their class and Midoriya's representation filled the air. Manly speech there, Midoriya. You showed them we're not arrogant people? Kirishima exclaimed. Yeah, I'm sure Bakugu would have made it worse, Kaminari added. Expected of your class representative. Excellent work, Izuku, Yayorozu praised. Thanks guys. I didn't want our class to get a bad image because of Bakugo and his ego, Midoriya responded, glancing at Bakugo, who was finally catching his breath. By the way, it's almost time to meet Aizawa and the others who'll provide security for the sports festival. You know where the meeting is? Uraraka asked. Yeah, it's at the field where we had our apprehension test. Let's go. That way, you'll learn more about my quirk and me, Midoriya said as he led the group. They arrived at the field used for the apprehension test, where Aizawa was waiting. Good, you're all here. Some members of the security detail will be here shortly, he announced. Where are they? Hagakure asked. Just then, the sound of propellers filled the air, and everyone looked up to see a Boeing C-47 Chinook hovering above. The rear doors opened, and 5 individuals jumped out as the helicopter flew away. The 5 parachutists landed gracefully on the ground to meet Aizawa and his class. Midoriya smiled, recognizing his 4 siblings, but was surprised to see a 5th person with them. The woman was tall with long black hair and striking red eyes, dressed in black military attire. Midoriya approached them with a grin. Ken, Rika, Yugo, Maki, it's great to finally see my amazing siblings again. He was immediately enveloped in. We missed both you and Mom too. Our mission took a little longer than we thought, Maki said as they broke the embrace. But we made sure to keep in touch with our significant others, and also you and Mom, Rika added. Yeah. Our agency even threw a party when we heard that you passed UA's entrance exam and took first place, breaking All Might's record, Yugo chimed in. Our co-workers partied like crazy when they heard that, Ken commented. Suddenly, Midoriya found himself blocking an incoming kick from the black-haired woman. She pulled out a knife, and Midoriya's classmates gasped, ready to intervene, but Aizawa held them back as Midoriya and his attacker engaged in a sparring match. Midoriya parried her attacks, searching for an opening. After a series of exchanges, he managed to grab the knife from her hand and, with a swift motion, he slashed at her neck and legs, tripping her to the ground. He held the knife to her neck, a playful smile on his face. Guess that shows I'm not rusty, right, Aunt Hikaru? Everyone was puzzled to see that there were no cuts on Hikaru's body. The knife Midoriya held turned out to be a training knife. True. That shows you weren't slacking off on your training. But I'm more relieved to see that you were unharmed despite the close call, Hikaru said, getting back to her feet with Midoriya's help. Looks like I owe you 5,000 yen, Yugo said to Rika. Midoriya, who are these people? And why did the woman attack you? Ida asked, bewildered. Oh, everyone, I would like to introduce you to my siblings and aunt. First, my oldest brother and sister, Ken Mamoru and Rika Chibana. Then my older brother and sister, Yugo Shishiro and Maki Nashimori. And the lady who attacked me is my aunt, Hikaru Kiryu, Midoriya introduced. These people, along with my late father, helped train me to who I am now. You may know us by our hero aliases. I'm the element hero, Neos. My quirk lets me control fire, water, earth, and air, Ken revealed. I'm known as the Spec Ops heroine, Outrider. My quirk is called Aimbot, which helps me get accurate shots, Rika announced. I'm the Night Hero, Makai. My quirk allows me to summon different armors that grant me various abilities, Yugo stated. I'm the Spiritual Heroine, Celestia. My quirk is Aura, which lets me use my energy for different abilities, Maki added cheerfully. And I'm known as the Combat Heroine, Battle Vixen. My quirk is Ergokinesis, allowing me to control energy for offensive or defensive abilities. I'm also the leader of these 4 in our agency, Hikaru concluded. For those who don't know, the agency my siblings and aunt are in is known as Sentinel. It's a military-like hero agency that helps all countries against threats to civilians, including villains and terrorists. They're also the only hero agency with diplomatic immunity for their services, Midoriya explained. Holy CRP Midoriya. You have a badass family. No wonder you have skills that are similar to a pro, Siro commented. Especially having 2 amazing sisters and an aunt, Mineta added, a bit too eagerly. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking the ground near Mineta, causing him to jump in fear. Aizawa's students turned to see Hikaru holding a Glock. Better watch your mouth there, boy. My oldest nephews, nieces, and I are happily married. And trust me, you don't want to anger our significant others, she warned. Yeah, and I prefer women over men, Rika clarified, earning a sigh from Midoriya. Do you always have to be so blunt, Rika? He asked. Yes, I do. And I'm proud of it, she replied confidently. But the main reason for our arrival is that your principal requested my agency provide security for your sports festival. There will be other pro heroes assisting as well, Hikaru stated. And also, you all learned our little brother's secret, Yugo added. Speaking of which, how do you feel about knowing that he's the infamous vigilante known as either Akuma or Shinigami? Maki asked. At first, we were scared, but then we realized that he had never done anything to harm innocent people. All he did was deal with the villains, Azui answered. But then I heard that he only targets villains who harm others, Ashido added. Despite not knowing his past as a vigilante, we learned more about Midoriya. He's a caring, reliable, and amazing person, Ida included. Overall, you can trust us to keep Izuku's secret until he's ready to reveal it himself. He has proven that we can trust him, so we should show him that he can trust us, Yaoyorozu finished. It seems to me that they can be trusted to keep our little brother's secret, especially since he even let All Might inform the UA staff about it, Mamoru said to his family. Well, if you ask me, Deku shouldn't be here since this place is for heroes, not for villains, Bakugo commented. His remark earned him an immediate punch from Chibana, sending him to the ground. If it weren't for my little brother, you wouldn't be here right now. So be grateful he saved you, Chibana stated, pointing a finger at him. Rika, stand down. It isn't worth it, Kiryu commanded. I beg to differ, Auntie, Chibana responded. Trust me. If Bakugo can't keep his mouth shut, we can put him in our maximum security facility. We have the authority to do that. So it's best if you keep quiet, Bakugo, Shishiro added. Bakugo clicked his tongue in frustration as he wiped the blood from his mouth. By the way, if you have any questions about my quirk, feel free to ask, Midoriya told his peers. Yeah. Whenever you transform, do you always act so intimidating? Ashido asked, raising her hand. No, that only happens when he takes control, Midoriya replied. What do you mean by that? Tokoyami inquired. Well, my quirk is sentient, similar to Tokoyami's. However, the entity only communicates with me, even telepathically. Initially, we fought for control over my body, but we reached an agreement. He only takes control when I'm in a dire situation or if I allow him to, Midoriya explained. What's the difference between who's in control of your body? Shoji asked. When I'm in control, my eye sockets are empty, but when HE's in control, they glow red, Midoriya answered. When you transform, are you literally a skeleton that's on fire? Jiro asked. Yes, I even checked, Midoriya responded. That's cool, Jiro commented, making a gesture with her hand. How come your clothes don't burn off when you transform? Kaminari wondered. Well, the fire that surrounds my skeleton acts as my skin. The flames around my head and the ones I shoot can harm others, Midoriya explained. Does your fire only harm villains? Hagakure asked. Yes. The flames only target those who've committed serious crimes, like murder. Even if a villain has an innocent person hostage, my flames will still harm the villain while leaving the innocent unharmed, Midoriya replied. Is that all the questions you all have? Kiryu asked her nephew's peers. They all nodded. But, because I have some upgrades for you, Izuku. She then presented 2 military cases. What upgrades are we talking about? Midoriya wondered. Your weapons, mainly your firearms. You have a reliable shotgun, but your pistols could use improvement. You can't last in a gunfight with only 7 or 8 shots each. So I picked out the best pistols for you, along with upgrading your shotgun and providing a backup, Kiryu explained as she opened the cases. Midoriya opened the cases to see the new firearms his aunt had gifted him. The first case held 2 new handguns, a Sig Sauer M17 and a 5th-generation Glock. The second case contained his shotguns, including a Benelli M4 Super 90 with an upgrade package. Hey, and what are the attachments you added? He asked. The attachments include a tactical 6-shot sure shell, a telescoping stock, a magazine clamp with sling swivel, and more, Kiryu listed. These are some amazing selections you gave me, Aunt Hikaru. Thank you. Midoriya said in amazement. I'm glad you love them, Izuku. You'll be training with your siblings and me for the sports festival, Kiryu told him. Seriously? An excited Midoriya asked, receiving nods from his older siblings and aunt. I can't wait to show off what I can do with your training. He then turned to his classmates. But I know I won't be the only one training for the sports festival. So I hope you all are ready when we face each other. I want to see the fruits of your LBR. Midoriya declared. Except for Bakugo and Todoroki, everyone nodded with determination, not wanting to disappoint their class representative. Aizawa's students were excited and ready for the sports festival, eager to showcase their abilities to the pros watching and prove that the next generation of heroes would keep the world safe. All Might was in the teacher's lounge at UA, preparing to deliver a letter. It was the same day Eraser had announced the sports festival to his students. The symbol of peace took a deep breath as he began to write. Greetings, it's been a while since you heard from me. I know you told me to find a successor among the elite at UA. However, I've decided to pass my power to someone you wouldn't expect. My successor shared his past actions as a vigilante with me. Despite the challenges he faced, he has shown a strong longing to protect innocent people from villains. This was further proven when he rushed to save someone from a dangerous situation that made even the pros hesitate. I was inspired by his heroic nature and his willingness to protect others, which is why I chose to share the secret of my quirk, one for all, and made him my successor. This young man asked me if he could still be a hero despite having villains' blood on his hands. I told him yes, even when most labeled him as either a villain or a monster. I was shocked when he protected his classmates and teachers from villains at the USJ. This young man has proven to be a worthy successor to my power, as he puts others' lives before his own. He will undoubtedly become a greater symbol of peace than I ever was. I hope you think the same when you decide to meet him. I'll keep you updated on what's happening with my successor. Believe me, this young man will become a symbol that inspires hope in others and instills fear in villains. Sincerely, Toshinori Yagi. An old man smiled as he read All Might's letter in his home. He took a bite of his taiyaki and placed the letter down on a desk, his smile unwavering as he eagerly anticipated meeting All Might's successor. Colorful fireworks exploded in the skies at UA University, signaling the opening of the sports festival. Meanwhile, the media gathered outside the school gate, waiting for security to let them through. The security line is huge. What's the deal? A female reporter questioned. The reporter, Yu Shimamura, was known for her determination, having previously managed to break into UA with her cameraman. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches with light skin and brown hair tied in a high ponytail, she wore her standard blue suit. Villains did manage to break into UA, so the university is ensuring that no shady characters get in. They even got Sentinel to provide additional security. Some people think the sports festival shouldn't happen, her cameraman explained. That's perfect. Nothing boosts ratings like a bit of controversy. Everyone wants to see the heroes in Sentinel, especially the attention on Class 1A. Shimamura exclaimed with determination. Inside the campus, visitors were buying food and souvenirs from stalls, their excitement palpable for the sports festival. I'm always excited for the third years since they have the most experience with their quirks. It's their last chance to show what they can do, one male visitor stated. No way. This time it's the powerful first years. I can't wait to see them, another male visitor replied. Hey, did you hear that Endeavor is watching the first year's sports festival? A female visitor revealed. No way, seriously? The first male visitor responded. Man, seats for the first years are going to be full, the second male visitor commented. Meanwhile, the lady was with Death Arms and Kamui Woods, ordering takoyaki at a stall. I'll take one order to go please, lady requested. Whoa, empty lady. It's really you, the male takoyaki vendor exclaimed. And hold the salt please, she added. Of course, that'll be 500 yen, the vendor stated. However, empty lady realized she didn't have her wallet. I don't have any money right now, she said, her tone playful. So cute. This one's on the house, the vendor exclaimed, blushing. Aren't you a dear? Empty lady replied with a smile. Do you have any shame? Kamui Woods questioned, staring at their friend's actions. Later, the trio of heroes walked around the campus. I hope to do some scouting while I was here, Kamui Woods stated. Yeah. Too bad we're stuck doing security work, Death Arms agreed. Seems like pro heroes aren't the only ones providing security. I noticed some Sentinel soldiers around. Maybe we'll even see some heroes from the agency with diplomatic immunity, MT Lady responded, enjoying her takoyaki while observing the Sentinel soldiers interacting with civilians. Meanwhile, another group was walking around campus. The group consisted of 4 women and 1 man. The first woman had pale skin, appeared to be 28, stood 5 foot 7 3/4 inch, and had emerald green eyes. Her long green hair curled at the ends, and she wore a form-fitting black dress with long sleeves and high-cut leg slits, complemented by low-heeled black shoes. The next woman also had pale skin, appeared to be 23, stood 5 foot 5 3/4 inch, and had chin-length dark green hair styled in a bob. Her attire was a form-fitting dark green dress, thigh-high black boots, and several necklaces. The final woman had fair skin, blonde hair in a high ponytail, blue eyes, and an hourglass figure. She appeared to be 37 and wore a futuristic Valkyrie suit. The man in the group was a futuristic cybernetic ninja, his tan skin and brown eyes visible as he stood 5 feet 7 inches and appeared to be 35 years old. This group was known as the Tornado of Terror, Tatsumaki, Blizzard of Hell, Fubuki, Mercy, and Genji. I can't believe our boss has us here guarding a sports festival. Aren't the soldiers enough? Tatsumaki questioned. Well, they want to ensure the villains won't pull another invasion like at the USJ, Fubuki answered. Besides, our presence ensures the safety of the civilians, Mercy added. And didn't you volunteer when Hikaru asked for help at the first year's sports festival, especially after hearing about what happened to Izuku? Genji reminded her. Tatsumaki blushed and faced the cyborg ninja. Did you get brain damage from your last mission? I didn't come here to make sure Izuku is well protected. I'm here to ensure everyone's safety. Don't forget that, or I'll send you flying, she exclaimed, still flustered. Hey guys. Wait for me, a female voice called out. Everyone turned to see a girl who appeared to be 19 approach them. She wore a mecha battlesuit with a white bunny on the chest, Hadden. Athletic build, stood 5 feet 6 inches, and had long brown hair and brown eyes. This was another member of Sentinel, Hana Song, also known as D.V. D.V, I was wondering where you were. What took you so long? Mercy asked the mech pilot. I was stuck in a long line at security and had to show I was allowed to carry my pistol, Dee explained. Well, it's good that you're here now. We also have Cassidy, Ash and Bob stationed at another part of the campus, Genji informed her. What about Izuku's siblings and aunt? She informed us that she and her older nephews and nieces would be here too, Dee thought. They're actually in the stadium where the first years are having their sports festival. Now, let's keep moving and ensure no intruders get in, Fubuki replied. I agree. Besides, I want to see if Izuku has stayed sharp since he left us to start his hero career, Tatsumaki added. This is Izuku we're talking about, Tatsumaki. The same guy who managed to beat you and have you work with others. Knowing him, he'll win the whole thing with ease. He exclaimed. Let's just get moving. The sports festival for the first years is about to begin. Tatsumaki said, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Genji leaned closer to Mercy and whispered, Cassidy and Ash made a bet with the others to see if Tatsumaki and her sister or Deku will confess to Izuku. Want to join in on that bet? Who got who? She asked. Cassidy, Ash, Torbjorn, Reaper, Moira, Sombra, Roadhog, and Junkrat are betting on the 2 Esper sisters. While Hanzo, me, Reinhardt, Bridget, Winston, Tracer, Soldier, 76, Widowmaker, May, Farah, Anna, Zarya, Orisa, Bastion, Symmetra, Baptiste, Lucio, and Zenyatta are betting on D.W, Genji explained. My bet is on D.W confessing. But you know, this reminds me of when the others made a bet on us to see which one of us would confess, and everyone who bet on you won, Mercy reminisced. Genji rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Still the best choice of my life when I first joined Overwatch before it merged with Sentinel, he replied. Mercy then kissed him on the cheek. Same here. Now let's not keep the others waiting. They joined the rest of the group, hands intertwined. Meanwhile, Class 1A was in their assigned waiting room, preparing for their turn. Some were mentally gearing up, while others felt nervous. Man, I was hoping to wear my costume, Mina groaned. Some students aren't in the hero course, so having all of us in our P uniforms keeps it fair, Ojiro pointed out. I wonder what they'll do for the first round? Sato pondered. It doesn't matter. We must persevere, Tokoyami stated. Right? Shoji agreed. Ida entered the waiting room, announcing, Everyone, time to get our game faces on. We'll be entering the arena soon. Midoriya cracked his knuckles and neck, noticing Todoroki approaching him. Midoriya, Todoroki called. Something you need, Todoroki? Midoriya replied. From an objective standpoint, it's clear you are more powerful than the whole class and me, Todoroki stated. And? Midoriya urged him to continue. However, I will beat you, Todoroki declared. Well, what's with all these declarations of war lately? Kaminari questioned. Meanwhile, Bakugo growled in frustration. As if that villain is more powerful than me. You're declaring war on the wrong person. I will win this and become the future #1 hero, he thought. Midoriya and Todoroki exchanged intense gazes, and then Midoriya burst into laughter, surprising everyone in the room. Sorry, but I hadn't laughed like that since I embarrassed Bakugo in middle and high school. I didn't know you had a sense of humor behind that serious expression of yours, Midoriya chuckled, then noticed Todoroki's serious demeanor. Oh wait, you are serious? Well, we don't have much time, so I'll be blunt. There's no way you're going to beat me, Todoroki, especially when you're only using half of your power, Midoriya told him. He turned to his classmates. Alright, everyone. Let's get out there and show them what we're made of. At the stadium filled with civilians and pro-heroes, Present Mix's voice boomed. H-E-I-O-I. Pay attention, everyone. Welcome to UA's annual sports festival. The first year stage is set, and now it's time to meet them. How did you convince me to do this? Eraserhead questioned. Same with me, Midoriya's aunt, Hiko, wondered, dressed in her hero costume that resembled a ninja. I get lonely. Anyway, to start us off, please welcome the class who overcame a villain attack. With hearts of steel and unwavering spirit, hero course, Class 1A. Present Mike announced. Class 1A, led by Midoriya, stepped into the arena, taken aback by the sea of spectators. Wow, there's so many people, Uraraka said nervously. Man, I'm getting nervous from all this, Kirishima admitted. Oh, SEK it up, Bakugo retorted. Okay, remember to show off your training from the past 2 weeks. Let's show the current pro heroes the next generation, Midoriya encouraged his classmates. Next, also from the hero course, Class 1B. Present Mike announced as Class 1B entered the arena, led by a determined gray-haired man. Then we have General Studies course, Classes C, D, and E. Present mic continued, as Shinso led the general study students into the arena. Coming now is support course, classes F, G, and H. Present mic stated, as the support course joined the other classes in the field. And finally, business course, classes I, J, and K. Present mic concluded, as the business course students arrived to meet their peers. Give it up for UA's first-year students, everyone. Applause erupted throughout the stadium. I bet we're just here to make the hero course look better, a general course student commented. A loud WHP crack silenced the crowd. Now, the introduction speech. Midnight announced, drawing attention with her striking appearance. Wow. This year's umpire is the rated R hero, Midnight. One pro hero exclaimed. Someone should talk to Midnight Sensei about her outfit, Kirishima said, blushing. Is that appropriate for a university? Tokoyami questioned, while Mineta enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, blushing heavily, only to receive a light chop to the head from Midoriya. Silence! Midnight commanded, and the crowd fell silent, giving her their full attention. She pointed at Midoriya with her WHP. Now, representing the first-year students, Izuku Midoriya, Hero Course, Class 1A's representative. The student who broke All Might's record in the entrance exam. The crowd gasped in amazement, impressed by the news of a first-year student breaking All Might's record. The monitor displayed Midoriya's skills during the exam, including his impressive feat against the zero-pointer, further astonishing everyone. Midoriya felt a mix of embarrassment and surprise at the attention he was receiving and prepared himself to give a speech. Geez, this is a lot of pressure, especially in front of a crowd, Midoriya muttered to himself. You can do it, Izuku, Yaoyorozu encouraged him. Yeah. You've always inspired us, so now it's your turn to show everyone, Deku-kun. Uraraka added. Yeah, you got this, Midorobro, Kirishima chimed in. Midoriya sighed as he approached the stage. Midnight handed him a microphone with a supportive wink. Take your time. Taking a deep breath, Midoriya began his speech. I learned that not everyone is born equal. Some are blessed with quirks, while others are not. Sometimes, certain quirks lead people to be labeled as either heroes or villains. The quirkless often lose hope in pursuing their dreams because others believe they can't achieve anything. I know this from experience. I didn't get my quirk until I was 15, and during that time, I faced bullying and isolation. The crowd, along with his classmates, listened intently as he continued. Even without my quirk, I dreamed of becoming a hero. Unfortunately, my teachers and classmates saw that dream as a joke. I became a target for students to showcase their quirks, while teachers either ignored it or encouraged it. For 11 years, I endured this torment, to the point where I nearly gave up. But before I could, my late father, a pro hero who died in the line of duty, reminded me that I was already a hero because of my determination to help others. When I finally gained my quirk, I was labeled a villain. Yet, I remembered my father's words, a quirk doesn't define whether someone is a hero or a villain. What truly defines us is our actions and how we use our quirks. Those are the only things that determine if we are heroes or villains. With the support of my father, my older siblings, and his sister, I underwent rigorous training that could have broken anyone. But I persevered because I was determined to become a hero and help others. My inspiration came from my family, all of whom are pro heroes. Even my mother, who isn't a pro hero, encouraged me to follow my path. And now, I see students around me who share that same longing. While some may view us as competitors from different courses, I see future heroes in the making. Class 1B will become our allies. The general course students will find their own paths to help others, and the support course will create the gear that protects us. The business course will ensure that heroes maintain a strong relationship with civilians. I know that some of you have faced labels as villains or have been mocked by your peers. But that ends today, here at this year's sports festival. Those who doubt us do not determine our paths. Only we can decide our futures. The current pro heroes will eventually retire, and it's time to show that the next generation of heroes is ready to take their place. If you have the determination, the will, and the spirit to help others, then you are already amazing heroes in the making. And to those at home in the quirkless, this message applies to you as well. It's time for all of us to take that leap of faith to become heroes. Let's make the impossible possible. Don't give up hope because of those who fill your minds with doubt. Prove them wrong by showing your heroic spirit and will. Break through your limits, and let's go beyond, plus ultra. Plus ultra. The crowd and students shouted, applauding Midoriya and his inspiring speech. Even those outside the arena or watching at home praised his words. That was so inspiring. I'm in tears. Kirishima exclaimed, wiping his eyes. As expected of our class representative. He inspires not just us but everyone. Ida added, also emotional. Amazing Izuku, Yaoyorozu said, her cheeks slightly flushed. That's what I'm talking about, Deku-kun. Uraraka cheered. Meanwhile, Bakuga scoffed. dismissing Midoriya's speech as mere words. What an inspiring speech, Midoriya. Let's give him another round of applause. Midnight announced, and the crowd clapped enthusiastically. Thank you, everyone. To all the students here, let's give it our all. Midoriya responded with a bright smile, so radiant that many had to shield their eyes. Wow, he's so bright, a student remarked. His spirit is incredible, another added. Shota, your student is so inspiring. His energy is blinding. Present Mike commented. I know. As his teacher, I can see he cares more about others than himself, Eraserhead replied. Plus, he has some amazing role models. That must contribute to his brightness, Hikaru noted with a smile. What you said is something your father would have echoed, Izuku. Good job. Meanwhile, Yugo and Maki watched from the upper rows of the stadium. Yugo, dressed in a gold and black night costume, looked at his sister, who wore a magical outfit. Did you hear our little brother's speech? He sounds just like Dad. Maki exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Absolutely. We had an incredible role model in our lives, and it's our responsibility to carry on his legacy. Our little brother just showed that, Yugo replied. In another part of the stadium, Ken and Rika sat together. Ken, clad in mechanized armor, turned to his sister, who looked like a military operator. Do you think our little brother practiced that speech? He asked. Nope. He just winged it and nailed it. If Dad were here, he would be so proud. And knowing Mom, she's probably in tears of joy right now, Rika answered. Man, I was totally wrong about Class 1A. They have an impressive and strong representative. A gray-haired student from Class 1B exclaimed. He's right. Let's do our best, everyone. An 18-year-old girl from Class 1B encouraged her classmates. She stood 5'6" 1/4 inch with a slim build, teal eyes, and fair skin. Her long orange hair was styled in a high ponytail on the left side of her head, with bangs split into 3 clumps around her eyes. Yeah, her classmates cheered in agreement. Midoriya joined his class after stepping off the stage. Great speech there, Midoriya. Kirishima complimented him. Thanks. I was speaking from the heart, Midoriya admitted. But it was inspiring nonetheless, Izuku, Yaoyorozu added. Yeah, let's do our best. Uraraka chimed in. Yeah, let's do it. Ashido cheered. Without further ado, let's begin the first round of the sports festival. Midnight announced. Everyone turned to the monitor behind her as it spun. What will it be? She asked as the wheel stopped at obstacle race. And we have our first round. Midnight exclaimed. An obstacle course for the first round? Sounds interesting, Midoriya commented. All 11 classes will run 4 kilometers outside of the stadium. The only rule for this race is no intentional harm to other students with your quirks. But you can use whatever advantage your quirk gives you as long as you stay on course, Midnight explained. Take your places, everyone. All the classes gathered at the tunnel, waiting for the signal to start the race. The countdown began until it reached 1. Start! Midnight shouted, and the race began. And off they go. How about some commentary, Eraserhead and Hikaru? What should we pay attention to first? Present Mike asked. The doorway, they both replied. The students struggled to get through the narrow tunnel. It's too narrow, one student exclaimed. So they're testing us on how we get through this, Midoriya thought as he pushed through. This is the first obstacle, Todoroki said, freezing the tunnel and making his way out. Apologies, he added as he inadvertently froze the feet of some other students. You're going to have to do better than that, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu exclaimed, creating a large staff to vault herself out of the tunnel. You're not getting ahead of me, icy hot. Bakugo shouted, using his explosions to propel himself out. Don't count me out just yet. Kirishima exclaimed as he jumped out. Sorry, but not gonna happen. Ojiro shouted as he used his tail to vault out. You can't stop my brightness. Aoyama declared, firing a laser to aid his escape. Starting big, huh? Maybe I should too, Midoriya said as he teleported himself out of the tunnel. He then channeled one for all to his legs and began running. But didn't expect so many people to dodge that, Todoroki remarked as he continued to run. That's because you underestimate them too much, Midoriya replied, appearing beside him. You're already here? How? Todoroki questioned. My quirk, Midoriya responded. Just then, they noticed Mineta bouncing toward them. How foolish of you two. I foiled your plans. Mineta exclaimed, preparing to launch an attack. But a giant metal hand suddenly smacked Mineta down to the ground. Midoriya couldn't help but chuckle before turning to face the first obstacle. The other students arrived at the first challenge. The first obstacle on the field has arrived. Robo Inferno. Present Mike announced. Aren't those the 0-pointers from the entrance exam? Kaminari asked. Where does the school get the funds for those? Yaoyorozu added. They went through a lot of trouble, but they should have prepared something more difficult, Todoroki commented, using his quirk to freeze the 0-pointers. Since dear old dad is watching, he added with a breath before running ahead. He stopped them, one student shouted. We can get through between the legs, another student suggested. I wouldn't do that, considering I froze them to unbalance them, Todoroki warned. The 0-pointers began to topple toward some students. Midoriya summoned his katana, igniting the blade to unleash flaming slashes on the falling mechs. The frozen 0-pointers fell the other way as the flaming strikes melted them. Amazing! Izuku Midoriya saved fellow students from the falling 0-pointers. Present Mike announced. Midoriya sheathed his sword and turned to the students. Is everyone okay? He asked. Some of us are, but I saw Kirishima and that gray-haired guy from 1B ran under the 0-pointer, Kaminari replied. What? Midoriya exclaimed. Just then, Kirishima burst out of the 0-pointer, his quirk activated. I'm alive! He shouted. The gray-haired student from 1B followed closely behind. I'm gonna smash that guy when I get my hands on him, the gray-haired student declared, his body transforming into steel. Man, how am I gonna stand out when we're the same? Kirishima lamented, tears in his eyes as he ran. What do you mean? The gray-haired student asked, running alongside him. Let's work together for now. Make a path, an 18-year-old male class 1B student suggested. He stood 5 feet 8 inches with lightly tanned skin and reptilian-shaped eyes. His black hair was styled in a low braid, and he had an athletic build. His arms turned green and scaly as he launched scales at the robots. A loud explosion echoed, and Kaminari noticed Bakugo flying over the robots. Bakugo? He questioned. No way I'm letting Deku and Icy Hot beat me. Bakugo thought to himself. Class 1A's Bakugo blasted over the obstacle, clever. Present Mike commented. You're not the only one whose quirk can help you over this obstacle. Siro said, using his tape to climb over the 0-pointers. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami commanded as his quirk took down some robots. Yaoyorozu created a cannon to destroy a few 0-pointers. Looks like the leading pack for now is Class 1A, Snipe noted from the teacher's booth. It's not like they don't know what to do but... Class 1A learns not to hesitate, Eraserhead thought to himself. Ida, Jiro, and Kaminari used their quirks to take down some robots. They've seen what the real world is like after facing real villains, Aizawa added. Uraraka and Ojiro also used their quirks against the robots. Yet they fight on and try to overcome that fear. They've all grown and know to act quickly to stay alive, Class 1A's homeroom teacher concluded. Better off to dodge those sometimes. But a smart shot will take down those big, slow, dumb robots. A hunk of metal is easy to hit as long as you know where to aim, Snipe stated. If you think that first obstacle was easy, let's see how you deal with the second obstacle. The fall. Present Mike announced to those who had arrived at the next challenge. The second obstacle was a massive hole, with stone pillars connected by ropes. Todoroki used his ice to glide across the ropes, while Bakugo propelled himself through the air with explosive bursts. When did they have time to build this? Uraraka wondered aloud. How deep is the hole? Ashido asked, glancing around. Midoriya felt a surge of determination. He focused his energy, channeling one for all into his legs, and began to bounce off each platform with agility. See you at the finish line, he called back to his classmates. Wow, Midoriya is really impressive, Ashido remarked. Present Mike announced, Class 1A's Midoriya has caught up with Todoroki and Bakugo. Suddenly, a playful laugh caught their attention. They turned to see an 18-year-old girl with salmon pink hair styled in thick dreadlocks. She stood at 5 feet 3 inches with a confident posture and wore oversized boots and a utility belt, with a jetpack slung over her shoulders. It's my chance to show off my skills and gadgets, she exclaimed. You're from the support course, Uraraka noted. How come you can bring all that gear? Ashido asked, curious. The hero course students get combat training for their quirks, but we in the support course can bring any gadget we create ourselves to keep things fair, the girl explained. So sit back and enjoy the show. With that, she fired a wire towards a stone pillar and launched herself upward. This obstacle is perfect for showcasing our inventions. I hope employers are watching, she called out as she soared above the pillars. I won't lose, Uraraka declared, sprinting toward the cliff, followed closely by Ashido. This is so unfair, Ashido muttered. In the world of pro heroes, it's tough to gain popularity without a flashy quirk, right, Eraserhead? Present Mike joked, earning an annoyed glance from Aizawa. I have no idea what you're talking about, he replied tersely. Meanwhile, Todoroki reached the other side, with Bakugo not far behind. He's finally getting fired up, Todoroki thought, glancing at Bakugo. But I still need to get past him. My brother is watching. I can't let him see me act uncool, Ida said, struggling to maintain his balance as he glided across the rope like a tightrope walker. He looks uncool right now, Hikaru commented. That guy in second place behind Midoriya is way ahead of the others, an audience member noted. His quirk is powerful, but his athletic ability and judgment set him apart. Another added, of course, his dad is the number 2 hero in Endeavor. Guess that's why he's in second, like father, like son, a third audience member remarked. The race is reaching its final stretch with the last obstacle. Present Mike announced. Midoriya found himself facing a vast minefield, marked with a sign that read, Danger Mine. This minefield is set up to test your caution. The mines are harmless but loud enough to startle you, Present Mike explained. Tone it down, man, Hikaru said, while Eraserhead commented, this loudmouth can't tone it down. Midoriya realized this obstacle could help those behind him catch up. Suddenly, an explosion erupted as Bakugo charged toward Todoroki. Don't make a declaration if you can't back it up. Bakugo shouted, attempting to attack. Midoriya, observing from the start of the minefield, then teleported next to Yaoyorozu, startling her. He quickly carried her away from Mineta, who was about to jump toward them. I had a feeling he might try something, Midoriya explained. So I brought you here to keep you safe. Oh. Thank you, Yaoyorozu replied, blushing. But you might want to step back, I'm about to do something risky. Midoriya warned her before jumping into the air, summoning his pistol and firing at the mines below. The resulting shockwave propelled him through the minefield. Yeehaw! Midoriya cheered as he soared through the air. Unbeknownst to him, Yaoyorozu had created a grapple gun that attached to his back, allowing her to escape with him. They flew past both Bakugo and Todoroki. See you later! Midoriya called out. Midoriya has taken the lead. Present Mike exclaimed, prompting cheers from the crowd. Deku, what do you think you're doing? Bakugo shouted. Todoroki thought, the ice path I made will help the others, but I can't worry about that now. Look at them go. Bakugo and Todoroki have stopped fighting to chase after Midoriya, with Yaoyorozu still attached to him. Present Mike announced. So you're catching up, huh? Sorry, but no, Midoriya said, firing fireballs ahead of Bakugo and Todoroki. The blast struck the mines, sending them both backward. With that impressive move, Midoriya slows down the competition as he races toward the finish line. Eraserhead, your students are incredible. What are you teaching them? Present Mike asked. This has nothing to do with me. Each of them is using their powers to overcome their challenges, Eraserhead replied. Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki continued their sprint toward the finish line. Midoriya channeled One for All into his legs once more, speeding away from both Bakugo and Todoroki, with Yaoyorozu still attached to him. He crossed the finish line, greeted by the roaring crowd. And the first one to finish the obstacle race is Hero Course, Class 1 Ace, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced. Death Arms turned to the big screen behind him outside of the stadium. Hey, it's the kid who dealt with that sludge villain, he remarked. Oh yeah, the same one Lady kissed for his bravery, Kamui Woods added. Meanwhile, in a dark room in an unknown location, Shigaraki watched the sports festival with disdain. That brat again, he hissed. Back at the stadium, Midoriya looked around at the cheering crowd. He then noticed a grapple hook on his back, which was reeling in. Izuku! Yaoyorozu screamed as she rushed toward him. I got you! Midoriya exclaimed, catching her as they both fell. That explains the mysterious grapple hook on my back. Good thinking, Momo, Midoriya praised. Thank you. Though the ride was quite terrifying due to your speed, Yaoyorozu replied. Hey, Izuku, stop flirting with your girlfriend. We're live, you know, Hikaru teased. Midoriya suddenly realized that Yaoyorozu was on top of him, and they both blushed, stumbling back to their feet, embarrassed. The crowd giggled at their flustered expressions. Just then, Todoroki and Bakugo joined them, along with the others. Damn it. I lost to him again. Bakugo growled. This festival is a competition where everyone aims for the top, even if it means stepping on friends and peers to get the attention of a pro hero. Popularity plays a huge role in their career, and you, my boy, are the best, All Might thought to himself. Deku-kun. That was amazing. Uraraka praised. Ida, however, sulked after losing in a test of speed. Oh, thank you. You did pretty amazingly yourself, Midoriya responded. The first game for the first-year students is over, and what a spectacular display we got from them, Midnight announced. Now, let's take a look at the standings, shall we? A screen displayed the results. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Burashiza, Juzo Hananuki, Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Shiro Hanta, Ajiro Kirishima, Tetsu Tetsu, Mashireo Ojiro, Yosetsu Owaze, Tsuyu Azui, Mizo Sho, Buchako Uraraka, Rikido Sato, Minoru Mineta, Mina Ishido, Koji Koda, Kyokager, Senkaibar, Koziide Tsuburaba, Denki Kaminari, Kojiro Bando, Reiko Yanagi, Hitoshi Shinso, Dasuka Kendo, Jiroda Shishida, Shirhai Kuwaro, Bukota, Hiryurin, Nirenjiki Shoda, Kinoko Komori, Tagaru Kamikiri, Nito Minoma, Pony Tsunatori, Toru Hagakure, Setsuna Tokage, Manga Fukudashi, Meihatsum, Yuga Oyama. Only the first 42 contestants will advance to the next round. But don't be discouraged if you didn't make the cut. We've prepared other opportunities for you to shine, Midnight announced. Now, let's see what the next round will be. Midnight stated as the wheel began turning. It stopped at cavalry battle. Cavalry battle? Man, I'm not good at those, Kaminari said. It's not an individual event. How are we going to be split up? Azui wondered. The rules are that contestants can team up in groups of 2 to 4. It may look like a normal cavalry battle, but there's a twist. Each player is assigned a point value based on the results of the obstacle course, Midnight explained. I get it. A point system like the entrance exam, pretty simple, Sato realized. So that means each team will have a different point value depending on the team, Uraraka stated. That's right. Ashido added. Maybe you should be quiet and let me explain the rules. Midnight scolded before regaining her composure. Now, each point assigned goes up by 5 points from the bottom. For example, 42nd place is worth 5 points, and 41st is worth 10. However, the point value assigned to first place is worth 10 million points. All eyes turned toward Midoriya. So this is for those at the bottom to have a chance to overtake those on top, right? Midoriya asked. That's right. So what do you say to that? Midnight replied. Then this is getting more exciting. I was hoping for a challenge. I'm getting fired up. Midoriya answered with enthusiasm. Let's see if you can survive, as everyone will be gunning for you, Midnight said, her gaze fixed on Midoriya. Midoriya smirked and ignited his right hand. That depends on whether they can take the heat. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Cavalry Battle. The UA's annual sports festival continued. The obstacle course had concluded, and now 42 students prepared for the second event, the cavalry battle. You have 15 minutes to form your teams. Start. Midnight announced. Midoriya was well aware of the target on his back, making it challenging to build a team since others would seek to take him down. Meanwhile, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and Ini Lady took a moment outside the stadium to rest, observing the event on the monitor. The sports festival isn't just about preparing for certain situations, it's about simulating the competition they'll face as pros, Death Arms stated, taking a drag from his cigarette. What do you mean? Ini Lady asked. We know this country is overflowing with hero agencies right now. If you want to put food on the table, you have to step on other heroes. That was the point of the first game, Death Arms explained. That's a sad way of viewing our job, Empty Lady replied. Seriously? You never have a problem stealing the spotlight, Kamui Woods reminded her, recalling how she had captured a giant villain he was about to apprehend during her debut. But there will be times when you need to work together. This event also helps with that, Death Arms said. I see. In the cavalry battle, you're not just gaining points for yourself but for your teammates as well. You also need to know how to make different quirks work together and see who you're compatible with, MT Lady responded. Similar to coordinating with your sidekick or training your quirk with other agencies, Kamui Woods added. These kids are doing things that will become part of their daily lives once they become pros. They have a long road ahead of them, Death Arms concluded. Back in the arena, Bakugo was surrounded by some of his classmates. You should team up with me, Sato offered. No, you definitely want me on your team, Ishido suggested. I don't want to beg but please, Aoyama pleaded, clutching his stomach. Wait, remind me what your quirk is again. And your name, Bakugo said, shocking them. Are you kidding me? We're classmates? Ishido exclaimed. Are you really that self-centered? Sato questioned, raising an eyebrow. He's a hothead, but he came in fourth with 195 points. Considering how versatile his quirk is, it's no surprise people want to join him, All Might thought to himself. Hey, Bakugo, I tried to team up with Todoroki, but he already has a team. So, how about we team up? Kirishima suggested. Hey, shitty hair, Bakugo replied, his tone sharp. My name's Kirishima, and my hair isn't that different from yours. Come on, you want to be the rider, right? You need a strong front horse who can handle your blasts, and I'm that guy, Kirishima insisted as he activated his quirk. I need someone with guts, Bakugo said, intrigued. My quirk was made for this. I got you covered, man. Let's go and get that 10 million points. All right, you're in, Bakugo agreed. Shoji. Mineta called out, desperation in his voice. What? The six-armed man asked. None of the girls want to team up with me. Please be my partner. Mineta pleaded. I'm too small to be a horse, and nobody wants me to climb on top of them, so I can't be a rider. Shoji began to walk away, but Mineta quickly added, with your big body and those tentacles, you can cover me completely so no one can take my headband. Good idea. Let's team up, Shoji replied, finally considering Mineta's request. I was right about people sticking with their homeroom class. It's too risky to team up with someone whose quirk I don't know, Midoriya thought. Just then, Uraraka called out to him. What is it, Uraraka? Midoriya asked, turning to her. Let's team up, she proposed. Before Midoriya could respond, Yaoyorozu approached him. Izuku, can I join your team? She asked, surprising him. Are you too sure you want to team up with me? I have a huge target on my back, Midoriya cautioned. Of course. Todoroki did offer me a spot, but I declined. Anyone who teams up with you has a great chance of winning, considering your skills and training. I have complete faith in you, Yaoyorozu assured him. Yeah. Everyone is going to target you, that's true. But it's better to team up with the people you like. Uraraka added, making Midoriya blush and smile. He then grabbed both girls by their waists and spun them around. You two are lifesavers and great ball of sunshine, you know that? Midoriya exclaimed joyfully, setting them back down as both girls blushed from the hug. Well, I know who to ask to fill the final spot on our team, Uraraka said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The trio approached Ida, and Uraraka tapped him to get his attention. Ida, let's team up. With us working together, we'll win for sure. That's generous of you, Uraraka. But I must decline, Ida replied, leaving Uraraka shocked. I didn't mean to hurt you, but we're here to show our abilities to the pro heroes watching. Therefore, I don't see you as friends but as competitors at the moment, Ida explained as he walked toward Todoroki, Kaminari, and Tokoyami. I'll do everything in my power to beat you. That's the right motivation to have, Ida. You're right about us needing to prove what we can do to the pro heroes watching. So come at me with everything you've got, Midoriya responded, which made Ida smile. Of course. Best of luck to you as well, Ida replied. It's a shame we couldn't have Ida on our team. But who is going to fill the final spot? Yaoyorozu wondered aloud. Hee. Perfect, you have a spot remaining, a voice chimed in. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka turned to see a salmon-haired girl from the support course. Team up with me, Mr. 10 million points, she exclaimed as she got close to Midoriya. Whoa, too close. Who are you? Midoriya asked, taken aback. The girl removed her goggles, revealing wide, sloped eyes with long upper eyelashes. The name's Mei Hatsum from the support course, she introduced herself. Oh, you're that girl from the obstacle course, Uraraka remarked. We haven't met, but I would like to use your position to my advantage. Teaming up with you will put my inventions in the spotlight, especially for the big company CEOs who are tuning into the sports festival, Hatsum stated, leaning closer to Midoriya. By that logic, this is the best way for me and my inventions to get noticed. Whoa, slow down for a bit. What do you mean by inventions? Uraraka asked, but it seemed Hatsum was ignoring her. Midoriya looked deeply into Hatsum's eyes, causing her to blush. Why are you staring at me like that? She wondered. The way your eyes look has to involve your quirk, right? Midoriya asked. Yes. I can zoom in on what I'm looking at. If I concentrate, I can see up to 5 kilometers. Though people always say my eyes make me look weird, Hatsum explained. Don't listen to them because you and your eyes are appealing. Your amazing quirk and the gear you made will help us greatly in the cavalry battle. So you're in. Midoriya declared, making Hatsum blush even more. Thank you, she said shyly. They're sure getting along, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka thought to themselves. All right, huddle up, everyone. Here's the plan, Midoriya instructed his team. 15 minutes passed, and the buzzer went off. Midnight observed all 12 groups formed. Oh goody. It's time to get this party started, Midnight announced. Hey, wake up, Eraserhead. The second round is about to start. Present Mike exclaimed as he shook Aizawa awake from his nap. After 15 minutes to form teams and strategies, all 12 teams are ready to go head-to-head. Present Mike announced. I see some unexpected groups, Aizawa noted, observing the formations. He saw 2 groups of 2 or 3 people while everyone else had 4. The first duo team was Rin's team. Hiryu Rin was the student who could create and fire scales from his arms, and his teammate was Juroda Shishida, who had a beastly appearance with shaggy hair. The second duo team consisted of Taguru Kamakiri and Pony Tsunatori. Kamakiri had a slender build and a bright green mohawk, while Tsunatori had an athletic build and a round face. As the teams prepared, the excitement in the air was palpable, and everyone was ready for the challenge ahead. Tsunatori had thick, wavy blonde hair that cascaded halfway down her back, with short bangs framing her forehead. Her Prussian blue eyes were large and round, complemented by a horse tail and tall, lyre-shaped tan horns atop her head. Her calves were rounded like a horse's, ending in brown hooves. The first trio team consisted of 18-year-old Yui Kodai, along with her teammates Kojiro Bando and Manga Fukudashi. Kodai had fair skin, stood at 5 feet 4 inches, and had cerulean eyes. Her athletic build was accentuated by her black shoulder-length bob, which was swept to the right, with shorter strands falling above her eyes. Fukidashi, standing at 5 feet 3 inches, also had an athletic build and fair skin, but his head and neck resembled a blank, pale white speech bubble. Bando towered at 6 feet 3 inches, with a large, muscular body, broad shoulders and a slender waist. His skin was a straw-like yellow, and his head resembled a glue dispenser, complete with a lappet on top and 7 eye holes on his face. Aizawa noticed Shoji standing alone, his arms forming a large tent on his back, indicating his teammates were inside. Shinso's team included Ojiro, Aoyama, and Class 1B's Nairenjiki Shoda, who stood at 5 feet 5 inches with a chubby build, short ice blue hair, and a round face. His large black eyes had small pupils and upward-pointing eyebrows. Meanwhile, Bakugo was with Kirishima, Ashido, and Siro, while Hagakure teamed up with Jiro, Sato, and Koda. The orange-haired girl, Itsuka Kendo, led an all-female team comprising Reiko Yanagi, Setsuna Tokage, and Kinoko Komori from Class B. Yanagi stood at 5 feet 5 inches, had an athletic build, and pale skin, with chin-length gray hair that obscured part of her face. Dark bags under her blue eyes highlighted her small mouth with full lips. Tokage, at 5 feet 3 inches, had fair skin, an athletic build and large, upturned dusky green eyes, along with long pointed teeth and dark moss green hair that fell below her shoulders. Komori was 5 feet 1 inch, thin, with fair skin and honey brown hair styled in a mushroom-shaped bob that reached just below her narrow shoulders, with a fringe covering her eyes. Another team, composed entirely of boys, included 18-year-olds Nito Monoma, Kozai Tsuburaba, Sen Kaibara, and Shirhai Kuwaro from Class 1B. Monoma stood at 5 feet 7 inches, had fair skin, an athletic build, and slick blonde hair parted to the right, with bangs over his right eye. His periwinkle blue eyes appeared half-closed. Tsuburaba, also 5 feet 7 inches, had an athletic build, fair skin, and short brown hair spiked at odd angles, with oval-shaped black eyes. Kaibara was 5 feet 8 inches, slightly tanned, with shaggy dark hair and thin, lazy-looking black eyes. Kuwaro stood at 5 foot 9 1/4 inch, with an athletic build, fluffy white hair, long thin black eyes, and pitch-black skin. From Class B, Tetsutetsu's teammates included 18-year-olds Juzo Hananuki and Yosetsu Aways, along with 18-year-old Ibara Shiozaki. Hananuki stood at 5 foot 9 1/2 inch, had an athletic build, pale skin, and mid-length spiked beige hair, giving him a skull-like appearance due to his flat nose and small eyebrows. Aways was 5 feet 9 inches, athletic, with fair skin and long black hair spiked upwards and backward, wearing a zigzag-patterned headband. Shiozaki stood at 5 feet 7 inches, with an athletic build and green, thorn-covered vines for hair that stopped above her waist, wrapping around her forehead in a cross shape. All the teams received headbands that indicated their total points. Bakugo and Todoroki's teams had headbands worth 650 points, while Tetsutetsu's team had 685 points. Mineta's team had 410 points, Hagakure's was worth 380 points, and Shinso's team had 250 points. Kendo's team got 225 points, while Monoma's was worth 305 points. Kodai's headband was valued at 165 points, compared to Rin's 125 points and Kamakiri's 70 points. The main target, however, was Midoriya's team headband, worth an astonishing 10,350 points. Midoriya clutched his team's headband tightly. Everybody raise your hands in the air. It's time for UA's cavalry battle. Let me hear you scream. Present Mike announced enthusiastically. Monoma turned to his teammates, expressing his thoughts on Class 1A. Almost everyone has their sights on Class 1A. Why is that? The only difference is that they fought actual villains. Should we, Class 1B, be content with being in the middle of the pack? Let's show that arrogant Class 1A why we are superior, he declared. It's time to get started. Midnight announced to the 12 teams. Yaoyorozu was the rider, with Uraraka on her right and Hatsum on her left, making Midoriya the horse of the team. He handed the headband to Yaoyorozu as the second round was about to begin. Momo, Uraraka, Hatsum, I'm counting on you to win this. Midoriya encouraged the three girls. Meanwhile, Todoroki led his team, with Tokoyami on his right and Kaminari on his left, while Ida served as the horse. I chose you three because I believe it's the most stable formation. Tokoyami, you'll use Dark Shadow to attack any enemies. Kaminari, your quirk will keep anyone away. And Ida, you'll be in front for mobility and physical defense, Todoroki explained. So you'll attack and create diversions with your ice and fire, Todoroki? Ida asked. No. In battle I'll never use my left side, Todoroki replied firmly. The screen displayed, on your marks, ready? Monoma turned to Tetsutetsu. No hard feelings, okay? He said. Yeah. Tetsutetsu responded. Now let's get going. Counting down to the cavalry battle. 3, Present mic announced. We're aiming for. Bakugo thought. 2. Present mic counted. 1 thing, Todoroki thought. 1. Present mic finished. Start. Midnight exclaimed as she whipped her flogger. Every team charged toward Midoriya's group. It's a battle for the 10 million points. Tetsu shouted. I'll be taking that headband, Midoriya. Hagakure declared. They're attacking us without delay, Yaoyorozu noted. What are we going to do, Deku-kun? Uraraka asked anxiously. It's obvious that we're going to run away. Midoriya replied. I won't let you. Tetsu exclaimed as Hananuki stomped his feet, turning the ground into mud. Midoriya's team began to sink. Whoa, what the? Uraraka exclaimed. We're sinking? Midoriya added, quickly realizing Hananuki was the cause. It must be his quirk. Midoriya thought. Uraraka, Hatsum. Turn your faces away. Yaoyorozu warned. Both girls complied as Yaoyorozu activated her jetpack, lifting the group into the air. They flew. It must be because of the support course, huh? Follow them. Tetsu instructed his team. Jiro. Hagakure called to her friend. I know. Jiro replied, sending an earphone jack toward them. Yaoyorozu quickly created a shield to block an incoming attack. Yaoyorozu. Jiro called out, her voice filled with urgency. Keep an eye out for any blind spots. Midoriya instructed his team. We're landing. Uraraka added as they descended to the ground, gliding smoothly thanks to the hover boots Hatsum had designed for them. Midoriya thought to himself how clever it was for Uraraka to make everyone weightless except herself, meaning their combined weight was just hers plus their gear. What do you think of my creations? Aren't they amazing? Hatsum asked, her excitement palpable. They're incredible. Great work, Hatsum. Midoriya praised, causing Hatsum to blush with delight. This exchange sparked a hint of jealousy in both Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. I'm the one making the items float, Uraraka muttered under her breath. I was the one who came up with the plan, Yaoyorozu added, her cheeks slightly flushed. We need to go after them. Come on, Jiro, it's time for some payback. Hagakure declared, her determination evident. Sato then noticed something amiss. Wait, Hagakure. Your headband is gone, he exclaimed. The invisible girl realized it was indeed missing. When did that happen? She cried out in surprise. Monoma, spinning Hagakure's headband around his finger, smirked. Just taking advantage while others fight, he said smugly. Wow, it's already a free-for-all. Everyone's going for headbands instead of the 10 million points. Even aiming for 4th place isn't a bad strategy. Present Mike announced, his voice booming. Midoriya then heard Mineta laughing nearby. Fighting? No, this is a one-sided pillage. Mineta declared. Yaoyorozu spotted Shoji charging toward. Wait, he's by himself. Isn't this a team battle? She exclaimed. We need some space. We can't get caught in the middle of all this. Midoriya suggested. They attempted to take flight, but Uraraka felt something strange on her boot. What's this? She asked, looking down to see a purple ball stuck beneath her foot. Uraraka, what's wrong? Midoriya inquired, concern in his voice. I'm stuck, she replied, realizing it was Mineta's ball. How did that get there? He questioned. In here, Midoriya, Mineta called out from inside Shoji's arm tent. Is that allowed? Midoriya asked, bewildered. It is, Midnight confirmed. Just then, Azui's tongue shot out, aiming for the headband around Yaoyorozu's neck, but she dodged just in time. Azui revealed herself from Shoji's arms. Great reflexes. I expected nothing less from you, Yaoyorozu, she complimented. That's actually clever, Midoriya admitted as both Azui's tongue and Mineta's ball attacked their group. Team Mineta is using their size to their advantage. They're like a tank. Present Mike announced. Yaoyorozu activated her jetpack, but Midoriya noticed Uraraka's boot was about to be crushed by Mineta's ball. He quickly shot a small fireball to melt it away. Suddenly, Bakugo launched himself toward them with his explosions. How did he get here so fast? Midoriya thought in alarm. Don't get ahead of yourself, Deku. Bakugo shouted. Yaoyorozu quickly raised her shield to block Bakugo's explosion. Wait, he's separated from his team. Is that allowed? Present Mike exclaimed. Yaoyorozu pushed Bakugo back with her shield. Damn it. Bakugo cursed as Siro's tape caught him and pulled him back. Nice catch. Kirishima praised. It's a technicality, so it's allowed. He just can't touch the ground. Midnight explained as Midoriya's group landed back on solid ground. Great job, everyone. Midoriya encouraged his team. Thank you, the girls replied, though he sensed the tension rising. Maybe it's time to test out that new ability I got, he thought to himself. Midoriya removed his right arm from supporting Yaoyorozu, but both Uraraka and Hatsum quickly adjusted to keep her balanced. The three girls watched as Midoriya summoned his katana to his hand, gripping the blade tightly. Izuku, what are you doing? Yaoyorozu asked, alarmed. Trust me. You're going to be surprised, he assured her. Meanwhile, Death Arms, MT Lady, and Kamui Woods were watching the cavalry battle in the break room, as were Tatsumaki, Fubuki, Gigi, Mercy, and Genji in another part of the campus. As expected, everyone's targeting the first-place team. Class A is in hot pursuit. They're really showcasing their skills. Present Mike announced. Back in the stadium, he continued, now, let's take a look at every team's points. 7 minutes have passed. Here are the current rankings. The screen displayed the standings, but then it quickly changed. Whoa! Wait a minute. Present Mike exclaimed. Minoma had stolen Bakugu's headband. Other than Midoriya and his team, Class 1A isn't doing so well. Present Mike commented. Class 1A is so simple-minded, Minoma remarked. He got us. Ashido exclaimed. What did you say, UJRK? Give that back or else. Bakugu shouted, furious. Midnight said this was just the first game. It wouldn't make sense to eliminate so many in a qualifier, right? Minoma explained. Huh. Bakugu responded, confused. Assuming only 40 people qualify for the next stage, we need to stay within that number as we run. Observing from the back to learn about our rivals' quirks and personalities makes more sense than winning the prelims, Minoma elaborated. Did your class agree to that? Bakugu asked, skeptical. Well, it wasn't a consensus, but it's a good idea, Minoma replied. Hey, they're coming. Kaibara warned Minoma. It's better than chasing after a temporary lead like a horse with a carrot in front of it. But a rival is still a rival, and you're just unworthy to me, Minoma told Bakugu. Bakugu gritted his teeth in anger. Kirishima. Change of plans, he said, turning to his friend. Kirishima noticed Bakugu's furious expression. Minoma turned to see Bakugu's shadow looming over him. Before we go after Deku, let's deal with that guy. Bakugu declared. Meanwhile, Midoriya overheard everything Minoma said. So Class 1B's strategy is to throw the qualifier. They want to make a lasting impression by overshadowing Class 1 as previous praise. But based on their approach, they won't be targeting me, he thought. Suddenly, Midoriya's team halted as they faced Todoroki's team. Midoriya glanced at his katana, its blade almost stained. Less than half a minute left. The cavalry battle is entering its second half. Who will claim the 10 million points in the end? Present Mike announced. I'll be taking that now, Todoroki said, locking eyes with Midoriya. Come and try, Midoriya challenged back. Nearby, Mineta was in shock, realizing his headband was gone. It was a good plan, so I joined this team even though you were part of it. How did you lose your headband? Azui asked. I don't know. But now there's nothing left to lose. Shoji full assault mode. Mineta shouted. Shoji unfolded his arms, revealing his teammates, and charged toward Midoriya and Todoroki's team. We're going to steal those points from those two with everything we've got. Mineta exclaimed. I didn't think my confrontation with you would come this early. I thought it would be later in this contest, Todoroki stated. He seems to think highly of you, Izuku, Yaoyorozu commented. We have to hold on until the time is over, Midoriya replied. Ida forward. Todoroki commanded. Right. Ida complied as he launched toward Midoriya's group. However, Yaoyorozu noticed that Todoroki's team wasn't the only one approaching. Izuku, we have different groups coming for us, she warned. Midoriya saw Kaminari preparing to unleash his electricity. Tokoyami, make sure Dark Shadow guards us well, Kaminari cautioned as sparks of electricity danced around him. Momo! Midoriya called out. On it, she responded, creating a protective sheet similar to the one from the USJ. She covered her teammates with it. Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. Kaminari exclaimed as he released bolts of electricity. The protective sheet shielded Midoriya's team, while Dark Shadow covered Todoroki's team. Unfortunately, the others weren't so lucky and got shocked. Kaminari! Jiro cursed as she continued to feel the effects. Dark Shadow unwrapped himself from Todoroki's group. Less than 6 minutes now. Time to go on the offensive. Tokoyami, have Dark Shadow take care of anyone from behind. Then we'll deal with Midoriya, Todoroki commanded. Right, Tokoyami replied. What's this? Tokoyami has Dark Shadow blocking everyone from behind. Present Mike announced. That's smart, Todoroki's team can focus on anyone in front of them, Hikaru stated. Indeed. They don't need to worry about anyone from behind thanks to Dark Shadow, Eraserhead added. Nice commentary. Present Mike said, giving both Aizawa and Hikaru a thumbs up. Dark Shadow blocked every attack from teams Kendo and Rin. Then Todoroki froze their feet while they were distracted. Dark Shadow seized the opportunity to snatch Kendo, Tetsu, and Rin's headbands. I might as well take these, Todoroki said, causing Kendo to gasp in disbelief. What? No way. Come back. Kendo exclaimed. Wait, what? Rin added, confused. Yaoyorozu noticed her jetpack was still functional. Izuku, the jetpack is still operational, she told him. The others are coming at us fast. Uraraka warned. We should be careful. They could attack again, Midoriya suggested. Meanwhile, Bakugo and his team chased after Monoma's group. Monoma, don't provoke him. You'll be in the same situation. Kaibara warned. That's right. It's unbecoming of a hero. Besides, you often hear about heroes getting taken down by vengeful villains, Monoma replied. Bakugo, calm down. We won't get our points back if you let him get to you. Kirishima urged. However, Bakugo didn't listen, slamming his fist into his palm. When the smoke cleared from his explosion, his team saw his fierce grin. Forward, shitty hair. I'm totally calm. Bakugo retorted. We're counting on you. Kirishima encouraged as Bakugo's team pursued Monoma's group. Die. Bakugo shouted as he launched an explosion toward Monoma's team, but it missed, much to his shock. Monoma touched Bakugo's arm, and when Bakugo turned around, Monoma fired a blast at him. Monoma then lightly touched Kirishima's hair. He has the same quirk as you, Bakugo. Kirishima exclaimed. Damn it. Bakugo cursed, swinging his arm to fire another explosion at Monoma's face. However, Monoma's skin hardened like Kirishima's when the smoke cleared. Such amazing quirks, but mine's better, Monoma said. What? Mine too. Kirishima exclaimed. No. He doesn't have similar quirks to us. He copies them, Bakugo explained. Correct, Monoma confirmed. Bakugo gritted his teeth, ready to attack, but glue appeared out of nowhere, forcing Bakugo's team back. Monoma noticed it was Kodai's teammate, Bondo. Bondo, picking a fight, huh? Monoma questioned. Monoma, we just need to avoid getting caught now. We'll make it to the top 4 with our total points. Kaibara urged. Monoma agreed, and his team began to move again. After them. Bakugo roared. Kirishima tried to move but found his right foot encased in glue. It's solidifying. I can't move. Kirishima stated. Ashido hovered her foot over the glue on Kirishima's foot. I'll melt it with my quirk, she said. Hurry. We have 0 points right now. Siro reminded. Monoma turned to face Bakugo's team. Don't get mad at me. You're the one who provoked us. I think I might head over to the guy who spoke the pledge. He seems more worthy than any of you. Anyway, you did your best, so take it with pride. Bakugo was enraged, determined to win and prove he would be the future #1 hero. Meanwhile, Midoriya and Todoroki faced each other, with Tokoyami's Dark Shadow blocking the other teams. 1 minute left. Dark Shadow is blocking everyone from interfering. Unbelievably, Midoriya's team has managed to evade them for 5 minutes in this cramped space. Present Mike commentated. He's been keeping his distance and staying on my left side. And we only have 1 minute left. Todoroki thought. Everyone, there's less than a minute left. What I'm about to do will leave me vulnerable, so I'm counting on you, Ida told his teammates. What do you mean, Ida? Todoroki questioned. Tokoyami, I need you to have Dark Shadow distract Midoriya for me, Ida requested. On it, Tokoyami replied. Ida activated his quirk, blue flames igniting from his engines. Engine booster super burst. Ida exclaimed. Todoroki's team suddenly surged toward Midoriya's group. Todoroki reached for the headband on Yaoyorozu, but Midoriya noticed something unusual. A vast fiery tornado surrounded Midoriya's team, and Ida was pushed back by a shield emerging from the flames. Todoroki's group saw Midoriya and his team surrounded by Spartan soldiers and Black Knights, both historical figures wielding shields and spears. Whoa! Todoroki tried to get the 10 million points, but Midoriya foiled their plan. They're still in first place with their headband. And I thought Midoriya could only bend fire to his will. However, this man is just full of surprises. Present Mike announced. I forgot that Midoriya has different abilities beyond his standard quirks. I'm sorry, Ida apologized. Don't worry. I know how we can still get those points, Todoroki replied. They're still in first, huh? It doesn't matter. We just need to focus on getting 4th place, Monoma said. Suddenly he heard Bakugo's voice. Get back here, damn it. Bakugo shouted. Geez, so persistent. As a hero and a person, that persistence will. Monoma didn't finish as he saw Bakugo flying toward him. Bakugo, don't act on your own. Kirishima exclaimed. Tsuburaba, guard. Monoma commanded. Tsuburaba blew air that formed a solid wall. Bakugo collided with it. Yes. Tsuburaba cheered. Bakugo punched the wall, but it didn't break. You can't break it so easily. Serves you right. Tsuburaba taunted. But Bakugo punched through the wall, managing to grab 2 headbands from around Monoma's neck. Bakugo jumped back, and Siro caught him with his tape. He took 2. Monoma informed his team. Team Bakugo seizes 2 headbands from Team Minoma to gain 3rd place. The rankings keep changing in this final lap. Present mic announced. Kamakiri and Tsunotori charged at them, but Suburaba created a wall of air to block them. Kodai's team also rushed forward, but Minoma countered with another wall of air. Damn it! Minoma cursed. It's fine. We're in 4th place. Kendo and Rin's team are still stuck, while the others are after Midoriya. We can chase after them. Cozy Eye reassured. Yeah. We'll win as long as we defend this one to the end. Minoma declared, clutching the 650-point headband. I told you to say something when you're going to jump. Zero exclaimed. But this means we'll get into the next round. Not yet. Bakugo replied, hitting Kirishima's head lightly. We're going to get 1st place. Aizawa observed the scene. Class 1B strategy is reasonable and effective. But there's one unfortunate detail. He thought. Come on. Let's get our points back. The 10 million points. Bakugo shouted. Zero, tape, he commanded. It's Zero. Zero corrected as he fired some tape, but it missed. Mina, lay down a weak dissolving solution in the direction we're heading. Bakugo ordered. My name's Mina Ishido, she replied, firing some acid for the team to ride on. Bakugo then blasted toward Minoma's group. Suburaba created another wall of solid air to block him, but Bakugo destroyed it with a single blast and reclaimed his team's headband. Bakugo's relentless. He managed to reclaim his team's headband. They're acting like perfectionists. Present mic announced. Midoriya noticed Todoroki charging toward them. Men, don't let anyone through. Protect Yaoyorozu at all costs. Establish to non-lethal spears. Use your shields and spears to push anyone back. Midoriya commanded the Spartans and Black Knights he summoned. They complied and switched their lethal spears to non-lethal ones. Alright, let's keep moving until the time limit is reached. Midoriya informed his team. Both Hatsum and Uraraka activated their hover boots, and Midoriya's team glided through the field, surrounded by the Spartans and Black Knights. Todoroki created a pillar of ice to chase after Midoriya's group, while Bakugo launched himself at them. I won't let you win, Midoriya. Todoroki declared, unaware that his left side was activated. Give me those points, Deku. Bakugo roared. What's this? Both Bakugo and Todoroki are chasing Midoriya. This is incredible. Who will seize the 10 million points? Let's find out. Present mic announced. The Spartans and Black Knights Midoriya summoned prepared to confront Todoroki. And Bakugo. Both were closing in, but then the buzzer went off. Time's up. Present mic announced. Todoroki was shocked to see his left side activated. He quickly turned it off and glanced at his left hand. Meanwhile, Bakugo fell face-first into the ground as his teammates rushed to him. That's the end of the 2nd round, the cavalry battle. Present mic exclaimed. Now, let's see the top 4 teams. In 1st place with 10,350 points, Team Midoriya, he added. I'm glad we were victorious, but it felt like we were on thin ice, Yaoyorozu remarked. True. But we managed to win thanks to your plan, Momo, Midoriya replied, making Yaoyorozu blush. Meanwhile, Hatsum worked on the gear her teammates wore, while Uraraka high-fived the Spartans and Black Knights Midoriya summoned. In 2nd place with 1685 points, Team Todoroki. Present mic announced. Todoroki remained focused, still processing the near miss with his left side. Ida sulked about their 2nd place finish. I'm sorry. We could have gotten 1st place if I hadn't wasted my move on Midoriya, Ida apologized. Don't worry, Ida. We did our best. Let's learn from this, Tokoyami reassured him. Meanwhile, Kaminari was rambling from overusing his quirk. In 3rd place with 1335 points, Team Bakugo. Present mic informed. Dang it. We were so close. Ishido exclaimed. Well, 3rd place isn't bad. All's well that ends well, Zero said. Do you really think that's how he feels? Kirishima pointed out, indicating Bakugo, who was shouting about his loss. In 4th place, Tetsu. Wait, it's actually Team Shinso. With 895 points. When did that happen? Present mic said, surprised. Shinso smiled, having collected headbands from his teammates, Kodai, Mineta, and Kamakiri. Thank you for the hard work, Shinso said, while Ojiro looked around, confused. Now, let's take an hour break for lunch before starting the afternoon festivities. See ya. Hey, Eraserhead, let's grab some food. Present mic announced over the speakers. I'm going to sleep, Eraserhead replied. Tetsu and his team were in disbelief at their loss. Before we knew it, we had 0 points. And it was over, Tetsu said. Could it be punishment for taking that small one's points? Shizaki questioned, recalling how she had taken Mineta's point when Shoji's back was turned. How disappointing, Azui lamented about their loss. Mina, congratulations, she said to the acid quirk user. Bakugo let me in for attacking enemies, so I don't know if it reflects my abilities, Mina replied. Geez, Ida. You didn't say you had a move that lets you go faster. Uraraka huffed, mimicking Ida's running. My apologies. I decided not to use it unless necessary. I wanted to compete against Midoriya, Ida explained. Man, you and Deku-kun are always trying to one-up each other, Uraraka commented. Speaking of which, where is Izuku? Yaoyorozu wondered. I'm sure he went ahead to get some food, Uraraka guessed. Hopefully he's okay, Ida added. Meanwhile, Midoriya was with Todoroki in a secluded part of the stadium. So you said that you wanted to speak to me? Midoriya asked, curious about Todoroki's request for a private conversation. Todoroki looked at Midoriya, preparing to explain. You must have heard of him, Todoroki said. He's hard to miss, yeah, Midoriya replied. Then you know he's the number 2 hero. If you're connected to the number 1 hero, I have even more reason to beat you, Todoroki stated. Meanwhile, Endeavor was walking up a stairway. At 45 years old, he stood 6 feet 5 inches with fair skin and a muscular physique. His crimson hair spiked atop his head, and his turquoise eyes held a fierce intensity. Endeavor's beard and mustache flickered like flames, and his costume was a tight navy turquoise bodysuit adorned with fiery lines across his chest, arms, and shoulders. A makeshift mask of flames framed his eyes, and his boots blazed with fire, their laces and soles visible. White bracers styled in a cage pattern protected his lower arms, and a blue belt held pouches at his sides. As he continued walking, he encountered the symbol of peace. Yo, long time no see. Let's catch up, Endeavor. All Might in his muscle form, exclaimed. All Might, Endeavor replied, his tone laced with disdain. I haven't talked to you since that press conference 10 years ago. I thought I should say hi, All Might said cheerfully. If that's all you want to do, we're done here, Endeavor retorted, mentally scoffing at the notion of their camaraderie. Haha. All Might laughed, jumping to land in front of Endeavor. Come on, why the cold shoulder? The number 2 hero growled in response. You should be thrilled. Your son is doing amazing out there using only half of his power. You must be a great teacher, All Might remarked. What are you implying? Endeavor questioned. Nothing. I just want to know how we can train the next generation of heroes, All Might replied. Do you believe I would reveal what I taught the boy to you? All flash and no brain as usual, Endeavor said, walking past All Might. Okay, All Might responded, but Endeavor stopped and turned back. Let me make one thing clear, All Might. Shoto will beat and surpass you one day. That's why I created him. But he's in a rebellious phase right now, Endeavor stated before walking away. Created? All Might echoed, puzzled as the number 2 hero departed. Back with Midoriya and Todoroki, Todoroki shared, my old man is ambitious and strives to be on top. He uses his power to make a name for himself and rise in the hero rankings. But he never managed to surpass All Might. The symbol of peace is proof of his failure, and he'll do anything to beat him. Todoroki, I don't mean to interrupt something that's clearly important, but please get to the point, Midoriya said firmly. You've heard of quirk marriages? Todoroki asked. Basically, your father bought his way to marry your mother? Midoriya replied. Yes, it's frustrating. I refuse to be a tool for that scumbag. Every memory I have of my mother, she's crying, Todoroki said, placing his hand over his scar. I remember how she said my left side was unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. Midoriya stood in silence. That's the reason why I picked a fight with you. To show my old man that I reject him and his quirk. I'll show him that I can win with only my mother's quirk, Todoroki declared, staring intently at Midoriya. Meanwhile, Bakugo eavesdropped on their conversation. Todoroki, I will be as polite as I can when saying this. But you're not making sense here, Midoriya responded, surprising Todoroki. What? Todoroki could only manage. Don't get me wrong, I feel bad for you about your past. But that doesn't mean others have to suffer due to your grudge. People will be relying on you when we get out there as licensed pros. Using only half of what you have out of spite will be terrible for everyone else. They need a classmate who will give it their all when doing the right thing, Midoriya explained. Spite has no place here in heroics. You'll just be acting like your dad at that point. Midoriya walked away but turned back to Todoroki. You won't be able to beat me like that. Especially when you're using only half of your power. Fighting, much less saving people like that, will lead to more deaths than there needs to be. Trust me, there will be deaths if you don't shape up, he added before leaving. After the hour break filled with recreational games and lunch, the sports festival's third event was about to begin. Meanwhile, Mineta and Kaminari had a plan in mind. However, a stray thought crossed Kaminari's mind, causing him to grow a bit pale. Hey, do you really think this will be worth it? Kaminari asked hesitantly. Mineta turned to him, aghast. Of course, it will be. Come on, don't bail on me, he insisted. Kaminari peered sideways, then turned back to his friend, waving his hand in a calming manner. Oh, think about what might happen. This will be shown to everyone. Even pros. Are you sure this will be good for them to see? Kaminari explained. He noticed a look of indignation on Mineta's face, who opened his mouth to retort but then halted, slowly closing it. A moment of realization dawned on Mineta, and he grew pale, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. Mineta's nervousness was contagious, and soon Kaminari felt the same way. The excitement they had felt from creating their Amstir plan had worn off. They were too deep into this now, the girls were expecting the outfits. They couldn't simply back out. What could they do to salvage the situation? They could run back and change their outfits. Kaminari and Mineta realized they could squeeze in enough time if they hurried. So they did. When the girls received the uniforms, they took the box to the lockers and soon brought them out. They examined the outfits, blue jackets lined with white and red stripes and breathes of a similar color scheme. Each girl was also given pom-poms in 3 different colors to choose from. Well, to be honest, I was expecting something different, Ishido admitted, prompting the others to voice their agreement. Well, they were given to us by those two. I'm surprised they didn't pull a fast one on us, Ochako began, only to be interrupted by Jiro. They were, but common sense seemed to have caught up to them midway and changed their minds, Jiro explained, and the girls nodded, considering that this made much more sense than the antics they had anticipated. So, do we just go out and cheer now or? Ishido asked. Despite the situation, they had good uniforms for it now. The girls turned at the sound of a gentle cough, noticing that Yayarose's cheeks were slightly flushed. Please forgive my interruption, but I have an idea, she said, her voice tinged with hesitation. During a short break, the trio of announcers began discussing various topics. Their attention was suddenly drawn to a group of cheerleaders from Class 1A. Present Mike and Hikaru exchanged glances, both raising an eyebrow at Aizawa, who appeared equally perplexed. The voice hero cleared his throat, sensing the audience's confusion. Many in the crowd were taken aback by the sight. Present Mike had to choose his words carefully, especially upon realizing who the cheerleaders were supporting, prompting some parents to glare at the green-haired student who had just swallowed nervously. It seems Midoriya has his own cheerleading squad. Aizawa, do you have anything to say about this? Present Mike asked, glancing at the unusually quiet Hikaru, who also spoke up. Yes, what do you have to say about this, Aizawa? Hikaru pressed, eyeing the tired teacher, who had settled comfortably in his sleeping bag. I wasn't aware of this beforehand, Eraserhead replied, his tone unchanged as he avoided making eye contact, revealing a hint of discomfort. Midoriya was taken aback and quickly turned to the two he assumed were responsible. He felt a laugh bubbling up inside him at the sight of Kaminari and Mineta's shocked expressions, but he stifled it, knowing that laughter would only intensify the stern looks directed at him. Locking eyes with Yayarozu, he noticed her cheeks warming as she playfully covered her face with her pom-poms. She giggled and continued cheering for him, and he found it hard to look away. Alright, everyone. We hope you enjoyed your 1-hour break. The third round will begin after the recreational games. And here to liven things up are cheerleaders from America. So let's get this show on the road. Present Mike announced. Those who didn't make it to the finals will participate in some side games. Once that's over, 16 students from the top 4 teams will compete in one-on-one tournaments. You won't want to miss these epic battles, he added. Meanwhile, in a VIP booth reserved for top pro heroes, 2 female heroes were watching the sports festival. The Dragoon hero, Ryukyu, and the Rabbit hero, Mirko, were the only ones present. Ryukyu, with her athletic build and striking costume, was intrigued by the events unfolding. Oh, come on, just get to the tournament already. I want to see some action. Especially from that green-haired kid. Mirko exclaimed. Patience, Mirko. I'm also excited to see what the first-year students can do, even those who didn't make it to the finals, Ryukyu replied. You can't fool me. I know you're interested in him, especially after his speech. It reminded me of the late elemental hero, Alpha Wolf. Mirko teased. I will admit that his speech was impressive. But for now, let's see what the other students can do, Ryukyu suggested. Back on the field, Kirishima was brimming with excitement. Oh yeah. Finally, the chance to show what we're made of, he exclaimed. Ishido, curious, asked, wait, is it always a tournament? The final is always a one-on-one battle, but they SWH it up sometimes. Last year was a foam sword battle, Siro explained. Now come and draw lots to see who you'll face, Midnight announced, holding a lottery box. Before we begin the tournament, we'll start with the recreational games. The 16 finalists can choose whether to participate or sit out to prepare for their matches. Let's start with the first-place team. Ojiro raised his hand, interrupting the proceedings. Excuse me, but I want to withdraw, he said, surprising everyone. Ojiro, this is a chance for you to get scouted, Ida urged him. It wouldn't be right. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the end. I think it was that guy's quirk, Ojiro explained, glancing at Shinso, who looked away. I know this is a great opportunity, but my conscience won't let me. As the tournament continued, the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Sorry for the long wait, but let's start with the fourth match. Present Mike announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Rushing headlong to the top. Almost the epitome of the middle of the pack. From the hero course, Tenya Ida. Present Mike introduced. Ida stood in the ring with a determined expression. Versus, fully equipped with support items. From the support course, Mei Hatsum. Present Mike announced, as Hatsum smiled, ready for the match. Ida's up against a support course student, huh? Jiro remarked. What kind of fight is this going to be? Ashui wondered. Wait, what is that? Sato questioned, pointing at something off to the side. Class 1A watched as Ida attached a support item to his back that resembled a backpack. Ida, you can't use that support item. Unless your quirk requires it, you need to submit a petition first. Midnight exclaimed. Ida bowed slightly. I apologize. My opponent gave me this support item for a fair fight. Her sportsmanship inspired me. He stood tall, fists clenched. I cannot ignore her fighting spirit, and I will honor her request. Ah, youth! Midnight exclaimed, snapping her flogger. I'll allow it. Wait, so it's fine? Present Mike asked, looking puzzled. Just go with it, I guess? Hikaru chimed in. If Midnight approves and both combatants agree, it's fine, Eraser. Head added. Midoriya noticed Hatsum adjusting a microphone on her headphones and giggling. Well, since it's permitted, let's start the fourth match. Present Mike announced. Ida charged toward Hatsum as she began to speak. Isn't that acceleration wonderful? Hatsum asked, her voice amplified. A mic? Ida thought, confused. What is she doing? Eraserhead wondered aloud. Don't your legs feel lighter? That's to be expected. Those leg parts enhance movement. And a pole shot out from Hatsum's backpack, helping her evade Ida as he stumbled. I can dodge with my hydraulic adjustments, she declared. Hatsum, utilizing her quirk, scanned the area where the support companies were located. The support companies are watching. Oh, they're interested. I've got them, she thought to herself. Her backpack emitted an alarm as she dodged Ida again. With sensors in every direction, I can handle attacks from behind. Hatsum announced. Ida, nearly falling, managed to regain his balance thanks to his gear. He charged at her again. What are you planning? He asked. Ida adeptly changed course. Thanks to the auto-balancer I designed. Hatsum replied. Meanwhile, Present Mike looked annoyed. What is this? He asked his fellow commentators. She's really good at promoting her inventions, Aizawa remarked. I'll say. Even I'm intrigued, Hikaru admitted, jotting down notes. The leg parts detect the wearer's brainwaves to predict their movements. No need to worry about lag. Hatsum explained. Ida attempted an attack but found himself at the edge of the ring. The auto-balancer has a 32-axis gyro sensor. It keeps the wearer from falling unless they want to. Hatsum added. Ida paused and charged at her again. Weren't you going to fight fairly? He shouted, but she dodged once more. Hatsum leaped into the air with her boots. What do you think of this lightness? The electro shoes use electromagnetic induction to allow instant evasive action. Hatsum continued. As she prepared to land, Ida rushed toward her. I'll catch her when she lands, he thought. But when Hatsum touched down, she aimed a capture gun at him. What is this? He exclaimed as she fired, ensnaring him in a capture net. A capture gun for villains. The nets are in cartridges, and you can fire 5 before reloading. Who developed these items? It's me, Mei Hatsum. The choice is clear, Mei Hatsum, she announced. Is she campaigning? One support company employee asked. And now, I'll present the next support item. Hatsum declared. There's more. Another employee was taken aback. After 10 minutes, Hatsum finished showcasing her items and stepped out of the ring, wiping the sweat from her brow. Phew, I've presented everything. I have nothing left to say, she said, satisfied. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida advances to the second round. Midnight declared. You tricked me, an upset Ida shouted. Sorry, I used you, Hatsum replied with a mischievous grin. I can't believe you. Ida exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Hatsum probably said something to win him over with his earnestness. She'll use any means to achieve her goals, Midoriya realized. Meanwhile, Uraraka stood up from her seat, heading to the waiting room to prepare for her match. Let's see if the fifth match is more exciting. First, this appealing rose has thorns. The assassin of Class 1B. From the hero course, Ibara Shiozaki. Present Mike announced as Shiozaki walked to the arena. Versus, the boy with an electric personality. From Class 1A. Also from the hero course, Denki Kaminari. The pro hero exclaimed as Kaminari entered the ring, smiling. Now, let's have a good battle. Present Mike began but was interrupted by Shiozaki. Pardon me for the interruption. What do you mean by assassin? I only came to achieve victory, not take my opponent's life, Shiozaki stated. I'm sorry. Present Mike apologized. I entered UA University not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others, Shiozaki said, clasping her hands in prayer. Rays of sunshine seemed to surround her. I said I'm sorry. My bad. Present Mike responded quickly. I thank you for your understanding, Shiozaki replied with a bow. Meanwhile, Kaminari stood there, momentarily stunned. I thought Class B was full of JRTs. However, she's pretty cute, Kaminari whispered to himself before shaking his head to refocus. Keep it together, man. You're here to win, he reminded himself, glancing at Shiozaki. But, oh man, she's appealing. I need to ask her out after I win. Anyway, begin. Present Mike exclaimed. What do you say we go out after this? I'll treat you to a bite, Kaminari suggested to Shiozaki. Huh, was her surprised response. A comfort when you lose, because I'll end this in 2 seconds. Kaminari declared as he charged up his quirk. Indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts, he shouted, unleashing a burst of electricity. He dodged Midoriya's Northern Shaolin Tenshi Ryu Sentai. Is this about what happened to that monkey and the girl with black hair from your class? Shinso continued, a smirk on his face. Midoriya retaliated with a traditional jujitsu upward and hook elbow strike. It's a shame the pro heroes won't scout them. Unless that girl uses her looks, Shinso remarked. Midoriya's anger flared at the insult directed towards his classmates, especially Yaoyorozu. What did you just say? Midoriya shot back, his voice filled with fury. In an instant, Midoriya fell under Shinso's quirk, his eyes becoming blank. I win. Now turn around and walk out of the ring, Shinso said, a confident smirk on his lips. Midoriya turned and began to walk away. Oh no! Will Midoriya lose like Yaoyorozu did? Present Mike exclaimed from the sidelines. Outside the stadium, Fubuki and Deku were trying to calm down an enraged Tatsumaki. Izuku, I swear you'll regret it if you lose like this. Tatsumaki shouted. Genji and Mercy joined in, attempting to soothe the older Esper. Izuku, snap out of it. Yaoyorozu pleaded, her voice filled with concern. Yeah, you're better than this. Uraraka added, her encouragement ringing out. Midoriya's thoughts raced. I need to break free from this. I made a promise to Momo and Uraraka, and I intend to keep it. Suddenly he saw 8 shadowy figures in the tunnel ahead. A surge of power coursed through his body, and his left arm began to glow with red and pink lines. Move! Midoriya commanded himself. Someone like you will never understand. With a quirk like mine, I lagged behind. But I still have my dream. Now lose for me, Shinso said, his tone dripping with disdain. But Midoriya's arm unleashed a shockwave, causing blood to spurt out. From the drops emerged historical warriors. Samurai, Chinese fighters, Spartans, Egyptians, pirates, black knights, cowboys, and indigenous warriors. The summoned figures delivered powerful punches to various areas of Midoriya's upper body, breaking the hold of Shinso's quirk. With a deep breath, Midoriya found himself free and ready to continue the fight. Midoriya managed to stay within the bounds of the arena, surprising everyone. It looks like he can summon more than just Spartans and knights. This guy is full of surprises. Present Mike exclaimed as the crowd erupted in cheers. Eraserhead observed Midoriya's injured arm. His arm is hurt. Did he escape the brainwashing by hurting himself? If that didn't work, the warriors he summoned would have saved him, he thought. Midoriya addressed his summoned warriors. You didn't have to hit me, I was free thanks to my injured arm. But thank you for making sure I stay in the fight. You can go back now. I'm going to finish this. The historical warriors bowed and vanished. Shinso, taken aback, shouted, You shouldn't be able to move freely. What did you do? Midoriya was lost in thought, reflecting on the people he had seen. Those were the previous holders of One for All. Did they save me with that power surge? Is that even possible? Answer me. Shinso exclaimed, snapping Midoriya back to reality. I'll think about it later. Right now, it's time to end this match, Midoriya resolved. Meanwhile, Shinso pondered. He won't answer. Did he discover my quirk's secret? It's only possible if that black-haired student told him. I just need to make him talk again. Say something. Shinso demanded. Midoriya charged at him instead. Not only can you control fire, but you can summon historical warriors? I'm jealous, Shinso continued. I felt the same way in the past, Midoriya thought in response. Was everything you said during the pledge a lie? Did you mean any of it? Shinso questioned. I do mean it. I want the dreams of those who aspire to be heroes to come true, Midoriya mentally replied. You had it easy getting into the hero course. Others like me have to struggle to prove we can be heroes. Shinso exclaimed. I only became who I am thanks to those who trained me. Midoriya thought back. Say something. Shinso shouted as he threw a punch. Midoriya countered with a swift kick, followed by a series of precise strikes. He staggered Shinso with a powerful kick to the head, then continued his assault with a flurry of well-practiced moves. Finally, with a decisive kick, Midoriya sent Shinso out of the arena. Shinso's out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the semi-finals. Midnight announced, and the crowd cheered. On the ground, Shinso recalled a memory from 3 years ago, when his peers had commented on how much trouble he could get into, suggesting he might end up as a villain. He realized he would have said the same if someone else had his quirk. In the stands, Yaoyorozu and Uraraka sighed in relief. I was worried there, Yaoyorozu said. Right? Uraraka agreed. Turning the tide in his favor. Expected of our class representative. Ida remarked. Outside, Tatsumaki celebrated Midoriya's victory, joined by Fubuki, Devi, Mercy, and Genji, who were all delighted. Meanwhile, Bakugo watched the match unfold. He's getting better. But not enough to beat me. I'll show Deku who belongs at the top, Bakugo thought. Aizawa observed as Midoriya healed his arm and approached Shinso. Midoriya used his experience to turn the situation around, just like in combat training. He's improving, he mused. Hey Shinso. Sorry if I was a bit rough. I was upset about the comments you made about Momo, Midoriya said, extending a hand. Shinso stood up on his own. I don't need your pity. Sometimes, you don't achieve what you long for, he replied, walking away. Midoriya called after him. I can tell you were seen as a villain because of your quirk. There were times when you believed what people said about you. But they're wrong about you and your quirk. As I said in the pledge, there's no such thing as heroic or villainous quirks. It's all about the user. Shinso turned back to Midoriya. I can name so many situations where your quirk is better than mine. Today, you showed that people with quirks like yours can become heroes. And there are future heroes hidden in the general course. I'm not the only one who thinks so, Midoriya said, gesturing to the crowd. Shinso looked at his classmates, who were congratulating him and calling him the star of the general course. He also heard pro heroes praising him, suggesting that UA had made a mistake by placing him in the general course. There will be other chances for you to transfer into the hero course, Midoriya assured him. Shinso met Midoriya's smile. So keep that longing to become a hero, Shinso. I want to train alongside you. When you get transferred, I'll be the first to welcome you. I want you to fulfill your dream of becoming a hero. But for now, go celebrate with your classmates, Midoriya encouraged as he walked away. Tears welled in Shinso's eyes as he exclaimed, I will. You better wait for me because I'll become a great hero when I get certified. I won't give up, you hear me? Midoriya turned back, smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Shinso returned the gesture. Meanwhile, Ida decided to call his older brother, Tensei, from a waiting room. After a brief wait, he heard Tensei's voice recording. I'm currently on a mission and cannot answer the phone now. Ida sighed and ended the call. Tensei, that you can do it, he thought, cheering for his brother. At that moment, Tensei, also known as Ingenium, was sprinting down a street in Hosu. Standing at 6 feet 0 inches with a muscular build, his hero costume resembled his brother's. His quirk was similar to Ida's, with engines on his elbows. Ingenium was on a mission, searching for someone. Group A head north. Group B search west. Ingenium instructed through his communicator. Group A, Roger, came a reply. Group B, Roger. Another voice responded. As he continued running, he noticed something in an alley he had passed. That was, he murmured, stopping and racing back, using his engines to propel himself up a building. Without a doubt, it's him. Ingenium declared as he landed in front of his target. I found you, hero killer, he stated, facing his foe, who glared back at him. Back at UA's sports festival, Present Mike announced, now, let's start the second match of round 2. Up first, he's been dominating with only his ice. From the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki stood in the ring, focused on his opponent. Versus, speed is his game. From the hero course, Tenya Ida. Present Mike continued, as Ida prepared for the match. Fighters ready? Begin. Midnight called out. Immediately, Todoroki unleashed a wave of ice toward Ida. Ida dashed forward, attempting to close the distance, but Todoroki fired another wave of ice. Ida narrowly avoided it, only to find himself trapped between an ice wall. Oh my, Ida is trapped between Todoroki's ice. What will he do now? Present Mike exclaimed. As Todoroki launched another wave of ice, Ida jumped over it. Wow, a standing long jump. Present Mike noted. Recipro burst. Ida shouted, blue flames erupting from his engines as he aimed a roundhouse kick at Todoroki's head. Todoroki ducked just in time. I have 10 seconds until my engines stall. Ida thought, landing behind Todoroki. I have to win before that time runs out, he added mentally, launching another kick. This time, Ida's attack connected with Todoroki's back, causing him to stumble. A direct hit. Present Mike announced. Seizing the moment, Ida grabbed the back of Todoroki's collar and sprinted toward the edge of the ring. 8 seconds remain. I can do it, he thought, pushing himself to run faster. I'll throw him out of bounds. But Ida's thoughts were interrupted as he felt a chill on his engines. Looking down, he saw that his mufflers were frozen. My muffler's plugged. When did that happen? He exclaimed. Todoroki continued to freeze Ida's body, leaving only his head exposed. During that kick, I lured you in with ranged attacks to force you to get close. The only problem was the timing, Todoroki explained. Ida's immobilized. Shoto Todoroki advances to the semifinals. Midnight announced. I'm sorry, Tensei. I failed, Ida thought to himself. Meanwhile, in Hosu Ingenium lay. On the ground, a small pool of blood beneath him, but he was still alive, struggling to rise. Suddenly, a foot stomped on his phone, shattering it. Hero. That word has lost all meaning in this era. Once, it meant something, but now it's full of fakes. There's only one true hero among the imposters, and that hero is All Might. However, there's another true hero who's still in training. You should thank him for his words, which kept me from harming you further, the hero killer said, standing over Ingenium. Those two are the only ones I'll allow to defeat me. All Might and Izuku Midoriya are worthy. They are true heroes, Ingenium's attacker added. Back at the sports festival, Present Mike announced, now it's time for the third match of the second round. First, a man with a spirit of darkness. From the hero course, Fumikage Tokoyami. Tokoyami stood proudly, awaiting his opponent. Versus, a literal maiden. From the hero course, Ibara Shiozaki. Present Mike stated, as Shiozaki focused on Tokoyami. Fighters, are you ready? Begin. Midnight called. Shiozaki clasped her hands together and sent some of her vines into the ground. The vines shot up near Tokoyami, but he dodged just in time. Calling forth Dark Shadow, Tokoyami sent it toward his opponent. Shiozaki quickly formed a wall to shield herself, but Dark Shadow broke through her barrier. As it went for a punch, Shiozaki created a small shield to block the attack. The force of Dark Shadow's punch sent her staggering back, but she quickly prepared to counter. However, Midnight interrupted her. Shiozaki, you're out of bounds, the heroine announced. Confused, Shiozaki looked down to see one of her feet outside the ring. Tokoyami advances to the semifinals. Midnight declared. Tokoyami called Dark Shadow back and bowed. I wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. You would have been a difficult opponent in a prolonged match, Maiden of Vines. Thank you for a great match. Though I desired to win for the Lord, I humbly accept this defeat. I shall learn from this experience. Creature of the Shadows, I also thank you for a great match, Shiozaki replied, clasping her hands in prayer. Meanwhile, both Class 1A and 1B exchanged glances, surprised by the conversation. So they also have one of those people in their class, they thought in unison as Tokoyami and Shiozaki exited the arena. Now it's time for the final match of the second round. First up, filled with manly spirit. From the hero course, Ijiro Kirishima. Present Mike announced, as Kirishima cracked his knuckles. Versus, a guy with an explosive attitude. From the hero course, Katsuki Bakugu. Present Mike continued. Let the match begin. Midnight exclaimed. Take this. Kirishima shouted, throwing a punch at Bakugu. However, Bakugu dodged, receiving a cut on his face in the process. He retaliated with an explosion aimed at Kirishima's side. A counter! Present Mike exclaimed. Kirishima, unfazed, hardened his body to absorb the attack. That won't work on me, explosion boy, he declared. Bakugu stepped back, assessing the situation. He's not budging. There's more to him and his quirk, Bakugu thought. Tetsu, watching from the stands, shouted, Kirishima, go for his chin. His chin. Hananuki chimed in, yesterday's enemy is today's friend, huh? Midoriya observed the tournament bracket. Once this match is over, I'm up next against Todoroki. Let's see if I can help him in that match, he thought. Meanwhile, Kirishima continued to throw punches, but Bakugu evaded each strike. Bakugu's having a hard time. He can't attack due to Kirishima's fierce assault. Present Mike commented. Ida returned to Class 1A's stands. Midoriya, he called out. Midoriya turned to see his friend. Hey, Ida, he replied, noticing Ida's expression. I see Recovery Girl healed your injured arm, Ida remarked. Oh no, my quirk healed my injuries. I went to her to see if I missed anything, Midoriya explained. You did your best against Todoroki, Midoriya added. Thank you. I hope to face you in the semifinals. I'll try harder next year, Ida responded. By the way, is your big brother, Ingenium, watching the sports festival? Midoriya asked. I called him earlier, but he's working, Ida replied. I'll tell him I did my best and do better next year, Ida replied. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud explosion. Bakugo counters again. What's this? Present Mike announced. Kirishima, despite having hardened his side, felt the impact. Unlike before, Kirishima now feels the attacks. Present Mike continued. You've been straining to keep your body hardened, right? If you attack in that state, it'll fall apart. Bakugo declared. He clapped his hands together, creating a massive explosion. Kirishima attempted to block the incoming attack, but Bakugo unleashed a series of rapid blasts. Kirishima's quirk struggled to keep up, and his gym uniform began to tear. You little, Kirishima managed to say. The final blow. Die. Bakugo shouted, swinging his hand up and delivering a powerful blast. Kirishima fell, unconscious from the attack. I understand why you wouldn't want a drawn-out match with me. You were at a complete disadvantage, Bakugo remarked. Kirishima is knocked out. Bakugo wins. Midnight announced. Tetsu, furious at Kirishima's defeat, shouted, You idiot! You didn't have enough guts, Kirishima. With that relentless barrage, Bakugo wins. He now moves to the semifinals. Which means we have our final four. Present Mike declared. Looks like your match with Todoroki is up next, Izuku, Yaoyorozu informed. Do your best out there, Deku-un. Uraraka encouraged. You got it. Midoriya replied, rising from his seat and heading toward the arena. Meanwhile, Tatsumaki, Fubuki, Didavia, Immersi, and Genji took a break outside the stadium, enjoying a meal. Didavia asked, So Izuku's match is up next. What do you think he'll do against that Todoroki guy? Well, it's already obvious he has one advantage, Tatsumaki said, taking a bite of her takoyaki. What do you mean, sister? Fubuki wondered as she sipped her drink. Throughout the event, Todoroki's only been using his ice. He only uses his fire to warm up from overusing his ice, Tatsumaki explained. That's rather strange considering Todoroki would have better chances of winning if he used both halves, Genji stated. But there must be a reason for not using his fire, Mercy replied. Hey, mind if we join you? A feminine voice asked. The group turned to see a trio in futuristic Wild West attire. The first was a 37-year-old man with fair skin, short brown hair, brown eyes, and a muscular build, though his left arm was a prosthetic. The second was a robotic male with 4 green eyes and a muscular stature. The final member was a 39-year-old woman with fair skin, short white hair, and red eyes, wearing black mascara and red lipstick. Ah, Cassidy, Ash, Bob, of course, you can join us. The more, the merrier, right? Genji welcomed. The trio sat down with the group as Cassidy and Ash shared their meals. So what do you think of the matches so far? Didavia asked. Some fights were slow, but things are heating up now. It's quite enjoyable, Ash replied, taking a bite of her hot dog. Ash and I made a bet against Junkrat and Roadhog. We said that Izuku would get first place in all the major events. They disagree and say he'll get second or third. But so far, it seems like Ash and I are winning, Cassidy said, lighting a cigar. Bob nodded in agreement. But how do you think Izuku's going? To do against Todoroki? Fubuki asked. Oh, without a doubt, he's going to defeat the peppermint-haired kid. I mean, he beat you and your sister, Fubuki, Ash answered. You just love bringing that up, don't you? Tatsumaki questioned. Considering that you beat every Overwatch agent and Izuku's older siblings in Sentinel, the 3 people to ever beat you were Takeru, Hikaru, and Izuku, Fubuki reminded her. And she made a lot of money from it too, Cassidy added. Well, let's see if Izuku can beat the son of the number 2 hero of Japan, Mercy stated. Alright, folks, it's time for the first match of the semifinals. Let's hear some noise. Present Mike announced. The crowd erupted in cheers, ready for the next match. Is he always like this? Loud and obnoxious? Hikaru asked 1A's homeroom teacher. Yep, Eraserhead replied bluntly. Meanwhile, Mirko and Ryukyu were eager to see the first semi-final match. Who do you think is going to win? Mirko asked her colleague. It's tough to say. Endeavor's son is only using half of his quirk, while Midoriya hasn't shown us his full potential, Ryukyu explained. If you want my opinion, I say it will be Midoriya. Because, as you said, he hasn't revealed everything, Mirko replied. Up first, a man who will surely surprise us again. From the hero course, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike announced. Midoriya walked to the arena, greeted by the crowd's cheers. Are you sure you want to go with this plan of yours? Our fire can harm an innocent by your request. And your body will suffer grave consequences if this doesn't work, especially since you requested to have the healing factor temporarily deactivated, Akuma cautioned in Midoriya's mind. Yeah, I'm sure. And you know I'm very optimistic and a risk taker, right? Trust me, it'll work, Midoriya mentally replied. Akuma let out a frustrated sigh. You and that selfless, optimistic nature of yours. Fine, I will trust you. Just don't overdo it, Akuma said. No promises, Midoriya responded. Versus the son of the #2 hero of Japan. Also from the hero course, Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike announced. Todoroki walked to the arena, staring at his opponent. Here we are, Todoroki said. And only one of us will leave as the winner, Midoriya finished. At 1A's stand, Ida asked Yaoyorozu, how do you think the match will go? It mainly depends on Izuku getting close to Todoroki, Yaoyorozu answered. That's the biggest issue. How's Deku-kun going to avoid Todoroki's ice? Uraraka added. Meanwhile, Shigaraki watched the sports festival on his computer in a dark room. Observe, Tamura Shigaraki. These two could prove to be obstacles to your rise, especially the former vigilante, Akuma. Shigaraki's MST are told him from the monitor. I'm not worried about a couple of rookies. But those rookies have a pro among them. So the only real threat is Akuma, Shigaraki replied. Meanwhile, at the Midoriya residence, Inko watched the sports festival, surrounded by tissues. She was worried about her son's safety as she prepared to watch the first semi-final match between him and Todoroki. Good luck, Izuku, Inko said as she watched the match unfold on the television. Midoriya's siblings and aunt were also glued to the screen, their eyes wide with anticipation. Are the fighters ready? Midnight asked, glancing between the two combatants. Both nodded, signaling their readiness. Begin, she declared. Todoroki's thoughts raced as he assessed the situation. His power is too dangerous. I can't let him use it. He stomped his right foot, sending a wave of ice surging toward Midoriya. But Midoriya flicked his fingers, and the shockwave shattered the ice. Using one for all at full power, Midoriya felt a sharp pain as his right index finger broke from the effort. Undeterred, Todoroki unleashed another wave of ice, only for Midoriya to destroy it again, resulting in a fracture of his right middle finger. The force of the shockwave nearly sent Todoroki flying, but he quickly created an ice wall to brace himself. In the bleachers, Kirishima rejoined his classmates after recovering from his injuries. It started already? He asked, surprised. Hey, Kirishima. You did an amazing job in the tournament, Shiro complimented. Thanks. After this match, you'll be facing the winner, Bakugo, Kirishima replied, glancing at Bakugo, who was watching intently. It'll be an easy victory for me, Bakugo said confidently. I'll take them down. You're pretty cocky, aren't you? But man, Midoriya, Todoroki, and you all have powerful quirks. It's insane, Kirishima remarked. And you have no time lag. Shiro added. That's not the point, Bakugo retorted. Huh. Kirishima and Shiro exchanged confused looks. If you overuse your muscles, they tear. It's like running out of breath if you keep going. Quirks follow the same rules, Bakugo explained. They're like MP gauges in video games. There's a limit to how much you can use. It's clear Todoroki has his limits. But does Deku? Todoroki sent another wave of ice, but Midoriya blasted it away again. Todoroki keeps sending ice, but Midoriya keeps countering. Present Mike announced. Todoroki quickly got up and unleashed another attack. Just going to keep attacking with ice, huh? Midoriya said, flicking his right pinky to destroy the incoming wave. Taking advantage of the distraction, Todoroki rushed at him. Todoroki's going for a surprise attack. Present Mike exclaimed. Todoroki slammed his fist into the ground, creating an ice ramp. Midoriya flicked his thumb, shattering the ramp, but Todoroki was already airborne, closing in on him. Midoriya jumped back just in time, but Todoroki punched the ground again, forming an ice stalagmite. Midoriya narrowly avoided the attack, but some ice caught his foot, forcing him to channel one for all into his right arm. Todoroki freed himself by punching the ice that trapped him, but Midoriya's right arm was now broken. Enough games! Todoroki shouted, stomping his foot and unleashing a massive wave of ice. Midoriya quickly countered by flicking his left index finger, sending Todoroki flying back from the shockwave. Todoroki managed to create an ice wall to stop himself, but Midoriya noticed the ice creeping up his opponent's right side. Just as I thought, Todoroki's nearing his limit, he thought. Todoroki struggled to stand, ice slowly encasing him as he moved forward. You're trembling, Todoroki. You haven't done any damage to me. I've been injuring myself the whole time. Are you still going to hold back? Did you forget that quirks are physical abilities too? Midoriya challenged. Todoroki's eyes widened as he realized Midoriya was right. The ice on his right side was growing. You declared that you'll beat me. But let me remind you that you won't win using half your power, Midoriya continued. If you're trying to make me use that BSTRD's power, forget it. I won't use his quirk. Todoroki exclaimed. Midoriya sighed and summoned his katana to his left hand. Fine. If you're going to keep handicapping yourself, then so will I. To everyone's shock, Midoriya stabbed himself with the blade, then pulled it out and fell to his knees. A female kunoichi appeared beside him, and he handed her the katana before she vanished. Hey buddy, Did I stab anywhere vital? Midoriya mentally asked Dekuma. No. You stabbed the lateral lower quadrant of your abdomen. None of your vital organs are harmed, but you'll pass out from blood loss. So finish this quickly, Akuma replied. Midnight was about to end the match, but Midoriya stopped her. Don't stop the match, Midnight. I didn't stab anywhere vital, but I'm going to pass out from blood loss sooner or later. Besides, this is a lesson for Todoroki. A lesson? Have you gone mad? What lesson could I learn from you harming yourself? Todoroki questioned. Hear me well, Todoroki. I'm playing a villain you managed to wound with only your ice. I'm about to unleash a powerful attack. Do you think you can stop it with only half of your quirk? But here's a warning, failing to defend against this attack will have dire consequences. Midoriya declared. Everyone in and out of the stadium was stunned by Midoriya's words. Is he really going to go through with it? Ryukyu wondered aloud. What did Izuku just say? Tatsumaki shouted. Why is he doing this? Fubuki asked, concern etched on her face. I knew Reaper would influence him badly. Genji stated. Cassidy and Ash nearly spilled their drinks at Midoriya's declaration. Is Izuku on something? Dedevia questioned. Izuku wouldn't, would he? Yaoyorozu asked, worry creeping into her voice. Deku-kun, don't do it. Uraraka pleaded. Midoriya, reconsider. Ida urged, gesturing emphatically. A massive fireball appeared above Midoriya's right hand. No, I'm playing the role of a villain. I need to if this hero isn't all talk. The fate of these people is in your hands, Todoroki. Midoriya shouted as he hurled the fireball toward his opponent. Midoriya, what the hell? Shinso exclaimed from the bleachers. You're in so much trouble, Mr. 10 Million. Hatsum added, her voice filled with disbelief. Todoroki quickly created walls of ice to block the massive fireball, but they were instantly destroyed by the force of the attack. No, these people shouldn't die because of me. Todoroki thought desperately. As the fiery orb approached, he made a choice and used his bare hands to try and hold it back. Oh my goodness! Todoroki is trying to stop Midoriya's attack with his bare hands. Present Mike announced, his voice filled with excitement. Todoroki struggled to keep the fiery globe from touching the ground, even as it pushed him down and began to burn his hands. The audience watched in anticipation as Todoroki faced Midoriya, the weight of their fates resting heavily on his shoulders. You think you can win, Todoroki? I warned you that half of your strength won't be enough. Innocent lives are at stake because of your past. You're letting it control you. Midoriya shouted, his voice filled with urgency. In response, Midoriya unleashed a barrage of fireballs, causing a massive orb of flames to grow. Todoroki struggled to contain the overwhelming heat, memories flashing through his mind, his intense training with Endeavor, the distance from his siblings, and the painful memories of his mother's suffering at the hands of his father. He recalled the moment she had been sent away, leaving him scarred. Just when he thought it was over, a childhood memory surfaced. He remembered watching All Might's debut with his mother, the hero's words ringing in his ears. Children can inherit quirks from their parents, but the most important thing is to recognize who you are. All Might had said, you want to be a hero, don't you? You can choose your own path, his mother had encouraged him. With renewed determination, Todoroki ignited his left side in flames, raising the temperature in the arena. He redirected the massive fireball back at Midoriya, who caught it effortlessly and diminished its size until it vanished. A smile spread across Midoriya's face as he encouraged Todoroki to embrace his true self. Look at that. Todoroki unleashed flames and pushed back Midoriya's attack, but Midoriya handled it with ease. The heat is incredible. Present Mike announced, excitement in his voice. Aizawa observed the match thoughtfully. Midoriya's strategy was to show Todoroki the limits of their quirks, pushing him to use his full power. In her mind, Hikaru admired Midoriya's selflessness. You really put your opponent's well-being first, just like your father. I'm not just talk. I will be a hero. Todoroki declared, flames and ice erupting from him. Then let's finish this, Todoroki. One final attack. Midoriya exclaimed, channeling one for all as flames danced around his arm. From the stands, Endeavor shouted, have you accepted your purpose at last? This is the birth of a new era. With my blood, you will surpass me. Present Mike quipped, what a supportive father. Don't blame me if you lose, Midoriya, Todoroki warned. That depends on whether you can beat me, Midoriya replied, both of them charging their quirks for a climactic showdown. Suddenly, Cementos intervened, creating waves of cement to contain the two fighters. We need to stop them. Midoriya could get hurt, he exclaimed, while Midnight prepared to release a mist to assist. Midoriya's injuries could be too much. Midnight warned. As Midoriya soared toward Todoroki, ready to strike, he silently thanked his opponent. Just then, giant cement walls rose to block their paths, but both fighters broke through with their combined power. The resulting shockwave sent Midnight and Cementos flying, and the audience braced themselves against the force. As the dust settled, everyone wondered who had emerged victorious. Ken, Rika, Yugo, Maki, and Hikaru rushed to the arena to check on Midoriya. Midnight stood up, scanning the area for the two students. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Todoroki slumped against the wall, his shirt burned but still conscious. Midoriya remained in the ring, barely standing, his right arm injured and bleeding. His siblings and aunt rushed to his side, finding him unconscious yet upright. Hikaru checked for a pulse and felt a steady heartbeat. "He's okay. Just unconscious," she called to Midnight. "Todoroki is out of bounds." Midoriya advances to the finals. Midnight announced, and the crowd erupted in cheers for the thrilling match. Many were astonished that Midoriya had passed out while still standing. Class 1A, except for Bakugu, breathed a sigh of relief. "Wow, passing out but still standing? That's impressive," Yugo remarked. "He's always surprising us," Rika added. "Let's get him to Recovery Girl." "He lost a lot of blood, but he set a new record," Hikaru said, lifting Midoriya over her shoulder. "How long did it take this time?" Maki asked. 15 minutes. His previous record was 8. "Let's hurry," Hikaru replied, running to get Midoriya the help he needed, followed closely by her siblings. Meanwhile, Cementos checked on Todoroki. "Can you move?" he asked. "I'm fine. I can get to Recovery Girl myself," Todoroki replied, pushing himself up. Present Mike announced a break to repair the arena, encouraging the audience to stretch, grab snacks, or chat with friends. Excitement buzzed in the air as everyone anticipated the final match after the thrilling semifinals. But one thing is guaranteed, it'll be a match to remember. Chapter 16, Explosive Match. UA's sports festival was nearing its conclusion, and excitement filled the air. The arena had to be repaired after the intense match between Midoriya and Todoroki. An unconscious Midoriya was taken to Recovery Girl by his aunt and siblings, while Todoroki made his way to the nurse's office. However, he encountered his father in the tunnel. "You're in the way. You finally threw away that childish rebellion of yours. But your left side was out of control, and we need to work on that. You've finally become a perfect improvement of myself. Come to me after you graduate and I'll guide you on the mighty road," Endeavor said to his son. Todoroki shook his head. "There's no way I can throw it away." His father raised an eyebrow. The things you've done can't be undone that easily," Todoroki replied, glancing at his slightly burned left hand. "In that moment, I forgot about you." His words left Endeavor in shock as Todoroki walked past him. "Whether that's good or bad, right or wrong, I need to think about it," Todoroki stated as he continued on his way. Meanwhile, Midoriya regained consciousness in Recovery Girl's office at the stadium. He noticed All Might in his true form, sitting beside him. "You're finally awake. You really pushed yourself in your match against Todoroki," All Might said, concern evident in his voice. Midoriya looked at his right arm, now in a cast. "The bones in your right arm are shattered. Your healing factor focused on restoring the blood you lost. I need to perform surgery to remove any bone fragments, or they'll get stuck in your joints. I'll heal you afterward," Recovery Girl explained. "Sorry for the trouble. But I had to help Todoroki accept himself," Midoriya apologized. "It's okay. Your aunt explained how you always put others first. However, you won't be doing anything reckless like that again," the nurse replied. Midoriya felt a bead of sweat roll down his face and cleared his throat. "Thanks, and I'll try. But All Might, there's something I want to ask you. During my match with Shinso, I saw something while brainwashed. I saw 8 shadowy figures and one of them looked like you. What's that about?" Midoriya asked, looking to his mentor, who appeared momentarily startled. "Spooky, I'm a ghost?" All Might responded, trying to lighten the mood. "What the? I thought you might know something about it." Midoriya exclaimed. All Might took a moment to gather himself. "Sorry about that. No, I also had a similar vision when I was young. It shows you have a better grasp of One for All. They're the traces of the quirk's previous wielders. But whatever they are, they can't directly influence or interfere with you." He paused, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his lip before continuing. "Nor can you do the same with them. This means the vision wasn't what stopped the brainwashing. Instead, it was your strong will that made you see them. You overcame Shinso's quirk with your strength." "I'm not convinced, but I'll take that explanation," Midoriya replied, prompting a chuckle from All Might. Just then, the door burst open, revealing Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Ida, Azui, and Mineta, startling the symbol of peace. "Geez, you kids scared me," All Might muttered. "Deku-kun," Uraraka said, noticing All Might. "Oh, hello, sir," she added, not recognizing him in his true form. "Hello," All Might replied with a wave. "Hey, guys, what happened to the next match?" Midoriya asked. "There was a lot of damage to the stage. Therefore, we have a break until it's repaired," Ida explained. What the heck was all that about, Midoriya? That stunt you pulled scared a lot of people. Mineta exclaimed. Both Yaoyorozu and Azui quickly reprimanded him for his comment, only to realize he was stuck to their hands. They screamed as they tried to shake him off while pulling at his scalp. I'm bleeding. Mineta wailed as the two girls struggled to free themselves. Why is your hair this sticky? Yaoyorozu yelled, tugging harder. Azui attempted to do the same. Oh no, the frog girl said, shaking her hand as well, causing Mineta to yell even more. Recovery girl approached with alcohol and lemon juice, applying some to Yaoyorozu and Azui's hands. This freed them and caused Mineta to land on the floor with a thud. Ow, he groaned. Don't rub salt on Midoriya's wounds, Mineta, Azui scolded, though she winced at Mineta's fall. Hey, I'm just stating facts here. Mineta retorted. Be quiet all of you. I know you're worried about him, but I need to perform surgery now, Recovery girl instructed the group. Surgery? They exclaimed in unison. Is Midoriya going to be okay? Ida questioned anxiously. Will he still be in time for the final match? Uraraka added. Are Izuku's injuries severe? Yaoyorozu asked. Surgery's a pretty big deal. Mineta exclaimed. Don't worry. Just leave me to my work, Recovery girl said, gently pushing them out. Kero, Azui added before the door closed behind them. Recovery girl then put Midoriya to sleep to begin the surgery. Before starting, she turned to All Might. He mentioned you were in the vision he saw, among the past users of your power, she said. That's not a bad thing, All Might replied. Meanwhile, the stadium was repaired thanks to Cementos and Midoriya's eldest brother, Ken. The second semi-final match was about to begin, Bakugo vs Tokoyami. The final semi-final match has begun. Bakugo vs Tokoyami. And Bakugo is rushing his opponent. Present Mike announced. Tokoyami attempted to strike Bakugo with Dark Shadow, but it was ineffective. Your quirk is annoying. Bakugo shouted, firing an explosion at Tokoyami. Dark Shadow blocked the attack but felt the pain from the blast light. This viciousness. Tokoyami muttered. Tokoyami got far due to his almost invincible quirk. But now he's focusing more on defense. Present Mike commented. Tokoyami, what's going on? You attacked so much during your matches. Mina remarked. There has to be a reason, Uraraka added. I believe that Tokoyami's quirk is weakened by light, Ida observed. Meaning that it's only stronger in dark rather than bright environments, Yaoyorozu deduced. I underestimated Bakugo. I don't have time to recharge Dark Shadow's darkness. It'll be over if I run out. Tokoyami thought, noticing Bakugo launching himself into the air with his quirk. Is he trying to wear me down? Bakugo's getting faster. Dark Shadow moved to block Bakugo from his emissary, but Bakugo blasted the sentient being down with an explosion. Grab him, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami commanded. Dark Shadow complied and attempted to seize Tokoyami's opponent. However, Bakugo evaded and got behind Tokoyami. Wow. Bakugo got behind Tokoyami. Present Mike announced. Tokoyami's sentient quirk turned around to attack, but Bakugo had small explosions in his hands that were sparking. He launched his attack, creating a bright flash. Stun grenade. Bakugo shouted, and a large explosion erupted, filling the arena with smoke. What happened? Everything's covered in smoke. The voice hero questioned. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Bakugo holding Tokoyami down by his beak, sparks in his hands to weaken Dark Shadow. You figured out Dark Shadow's weakness? Tokoyami asked, surprised. I figured it out after attacking over and over, moron. It was a bad matchup, and I don't feel bad for you, Bakugo replied. Tokoyami lowered his head in defeat. I concede. Tokoyami surrenders. Bakugo advances to the finals. Midnight announced, snapping her flogger. With that, we now have our two finalists. Izuku Midoriya against Katsuki Bakugo. Present Mike declared as the crowd cheered. Bakugo smirked, confident he was already the winner, eager to put Deku in his place. Man, poor Tokoyami. Uraraka said. I thought he'd win, Zero added. I guess that means Midoriya's the only invincible one in our class, Kaminari stated. You had to pick a fight with someone outrageous, huh? Kendo said, lightly tapping Monoma on the head. No. He was lucky his quirk was effective on his opponent, Monoma replied. So today's sports festival has Class 1A in the spotlight. Damn it, Tetsu groaned. It doesn't matter who won or lost. This year's first years are amazing, one pro hero in the stands remarked. Looks like the draft will be exciting this year, a second pro hero responded. Hey Ida, do you think Dekukuin's gonna make it for his match? Uraraka asked her friend. I believe Recovery Girl will do her best to get Midoriya ready. Ida answered. Suddenly, Ida began shaking, startling Uraraka, Azui, and Yaoyorozu. What is it? The trio asked. It's my phone, Ida replied, pulling out his cell phone. The girls sighed, relieved it was nothing serious. Ida glanced at the caller ID, which read, Mother. Mother, he thought, getting up to answer the call in the stadium's hallways. Hello, Mother. I'm sorry I lost in the sports festival, he said. No, it's not about that. But, Tenya, please listen calmly, his mother said, her voice laced with concern. What she said next shocked Ida to the core. Tensei that your brother that a villain got him, she revealed. Ida dropped his phone in shock. Meanwhile, in Hosu, the hero killer stood atop a water tower. The villain, known as Stain, had a muscular build and appeared to be in his 30s. His long, messy black hair framed a flat, triangular face with small white eyes. Stain wore a dark combat suit with metal plating, sleeveless at the torso, and covered with yellow bandages on his arms. His knees were protected by metal pads, and he wore black boots with steel armor. A blood-red scarf and a tattered cloth around his face completed his look. He lifted his sword to lick the blood off, his long tongue tainted with small papillae. You fools haven't noticed society is covered by hypocrisy and vanity. To those who dare call themselves heroes that I will make you notice, Stain declared. Feeling a presence behind him, he swung his sword but hit nothing. Turning, he saw Kurogyari standing there. Please stay calm. We are on the same side, Kurogyari said. I've been looking for you, hero killer, Stain. I heard about your notoriety and wanted to meet you. May I request a bit of your time? Kurogyari continued. Stain narrowed his eyes at Kurogyari, listening intently but remaining cautious. Meanwhile, Shigaraki sat in his room, looking at an article about one of Stain's victims. Hero killer, Stain, he muttered. Back at the sports festival, Midoriya waited in player waiting room 1, examining the scars on his right hand. He recalled waking up from surgery. I removed any broken bone in your right arm and hand, Recovery Girl had told him. Although he healed his disfigured hand, he chose to keep the scars. Young Midoriya, why didn't you heal the scars on your right hand? All Might asked, noticing. Because I want to keep them. They remind me of my determination to be a hero. Every time I see them, I'm reminded of the hard work I put in to get here. The new scars on my right hand tell a different story, though. They remind me of how I helped Todoroki accept himself and his quirk, Midoriya explained. An admirable reason, that is, young Midoriya, All Might said with a smile. But don't do any more reckless stunts. If you continue, you may damage yourself severely, Recovery Girl warned. You got it, Recovery Girl. And thank you for the healing and surgery, Midoriya replied with a smile. Now get going. You don't want to be late for your final match, Yue's nurse urged. Yes, ma'am, Midoriya said, but All Might stopped him. Something the matter, All Might? He asked his mentor. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you something, but let's do it outside, All Might replied. Midoriya followed the symbol of peace outside of Recovery Girl's office. So what is it that you wanted to tell me? Midoriya wondered. Well, I actually had another secret I didn't tell you during our training together, All Might said. What is it? Midoriya asked, curiosity piqued. It was the fact that I was quirkless like you before I gained one for All Might revealed, leaving Midoriya in shock. Wait, you were quirkless? Midoriya exclaimed, astonished. Back in my day, being quirkless was rare, though not as rare as it is now. My tier had a quirk but still believed in me and took me under her wing. When you told me you started quirkless, I saw a lot of myself in you. You've exceeded my expectations more times than I can count. This shows I have a great successor who will undoubtedly be greater than me, All Might explained. All Might, Midoriya said, momentarily at a loss for words. Now go get ready for your final match. And give it your all. All Might encouraged, ruffling Midoriya's hair. Yes, sir. Midoriya replied enthusiastically, bringing a smile to All Might's face. Back in the present, Midoriya smiled at the memory, but his thoughts were interrupted when Bakugo kicked down the door. Huh. Hey, why are you here? I thought. Bakugo paused, noticing the room number. See, this isn't room number 2. Midoriya chose to ignore him as he mentally prepared himself. When he turned around, he found that Bakugo had already left. Confused, he got up and looked out the door, but the explosive student was nowhere to be seen. As time passed, the final match was about to begin, and everyone at the festival was tuned in. Bakugo was already in the ring, waiting for his opponent to arrive. Meanwhile, Tatsumaki and her group watched the match from outside. So the finals have arrived, Genji stated. And it's down to Izuku and that explosive kid he told us about, Cassidy added. I can't believe UA allowed someone like him to enroll in their school, especially after what Izuku told us about Bakugo. We can't control who enters the hero universities, sister. Besides, we all know Izuku will beat him, Fubuki reassured. The only question is, will Midoriya embarrass Bakugo as he did during their time in middle and high school? DVA wondered. Oh, Izuku will do that. I'm guessing Bakugo will just flail and attack randomly, Ash guessed. Pride can be a dangerous thing. It can even lead to your downfall, Mercy commented. It's time for the final battle of UA's sports festival. The top of the first years will be decided in this match. Already in the ring is from the hero course, Katsuki Bakuth. Present Mike announced, but he was interrupted when Hikaru took the mic. "Hey!" Present Mike exclaimed. "Sorry, but I want to do my youngest nephew's introduction." "Trust me, you'll love what he's about to do," Hikaru said before addressing the crowd. "Quick question for everyone here and at home. Who's a fan of Japan's most popular wrestling promotion, New Japan Pro Wrestling?" The crowd cheered, clearly excited. You all know him in NJPW as the face of the company, the founder of Sentinel, a 12-time Grand Slam champion, and the number 2 hero before Endeavor. Takeru Mamoru, the elemental hero, Alpha Wolf. Hikaru announced, and images of Takeru Mamoru appeared on the screens. Takeru Mamoru had tan skin, stood 6 feet 4 inches, and had a muscular build. He had short, unkempt brown hair, amber eyes, and a small stubble beard. Takeru appeared to be in his 30s and bore scars on his chest, arms, neck, and face in the photo. His hero costume resembled cybernetic armor with a wolf head helmet. But that's not all. He, along with 4 of his 5 children, and I are UA alumni. Hikaru stated, showing graduation photos of Takeru, Hikaru, Ken, Rika, Yugo, and Maki on the screens. Now my brother's youngest son is here in UA. You all know him for that fantastic speech in the pledge and for breaking All Might's record. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Izuku Midoriya. Hikaru announced. A song began playing, and the crowd saw the words, Phenomenal 1, appear on the screen, followed by a logo of the letter P and the number 1 surrounded by stars. Then everyone saw Midoriya exit the tunnel, wearing a black sleeveless jacket with the same words and logo on the back. The jacket's hood covered the top half of his face as he walked into the arena. The crowd cheered as the final match of UA's sports festival continued. Bakuga's eyes narrowed at his opponent, smoke rising from his palms. Meanwhile, Midoriya felt a slight bubbling on his skin, though he was unaware of it at the moment. "What are you waiting for, Bakugu? I'm ready when you are," Midoriya taunted, curling his finger at the blonde as if teasing a cat. Bakugu growled in response, sweat pouring down his palms. With a sharp blast, he propelled himself toward Midoriya. The greenette dropped into a fighting stance and sidestepped Bakugu's attack. Bakugu blitzed through the air at high speeds, but Midoriya skillfully avoided his rapid turns and spear-headed strikes. "Damn it! Stop dodging and fight me!" Bakugu demanded. Gladly, Midoriya replied, dodging another attack from Bakugu. He landed a punch on the blonde's face, then grabbed Bakugu and threw him over his shoulder. Before Bakugu could recover, Midoriya dropped an elbow onto his stomach. In retaliation, Bakugu landed a sharp knee to Midoriya's jaw, causing him to bite his tongue and taste blood. Both combatants sprang to their feet. Bakugu fired an explosive blast as he jumped up, but Midoriya ducked under it and attempted a low sweep. However, Bakugu leaped and aimed to slam his palm down on Midoriya. The greenette rolled out of the way just in time, feeling the flash of heat from the near miss. Realizing he needed to be more cautious, Midoriya prepared for Bakugu's next move. He slammed his palms onto the ground, igniting an explosion similar to Bakugu's. The force propelled him upward, and as he turned midair, he formed a flaming spear in his hand and launched it at Bakugu. The attack pinned the blonde momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Midoriya descended from the sky with a 2-handed hammer punch aimed at Bakugu's head. He followed up with a series of fiery projectiles that raced across the floor before hitting their target. Next, Midoriya struck Bakugu with 3 fiery uppercuts, followed by a burst of flames from his hands. However, Bakugu countered with a powerful punch that caught Midoriya off guard, sending him staggering back. Using the momentum, Midoriya retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Bakugu's jaw. The voice hero announced, "Midoriya's literally on fire, and Bakugu's pushing through this heat. This fight is reaching its all-time high, folks. Let's see where this ends up." Bakugu, seething with determination, clenched his fists, feeling the heat intensify around him. He knew he had to step up his game. With a clap of his hands, smoke billowed from his palms. Midoriya, momentarily perplexed, pressed on with his assault, but Bakugu met him head-on. Their fists collided, creating a small explosion of smoke and forcing them both to reset to a neutral stance. Midoriya quickly deduced Bakugu's strategy. The blonde was trading blows, and while Midoriya could land hits, he would also take damage in return. This was a risky move, especially since Midoriya was on a time limit with his power-up. Suddenly, Bakugu launched himself at Midoriya, not using explosions this time but attempting to swipe at him with his heated palms. Each swift movement left a trail of black vapor that ignited into a series of delayed explosions. Midoriya ducked and dodged, narrowly avoiding Bakugu's rapid strikes. As Bakugu's arm shot out toward him, Midoriya twisted his body and delivered a kick that nearly knocked Bakugu off balance. However, Bakugo managed to grab Midoriya's leg, and a powerful blast erupted from them, enveloping the arena in smoke. In the stands, Tatsumaki and her group watched intently. The older Esper raised her arm, a green aura briefly surrounding her before fading. Confused, she turned to the announcer's booth, her gaze intense. Aizawa, with his quirk activated, shook his head, signaling that she would not intervene. D.V, feeling the tension of the match, stood up. "Come on everyone. Give him some encouragement. Cheer him on," she exclaimed. The crowd erupted in cheers for Midoriya, showering him with support. "You can do it. Show him. He's nothing. Come on champ. You're the best." The overwhelming adoration from the crowd had an immediate effect. From the smoke, Bakugo was sent flying across the stage, crashing to the ground. He slammed his palms onto the arena, causing the floor to melt beneath him. The smoke twisted and flared into flames, which concentrated into a small ball in Midoriya's hands. Raising the glowing orb, Midoriya faced the crowd with a bright smile before turning back to Bakugo, his expression shifting to one of determination. Bakugo's eyes widened as he felt the impact of a strike he couldn't see. Midoriya's fist connected with an uppercut, sending Bakugo's head snapping back. A burning grip seized Bakugo's arm, and he was flung into the air. Regaining his composure, Bakugo prepared to counterattack. Explosions erupted from his palms, but he quickly realized he needed to move. As he propelled himself toward the ground, he spotted Midoriya where he had just been. Rain poured as Midoriya drove to school in a classic 1969 Ford Mustang Mach 1, accompanied by Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Azui. He tried calling Ida for a ride, but there was no answer. At a red light, a businessman in the car next to him spoke up. "Excuse me, are you Midoriya from Class 1A? Midoriya nodded cautiously. Yeah, that's me. Fantastic job at the sports festival. I rooted for you the entire time," the businessman praised. The driver in the car on the right chimed in. "You're the winner of the sports festival? Well done. He'll no doubt become a great hero," another added. "Keep doing your best, hero," the group encouraged. "Thank you," Midoriya replied awkwardly, feeling a mix of pride and discomfort. Upon arriving at UA, Midoriya parked the car. Yaoyorozu remarked, "You sure are popular, Izuku. You have many supporters." "Yeah, I thought some people might be scared of you because of your stunts during the sports festival," Azui added. "They're more impressed by Dekukuin's skills and quirk," Uraraka noted, causing a bittersweet feeling to churn in Midoriya's chest. Midoriya shook his head, shifting the conversation back to their recent performance. "True, but I believe you all did terrific as well. I'm sure there will be offers waiting for you," he said with a smile. As he opened his umbrella to shield himself from the rain, a familiar voice called out to the group. "Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Azui. Good morning," Ida exclaimed, sprinting toward them in a raincoat and boots. The group perked up and turned to see Ida rushing past them. "Why are you all dawdling?" "We'll be late," he stated, continuing his pace. "Late? We have 5 minutes before the bell," Midoriya clarified as he and the girls hurried after Ida. "Students of UA are expected to arrive 10 minutes early," Ida replied, urgency in his voice. "Seriously?" Midoriya exclaimed, picking up his speed, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon entering the school building, Midoriya and the girls closed their umbrellas and placed them with the others, stowing their rain boots in their lockers. "So, Ida, how is—" Uraraka began, but Ida interrupted. "If it's about my brother, there's nothing to worry about," he assured, removing his raincoat. "I apologize for making you all worry." The sincerity in his tone made the group decide not to press further. As Class 1A settled into their classroom, chatter filled the air. Midoriya noticed 2 familiar figures walking down the hall, but he quickly turned back to join the others. There was such a big difference between being on the news and being on TV. "I was stopped so many times by fans on the way here," Ashido exclaimed happily. "Same," Kirishima agreed. "People were staring at me. It was so embarrassing," Hagakure admitted. "Isn't that the usual for you?" Ojiro teased. "You won't believe what kids kept saying to me," Siro said, prompting Azui to guess. "Nice try?" Siro slumped down in defeat. "It's amazing how we became the center of attention in one day," Kaminari declared. "UA is truly incredible," Mineta added. As the classroom door opened, the students quickly took their seats. Aizawa entered, noticeably without his usual bandages. "Good morning," he greeted. "Good morning, sensei," the class responded in unison. "Karo, your bandages are gone, Aizawa-sensei." "I'm glad," Azui pointed out. "The old lady went overboard with the treatment," Aizawa replied, lightly touching the new scar under his right eye. "Anyway, today's hero class is a little special." "Special? Is it a test? Please don't let it be," Kaminari mentally prayed. "I'm still learning about hero laws," Kirishima thought anxiously. You'll be picking your hero names today, Izawa announced. Excitement rippled through Class 1A. It's related to the hero offers I mentioned before your break. The drafts usually begin in the second and third years, but for them to extend offers to first years means they're interested in your potential. However, those offers can be rescinded if their interest wanes before graduation, Izawa explained. Adults can be selfish. Mineta commented, slapping his desk. Which means we must prove ourselves after getting picked, right? Hagakure asked. That's right, Izawa confirmed. Now, here are the offers we received for this class, he said, using a remote to display the offers on the board. Offers to Class 1A. Izuku Midoriya, 7,895. Shoto Todoroki, 4,123. Katsuki Bakugu, 3,556. Fumikage Tokoyami, 360. Tenya Ida, 301. Denki Kaminari, 272. Momo Yaoyorozu, 108. Eijiro Kirishima, 68. Ochako Uraraka, 20. Shiro Hanta, 14. Usually, it's more evenly distributed, but these three drew the most attention this year, Izawa noted. Man, that's unfair. Kaminari exclaimed, throwing his head back. The pros must be blind not to see my brilliance. Aoyama added, while Ishido gasped in shock. Todoroki is second while Bakugu is third? That's the opposite of their placement at the sports festival, Jiro observed. Well, I can imagine a pro not wanting someone who had to be restrained, Shiro remarked. If I scare a pro, it just means they were weak. Bakugu declared confidently. Yaoyorozu sighed, wishing she had done more at the sports festival to earn more offers. You must be proud to have so many heroes interested in you, she said to Todoroki. Most of them are probably because of my father, he replied. Wow, Midoriya has so many offers. Hagakure exclaimed. It's mainly because he's so versatile, Ojiro added. Speaking of Midoriya's offers, he didn't just get offers here in Japan. He has offers from North and South America, Europe, Africa, and Asia, Izawa informed, leaving the class in shock. That's amazing, Izuku. Yaoyorozu praised. Thanks, Momo, Midoriya replied with a smile. We got offers. People want us. Uraraka cheered, shaking Ida, who hummed in agreement. It's disappointing that the rest of US didn't get any offers. But how did Midoriya get so many after his performance at the sports festival? Mineta wondered. Regardless of whether you received offers, you'll still be participating in internships with pro heroes, Izawa announced. Internships? Uraraka asked, intrigued. Yes. You've all gained experience fighting villains during the USJ, but working alongside pro heroes will provide even more valuable training, Izawa explained. Is that why we need hero names? Sato pondered. I'm looking forward to it. Hagakure said enthusiastically. The hero names are temporary, but if you're not serious. Izawa warned just as the classroom door swung open. You'll have hell to pay, a feminine voice declared. Whoa! Kaminari, Mineta, and Shiro exclaimed, their cheeks flushed as Midnight entered, swaying her hips with confidence. Many hero names used by students become recognized by society and stick with them once they become pros, Midnight explained. Midnight, the boys cheered. That's how it is. Midnight will evaluate your hero names. I can't do things like that, Izawa said, reaching for his sleeping bag. He recalled his own time as a student at UA, when both Present Mike and he had to come up with hero names. What? You haven't decided on a hero name? A young Present Mike asked. I don't want to be on the news, so what's the point? A younger Izawa replied. Well, then I'll happily give you one. How about Eraserhead? Young Present Mike suggested. Fine, I'll go with that, young Izawa agreed, indifferent. Back in the present, Izawa was about to settle into his sleeping bag when he addressed his students. A hero's name represents an idea, a clear image of who you want to be in the future. As the saying goes, names and nature often agree. Like All Might, for example, he informed them. Midnight passed out small whiteboards for everyone. After some time, she spoke up. All right, if you have your hero name figured out, please present them, she announced. Wait, we have to present these? Kirishima exclaimed internally. Man, who has the courage to go first? Shiro wondered. Aoyama stepped up to the podium with his whiteboard. Here I go, he announced, presenting his hero name. The shining hero, I can't stop twinkling. Which means you can't stop my shine. Class 1A, except for Bakugu, thought in unison, a sentence. You should remove the A and shorten cannot to can't. Midnight suggested. Why, thank you for the aid, mademoiselle, Aoyama replied. That's fine. Kirishima, Kaminari, Sato, Shiro, and Jiro questioned. Also, decide between either Japanese or French. Sato added. Then I'm next. Ishido declared as she stepped up to the podium. My hero name is Alien Queen. Ishido presented. Midnight, imagining Ashido as a xenomorph, exclaimed, "You mean that thing with the acidic blood?" "I don't think so." "Dang it," Ashido said, returning to her seat. "That wasn't good either?" Kaminari and Ojiro thought. Weird ones came up first. Should ours be funny too? Siro, Jiro, and Kirishima pondered, feeling tense. "Karo, may I go next?" Azui asked. "Sure, Tsu," Midnight granted as Azui approached the podium. "I decided on this back in elementary school. Rainy season hero, Froppy," Azui announced. "How cute. And personal too. This is a great example of how you want to be seen as a hero." Midnight praised. Everyone began to chant, "Thank you, Froppy," except for Baku. Kirishima was up next. "Sturdy hero, Red Riot," Kirishima announced. "I see you are paying homage to the chivalrous hero, Crimson Riot, right?" Midnight asked. "Yes." "He may be old school, but Crimson's everything I want to be," Kirishima confirmed. "Shouldering the name you admire will come with a lot of pressure. Are you prepared for that?" Midnight inquired. "You bet," Kirishima responded. "Man, I haven't come up with a good hero name," Kaminari muttered. Jiro tapped his shoulder to get his attention. "Hey, Kaminari, how about Jammingway?" she suggested. "Oh, it's similar to Hemingway, who wrote A Farewell to Arms. That sounds smart. I like it." Kaminari replied. "No, it's because even though you're strong you always jam your brain," Jiro giggled. "Oh come on Jiro. Quit messing with me," Kaminari exclaimed. Jiro walked to the podium to present her hero name. "Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack," Jiro announced. "That's wonderful. A name that represents your quirk," Midnight said. "Tentacle Hero, Tentacle," Shoji presented. "Oh, I love that portmanteau," Midnight replied, impressed by Shoji's clever name. "Taping Hero, Cellophane," Siro stated. "Right on the nose, good job," Midnight praised, making him blush. "Martial Arts Hero, Tailman," Ojiro said, flexing his tail. "No surprise there," Midnight replied. "Sweets Hero, Sugarman," Sato announced. "How sweet," Midnight complimented. "Acid Hero, Venus," Ashido presented. "Ooh, what's the reason behind that?" Midnight wondered. "I was having trouble figuring out my hero name, so Uraraka helped me. She suggested I name myself Venus since the planet produces acid rain," Ashido explained. Everyone then looked at Uraraka. "I like space, okay?" she admitted, blushing. "Yeah, and if I remember correctly, the planet was named after the Roman goddess of love. Venus symbolizes love and beauty," Midoriya added. "That makes it even better," Ashido exclaimed happily. "Indeed. A perfect choice," Midnight agreed. "Stun gun hero, Chargebolt. Electrifying, isn't it?" Kaminari stated. "Makes me tingly," Midnight commented. "Reflecting hero, Prism," Hagakure presented. "I love it. Let's keep those names coming," Midnight encouraged while Aizawa slept. "I hope not to bring shame to this name." The Everything Hero, Creati, Yayarozu announced. "Creative," Midnight commented. "Shoto," Todoroki said simply. "Just your name? Are you okay with that?" Midnight asked. "Yes," Todoroki replied. Jet Black Hero, Tsukuyomi, Tokoyami presented. "Ooh, God of the Night," Midnight praised. Fresh Picked Hero, Grape Juice, Mineta announced. "Poppin' Kitschy," Midnight responded. Koda held his whiteboard to show his hero name, Petting Hero, Anima. "Got it," Midnight said with a thumbs up. King Explosion Murder, Bakugu presented. "Yeah, you should change that," Midnight told him. "Why?" Bakugu questioned. "How about Explosion Boy?" Kirishima suggested. "Shut up, shitty hair," Bakugu exclaimed, making Kirishima laugh. "Guess I'm up next," Uraraka said as she stepped up to the podium. "I came up with my hero name a while ago. Uravity," she said. "How delightful," Midnight praised, making Uraraka feel at ease. "The hero names are going more smoothly than I expected. The ones left are Bakugu, who needs to rethink his, Ida, and Midoriya." Ida, however, wasn't listening as his mind wandered back to a conversation with his older brother at the hospital. "Tenya, I didn't know whether to tell you this yesterday, but I have to step down as a hero for a few months," Tensei told his brother. "That can't be. You're lying," Ida responded. "I'm sorry, Tenya, but I must. The doctors told me to step down until I fully heal," Tensei explained. "No, you still have many people to lead." "I don't want this," Ida insisted. "I don't either. But if it's okay with you, will you honor me by telling me your hero name?" Tensei requested. Back in the present, Ida began to write his hero name but hesitated. "I can't not yet," he thought. He stepped to the podium, revealing he had written his name on his whiteboard. "You're going with your name as well?" Midnight asked. "Yes," he answered. Very well, Midnight said before turning to Midoriya. Midoriya, are you finished? She asked. Yes, I am, Midoriya replied with a smile. Then come on up, Midnight encouraged. Midoriya stepped up to the podium and presented his hero name, surprising many of his classmates. Wow, that's a pretty interesting name there, Midoriya, Kirishima said. Yeah, what's the reason for it? Kaminari asked. I had trouble thinking of my hero name. But then I remembered something two people I cheered up at the sports festival told me. The name came to me when they mentioned my time as a vigilante. One told me I appeared and disappeared like a ghost, while another said I ride into the scene to save the innocent, Midoriya explained. I know I will have to reveal that I was the Akuma and Shinigami to the public soon. I don't know when, but it will happen. I hope the people will accept me despite what I've done as a vigilante. And hopefully, this name will be the first step for everyone to accept me becoming a hero. For I'm the spirit that will protect the innocent from those who want to harm them, Midoriya added. The spirit of vengeance, Ghost Rider. This has to be my name, Midoriya proudly declared. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka blushed and smiled, knowing he had mentioned them. Excellent choice, Midnight praised. Thank you, Midoriya replied with a smile. Hey, an offer for a first-year student came in, Cementos announced. For who? All Might inquired. It's for Midoriya, Cementos replied. Another one? Let me see, All Might said, leaning closer to Cementos' computer. A look of shock crossed his face. Seriously? This person, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, in Class 1A's classroom, Bakugu shouted, Lord Explosion Murder. No. You can't have that, Midnight said, sweat forming on her brow. Later, after Class 1A had settled on their hero names, Aizawa, having just woken from a nap, announced, Now that you all have hero names, let's talk about the internships. They last for 1 week. Those who received offers will have a list to choose from. Those who didn't will select from 40 agencies across the country that agreed to take interns. Keep in mind that each agency specializes in different areas, Aizawa explained. For example, 13 focuses on saving civilians from accidents and disasters rather than confronting villains, Midnight added. Think carefully while you choose, Aizawa emphasized. Yes, sensei. Class 1A chorused. The students received their offers and began discussing their internship preferences. I want to fight villains in urban areas, Kirishima declared. I hope there's an internship for water disasters and rescues, Azui said hopefully. You have until the end of the week to submit your choices, Aizawa informed them. We only get 2 days? Kaminari exclaimed. Choose wisely. Class is dismissed, Aizawa said as he and Midnight exited the classroom. Todoroki glanced at his offers, surprised to see his father's name among them. Later, during lunch, Class 1A discussed their internship options. Hey, does anyone know who they want to intern with? Ashido asked. MD Lady's my choice. Mineta announced. Thinking of something inappropriate, aren't you? Azui remarked as she walked past him. Of course not. Mineta protested. It's strange you didn't get any offers, Mina, considering how well you did in the sports festival, Ojiro noted. Right? Ashido agreed. Have you decided who you want to go with, Deku-kun? Uraraka asked. No. There are so many great choices, it's challenging, Midoriya replied. What about you? He asked Uraraka. Yep, I already know who I want to go with, she said confidently. Really? Who? Mina asked. The battle hero, Gunhead. My battle with Bakugu made me realize I have a long way to go, so I need formal training to become a versatile hero, Uraraka explained. Good choice. What about you, Momo? Midoriya asked. I'm thinking of going with Iwabami, Yaoyorozu answered. I suggest you pick someone else, Momo, Midoriya advised. Why is that? Yaoyorozu asked, curious. Both my sisters, Rika and Maki, interned with her before. They mentioned that Iwabami prioritizes her modeling career over her hero work, though she does fulfill her duties when necessary, Midoriya explained. Oh, I see, Yaoyorozu replied. Let me see your offers. I think I can help you find a good one, Midoriya offered. But you have so many offers from pro heroes. You should focus on yours, Yaoyorozu insisted. It's okay. I have 2 days to submit my choices, Midoriya said as he reviewed her offers. He paused when he saw a name that made him smile. Yaoyorozu noticed his expression. What is it, Izuku? She asked. Maybe you'll learn something from this person, Midoriya said, showing her the offer from his aunt. Yaoyorozu's eyes widened in surprise. Your aunt gave me an offer? She exclaimed, drawing the attention of the rest of Class 1A. Wow, you should take it, Yamamo. You're going to be trained by Midori's aunt. Ashido encouraged. Yeah, go for it. Hagakure added. I will, especially since Izuku's aunt and late father trained many respected heroes, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. I can't wait to see what my aunt taught you, Midoriya said eagerly. Meanwhile, Ida had already made his internship choice. As the students prepared to leave the university, Uraraka asked, "Hey, Deku-kun, shall we ride home together with our friends?" "Sure," Midoriya replied. "Care to come, Ida?" Uraraka began, turning to his desk, but he was already gone. "Oh." Ida probably decided on an agency and went to the staff room to submit his form, Midoriya suggested as he opened the classroom door. Suddenly, All Might appeared in front of him, bending down to his height. "I have arrived in a bizarre form," the symbol of peace exclaimed. "Whoa, All Might, why are you in such a hurry?" Midoriya asked. "I need you to come with me real quick," All Might said, urgency in his voice. "You can go ahead, Izuku. We'll wait for you at the front gate," Yaoyorozu told him as Azui and Uraraka stood beside her. "I'll be quick," Midoriya replied, following his mentor. They stopped in front of the men's bathroom. "I'll get straight to the point. You received another offer from a pro hero." "A pro hero I know," All Might said. "Really? Who is it?" Midoriya asked, excitement building. "His name is Gran Torino. He was a teacher at UA for 1 year and was my homeroom teacher," All Might explained. "Really?" Midoriya replied, intrigued. "He knows about One for All, which may be why he offered you an internship. I sent him a letter before the sports festival," All Might continued. "Another reason he reached out is that he saw the sports festival. The way you used One for All made him think my teaching was inadequate, even though you managed to control 30% of it. Damn it, legs, stop shaking," All Might said, slapping his legs in frustration. What did this guy do to make All Might scared of him? Midoriya thought, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. "Anyway, you should go to him to improve your control of One for All. Here's his address," All Might said, still trying to steady himself as he handed Midoriya a piece of paper. "Thank you, All Might," Midoriya said, taking the paper and swallowing hard as he looked at the form. Meanwhile, Aizawa reviewed the submitted internship forms in the staff room. "Are those for this year's internships?" Snipe asked. "Yes." A few students made quick decisions, Aizawa replied. "It's an important event. Hopefully, they thought carefully about their choices." "Some third years regretted theirs," Snipe remarked as he walked away. "You're right about that," Aizawa agreed, noticing Ida's form. He saw that Ida had only listed one choice. "That's unusual. Ida's only choice is a hero agency in Hosu. He received offers from better agencies. Unless..." Aizawa pondered. "Show them you're ready for this kind of work. Now go," Aizawa stated firmly. "Yes, sensei," the class replied in unison. "I'm so excited." Hagakure exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Sato, noticing her excitement, added, "You're heading to Kyushu, right? That's in the opposite direction." Midoriya, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu observed Ida as he walked toward his train, silent and deep in thought. "Ida!" Midoriya called out, prompting Ida to turn and face his friends. "We're friends, right? If something's bothering you, you can tell us," Midoriya encouraged, concern evident in his voice. The green-haired man spoke to his friend. "Yeah," Ida replied as he turned to board his train, unaware of the angry expression on his face. Later, Midoriya arrived in Yamanashi Prefecture to meet Gran Torino. As he approached the hero's home, he noticed it was a rundown apartment building. "This must be the place," he murmured to himself, walking closer. "Hello, my name's Izuku Midoriya. I'm from UA University," he introduced himself, but his words trailed off when he spotted something on the floor. There lay an elderly man, standing at just 3 feet 11 inches with a light complexion. His build was scrawny, and he had short, spiky gray hair. The older man was dressed in a full-body monochrome suit, complete with a yellow cape, a belt, and thick yellow gloves and boots. Midoriya's heart raced as he took a closer look, his mind racing with concern. Midoriya looked around, hoping to find some clues. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that the blood he had seen was just ketchup. What he had initially thought were intestines beneath the older man turned out to be sausages. "Gran Torino?" Midoriya called out to the elderly man. "Really, not much of a reaction, eh?" Gran Torino replied as he got up from the floor. Midoriya noticed more details about Gran Torino. He wore a dark domino mask that resembled 2 diamonds over his brown eyes, a belt with the letter G, and his gray hair had bangs hanging forward, complemented by a trimmed beard. "So when do we officially begin?" Midoriya asked the veteran pro-hero. "I want to see how good you are with One for All." "Catch me if you can," Gran Torino said, launching himself into the air with a burst of air from beneath his boots. He aimed a roundhouse kick at Midoriya's head, but Midoriya ducked just in time. The elderly man began to bounce around the room. "A game of tag, huh? Let's play then," Midoriya said, powering up to 30% of One for All. He chased Gran Torino around the room, spotting the pro-hero coming from behind. Midoriya quickly turned and executed a Muay Thai diagonal kick, but Gran Torino dodged by propelling himself above Midoriya. In a swift motion, Gran Torino landed a push kick to Midoriya's face, sending him to the floor while the elderly man landed gracefully. Not bad. You've already surpassed Toshinori when he was a student, Gran Torino remarked. But I still have a lot to learn, Midoriya replied earnestly. Gran Torino nodded in acknowledgement of Midoriya's humility. One, aren't you? Most people tend to brag about their power, but not you, Gran Torino remarked. True. I'm nowhere near the level of control with one for all like All Might. But with you, I know I'm in great hands. Let's continue the lesson, Gran Torino. Midoriya replied, determination shining through. Gran Torino smiled, pleased by the enthusiasm in Midoriya's voice. I love your spirit, kid. I will help you get into shape to control one for all better. I can't wait. Let's continue the training. Midoriya exclaimed. Both men charged at each other, ready to dive back into their training. Gran Torino felt a sense of pride in All Might's successor, while Midoriya was thrilled to be trained by the man who had helped his mentor become the hero he was. They both knew this internship would be invaluable. Midoriya plopped onto the soft bed, taking a deep breath as his head sank into the plush pillow. The window was open, allowing a cool breeze to flow in. The sounds of the howling winds and the nighttime activities outside eased his mind. However, his thoughts were occupied by a peculiar incident from the sports festival. A bra had been thrown into his face during his victory, momentarily knocking him out. At first, he couldn't believe it, but after reviewing the footage online, he realized it was true. He couldn't help but wonder who had thrown it, as all he could recall was the scent of roses. Deciding to set that thought aside for now, he turned off the lights and drifted off into a peaceful sleep. In his dreams, he found himself with Yaoyorozu, both of them frolicking in an appealing field of roses. Yaoyorozu adored roses, from the color to the flowers in a bouquet and the fragrance. Suddenly, Midoriya's eyes shot open, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That night, a loud, high-pitched scream pierced through the peaceful night, waking everyone from their slumber. The cry continued until morning, and Present Mike was immediately blamed for the disturbance. Despite his protests, no one believed him. Class 1A began their internships with the heroes of their choice. Ida was in Hosu City, patrolling alongside the normal hero, Manuel. Manuel stood at 5'9" 1/4 inch, with fair skin, black eyes, and a lean, muscular build. His costume consisted of a blue and white, skin-tight, long-sleeved shirt tucked into orange gloves, paired with dark breeds, white boots, and a fish-like fin helmet with a blue visor. We usually wait for calls from clients, but as you've noticed, it's been busy in Hosu, Manuel explained to Ida. Does patrolling the streets help suppress crime? Ida inquired. That's right, the normal hero confirmed. But I'm surprised that Ingenium's little brother came to our agency. I know you have offers from heroes more capable than me. However, Ida was lost in thought. His mind focused on the elusive hero killer, Stain. The hero killer is hard to track down. He slips through society's modern net. This may seem futile, but I can't stop until I find him. I cannot forgive him. Ida thought, his expression filled with anger. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Kurogyari were meeting with Stain. They sat across from each other, 3 milkshakes on the table, 2 vanilla and 1 strawberry. I see. You're the ones responsible for attacking UA. And you want me to join you? Stain said, his voice low and grating. Yes, Shigaraki replied, his tone almost a hiss, though he was visibly agitated. What's your objective? Stain asked, picking up the strawberry milkshake and taking a sip. First, I want to kill All Might. I also want to eliminate those who annoy me. Shigaraki said, holding up a picture of Class 1A. Including those heroic brats. All of them. His hands trembled as he placed the photo on the table. He began to scratch at his neck frantically, his skin appearing dry and wrinkled, which reminded Stain of leather. It was foolish of me to take interest in you. You're the type I despise the most, Stain stated. Huh? Shigaraki responded, confused. You want me to follow you with your childish tantrums? What does killing without strong conviction mean? Stain snarled, gripping his knives tightly. Kurogyari observed the tension, thinking about how Stain was meant to guide Shigaraki, who only seemed to care for destruction. Aren't you going to stop this? He asked, glancing at a monitor. This is fine. Tamura needs to figure out his flaws on his own. That's part of education, came the response from Shigaraki's MSTR. Meanwhile, Bakugu was interning in central Tokyo with the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. The pro hero stood tall with a slim build and had an unnaturally long and flexible neck. His blonde hair was styled dramatically to the left, covering one eye. Honestly, I don't like you, Best Jeanist told Bakugu. Huh? Bakugu replied, taken aback. You chose my agency because I'm one of the top 5 pro heroes, right? Best Jeanist asked. You were the one who offered. Bakugu shot back. Correct. I've brought in many promising kids, but you're the first in a while to catch my attention. I saw you at the sports festival. You handle your quirk with great potential, Best Jeanist explained. It wouldn't be surprising if you were chosen as a sidekick with your talent. However, one person outshined you, Izuku Midoriya. I know he received many offers due to his versatile quirk and skills. You were upset about not being number 1, weren't you? The number 4 hero added. You offered just to lecture me? Bakugo exclaimed, stepping closer to the pro hero, only to be restrained by Best Jeanist's quirk, which ensnared him with fibers. Correcting individuals like you is part of my duty as a pro hero. Heroes and villains are two sides of the same coin. I'll show you what it means to be a true hero, Best Jeanist stated. What do you mean? Bakugo questioned. I'm going to teach you how to be an exemplary hero. Your speech, appearance, emotional control, strong morals. There are countless things to work on. By the end of this week, I'll instill those qualities in you, the pro hero declared. At Fourth Kind Agency, Kirishima and Tetsu were surprised to find each other there. They both exclaimed. Tetsu? Kirishima said, recognizing his classmate. Kirishima? Tetsu replied, shaking his hand. What are you doing here? They asked simultaneously. We both received offers. Let's get started, Fourth Kind, the chivalrous hero said. He had a large build and stood at 6 foot 1/2 inch, with a buzzed grayish-brown hairstyle and a distinctive scar over his left eye. Thank you. Both Kirishima and Tetsu said in unison. I saw your fighting spirit at the sports festival. I admire it. But being a hero requires more than just physical strength. As your senior, I'll share my experiences with you, Fourth Kind explained. As expected from the chivalrous hero. Tetsu remarked. He's so manly. Kirishima added. Wait until I finish. Fourth Kind exclaimed, slamming his fists on the desk. Sorry. Kirishima and Tetsu apologized. It seems I also need to teach you manners, Fourth Kind said. Thank you, the two students replied. Here's the basic premise. Pro heroes receive wages from the government. This means we're civil servants, but our responsibilities differ from regular workers. Now, regarding our actual duty. Fourth Kind began to lecture. Meanwhile, Uraraka was patrolling the streets with the battle hero, Gunhead. He had a muscular build and long mint green hair styled backward. His costume included a distinctive mask and a partial bodysuit. The basics of hero work involve controlling crime. When crime occurs, the police call us for assistance. We file reports on our actions, such as arrests and saving civilians, which we submit to the government, Gunhead explained to Uraraka. We also receive our wages after specialized agencies review our reports. Usually, we get a percentage, he added. Uraraka thought to herself how endearing his way of speaking was. Meanwhile, Kendo and her fellow classmate from 1B, Setsuna Tokage, were interning with the snake hero, Iwabami. Both girls were in their hero costumes at a TV station with the pro hero, Iwabami. She had fair skin, gold eyes with vertical slit pupils, and a curvy build, standing at 5 feet 7 inches. Her long blonde hair was styled in curly locks, with folded curls at the front and a curved plate pressing the back. 3 snakes, including a rattlesnake, a yellow king cobra, and a Japanese rat snake, protruded from her hair. Iwabami's costume featured a maroon dress with scale-like details, matching high heels, and golden snake-like bracelets on her wrists and ankles. Heroes are allowed to have side jobs, Iwabami explained as she applied makeup. There were arguments about it when the world of heroes was being established, but due to their popularity, the public demanded it. I'm on my way to film a commercial right now. Stick around, okay? Kendo looked a bit disappointed. I thought we would experience more hero-like activities. Same here. Are we just here to be your entourage? Tokage added. But is there something else we can do while you film this commercial? Kendo asked. Iwabami smiled knowingly. Do you know why I chose to recruit you two? Any thoughts? Is it because you saw heroic potential in us? Tokage guessed. Of course. But there's another reason, Iwabami said, leaving the girls curious. You're both charming young ladies. Huh. Kendo and Tokage exchanged glances, surprised. I originally sent an offer to Momo Yayarosa because she was appealing too. But it seems she went to intern with someone else, someone I'm mostly surprised by. Who was it? Tokage asked, intrigued. The sports festival winner's aunt. The current leader of Sentinel, Battle Vixen, Iwabami revealed, shocking the two girls. No way, seriously? Kendo exclaimed. Indeed, Iwabami confirmed. If that's the case, I wonder what I could have done to get Battle Vixen's attention. Oh, who am I kidding? Yayarozu is Midoriya's girlfriend. Of course, she'd be picked up, Tokage commented. Do you have any shame? Don't say such things, Kendo scolded. Oh come on. You were there when she threw her, Tokage began, but Kendo quickly covered her mouth, silencing her. Iwabami's lips curled into a smile. Oh no, go on. Meanwhile, Jiro was in her internship with Death Arms in another part of Japan. They patrolled the city while running. A hero must practice and train every day. We do it even when patrolling, Death Arms told her. Right. Jiro replied, thinking to herself that this was more difficult than being in class. At the same time, Mineta was vacuuming the floor of MT Ladies building. The pro hero was lounging on the couch, eating chips and reading a magazine. The important part of hero activity is knowing how to spend your free time. Do you get it? MT Lady said. Yes. Mineta answered, feeling disappointed about the type of activities he had hoped for. Man, why couldn't I get that green-haired hunk who won the sports festival? Instead, I get this little shrimp, Lady complained, causing Mineta to grumble inwardly about his height. Meanwhile, Todoroki arrived at his father's agency for his internship. I've been waiting, Shoto. Are you ready to walk the path of the mighty? Endeavor asked. I don't plan on walking the road you follow. I'll walk down my own road, Todoroki replied firmly. Oh really? Well regardless, get ready. We're heading out, the number 2 hero said. Where? Todoroki inquired. You'll see, his father answered cryptically. Elsewhere, Yaoyorozu arrived in a spacious office in a skyscraper in another part of Japan. Hello, Ms. Battle Vixen. I'm here for my internship with you, Yaoyorozu called out, but received no response in the empty space. She checked her form to ensure she was in the right place. Unbeknownst to her, 3 figures were watching from above in the rafters. Yaoyorozu noticed their reflections in the window and turned to face them. All 3 jumped down and landed gracefully on the floor. The black-haired girl saw that they were dressed like ninjas. The 2 tallest figures were male, both standing at 6 feet 0 inches with muscular builds. One wore onyx armor, while the other was clad in dark cyan. The female ninja, standing at 5 foot 11 3/4 inch with a curvy figure, wore black and steel armor. The 2 male ninjas drew katanas, while the female wielded a kusarigama. Reacting quickly, Yaoyorozu created a shield to block the incoming overhead strike from the chained weapon. Yaoyorozu noticed 2 male ninjas charging toward her with their blades drawn. In response, she quickly created a bow staff to block their overhead strikes. With a swift movement, she executed a low leg sweep, causing both ninjas to fall. Seizing the opportunity, she struck both of them across the face with her weapon. However, the female ninja retaliated with a flying side kick. Yaoyorozu skillfully evaded and blocked the strikes from the black and steel ninja's weapon. The female ninja managed to ensnare Yaoyorozu's arm with her kusarigama, but Yaoyorozu pulled her enemy closer and struck her with the shield. Just then she noticed the other 2 ninjas lunging at her. With agility, she dodged their katana strikes. Despite her efforts, she was caught off guard by a knee strike from the Onyx ninja, followed by a high roundhouse kick from the Dark Cyan ninja. The female ninja then landed a spinning back kick from behind. As all 3 ninjas prepared to strike while she was down, Yaoyorozu used her bow staff and shield to block their weapons. With determination, she kicked the female ninja in the stomach with both feet, then punched the Dark Cyan ninja on the side of his knee, and finally struck the Onyx ninja's face with her shield. As she strategized to subdue her 3 attackers, the female ninja lunged at her once more. The black and steel shinobi managed to kick the shield from Yaoyorozu's grasp. With her arms now the only defense, Yaoyorozu struggled to formulate a plan as the other 2 ninjas delivered a push kick that sent her to the ground. Before she could rise, all 3 ninjas pointed their weapons at her. To her surprise, they then sheathed their weapons and helped her to her feet. Confused, Yaoyorozu turned to see Midoriya's aunt, Hikaru, entering the room, applauding the spar. Dressed as Battle Vixen, she approached the group. I learned a lot from that spar about how I can assist you, Yaoyorozu, Hikaru said. What do you mean? Yaoyorozu asked. From what my youngest nephew has told me, you're an intelligent girl, but you have some flaws. Your main flaw is that you struggle to make quick decisions on the fly, Battle Vixen explained. Just like how you couldn't form a plan to immobilize and capture any of my children during your spar. Your children? Yaoyorozu questioned. Yes. The 3 ninjas you fought against are my pride and joy, Hikaru revealed as the 3 shinobis removed their helmets. The female appeared to be in her late 20s, with golden eyes, black hair in a ponytail, and fair skin. The 2 males, both in their mid-20s, shared similar features, with one having neck-length hair with red highlights and the other styled to the right. Yaoyorozu, I would like to introduce my children, who will be assisting me with your internship. This is my oldest child, Ayane, and my twin sons, Shin and Takeo, Hikaru introduced them. Hello, Ayane, Shin, and Takeo greeted in unison. All 4 of us will help you address your flaws and become a competent hero, Hikaru assured Yaoyorozu. Remember, when you're out in the field, it won't be the idealized hero image you had as a child. Instead, you'll face the harsh realities of a battlefield where paramedics, police officers, and military personnel operate. One wrong move can lead to the loss of innocent lives. You must learn to make quick decisions that can save lives while subduing the enemy. There may be times when difficult choices must be made, Battle Vixen explained. But that's the reality, Yaoyorozu. Some lives must be taken, especially when it comes to those who wish to harm the innocent. I hope you never find yourself in that situation, but know that everyone in Sentinel has faced such choices. Taking a life, even when necessary, can weigh heavily on the mind. You need to learn how to make quick decisions that can protect yourself, the innocent, and those you care for, Midoriya's aunt added. Yaoyorozu absorbed Hikaru's words, reflecting on her feelings for Izuku Midoriya. After discovering he was the vigilante Akuma and Shinigami, she understood his choices. Midoriya had only taken the lives of those who posed a threat to the innocent, ensuring their safety by eliminating those who would do harm. Hikaru and her children awaited Yaoyorozu's response. With a determined expression, she declared, I understand, and I'm ready for what you have planned for me in this internship. Great. By the end of this week, you'll be close to the level of all those I have trained, Hikaru replied with a smile. Later that night at Gran Torino's apartment, both the pro hero and Midoriya were exhausted after a full day of training. You're impressive, kid. Not even Toshinori pushed me to use more power during our training, Gran Torino complimented. You're an excellent teacher, Gran Torino. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll head to the guest bedroom and rest, Midoriya replied. Go ahead. You deserve it. We'll continue your training to help you manage one for all better, the veteran hero said. Midoriya nodded and made his way to the guest bedroom. Not a bad choice, Toshinori. This kid's very talented. No doubt he'll surpass you and your predecessor, Gran Torino thought as he headed to bed. The rampage in Hosu caused by Shigaraki's Nomus continued, with heroes battling the chaos. Meanwhile, Manuel and Ida were on patrol in the city. A villain has appeared. Got it. I'll head there now, Manuel said into his communicator. Tenya, let's go to the scene, the normal hero instructed his intern as they ran toward the area engulfed in flames. Could it be? No, he doesn't do anything flashy, Ida pondered. Then he stopped running and turned into an alleyway. Inside was the very person Ida was hunting for, and he rushed in. Stain had his current target pinned to a wall. The hero killer's victim was the pro hero, Native. Native was an adult male with medium-long, dark brown hair, fair skin, and gray eyes. His costume was inspired by Native American culture, featuring headgear with a feathered cape, a jumpsuit emblazoned with the letter N, and open-toed sandals. How troublesome. Are those fools out and about? I'll deal with them later. For now, I must do what I came here for, Stain said. Native struggled against his hold, gasping, My body that won't move that you villain. If you call yourself a hero, choose your last words wisely, Stain warned as he raised his sword. Just then Ida burst in, charging toward Stain. The hero killer noticed him and swung his sword. Ida narrowly dodged, but the attack knocked his helmet off. A child in a hero suit. Who is he? Stain questioned, his eyes narrowing. Ida glared back defiantly. Leave this place. A child shouldn't be here, Stain said as Ida picked himself up. A blood-red scarf and blades all over. You're the hero killer, Stain. I came searching for you. I didn't expect to find you so quickly, Ida declared, but he flinched as Stain pointed his sword at him, swallowing hard. Choose your next words carefully, Stain warned, his voice low and menacing. Ida felt a chill run down his spine. Stain's gaze felt like sandpaper against his skin. Clenching his teeth, Ida's heart raced. You're saying I'm not even a target? Ida exclaimed, fists clenched. The engines in his legs sparked and billowed steam as they flexed. Listen well, criminal. I'm the younger brother of the hero you attacked. I came to stop you in my brother's place. Don't forget the name of the hero who will defeat you. The engine hero, Recipro. Ida declared. Is that so? Stain replied coolly. Then die. He swerved behind Ida, swinging his blade dangerously close to the young hero's neck. Meanwhile, Gran Torino kicked the four-eyed Nomu into a crumbled building, but the monster erupted from the debris. A civilian male exclaimed, It's a villain, as he and his girlfriend ran away, but she tripped. Where are the heroes? The male asked, helping her to her feet. The four-eyed Nomu lunged for them, but Gran Torino intercepted it with a kick. It's been a while since I was in a serious battle, he stated. I got caught in something crazy, and you're causing trouble. The Nomu attacked again, but Gran Torino leaped over it. It's fast but still under my control, he thought. However, the four-eyed Nomu crawled toward the couple. It's indiscriminate with its targets. No, you don't. Gran Torino shouted, launching himself toward the monster. Suddenly, flames erupted, forcing Gran Torino to halt. He saw that Endeavor was responsible for the fire. I was aiming for the hero killer, but these things showed up at a bad time, Endeavor said, turning to Gran Torino. I don't know who you are, old man, but leave this to me, he added. Huh. Gran Torino replied, surprised. Really? The male civilian said. Why is he here? His girlfriend asked. The answer's obvious. Because I'm a hero, Endeavor answered confidently. Meanwhile, Midoriya rode toward the source of the disturbance in Hosu. He saw Genji, Mercy, and the Sentinel soldiers aiding the police in evacuating civilians. The summoned warriors assisted as well. The civilian evacuation is going smoothly. But why are there 3 Nomes now? If they have power similar to the one at the USJ, everyone in Hosu is in danger. Midoriya thought. Also, Ida's here in Hosu for his internship to hunt the hero killer. What's the best course of action right now? Midoriya pondered. Tenya. Manuel's voice called from the other end of the alleyway. Ha! Midoriya responded. Tenya. Manuel called again. Midoriya made his motorcycle disappear and ran through the alleyway. When he arrived, he saw a bus being thrown by the eyeless Nomu. The vehicle landed on top of a car, causing an explosion. Luckily, Midoriya absorbed the blast. Then Fubuki was knocked back by the eyeless Nomu and landed in front of him. The same Nomu sent 2 more heroes, soldiers, and Dida via flying while Tatsumaki battled the winged Nomu. A hero with horns removed a fire hydrant. Manuel, put out the fire. The horned hero instructed. Right. Manuel replied. Where'd you disappear to at a time like this, Tenya? He questioned as he used his quirk to extinguish the flames. He disappeared in this situation? Akuma and I were right to be concerned, Midoriya thought. Izuku, what are you doing here? Fubuki asked. I'm here to save my friend from the hero killer, and I got permission to use my quirk, Midoriya replied, helping Fubuki to her feet. Ash, Cassidy, B.O.B., and Midoriya's other summons arrived at the scene. Ash and the female Kunoichi along with the cowboys aided Tatsumaki against the winged Nomu, while Cassidy, B.O.B., and the male samurai and cowboys dealt with the eyeless Nomu. Dida joined the fray, using her mech's guns on the same Nomu. I have a lot of questions, but those can wait. We'll handle the Nomus with your summons while you find your friend, Fubuki said, flying into the air to assist her sister. The Sentinel soldiers continued to help evacuate civilians or battle the Nomus. Got it. Midoriya responded as he ran, using his quirk to locate Ida. Where are you, Tenya? Manuel called out as he continued putting out the fires. Back with Shigaraki and Kurogiri at the water tank, the two watched the chaos unfold. Nomus are incredible after all, Shigaraki remarked. Aren't you going to take part? Kurogiri asked. Are you crazy? I'm injured. That's why I'm using them instead, Shigaraki replied, recalling when he requested the Nomus from his Emsir. Emster, how many Nomus do you have right now? Shigaraki had asked. They're not as powerful as the one used for the USJ attack, but I have 6 that passed the operational check, his MSTR had answered from the monitor. Hand them over, Shigaraki demanded. Why? His MSTR questioned. Because I don't like the hero killer. I can destroy anything I don't like, right? Shigaraki explained. Fine, but you will only get 3. Use this opportunity to learn, his MSTR replied. Back in the present, Shigaraki laughed. By morning, everyone will forget about you, hero killer, he boasted. Meanwhile, with Stain and Ida, the young man lay at the hero killer's feet, struggling to breathe. Ida clutched his throat, trying to stop the bleeding as his vision blurred. The sounds of natives' shouts echoed faintly in his ears. Stain's words cut through Ida like a blade. You're Ingenium's brother, huh? I allowed him to live so society could talk about me. Along with the speech of another true hero. He used the spikes on his boot to stab Ida's right shoulder, then grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and slammed him into the wall, a wet gurgle escaping Ida's throat. You're weak, Stain added, holding his sword in a reverse grip and stabbing Ida's left shoulder. You and your brother are weak because you're fake heroes, Stain stated vehemently, his face twisting with disgust. Ida's mind buzzed as memories flooded back. He recalled a family dinner from his childhood. He could almost hear his father's proud voice. Tensei, you make our family so proud. You've become independent at a young age and trained many sidekicks. That's not an easy feat anyone can accomplish. I wouldn't say I'm training, it's the opposite. I can't do everything independently, so they're supporting me. Therefore, I have to work harder to return the favor. I don't have any unique talents, but I can carry the title of a hero. Knowing my work helps others makes me happy, Tensei had replied, a smile on his face. The flashback faded, and Ida found himself back in the present, struggling on the ground as blood poured from his neck. Stain loomed over him, ready to end this foolish upstart. Ida felt doomed from the start, realizing how Stain despised wasted potential. But just as Stain prepared to strike, natives suddenly tackled him, sending them both crashing into garbage cans. The pro hero shot up, fury burning in his eyes. Shouldn't you be running? Fake? Stain hissed. Native dug into his pocket and pulled out a small object, squeezing it before snatching a bow staff from the air. He took a fighting stance. I cannot let you walk away after what you did to that boy, Native declared. Stain noticed that Native was dressed in a black tank top and briefs, his fur covering missing. The realization hit him. The missing clothing was on the injured Ida, whose bleeding had stopped entirely. So your files were off. You can heal people, Stain said, his pupils contracting as a foul aura emanated from him. Will you fight for revenge or for a boy on his last breath? He challenged, crouching low. With a powerful leap, Stain propelled himself off the ground, yelling, "Show me!" His sword sliced through the air, creating a wave of heat that shattered nearby dumpsters. Native twirled his staff, raising it to meet Stain's blade. A bright spark illuminated the alleyway as metal clashed, the sound echoing around them. Meanwhile, Ida lay on the ground, the taste of copper filling his mouth. He felt tired and cold, drifting in and out of consciousness. But then warmth enveloped him, easing the chill in his limbs. As he opened his eyes, he saw familiar green hair hovering above him. It was Midoriya, looking down with wide eyes. Ida tried to speak, but his body wouldn't respond. What happened? My body won't move, he thought, feeling heavy and sleepy again. As he struggled to stay awake, he noticed glowing orbs hovering nearby, providing warmth. He looked up again, seeing Midoriya moving toward the battle ahead, steam rising from his head. On the ground, Native was injured, one of Stain's knives embedded deep in his stomach and another in his shoulder. The pro-hero glared at Stain, who liked the blood from his blades. You fought with purpose. Good. You'll still die, but your death will not be disgraceful, Stain taunted, tearing the knives from Native's body. The hero screamed in agony, feeling disoriented as blood poured from his wounds. Stain then slashed above Native's eye, blood trailing down his cheek. The pro-hero's body twitched as he struggled against the pain. Just as Stain prepared to deliver the final blow, a blast of flames struck him, sending him reeling. Stain quickly regained his footing, his sword digging into the concrete as sparks flew. He looked up, eyes widening in recognition. He's not the kid from the sports festival, he thought. Midoriya stood firm, fists clenched and teeth gritted, steam billowing from his body. Light began to emanate from his chest, creeping up his neck as he exhaled, smoke escaping from his nostrils. Akuma's words were distorted, but the soft tones were still present. The young man felt a surge of anger towards the figure before him. However, Midoriya knew he had to control himself. Losing control here would endanger everyone present. He capped his anger, determined not to let it explode. Stain, the hero killer, seemed eager to test whether Midoriya's heart still resonated with the ideals he once spoke of. Why are you here? Stain questioned. To save. To protect. Midoriya replied, his voice tense. As he spoke, a glow emanated from his chest, and Stain could sense the heat radiating off him. A wide smile spread across the villain's face. Spoken like a true hero. Show me your resolve to save these fakes. Stain exclaimed. With that, the hero killer lunged at Midoriya, who quickly drew his katana. The clash of swords echoed as they pushed against each other, neither willing to give an inch. Stain's boot slammed into Midoriya's stomach, sending him backward. In a swift motion, Stain reached into his pouch and hurled knives toward the greenette. Midoriya twisted his body to evade the blades, but one grazed his cheek before embedding itself in a wall. He landed on his feet for a moment before leaping above Stain, aiming for a downward strike. However, Stain's leg lashed out, knocking the sword from Midoriya's grasp. Before Midoriya could regain his stance, he felt his body stiffen and drop to the floor, unable to move. You're good, Stain praised, holding the knife that had been lodged in the wall. A grin spread across the hero killer's face. I'll spare your life so you can show the fakes what a true hero should be. The knife in Stain's hand rose before he lunged toward Midoriya. But just then, a block of ice slammed into the hero killer, knocking the wind out of him and pushing him away from the still Midoriya. The greenette turned to see Todoroki, frost growing on his outstretched hand. Midoriya felt warmth return to his body and slowly picked himself up, joining his classmate. Anyone else coming? Midoriya asked. Yeah, they're on their way, Todoroki replied, a smile forming as cold air billowed from his mouth. But also be careful. Stain can paralyze you when he licks your blood, Midoriya warned. Okay, Todoroki responded, perking up as the bridge of ice began to crack and shatter. Two long blades sliced through the ice effortlessly. Stain broke through and launched himself at them, a third blade held in his mouth. Midoriya clenched his teeth and turned, steam rising from his head. The greenette kicked up his katana, catching it and getting into a stance. Get Native and Ida to safety. I'll keep Stain busy. Be gentle with Ida, Midoriya instructed. All right, Todoroki replied as he turned to help the injured. Native hissed in pain as he was lifted, and Ida spoke somewhat incoherently. As soon as the trio was out of sight, Midoriya's body twitched with renewed energy. He lunged at the hero killer. Stain spun his sword before springing into action. His blade swung upward, but Midoriya ducked and attempted to knock Stain down by swinging at his feet. The villain leaped, aiming to pin Midoriya with a downward strike. But the Greenette countered, placing his hands firmly on the ground and executing an upward kick that sent Stain's spinning sword into the air. Midoriya leaped up, grabbing the villain by the legs and, with a strong swing, threw him to the ground. Midoriya landed before Stain, attempting to strike. But Stain quickly regained his footing and blocked the attack with precision. They continued to exchange blows, each one either blocking or evading the other's strikes. They locked blades and pushed away from each other, charging once more. Stain aimed for a stab, but Midoriya sidestepped and made his katana vanish. Stain looked confused until Midoriya struck him with a quick series of martial arts moves, sending the hero killer out of the alleyway. Midoriya followed him into the empty street, where Stain rose with an amused expression. "Yes, I knew there was something that made you different from those fakes at the sports festival," Stain remarked. "You watched the sports festival?" Midoriya asked, surprised. "Only when you gave that speech and taught a lesson to Endeavor's child. To some, it might seem like empty promises, but you meant every word. Your actions may have made you seem unhinged, but those fools don't realize that there are villains who would do anything to escape containment," Stain explained. "There will be times when a hero must break the rules to protect the innocent. And you are living proof of what a true hero should be. Selfless, inspirational, a leader, willing to sacrifice for those he's protecting. Show me more of your resolve," Stain exclaimed as he lunged toward Midoriya. Midoriya stood firm as Stain charged, throwing slashes and stabs. The Greenette evaded most strikes, though a few connected, causing steam to rise from the serrated blade, drying the blood and preventing Stain from using his quirk. Frustrated, Stain swung for an overhead slash. Midoriya grabbed his shoulders and delivered a knee strike to his stomach, followed by a series of precise blows. But Stain managed to stab the side of Midoriya's arm with the spikes on his boot, pinning him down and raising his sword. As Stain aimed to stab Midoriya, steam burst from the Greenette's body, forcing the villain to jump back. Stain noticed the blood on his boot had been cauterized, the leather deteriorating. Midoriya, now transformed into Akuma, stood up, shocking Stain. But then he suched back to Midoriya. "Thanks for the save there," he mentally thanked Akuma. "Someone had to watch your back," Akuma replied, relieved that only Stain witnessed the transformation. Stain began to laugh. "I wonder what happened to the vigilante who made villains fear him. You impress me more, Midoriya. You're proving to be more of a hero like All Might," Stain exclaimed. Midoriya charged up One for All, ready to unleash his new full cowling ability as Stain charged and swung his blade. Midoriya appeared behind the hero killer just as the attack was about to connect. He struck his foe with a Wing Chun side kick and a roundhouse kick to the back. When Stain turned around, he was met with a double Muay Thai jumping knee kick. Stain retaliated by throwing knives at Midoriya, but the Greenette evaded them as he lunged forward. The villain swung his sword, but Midoriya ducked under the strike and countered with a Hapkido uppercut, followed by 3 consecutive Taekwondo roundhouse kicks. The hero killer jumped back to create some distance. Midoriya summoned his katana and vanished from sight. Stain looked around, trying to locate him, only to look up and see Midoriya coming down for an overhead slash. The villain managed to block the attack, but the force of Midoriya's strike shattered Stain's sword. Staggering, Stain was not finished yet. Midoriya charged flames in his rear hand and launched a wave of fire at Stain, sending him crashing to the ground. "You're beaten, Stain. Surrender," Midoriya commanded. "Never. As long as fake heroes exist, I will keep fighting," Stain declared as he charged at Midoriya. "Big mistake," Midoriya replied, conjuring fire in both hands. Meanwhile, Gran Torino and Endeavor observed the Nomu still standing despite Endeavor's flames. "First time anyone has remained conscious with my fire at low temperature," Endeavor commented. Gran Torino warned him to be careful, but the four-eyed Nomu released flames from its body. "Absorption and release, huh? But that absorption causes damage, so it must be a weak quirk," Endeavor noted as the Nomu began to bulk up. "That's strange. Wait a minute, you're wrong, Todoroki. It has multiple quirks," Gran Torino exclaimed. The Nomu lunged at Endeavor, who prepared to unleash his fire. Gran Torino noticed that 2 bystanders had left the scene. "Those 2 are gone. Then," he thought, turning back to the Nomu. Endeavor was ready to attack when shurikens flew by, hitting the Nomu's chest. Genji dashed past and slashed at the creature with his katana. Gran Torino launched himself past the Nomu, hitting it from behind. The impact cracked the road. "I cracked the road. It's been a while, so it's hard to control," Gran Torino said. "You and that ninja aren't so bad," Endeavor replied. The trio then noticed a part of the city on fire. "That's strange. It's been 2 to 3 minutes. Usually, many heroes should be here. What's going on?" Genji questioned. "Let's restrain this thing and hand it over. That way, we can go help the others," Gran Torino suggested. "Good idea," Genji agreed. Meanwhile, Endeavor recalled what had happened with his son. There's trouble, Shoto. Follow me. Endeavor instructed as they ran toward the burning city. I'll show you what a hero does, he added. Todoroki's phone rang, and he paused to check it. Midoriya? Todoroki thought. Shoto! Endeavor exclaimed, turning to his son. Anessus with a location, Todoroki said. Stop looking at your phone and follow me. Endeavor commanded, but Todoroki ignored him and went the other way. Where are you going? Endeavor questioned. The alley at Iku Street, April 2nd 10. If you or any other pro heroes are available, head there. I'll leave you to take care of this incident. You can resolve it quickly, right? My friend may be in trouble, Todoroki explained. Shoto, Endeavor said, but the flashback ended as he returned to the present. Leave that villain to my sidekick, Endeavor instructed. Understood, Genji and Gran Torino replied. Will you two head to the address I'm about to tell you? Endeavor, will provide sufficient support over there, the flame hero said. Back with Midoriya, he faced Stain as the villain charged at him. Midoriya slammed his hands down onto the ground, launching Stain into the air with his Vulcan geyser. As Stain fell, Midoriya positioned himself beneath him, grabbing the villain's collar and pulling him close. Misiteryu, Shikanetsu no Kabushi wa. Midoriya shouted, unleashing an explosion while holding Stain. The hero killer staggered back, but Midoriya was quick to follow up with a barrage of explosive punches. Then he launched himself into the air, arms outstretched and enveloped in flames. Stain was also propelled into the air by Midoriya's attack. The greenette spun while striking the villain before landing back down and charging one for all, full cowling. As Stain neared the ground, Midoriya delivered a powerful punch to his chest, sending the hero killer crashing into a wall, unconscious. Midoriya summoned his katana and cut Stain's tendons. He called upon 5 male indigenous warriors. Tie him up quickly. Once you're done, remove all his weapons, including any hidden ones, he instructed. The warriors nodded and moved to carry out the task. Meanwhile, the pro-heroes and sentinel soldiers were engaged with the other Nomus. Cassidy, Thief, Bob, and some soldiers dodged an attack from the eyeless Nomu. This creature is tough. Cassidy exclaimed as they fired their weapons, but the bullets had little effect. Attack him at the same time. The horn hero shouted as he and other heroes charged at the eyeless Nomu. The monster countered by slamming its fist into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocked everyone back. A giant smokescreen enveloped the area, obscuring the Nomu's location. Once the dust settled, the eyeless Nomu was spotted behind Ash. Run! Manuel shouted. The creature prepared to punch, but 2 massive azure energy orbs struck its arm, sending it flying. Everyone turned to see Hikaru, along with Ken, Rika, Yugo, and Maki. Thanks for the save, boss. Ash said to Hikaru. I always have the backs of my friends and allies, Hikaru replied. Rika aimed her sniper rifle at the winged Nomu, her eyes glowing to help her avoid hitting Tatsumaki and Fubuki. She fired, hitting the beast's wings, but the injuries healed almost instantly. Izuku wasn't kidding about these monsters' regeneration, Rika commented as the winged Nomu advanced toward Hikaru and her family. Ken slammed his fist into the ground, causing a pillar of stone to strike the winged Nomu's stomach, pushing it back. It doesn't matter, Outrider. What matters is either detaining or eliminating these monsters. Ken stated. We need to stop these creatures before they can harm any civilians. Yugo exclaimed, determination evident in his voice. The eyeless charged toward them, prompting Yugo to summon the sword from his golden lion armor. Maki activated her quirk, causing her brother's blade to glow with energy. With a swift motion, Yugo unleashed an energy slash that sent the eyeless beast flying back. Makai, Celestia, assist the others with the eyeless Nomu. The rest of us will handle the flying creature, Hikaru instructed her nephews and nieces. Maki focused her quirk to strengthen her family, surrounding them with a blue glow. Yugo charged forward, stabbing the winged Nomu in the stomach. Makai followed up with a flurry of slashes before stepping back. Celestia gathered her energy, forming a massive glowing purple orb above her, which she hurled at the winged Nomu, resulting in a small explosion. Meanwhile, Ash and Outrider fired shots at the eyeless Nomu. They paused as Hikaru charged toward the beast, her fists glowing blue. With a powerful punch, she slammed the Nomu into the ground, creating a small crater. However, the eyeless Nomu quickly recovered and healed its injuries. This creature just loves its abilities, doesn't it? Deed remarked as she, Cassidy, and Bob continued to shoot at the eyeless Nomu. The soldiers and Midoriya's summons joined in, firing their weapons and throwing grenades. It can regenerate, huh? In that case. Endeavor said, charging at the eyeless Nomu. Cassidy, Bob, DDV, and the sentinel soldiers paused as the flame hero seized the monster's head. How about this? He declared, unleashing blue flames that engulfed the eyeless Nomu's head. Carbonized cells can't regenerate, Endeavor stated confidently. Watch out. Fubuki warned, but the winged Nomu snatched a hero and took to the skies. Those without a quirk that can destroy that thing, head to 4 Iku Street. Endeavor announced. Are there villains there too? One hero asked. I don't know, but please hurry. Endeavor replied urgently. The flame hero fired a fireball at the Nomu, but it dodged the attack. Just as Endeavor prepared to chase the winged Nomu, Tatsumaki appeared in front of it, using her psychokinesis to freeze the creature in place. Fubuki then used her powers to free the captured hero from the beast's grip. Together, the Esper sisters slammed the winged Nomu into the ground. During the attack on Hosu, a helicopter flew over the city. Yu Shimamura and her cameraman were broadcasting live from the air. We're reporting live from the skies of Hosu City. I was busy with another story when the attack happened unexpectedly. Fire and smoke are rising from various areas of the city. Was this caused by an accident or villains? Shimamura reported. We currently don't have any information regarding this situation, but we will update you as we learn more, she added. As her cameraman lowered the camera, Shimamura spotted something that caught her attention. Wait, keep recording, she instructed. Her cameraman quickly turned the camera back on. What is that? Can you see it? Shimamura asked, her eyes focused. Where? What am I supposed to find? The cameraman replied, scanning the area. There, right above the water tank on the tallest building. Can you film it? Shimamura pointed out. Her cameraman adjusted the camera and soon saw what she was referring to. I see it. Are there 2 people there? He asked. It appears so. What are they doing up there? Shimamura wondered aloud. On top of the water tank, Shigaraki and Kurojairi observed the chaos below. Shigaraki, using binoculars, watched as his 3 Nomus were defeated, Stain lay unconscious, and the heroes gained the upper hand. Anger surged through him as he crushed the binoculars in his hand. Let's go, Kurojairi, Shigaraki snapped, frustration evident in his tone. Are you satisfied with the results, Shigaraki? Kurojairi inquired as he opened a portal. Depends on tomorrow's headlines, Shigaraki replied, stepping through the portal with Kurojairi. Later that day, the headlines focused on the attacks in Hosu, particularly Stain's arrest. Citizens discussed the news with a mix of relief and disappointment. The hero killer got arrested? Incredible, one civilian exclaimed. Who took him down? Another asked, curiosity piqued. All 3 villains lack proper identification. Based on their appearance, some suggest they may be connected to the League of Villains that attacked UA last month, a male reporter stated, showing images of the Nomus involved in the attack. It was the biggest incident by a solo criminal since All Might's debut. The name hero killer, Stain, has left its mark on history. We will continue to investigate and report on his motives, a female reporter added. In the city, a man in his late 20s listened to the news from a giant screen. He had a slim build and striking features, including patches of gnarled, wrinkled skin. His dark blue jacket and matching breeds gave him a unique appearance. Meanwhile, in a forest, another individual listened to the news on the radio. This person was enormous, standing 25 meters tall with a muscle-bound build, jagged features, and pointed teeth. In a city alleyway, a girl around 19 stood over a fallen figure, her expression unreadable as she absorbed the gravity of the situation. The girl was relatively petite with a fair complexion, slightly inward-tilted bright yellow eyes with thin slits and pale, dirty ash-blonde hair styled into 2 messy buns. Numerous strands stuck out at different angles, and a straight fringe with 2 chin-length side bangs framed her face. Her wide mouth appeared feline, with pointed and longer upper and lower canines. She wore a plain sifuku with a kansai collar, the dark blue shirt and skirt had a double white trim, and a red scarf was tied loosely below. An oversized beige cardigan with a long hem, cuffs, and pockets completed her outfit, along with knee-length black socks and dark brown dress shoes with thick heels. Back at the League of Villains hideout, Shigaraki was reading the newspaper. Frustrated, he crumpled it into a ball upon seeing Stain on the front page. He's all over the news, and the Nomus are always mentioned second, he exclaimed. Remembering his earlier claim that the world would forget Stain when he unleashed his Nomus upon Hosu, he muttered, like they'd forget him now. In fact, we're being treated like common thugs. Meanwhile, at Best Genus Agency, the pro-hero addressed his interns as he styled Bakugu's hair. The incident in Hoso last night must be on your mind. Honestly, it's on mine too. People tend to focus on significant flare-ups. But during times like these, heroes must remain calm and collected. Chaos often arises from those misled, trying to coax out the cruelty that lies within them. So, we'll be running things as snugly as usual today. Let's tighten our minds and bodies using tight jeans. Best Genist encouraged, and the other interns responded enthusiastically, yes, Best Genist. Bakugu, however, thought to himself, I seriously came to the wrong place, as his hair exploded back to its usual style. In the locker rooms of Fourth Kind's agency, Kirishima shared some news with Tetsu. Hey, I got a reply from Midobro. An SOS from Hosu wondered what happened there. Yo, Fourth Kind's going to knock us on our backs if we don't hurry up. Tetsu warned. Hold on, let me reply. Kirishima said, but Tetsu suddenly looked scared. What did I tell you about punctuation? Fourth Kind exclaimed, playfully punching both Kirishima and Tetsu on the heads. Sorry, Fourth Kind, sir, they apologized. Meanwhile, Iwabumi was promoting her new hairspray product. No matter how damaged your hair is, our new formula will penetrate each strand deeply. Such shine, such volume, such luxury. Easy curls with just one spritz. Anari hairspray, come on ladies, ride the waves. Kendo and Tokage had their hair styled into curls like Iwabumi's, but they wore strained smiles while filming the end of the commercial. Later, all three ladies gathered in the studio's break room to review the commercial. Well, that was fast. But it's still a demo, so it'll be up in about a month. There will be some CGI in certain areas, Iwabumi informed her interns. I'm a little surprised we're going to be on TV soon, Kendo remarked. Yet I feel like we were just models instead of heroes. But it's worth it if it gets that Midoriya's attention, Tokage added. All right girls, shall we head out for our patrol? Iwabumi asked, and her interns eagerly replied, yes. Meanwhile, Midoriya was heading to the hospital where Ito was staying. Todoroki had already messaged him that he was waiting for him. After finishing another training session with Gran Torino, Midoriya decided to check on his classmate. Just then he felt his phone vibrating and saw Uraraka calling. He answered, Hey, Uraraka. I just finished training and I'm on break right now. How are you? Hey, Deku-kun. I'm doing fine, considering I was worried about you when I saw your SOS message. My heart was racing. But I'm glad you're okay, and Ito was saved thanks to you, Uraraka replied. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm heading to the hospital Ida's at right now, so I'll call or text you if I learn anything new, Midoriya informed her. At Gunhead's agency, the pro hero approached Uraraka as the other interns warmed up. Uravity, I'm starting basic training, he said. Ah right. Uraraka replied before returning to her phone. Let's talk more at school. Talk to you soon, she said before Gunhead blushed and placed a hand over where his mouth should be. Was that your boyfriend? The pro hero asked. No, it wasn't. I mean no, sir. Uraraka exclaimed, her cheeks turning red. Midoriya arrived at the hospital entrance and was about to enter when he felt his phone vibrate again. This time, it was Yaoyorozu calling. He accepted the call. Hey Momo, what's up? Do you know how scared I was when I saw that SOS message you sent, Izuku? Yaoyorozu scolded, making Midoriya pull the phone away from his ear. I was worried when I followed your aunt to Hosu during the attack. I couldn't go to the address since Battle Vixen instructed me to help with evacuation and first aid, she added. I'm sorry Momo, but everything's fine now, Midoriya reassured her. That's good, but I'm worried about Ida, as your aunt informed me about his injuries. Luckily, Genji's girlfriend, Mercy, has been treating him. From what Battle Vixen told me, I know that Ida will be okay, Yaoyorozu said. Yeah, I think Ida will get his results from Angela today. So I'll call or text you the results. Do your best in your internship, Momo, Midoriya replied. Good. I'll see you in school and make sure you don't get into any more trouble during your internship. Do I make myself clear, Izuku? Yaoyorozu responded. No promises, but I'll try, Midoriya chuckled as they ended their call. Meanwhile, at Battle Vixen's agency, Yaoyorozu blushed after ending her call but overlooked Ayane behind her. So, did you make sure your boyfriend stays out of trouble? Ayane teased. Yaoyorozu turned red upon seeing Battle Vixen's older daughter. Izuku's not my boyfriend. But I scolded him and ensured he stayed out of trouble, she replied, though the blush remained on her face. Ayane chuckled and patted her on the back. Still, it's good to know that my youngest cousin has someone who cares for his well-being. Make sure he's safe for us, Ayane requested, and Yaoyorozu nodded. Great. Now let's go because we're patrolling. You, me, my brothers, and Mom. Ayane cheered as Kriati followed her. Back at Hosu Central Hospital, Midoriya signed in and went to visit Ida in his room. As he arrived on the floor where Ito was located, he spotted Todoroki. However, Midoriya noticed that Todoroki wasn't alone. Genji and Mercy were outside Ida's room, with the medic looking at a clipboard. Hey guys, Midoriya announced, catching their attention. Hey, Izuku. It's an amazing feat you managed to accomplish last night, Genji said. Thanks. But right now, I'm more concerned about Ida, considering he could have died if it weren't for Native and me, Midoriya replied. I have the results after the surgery. You can wait outside if you want, Mercy stated. No. I'm sure Ida will need both of us for what he's about to hear, Todoroki answered, and Midoriya nodded in agreement. The group entered the room and saw Ida awake, bandages wrapped around his neck. Hello, Tenya Ida. My name's Angela Ziegler, and I have the surgery results I performed on you. Are you ready to hear them? Mercy asked. Both Midoriya and Todoroki stood by Ida's side. Ingenium's brother nodded, ready to hear what Mercy had to say. First off, your left hand will have residual complications. Your fight with Stain caused significant damage to both arms, but the injury to your left was severe. Your brachial plexus is impaired, meaning you'll have difficulty moving your fingers and may experience some numbness. However, there's a chance it can be repaired with nerve grafting surgery, Mercy informed him. But it's much worse for your throat. When Stain cut your throat, he injured your larynx. You were fortunate that Native managed to heal what he could before fighting Stain, along with Midoriya sealing the injury with his quirk. However, there was damage to the laryngeal nerve. Luckily, I already know the treatment to heal your throat, but you won't be able to talk for several months, Mercy added. The news shocked Ida, as all these injuries stemmed from his rage towards Stain. Midoriya and Todoroki placed a hand on his shoulders, offering support as Ida felt crestfallen. However, Angela managed to find a way for Ida to communicate while his throat is healing, Genji stated, surprising the Class 1A trio. Yes, Mercy said. Genji stepped out of the room for a moment and returned holding a box. He opened it to reveal what looked like wireless earbuds and a small neck brace that resembled a speaker. I told Winston about your injury and requested that he create something to help you talk with your family and friends while your throat is healing. So he, along with Echo and Moira, made these. The earbuds will be placed in your ears, and they can interpret what you want to say through your brainwaves. Then the earbuds will relay your thoughts to the neck brace, which will vocalize them, Mercy explained. They also know any thoughts you want to keep to yourself and won't relay them to the neck brace. Winston, Echo, and Moira tested them. They work perfectly, Genji added. But don't think about rejecting them because Stain called you a fake hero. Anger can cloud our judgment and lead to regrettable actions. Everyone makes mistakes, Ida, so learn from this experience and strive to be better. And also because Midoriya paid for them since he overheard my call with Winston, Mercy said. Both Ida and Todoroki turned to Midoriya. Ida, you're my friend, and there's no way I'm going to let you suffer when I can do something about it, Midoriya said with a warm smile, causing tears to well up in Ida's eyes. He wiped them away and hugged his friend, who returned the embrace. The door opened again, and Gran Torino and Manuel entered. Gran Torino, Midoriya said in surprise, while Ida looked down, feeling guilty for betraying Manuel's trust. Kid, you and I have a lot to talk about. But right now, there's someone important visiting, Gran Torino stated. Midoriya was about to ask who it was when someone entered the room. A very tall, sturdily built man with the head of a beagle walked in. The area around his eyes and ears was dark brown, separated by a tan line that ran down his forehead, widening at his muzzle, which was flecked with pale brown. He had a large, black nose and dark eyes, while the rest of his body was human with a tan complexion. The man's attire consisted of a suit, a dress shirt, and a waistcoat, complemented by an unbuttoned black blazer and matching dress briefs. He wore a belt with a large buckle and a black and white tie resembling a Dalmatian's coat. This is the boss of the Hosu police force, Kenji Tsuragami, Gran Torino introduced. Ida started to get up from his bed to greet him, but the police chief stopped him. You don't need to get up. You can sit there, Tsuragami said. Did he just bark? Midoriya wondered to himself. Tsuragami then looked at Midoriya. You must be the UA student who fought Stain while your classmate took Native and your injured classmate to safety? Tsuragami asked. Yes, I am, sir, Midoriya replied. We arrested the hero killer and found that he had several injuries, mainly broken bones. He's in a hospital receiving treatment under strict guard. Before you say anything, I know you didn't cause all this, the chief said, making Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida serious and tense. I heard from both Native and Gran Torino that you fought Stain to save not just Native's life but also your classmate's life, who received a severe injury. As UA Hero Corps students, you should remember that quirks were once rare. The police prioritized leadership and standards to prevent quirks from being used as weapons. That's why the profession of heroes was created. The use of force from a power that can kill was once seen as reprehensible, but now it's officially accepted, Tsuragami explained. 2 days passed after the incident with Stain, and now 5 days had gone by for the internship of Class 1. Midoriya and Todoroki visited Ida whenever they could to check up on him or hang out. However, Midoriya noticed that Stain was the talk of the town on his phone, with the biggest news being how he had been defeated by a first-year university student. Midoriya was not looking forward to the upcoming interview, but he was focused on his internship and training. As he, Todoroki, and Ida played cards during their break, he wondered how the others were faring at their internships. Meanwhile, Best Jeanist and Bakugo were patrolling a section of the city. It's possible that villains inspired by the Hosu incident will become more active. Don't let your guard down even while on patrol, the number 4 hero advised his intern. Bakugo grumbled in response, his hair styled by Best Jeanist and wearing the Pro Heroes Jean brand. I have a sudden question for you. Patrols are meant to discourage villains from committing crimes, but they have a secondary effect. What is it? Best Jeanist asked. If we see villains, we beat them up right away. Bakugo confidently answered. Incorrect, Best Jeanist replied. A group of high school girls spotted Best Jeanist. It's Best Jeanist, one exclaimed. Please do your best, another added. Best Jeanist waved to them, and they squealed in excitement. The correct answer is to show civilians who we are, to provide the public with peace of mind, Best Jeanist explained. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. It builds trust between those who protect and those being protected, he added. Bakugo complained, what is this, a courtesy visit? Just then, 3 kids behind him noticed him. Oh, I've seen him on TV before, one of them said. Bakugo thought to himself. About the sports festival. He was caught by a villain and looked like he was about to cry. And he got his butt hooped by the guy who beat the hero killer. The kid told his friends, which enraged Bakugo, especially since he knew how Deku had defeated the hero killer on his own. What did you say? Bakugo exclaimed, his hair returning to its usual style. The kids looked nervous, on the verge of tears. Have you already forgotten what I taught you? Deal with them properly, Best Jeanist reminded Bakugo. All right already. Bakugo shouted as he approached the kids. You know, I wasn't caught by the villain back then, I was just thinking about how to beat him. I didn't fail. I'm the one who will become the greatest #1 hero. And you better remember that. Bakugo declared, which only made the kids cry more. Best Jeanist pinched the bridge of his nose, thinking, he's too proud. It's fine to use those strong feelings to become a hero, but if that's not the case. Now, what shall I do with you? Meanwhile, Uravity was training with Gunhead. How would you fight against an opponent with a knife? He asked her as she held the training knife. Uravity, can you try striking me? He requested. You sure? Uraraka asked. You don't have to hold back, Gunhead confirmed. Then, here I come. Uraraka replied, charging at him with various strikes, but Gunhead evaded them all. When someone's waving a knife at you, keep your distance, he advised, stepping away from her. Uravity attempted a stab next. If they attack directly, use one leg as an axis to turn and evade, then catch their wrist and neck simultaneously, and hold them down as you pull their wrist, he instructed, demonstrating the moves. Uravity found herself on the ground. If you can bend their wrist, they'll drop their weapon, Gunhead said, twisting her wrist to make her drop the training knife. He then kicked the fake weapon away. Kick the knife far away, that'll make it even better. Uraraka got up, rubbing her wrist, which was slightly sore. He moved so smoothly, without uncertainty. Gunhead martial arts. So incredible, she thought, watching him cutely run to pick up the fake knife. This time, you try to perform what I showed you while I hold the knife, okay? We'll keep going until you can do it. Gunhead said. Yes, sir. Uraraka answered with determination. In another part of the nation, Kendo and Tokage were patrolling with Iwabami, who was busy greeting fans asking for autographs and pictures. Kendo tried to interject. When you work diligently like this, you can ultimately grow an incredible fanbase. They always enjoy meeting a famous pro, Iwabami said. This is working diligently? Tokage questioned, while Kendo commented, I think she's a little out of touch, as both girls' sweat dropped. Meanwhile, Creati was with Battle Vixen and her 3 children, watching Iane and Yaoyorozu spar. Battle Vixen's 2 sons, Shin and Takeo, were patrolling the city. Midoriya's aunt was impressed with the progress her intern had made. Alright, that's enough, you two, Battle Vixen said, signaling for them to stop. You're making significant progress, Creati. You can keep up with all 3 of my children in just 5 days, Hikaru praised. Thanks to you for allowing me to intern with you, Yaoyorozu said, bowing to Midoriya's aunt. Don't sell yourself short, Creati. You're performing well, just like Izuku when he started his training. Soon you'll be on the same level as your boyfriend, Iane said, causing Yaoyorozu to blush. She smiled, knowing that with Battle Vixen and her children's help, she could become a great hero and a reliable ally to the one she admired. Well, let's join Shin and Takeo on their patrol. After all, it's our responsibility to keep the civilians safe, Battle Vixen announced. Yes, ma'am. Creati and Iane replied. Elsewhere, Fourth Kind, Kirishima, and Tetsu were cleaning a messy playground at a park. Contributing to the community is essential to being a hero. Don't drag your feet doing it. Do you understand? Fourth Kind instructed his interns. Yes, Mr. Fourth Kind, sir. Kirishima and Tetsu groaned. I can't hear you. Fourth Kind exclaimed. Yes, Mr. Fourth Kind, sir, they shouted with more enthusiasm. Death Arms, along with his sidekick and Jiro, were dealing with a hostage situation inside a building. All 3 stood outside the room where the hostages were. Earphone Jack used her quirk to listen in. How many hostages, Earphone Jack? Death Arms asked. 2, from what I can hear, she replied. Alright, We're breaking in, Death Arms said as Jiro removed her jack from the door. I trust you to tell the escaping hostages what to do, he instructed. Alright, Death Arms, Jiro answered. Let's go. Death Arms commanded as he barged open the doors. He and his sidekick quickly entered the room. We're pro-heroes. Do as I say. Death Arms commanded, and the sounds of struggles could be heard. I'll take you to safety. Please follow me. Jiro instructed the hostages as the two men quickly left the room, with Jiro following closely behind them. We're saved, one of the hostages exclaimed. Thank you, hero. Another added, and Jiro felt a warm glow of happiness at their praise. At a pier in one of Japan's docks, Azui, also known as Froppy, was mopping the deck of a ship named Oki Mariner. Froppy, a female voice called out. Azui turned to see the woman approaching her. Karo. Azui replied, recognizing her as Sirius. Sirius stood at 5 feet 7 inches with intelligent blue eyes and short, shoulder-length light blue hair swept to the right. She wore a sleeveless white sailor uniform with a dark blue, double-trimmed collar, a short 3-piece skirt, and a loosely tied red scarf. Her outfit was completed with blue gloves, white striped wrist guards, and thigh-high boots adorned with wavy lines. A flat hat with a ribbon and 2 large communicators shaped like blue fins topped off her look. How are things on your end? Sirius asked Froppy. I finished cleaning the deck, Froppy replied. Sirius smiled as she held 2 drinks in her hands. The 2 girls sat down, enjoying their drinks and chatting. It's boring just training and cleaning the deck every day, right? Sirius said. Yes, a little bit, Froppy admitted. It was the same during my internship. I was confused by the difference between the image I had of what a hero was as a kid and the reality. I imagined it to be a lot more glamorous, but it's really just a daily grind of training, patrols, and cleaning, Sirius explained. On top of that, I even had to wash the captain's laundry. What part of this is being a hero? She added, resting her chin on her hands. Did you get tired of it? Froppy asked. At first, I did. But after I became the captain's sidekick, I realized what was truly important for heroes, Sirius answered. What's really important? What is it? Froppy wondered. You have to find that answer for yourself, Sirius said with a smile. Karo, Azui replied with a nod. Hey, Froppy, a male voice called out, making Azui and Sirius turn to see the voice's owner. It was the captain of the ship and Sirius' boss, the sea rescue hero, Selkie. Selkie, resembling a humanoid spotted seal due to his quirk, had a gray beard and black eyes, along with a muscular physique. His hero costume consisted of a full-body wetsuit, yellow goggles, retractable flippers, and a stylized S on his left shoulder. What are you playing around for? Just because frogs have large mouths doesn't mean you can spend the whole day chatting. And Sirius, I ordered you to supervise her. Make sure you're doing the job properly. Selkie said as he approached the two. I've finished cleaning the ship, Captain, Froppy replied. And I'm properly supervising her. Sirius added, giving Azui a side hug and a wink. Karo, Froppy confirmed. Oh, is that right? Guess I jumped to conclusions, Selkie said, rubbing his head and standing up straight. I see. My bad. He then made a playful face. I'm sorry, he said in a cute tone. Froppy placed a finger on her chin, confused, while Sirius looked annoyed. Selkie laughed. Was I too adorable for words, Froppy? He asked with a wink. She's dumbfounded, Sirius commented. I always say this, but you can't make your face cute. Below the neck you're too macho. Your face is too rugged too, Sirius stated. What did you say? Selkie exclaimed. When I do it for the kids, they love it, he remarked. Sirius playfully pushed a finger against his nose to nudge him back. Yeah, because they love making fun of it. You're not cute at all. Sirius retorted, with Selkie leaning to the side in shock. How cute, Froppy thought to herself. Besides, the only person I know who can pull that off is the sports festival winner, Izuku Midoriya. He has an adorable face along with that amazing body, Sirius said, blushing slightly. I can understand why all those ladies went crazy when he took his shirt off. Captain Selkie, there's a message from the Japan Coast Guard, one of the Oki Mariner crew announced. Okay, I'll be there right away. Selkie replied, heading to the ship's cockpit. Froppy, help me unfasten the ropes. No doubt we'll be sailing out, Sirius requested. Karo, Froppy replied, following Sirius. Selkie arrived at the cockpit, taking the radio from his crew member. It's me, he said into the device. Meanwhile, Sirius and Froppy unfastened the ropes and raised the bridge to free the ship from the docks. I see. Got it, Selkie said, putting the radio back. The ropes are unfastened. Sirius called out. Sailors, we're making an emergency departure. Selkie announced to his crew. Aye, sir. Sirius and the 3 male crew members responded with a salute. Karo. Froppy added with her own salute. Full speed ahead. a second male crewmate announced as the ship's engines roared to life. The Oki Mariner is sailing out, the third male crewmate declared as the ship left the docks. As the sun began to set, the Oki Mariner was out in the open waters. Stowaways? Sirius asked her boss. Froppy, Sirius, and two of the three male crewmates gathered around Selkie. Mick, a muscular adult with close-cropped blonde hair and a beard, wore a sleeveless sailor's uniform with blue stripes, while the other two males steered the boat. The Coast Guard received a tip about stowaways on the trade ship, Nyson. They inspected the vessel, but the stowaways were nowhere to be found. However, after further investigation, they discovered cargo missing from the ship's freight list, Selkie explained to his crew before turning to his intern. You know what this means, Froppy? Caro, she replied, taking a moment to think. I think it means that before the Coast Guard arrived, the stowaways took the cargo to another ship and escaped, she answered. The stowaways may be smuggling brokers, Azui added. Selkie's eyes widened in surprise at Froppy's correct answer, and he made a playful expression. That's correct, he said in a high-pitched tone. That's not cute. Sirius, Mick, and the other two male crewmates thought in unison. How cute, Froppy mused. The job we've taken this time is to secure the stowaways thought to have escaped on a small boat and bring them to the Coast Guard, Selkie announced. He tapped on a holographic board on the table, displaying a map for everyone. Based on Nyson's position, this is the ocean area where the smaller boat is expected to land. The Coast Guard and other sea rescue heroes were actively searching for the missing vessel, and Selkie addressed his crew. We will be responsible for this area, he said, pointing to the holographic map that displayed their search zone. The sun will set soon. You all search for the boat using the radar. I'll look for them in the ocean. Now, get to work, sailors. The sea rescue hero commanded his crew. Aye, aye, sir. Froppy, Sirius, Mick, and the rest of the crew responded with a salute. Selkie donned his goggles and activated his suit's flipper before diving into the water to begin his search for the stowaways. He used his quirk's echolocation to locate the enemy but found nothing. They aren't around here. Guess I'll widen my search a little, he thought to himself as he swam to another area. As night fell, the Oki Mariner crew continued their search, using the ship's spotlight to illuminate the dark waters. Froppy and Sirius were on the deck, scanning the horizon with binoculars. I can't see anything in this darkness, Froppy remarked, adjusting her grip on the binoculars. It doesn't look like we've picked up anything on the ship's radar yet either, she added. It's fine. Sirius reassured her. We've got the captain on our side. Suddenly, Mick's voice crackled through the ship's radio. We have a message from the Coast Guard. A fishing boat thought to belong to the stowaways evaded a Hero Agency patrol boat and escaped into our area. Selkie leaped out of the water, landing on the deck of the Oki Mariner. Captain! Sirius called out. I've confirmed the location of the fishing boat belonging to the stowaways, Selkie announced. Sailors, turn off all the lights and approach without alerting them to our position. Aye, aye, sir. Froppy and the crew replied, saluting once more. Soon, they spotted the fishing boat floating in the water. Captain, I can see a fishing boat. Mick reported. Block their course with a patrol boat and board their vessel while setting off a flare, Selkie commanded. What should I do? Froppy asked. Stay here, Selkie replied, surprising Azui. Sirius, stay with her. Yes, sir. Sirius responded. But I want to experience the internship. Froppy protested. Just be quiet and do as I say. Selkie insisted. Let's go. He motioned for his male crewmates to follow him. Caro. Azui murmured sadly. I know you want to go with them, Froppy, but we must be cautious, even against stowaways, Sirius said, placing a reassuring hand on Azui's shoulder. So let's follow the captain's orders and support them together. Caro, Froppy acknowledged with a determined nod. Captain, we've arrived at the fishing boat's location. Mick reported over the radio. All right, leave the rest to me, Selkie replied. A flare shot into the night sky, illuminating the area. The stowaways on their boat shielded their eyes from the bright light. Stop the boat. This is a pro-hero, Selkie commanded, catching their attention. We're here on a job for the Japan Coast Guard to inspect your ship, he stated firmly. Later, Selkie stood before the crew of the fishing boat, which consisted of a human male with black hair and two others who had squid-like features. One wore a red raincoat, while the other donned blue. Captain, I didn't find any of the cargo in question, one of Selkie's crew members reported. There wasn't any here either, the second one added. That's what I told you, the black-haired male exclaimed. We were just fishing. He was interrupted when Selkie placed a foot on the steel hatch before him. Then you can show us what's under here, right? Selkie questioned. There's nothing but fish down there, the black-haired male insisted. Just open it up. Selkie commanded. What a pain, the male in the red raincoat muttered. There's nothing but fish, the blue raincoat male echoed. As the hatch opened, Selkie and his crew members leaned in to see what was inside. "It's too dark to see clearly," one of them remarked. "Can't you turn on any lights?" Selkie began, but the black-haired male and the two squid-like males suddenly pushed him and his crewmates into the hatch. "I did as you said," the black-haired male said to the squid brothers, fear evident in his voice. "We won't harm you," the red raincoat squid assured him. "Don't worry," the blue raincoat squid added as they pushed the fisherman into the hatch and closed it, trapping the four inside. "If we can buy this much time," the red raincoat squid said, "then it'll be easier for Boss Innsmouth to do what he needs," the blue raincoat squid finished. "Our job's done," the red raincoat squid declared as he and the other bumped fists. "See ya," they said as they jumped off the ship and into the water. Captain, please respond." Mick called into the radio, but there was no reply. "It's no good. The radio's not getting through." "I'll go take a look," he told Sirius as he left the cockpit. "Wait," Sirius called, stopping him. Using her quirk, she relayed a message Selkie had made with his echolocation. "Stowaways. Different boat. We're fine." "Find them," she instructed. "Mick, start the ship." Sirius ordered. "Yes, ma'am." Mick replied, quickly starting the engine. "If that boat's a decoy, the stowaways should be heading toward the shore," Sirius reasoned. "Hurry." "Got it," Mick affirmed. "We're not going to rescue the captain and the others?" Froppy asked, concerned. "We're following the captain's orders because we believe he knows the best course of action." Sirius replied. "Froppy, do you believe in the captain and us?" Sirius asked. "Caro." Froppy responded with determination, nodding her head. The Oki mariners sailed through the open waters in search of the stowaway's real ship. Then Sirius spotted a vessel hidden between two rocks. "I see them. They're hiding in the shadow of Double Rock," she announced. "Damn it, in a place like that." Mick cursed. "Cut the engine and go to one of the cruiser's blind spots," Sirius instructed. "Yes, ma'am," Mick replied. "Froppy, you help too," Sirius added. "Caro." Froppy agreed with a nod. On the stowaway's real vessel, a female stood on the deck, resembling the two squid brothers but wearing a yellow raincoat. "There's someone keeping watch," Mick informed. "Froppy, can you bring the guard over here?" Sirius asked. "Leave it to me," Froppy replied confidently. Azui, caught off guard, found herself unexpectedly wrapped in Froppy's tongue and pulled toward Mick, who caught her. "Why you guys?" she began to protest, but Sirius quickly covered her mouth. "If you answer our questions truthfully, then we won't be rough with you," Sirius assured her. Soon after, the female squid was securely tied up. Froppy used her tongue to pull herself and Sirius onto the boat, while Mick slid down Froppy's tongue like a fireman's pole. All three landed safely on the boat. "There's only one person on the cruiser. He's hiding in the cabin," Sirius said. "I'll drag him out," Mick declared as he headed toward the cruiser's cabin. Suddenly, ink sprayed onto Mick's face. "What? I can't see," he exclaimed, trying to wipe the ink away. Just then, a tentacle struck him, sending him crashing into the rocks and knocking him out. "Froppy!" Sirius shouted, pushing Azui out of the way as a tentacle wrapped around her. "Sirius!" Froppy called out in alarm. A flurry of tentacles burst forth, destroying the cruiser's cabin. "Gotcha," a male voice said, revealing a figure in a long maroon sleeveless coat. "A villain!" Sirius exclaimed. Upon closer inspection, the owner of the tentacles was Innsmouth, who resembled a semi-anthropomorphized octopus. His head mimicked the mantle of an octopus, with ridges leading to his eyes. He had no nose, and his mouth was trunk-like with suction cups on each side. His dull red complexion was dotted with bumps, and he wore red boots, baggy gray breeds, a brown belt, and various accessories, including a red scarf worn as a hood. "I thought I'd gotten away clean, but you guys are very persistent," Innsmouth exclaimed. "Caro," Froppy murmured, staring down at the villain. "Only a woman and a kid left." Innsmouth sneered as Sirius took out a collapsible baton. She attempted to strike him, but Innsmouth knocked the weapon from her hand and tightened his grip on Azui. "You shouldn't move," he warned. "I'll give her back once I lose the Coast Guard." "You'll help me move the cargo too," Innsmouth stated. "Sorry," a male voice crackled over the radio, catching Innsmouth off guard. "We're locked up in the fishing boat, and our transmission's blocked." The captain went ahead. "How are things on your end? Please respond," one of Selkie's crewmates said through Sirius communicator. Innsmouth snatched the communicator from Sirius' ear. "This is a radio, huh? If you care about this woman's life, tell them this. We couldn't find the stowaways," he instructed, extending the communicator toward Froppy. Azui gasped at Innsmouth's command. "Don't do it, Fro," Sirius tried to warn, but Innsmouth covered her mouth. "Sirius!" Froppy shouted in concern. "Hurry up!" Innsmouth demanded. Froppy hesitated, torn between her options. "You don't care what'll happen to this woman? What will you do?" he pressed, bringing the communicator closer. Froppy recalled Sirius' earlier words about what was truly important for heroes. We're going to follow the captain's orders because we believe what he decided is the best course of action. Froppy, you believe too? In the captain and us. With her head down, she finally said, I know. Froppy pressed the button on Sirius' communicator. The stowaways are at Double Rock, she exclaimed. Sue. Sirius said before Innsmouth slammed her to the ground. You little brat, he shouted, lunging at Froppy, who evaded his attack by jumping onto nearby rocks. I'll get you. Innsmouth yelled, swinging his arms at Azui as Froppy hopped around to dodge. Stop moving. It's so annoying. Innsmouth shouted in frustration. Froppy fired her tongue at Sirius, wrapping it around her to pull her to safety. But Innsmouth grabbed her tongue. Oops. I got you, he said, dragging Froppy across the rocks. He loomed over her, holding her tongue tightly. The end. Innsmouth declared. Sirius struggled to rise and help Azui. You're just a brat. Since you came uninvited, you need to be dealt with, he threatened, bringing his hand close to Froppy's face. Suddenly, something burst from the water, tackling Innsmouth away from Froppy. He managed to grab hold of a giant stalactite to steady himself. To his surprise, it was the red and blue raincoat squid males. Boss, they called as they fell back into the water. My brothers! Innsmouth cried out. Another splash caught Innsmouth's attention, and Froppy smiled as she recognized Selkie. Captain! Azui exclaimed happily. Sorry to keep you waiting, the pro hero said. Leave the rest to me. He turned to face the villain, but Innsmouth splashed ink in his direction. No way! Innsmouth shouted, leaping off the stalactite to punch Selkie. The pro hero dodged and used echolocation to locate his opponent, bouncing off the back of Innsmouth's head. Even if I can't see, Selkie said as he deflected a back fist from Innsmouth. I know where you are, he declared, launching himself toward the villain. Ding! Innsmouth yelled, unleashing his arms and tentacles at Selkie. Selkie blocked each strike as Innsmouth backed toward Sirius. Azui seized one of the villain's feet. Captain! Sirius called as Innsmouth began to topple backward. All right! Selkie shouted, delivering a powerful dropkick to Innsmouth's face. Both of them crashed into the water, creating a massive splash. The captain's amazing, Froppy said, awestruck by Selkie's prowess. Froppy, Sirius said, gaining her attention. Froppy jumped down to her side. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Selkie's sidekick asked with concern. I'm fine. What about you, Sirius? Froppy replied, mirroring his tone. My body's the only thing strong about me, Sirius joked. Selkie floated over to them. Good job, you two. Thanks to you, we caught the stowaways. The pro hero praised them as Innsmouth and his brothers floated in the water, unconscious. Meanwhile, the female sibling remained where she was as Mick began to regain consciousness. Captain! Sirius said, her voice filled with joy. Thanks! Selkie exclaimed, using a playful tone and expression. You're doing that now? Sirius asked, noticing Selkie's embarrassment as she slumped down. Sirius, I'm really glad I came to this internship, Froppy said, leaving Selkie's sidekick puzzled. What's very important for a hero? I think I understand it a little better now. Froppy declared, bringing a smile to Sirius's face. I see, she replied. Soon, the Oki Mariner returned to the pier where it had initially docked, bringing the stowaways back at sunrise. Arrest all the stowaways. We also recovered all the illegal items they tried to bring in, a Coast Guard captain instructed. A squad of Coast Guards saluted as Selkie's men skirted the stowaways. Innsmouth, bound and secured, and his brother in the blue raincoat were carried by Selkie's two male sidekicks. Mick carried Innsmouth's brother in the red coat while bringing in the fishermen who had cooperated, with Innsmouth's sister following closely behind. By the way, Selkie, when did you get a new sidekick? The Coast Guard captain inquired. Caro? Froppy asked, confused. She's a UA student I'm interning with, Selkie explained. Is that right? We put you through a tough situation, huh? Sorry about that, the Coast Guard captain said apologetically. Hey, don't treat her like a kid. Froppy may not have her license yet, but I believe she's an excellent hero. I guarantee it, Selkie praised, with Sirius nodding in agreement. Well, I'm looking forward to working together again, Froppy, the Coast Guard captain said, extending his hand for a handshake, which Froppy accepted. Caro. Froppy happily croaked, smiling and blushing. Several days passed after the event in Hosu. Today was the day when Class 1A returned to UA Midoriya stood in front of Gran Torino's apartment, saying his goodbyes. Even though it was a short time, I appreciate everything you taught me. Thank you for taking me under your wing during this internship, Midoriya said, holding his suitcase and bowing to the pro hero. Don't worry about it, boy. But remember, what happened that night wasn't your fault, Gran Torino replied. Still, I appreciate your help and care. Thanks to your teachings, I saved my friend and defeated Stain, Midoriya praised. Even so, you did amazing, exceeding my expectations. And that's a good thing, Gran Torino said proudly. Thank you so much, Gran, Midoriya began, but Gran Torino playfully tried to strike Midoriya's leg with his cane. Midoriya dodged it. Do you want to see the results of our training together? He asked with a smile. You're darn right. Despite everything you learned, you still have much to learn. I'm not just talking about offense and defense. You also need to understand one for all. If you wish to surpass All Might, you'll have to progress with it, Gran Torino explained. Yes, sir. Once again, thank you so much. Midoriya replied happily. Until next time, kid. Take care of yourself, Gran Torino said, turning to enter his home. He paused when Midoriya spoke again. Wait, I have a quick question? Midoriya asked. As long as the question isn't too long, it's fine. Hurry because I want to eat my sweets, Gran Torino allowed. Even though you're strong and trained All Might, you are almost unknown. Is there a reason? Midoriya wondered. Yes. I was never interested in working as a pro hero, Gran Torino answered. Say what? A bewildered Midoriya replied. There was a point in my past when I needed to utilize my quirk to its fullest, without limits. That's the only reason I got my license, Gran Torino said, looking to the sky before turning back to Midoriya. You can ask Toshi or All Might. He can explain it better than I can. Tell that big lug I said hello when you see him. Of course. I'll visit you when I get the chance, Midoriya said, bowing again. He then mounted his motorcycle. As he turned it on, he gently adjusted his leather jacket and mumbled softly as he felt the humidity rise. His helmet rested on his lap, being dusted off. A future hero, huh? You don't look or act like him, but you're like Toshinori. The man chosen by my friend to inherit One for All. And now, this man has chosen a successor who shatters expectations, Gran Torino thought. Hey kid, he called out. Midoriya was about to put on his helmet when he heard Gran Torino. He turned to listen. Who are you? Gran Torino asked, making Midoriya nearly stumble. Did he forget my name? Midoriya thought. He was about to say his name but realized Gran Torino was referring to something else. With a proud and determined expression, he replied, I'm the spirit of vengeance, Ghost Rider. Gran Torino nodded in approval. I wish to see the day when the name Ghost Rider will be celebrated as a symbol of peace, he said. I'll make sure to keep that promise, Midoriya replied as he started his motorcycle. Gran Torino watched as Midoriya secured his helmet and then drove off. He stood before his apartment, watching the motorcycle disappear until it was out of sight. Gran Torino looked up to the sky, hoping for the best. Please, Toshinori, Yue, and Sentinel, help this boy become the future symbol that surpasses All Might, Gran Torino silently prayed as he walked into his home. The next day, when Midoriya arrived home, his mother was very worried about him, especially after hearing that her youngest son had faced the hero killer. Midoriya reassured her, calming her tears and letting her know he was fine. Inko felt relieved to know her son was safe. Midoriya drove his 1969 Dodge Charger to UA. After parking, he made his way to his classroom. Inside Class 1A, laughter echoed as Kirishima and Siro shared a joke. Ha ha ha. What is that? They laughed, pointing at Bakugu's hair, which had been styled by Best Jeanist. What are you laughing at? Bakugu questioned, already annoyed. Man, that new hairstyle of yours looks great on you. Kirishima said, fueling Bakugu's anger further. Stop laughing. Bakugu shouted. My hair is used to being this way and won't return to how it originally was, Bakugu stated, frustration evident in his voice as Kirishima and Siro continued to laugh. I told you to stop laughing already. I'll get you for this, he exclaimed. Siro chuckled. I like to see you try, side part boy. Bakugu's hair exploded back to its usual style, but Kirishima and Siro only laughed harder. His hair's back, they teased, pointing at him. Ashido, standing with Jiro, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Hagakure at Ajui's desk, chimed in excitedly. Are you for real? You fought against villains. Wow, I'm so jealous. That must have been amazing. I didn't face them directly. I only helped with hostage rescue and evacuation, along with providing support, Jiro replied, curling one of her earphone jacks around her finger. But still, that's amazing. Ashido insisted. Ajui added, all I did was train, clean the deck and patrol. There was this one time we caught smugglers. Whoa, that was cool, Ashido and Jiro said, their expressions filled with awe. My internship was enlightening. I learned the skills necessary to be a proper hero. Despite the training being draining, it was worthwhile, Yaoyorozu expressed. Considering you were with Midoriya's aunt, you had it the best. With more training, you'll be a badass like him, Yamamo. Hagakure pointed out. What about you, Ochako? How was your internship? Ajui asked her friend. Uraraka, covered in a purple aura as she punched the air, replied, It was beneficial. Looks like she found her fighting spirit, Azui commented. Makes sense. She did go to Gunhead's agency, Jiro added. Quite the big change for just 1 week, Kaminari remarked, glancing at Uraraka. Change? That's not true, my friend. All women are demons. They hide their true selves behind appealing faces, Mineta said, a scared expression crossing his face as he bit his fingernail. Dude, what happened at MT Ladies? Kaminari asked, grabbing Mineta's arm to snap him out of his panic. My internship was fine, everyone there loved me. But the ones who changed the most were definitely Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida, he stated, looking at the trio. Yeah, I heard the news, Shiro said, just as Bakugo had Kirishima and Shiro in a headlock. Glad you guys are okay, Kirishima added. Still. Yaoyorozu approached Midoriya and gently pulled his cheek. Even though you fought the hero killer to save Ida, that was a risky course of action. Did you want to scare us like at the US Izuku? She questioned, releasing his cheek. Yeah. That SOS message you sent made us think you were in serious trouble. But I'm happy it wasn't since you know how to handle yourself, Deku-kun, Uraraka said. Midoriya has proven to be the best fighter among us. He got first at the entrance exam, beat the villains at the USJ, won the sports festival, and now defeated the hero killer, Jiro pointed out. Hey, Midori, do you think you can ask some of the heroes in Sentinel to come here and help train us? Ashido asked. Yeah. You and Yamamo are proof that training with them can help greatly. Hagakure added excitedly. Sorry guys, but they have busy schedules. However, I'll try to see what I can do, Midoriya replied, making Ashido and Hagakure squeal with delight. I'm just glad you got out of that battle unscathed, Azui said, with the other girls nodding in agreement. Thanks for your concern. I'll do my best to be more careful, Midoriya replied, smiling and making the girls blush. So cute, they thought. Meanwhile, Bakugo glared at Midoriya, his anger simmering. He was furious that Deku seemed to be stealing his spotlight, as he believed he was destined to be the future #1 hero. Man, Midobro, you're seriously manly. Kirishima praised, giving a thumbs up. I heard there were pro-heroes when Hosu got attacked, Sato stated. Yeah. But Midoriya was the one to defeat Stain and get him arrested, Ojiro replied. That's our class powerhouse for you. Hagakure commented. Oh, I saw on the news that many believe the hero killer is connected to the League of Villains. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps, Ojiro said, slightly shivering. Yes, Stain's scary. But have any of you seen the video on the internet? Kaminari asked. A video about the hero killer? What's it about? Ojiro wondered. The video talks about how he's focused and tough. Doesn't it make him look cool? Kaminari explained. Kaminari, both Midoriya and Jiro scolded. What? Kaminari replied, noticing Ida with his throat bandaged and using the devices Sentinel made for him to speak. His stomach dropped as he realized. Oh, I'm sorry, Ida. I didn't mean. Kaminari began to apologize, but Ida interrupted. No, it's okay. Stain had a lot of qualities that could seem cool. The issue was his execution, Ida said through the device, his voice sounding slightly robotic. Midoriya smiled, relieved to see his friend back to his usual self. Well, it's important to know that the worst is over and we're fine. So let's sit down as class is about to start, he said. You heard our rep. Everyone to your seats. Ida commanded, his robotic movements eliciting comical reactions from the class. I seriously need to teach you how to calm down, man, Midoriya thought, chuckling to himself. He's back, Tokoyami observed. This is your fault for talking about weird stuff, Jiro chastised Kaminari. Sorry, Kaminari replied sheepishly. Later that same day, all the students of Class 1A gathered at Training Ground Gamma in their hero costumes. All Might had called them to the area for training, and they stood in front of the symbol of peace. Great, you're all here. Okay, let's start. Today, you have basic training. It's been a while since I've seen you, my young students. Glad to see you're doing well. All Might announced. For basic training today, since you finished your internships, let's have fun with a rescue training race, he continued. If it's rescue training, shouldn't we be at the USJ? Ida asked, raising his hand. Nope. That place is used for disaster training. For this race, we'll use Field Gamma, a dense area full of factories arranged like a maze. You'll be divided into groups, and each group will train in turn. As soon as I fire the distress signal from somewhere inside, the race through the area begins. All Might explained. This race is to see who can rescue me first. Of course, keep damage to the buildings to a minimum, he added, pointing slowly at Bakugo. Stop pointing at me. Bakugo protested. Alright, let's start with the first group, All Might declared, ready to begin the training. It will be Izuku Midoriya, Tenya Ida, Hanta Shiro, Masahiro Ojiro, and Mina Ashido. Please step into the area and wait for the signal, All Might announced. Inside the field, the first group took their positions, stretching and waiting for the signal. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 1A watched the race on a big screen. So, who do you guys think will win? Kaminari asked. That's tough to say since we all had different experiences with the heroes we've interned with, Sato replied. I'm going with Zero on this one, Kirishima stated. I'll go with Ojiro, Kaminari added. My bet's on Ishido because she's really athletic. Mineta chimed in. Deku will definitely get last. Bakugo declared. I don't think so. I believe Izuku will be the victor, considering he received training from multiple proficient pro heroes, Yayarosa remarked. Yeah. Midoriya's on a whole different level than us. He could win this by either teleporting or outrunning the rest, Jiro agreed. That's right. Deku knows many fighting styles and how to think and act like a pro. He's got this in the bag. Uraraka cheered. Focusing on Midoriya, he finished stretching and closed his eyes to take deep breaths, exhaling slowly. Time to show the results of Gran Torino's training, Izuku. Remember what you've learned and show what you can do, he thought, determination etched on his face. Now let's start. All Might exclaimed as he gave the signal. The students wasted no time and started running. Zero used his tape to swing across the pipes, Ishido slid on the pipes using her acid, Ojiro hopped around the arena using his tail, and Ida rushed through the field with impressive speed. Zero was currently in the lead as he continued swinging. Man, it's kind of unfair for the others since I'm in my element here, he said. But then, out of nowhere, Midoriya flew past Zero, much to his shock. Midoriya activated One for All, full cowl mode, and in his Ghost Rider form, green lightning surrounded him. His feet ignited, propelling him forward as he bounced around using his enhanced speed from both of his quirks. He moved like Gran Torino, bouncing off walls, sliding, swinging and running along the pipes. Whoa, what the? How is he so fast? Zero yelled. Back with the other students, they were equally astonished. Midoriya already reached them? Mineta exclaimed. Everyone watched as Midoriya breezed through the area, moving like a ninja. This is awesome. Go, Deku-kun. Uraraka cheered, and the other girls joined in. Bakugo, watching the screen, felt a surge of anger as he saw Midoriya pull ahead. While I wasted time in that stupid internship, Deku improved again, he thought, seething. Back on the run, Ida, Zero, Ojiro, and Ishido did their best to catch up with Midoriya. However, the Greenette continued to blitz through the area, getting further ahead. All five continued to push themselves until Midoriya leaped into the air, conjuring fire beneath his hands and feet to use them as jets, landing triumphantly in front of All Might. It's over. Congratulations, young Midoriya. You did it. You managed to save me. All Might declared, placing the winner's banner on Midoriya. The Greenette caught his breath, rubbing the back of his head. Thanks, All Might. It was all thanks to Gran Torino's training, Midoriya replied. The others soon arrived, also catching their breath. I forgot. You have incredible stamina, Midori, Ishido said, breathing. I thought I had this in the bag, but congrats, man, Zero said, offering his congratulations. Impressive speed and movement, Midoriya, Ojiro added. Congratulations, my friend. It appears you utilized everything you learned in your internship, Ida said, patting his friend on the back. You all progressed after your internship. You're all excellent. I wish to see you all progress further. All Might complimented the first group. Yes, All Might sensei. Midoriya, Ida, Zero, Ojiro, and Ishido replied, bowing respectfully. As the group began to leave the area for the next group, Midoriya was stopped by All Might. Turning to his mentor, he wondered what was needed. Young Midoriya, you did amazing today. After class, come see me, the symbol of peace instructed. Sure. What's the reason? Midoriya asked. I want to talk to you. I believe it's time for me to tell you about myself and One for All Might replied. Midoriya nodded, then rejoined his classmates. After that, the rest of the class completed the exercise, and soon it was over. Later, they were in their respective changing rooms. Man, today's training was tough, Sato said. Today's class made me shine because of my effort, Aoyama added, drying himself with a towel. Dude, I need to work on my speed and mobility, Kaminari stated. The more we improve, the more skills we obtain, Tokoyami replied. Yeah, but one thing's for sure, I feel behind. I'm jealous of Midoriya and Zero. You guys were in your element with your mobility. I want to be awesome like that, Kaminari groaned. Well, I can help you guys if I get the chance, Midoriya offered. Really? Could you show us how it's done? Zero asked, hope shining in his eyes. Kaminari, Kirishima, and Ojiro shared the same eager expression. One day, who knows, Midoriya replied with a smile. You're awesome, Midobro. Kirishima exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, and the others followed suit. As Midoriya put on his shirt, Mineta suddenly grabbed everyone's attention. Hey guys, look. I found the biggest jackpot, he announced, pointing to a hole covered by a poster. Isn't that just a hole in the wall? Midoriya questioned. Are you not a man of culture, Midoriya? Mineta replied, confusing the greenette. On the other side of this hole is the girls' locker room. The generation before us has granted us the best of treasures. Mineta exclaimed. Most of the boys were eager to voice their intentions. Mineta, cease at once. Spying on women is wrong. Ida chastised, performing his signature arm chops. The only crime is me not accepting this opportunity. Mineta exclaimed, removing the poster covering the hole. I can finally see Ayarose's amazing skills. Ashido's athleticism. Uraraka's strength. And Ajui's surprises, he declared. However, before Mineta could look into the hole, Midoriya grabbed him by the back of his shirt and lifted him away from the wall. The other boys were confused by Midoriya's actions. Girls, please cover up the hole if you can hear me. Midoriya shouted for his female classmates to hear. On the other side, the girls had been listening for a long time and were surprised by what they heard. Why did you do that, Midoriya? I was close to seeing heaven. Mineta exclaimed. Mineta, you need to control yourself. As long as I am here and our class representative, I will do my best to ensure nothing happens to the girls, Midoriya replied, finishing dressing and preparing to leave the locker room. Are you not a man, Midoriya? Mineta challenged. Midoriya paused, and though he remained silent, his irritation was palpable. He turned around and glared at Mineta, who immediately regretted his words. You dared to say that to me? Do you think a true man invades women's privacy when they're changing? Do you think they want someone like you spying on them? Midoriya questioned, his voice low and intense. Do they request it? Let me make something clear, Mineta. Midoriya stepped closer, causing Mineta to freeze in fear. A true man respects women and treats them as people, not objects, he declared, his tone shifting dramatically. Mineta fell to the ground, startled as Midoriya walked away, but he had one last thing to say. You know what I noticed? You mentioned every girl except for Jiro. Is it simply because she isn't developed like the others? If that's the case, Mineta, you disgust me. Midoriya's words hung in the air, shocking everyone, including the girls listening. The physique of a woman shouldn't matter. All women are appealing just as they are, both inside and out. That's what my family taught me about being a real man. If you think a real man thinks like you, know that you're no man but an animal. You're a disgrace to manhood, Mineta. But then again, you never were one to begin with. With that, Midoriya left the locker room. The rest of the boys stood in stunned silence, processing what they had just heard. Kirishima finally broke the silence. That was so manly. Siro finished, tears of admiration in his eyes. Exactly. Kirishima replied. Midoriya always shines with his words of wisdom. How envious. Aoyama remarked. Having someone like Midoriya as our representative makes me happy. Ida added. Remind me never to upset Midoriya, Kaminari commented, while Bakugo remained silent, both surprised and intimidated. In the girls' locker room, they were equally impressed and pleased by Midoriya's words, their cheeks flushed. Deku-kun. Uraraka murmured, blushing. Midori's so cute and awesome saying all that, Hagakure told Ashido. He's amazing for defending us, Ashido replied. He acted like a real man, Ajui commended. It's great to know someone like Izuku is our friend and classmate, Yaoyorozu said, placing a hand on her chest. Anyways, let's seal up this hole. Does Midoriya find me attractive? He thinks I'm appealing just as I am? Jiro thought as she looked at her own body. Do I have a chance to be with someone like him? She wondered, leaning against the wall. Meanwhile, Midoriya was walking to the teacher's lounge to meet with All Might, still feeling anger over Mineta's comments. He paused when he heard a familiar voice. Not going to lie, I thought you would tear him apart. But you showed yourself to be the better man, Ghost said. Midoriya had decided to call his alter ego Ghost instead of Akuma or Shinigami, a name they agreed upon during their internships. Well, my family raised me to be both a gentleman and a real man. I meant every word I said back there, Midoriya replied mentally. I know. I sensed no falsehood in your words. You were raised very well by your parents and your family, Ghost responded. You could say you helped raise me too, Midoriya added. How so? Ghost asked. I was in a dark place for most of my life, especially when I learned about my biological father. I felt alone and tormented. But then my new dad and his family helped my loving mother pull me out of that darkness when I thought about giving up. They showed me that I should continue my goals and prove everyone wrong, Midoriya explained. However, I fell back into that darkness when my dad died. I lashed out in anger and didn't care about anything, especially when I became a vigilante after gaining my powers. I even thought about ending it all, but then you helped me. You reminded me of the lives I changed and saved when we began working together, he continued. You became like a brother to me, Ghost. You always made sure I remembered everything my family taught me and reminded me of my oath when I realized what I could do with this power. Most importantly, you reminded me that I'm never alone and have others who care for me. So thank you for having my back, Midoriya concluded. I'm merely doing my best, but I'm honored to be seen as your brother, Izuku, Ghost replied. Shall we head to All Might and see what he needs to talk to us about? Midoriya suggested. We shouldn't keep your mentor waiting, Ghost agreed. Midoriya arrived at the teacher's lounge, where All Might, currently Toshinori Yagi, awaited him. The Greenette sat in front of his mentor to begin their conversation. So, you saw the news, right? Midoriya asked. Yes, I'm sorry you had to go through that, All Might replied. It's fine. You don't need to apologize for what happened. So what do you want to talk about, one for all? Midoriya inquired. I heard that the hero killer's quirk involves liking blood, and that he paralyzes the person he draws blood from when he ingests it. Is that true? All Might asked, to which Midoriya nodded in confirmation. And he liked your blood, young Midoriya? Yagi asked. He managed to cut me with a knife he threw. Why? Midoriya answered. Do you remember what I said when I gave you my power? Yagi asked. I had to eat your hair, Midoriya replied. No, not that part. Yagi said, facepalming. I meant that I had to pass my DNA to you to transfer one for all. You mean Stain managed to get one for all from my blood? Midoriya questioned, worry creeping into his voice. No, he didn't. One for all can only be transferred if the wielder decides to give it willingly. In other words, one for all can't be stolen by force but can be transferred through choice. All Might explain this concept while imagining himself in student clothes, receiving chocolates from a female student who admired him. What kind of example is that? Midoriya thought to himself, puzzled. One for all is a unique quirk, and its origin is equally special. It came from a quirk that emerged in the past, All Might continued. A quirk from the past? Midoriya asked, intrigued. Yes, it's called All for One, Yagi replied, his tone serious. It's a quirk that can steal others' quirks and also empower them. Is that why it has all in its name? It's all for one person? Midoriya wondered aloud. Exactly. It appeared when quirks first emerged, long before society learned how to adapt to these changes. The sudden appearance of quirks raised questions about what it meant to be a normal human. Laws and human rights lost their significance, and civilization stagnated. It was a time of real decline, Yagi explained to his successor. If quirks didn't exist, humans could have explored space by now. I heard someone famous say that, Midoriya remarked. Yes, during that chaotic PRD, a person emerged who tried to unify everyone. He stole others' quirks and, with his overwhelming power, increased his influence. He manipulated people to serve his ideals, committing many wrongs. In no time, he became the leader of evildoers and ruled Japan, Yagi stated. I've heard rumors about that online. But isn't that just a myth? It's not even in the textbooks, Midoriya replied. Exactly. Do you know why this story isn't in textbooks? Because it's a shameful tale that many prefer to ignore. They can't reveal something so secretive. When people gain power, they often seek ways to use it, Yagi explained. I see. But how does this relate to One for All? Midoriya asked. I mentioned that All for One can pass powers to others. He made people acknowledge or submit to him by granting them quirks. Some received powers and didn't rebel, becoming like living puppets, much like the Nomus you faced, Yagi answered, shocking Midoriya. Moreover, there were quirks that evolved as they were passed down, some even combining with other powers. That man had a younger brother who was quirkless. His brother was small and frail but had a strong sense of righteousness. Seeing his brother act evilly, he confronted him. But that man forced a quirk that could hold power into his younger brother, and it was unclear whether he did it out of compassion or to make his brother submit, Yagi added. Don't tell me that. Midoriya said in disbelief. They thought the younger brother didn't have a quirk. However, it turned out he had something within him that even those closest to him didn't notice. He possessed a unique power that could transfer quirks. Thus, the ability to store power combined with the power to transfer quirks, and that's how One for All was born. Yagi declared, arms wide open. Midoriya was taken aback by this revelation. The origin of One for All stemmed from an evil man who fused two powers. It's ironic, isn't it? Justice often arises from evil, Yagi mused. Wait a minute. I understand how One for All originated, but why are you talking about an old villain who might be dead? Midoriya asked. Whoever steals quirks has no limits. He can take any quirk. He likely acquired a quirk that prevents him from aging. The symbol of evil is immortal. The differences between the combat state and society at that time led to the younger brother's defeat. So, he decided to pass on his quirk to future generations, Yagi explained. He believed that if One for All continued to grow, it would one day be strong enough to defeat All for One. When it was my turn, I finally managed to defeat him. Yagi said, lowering his head. That's what I thought, but he managed to survive. Now he's back and leads the League of Villains. Midoriya was speechless as Yagi walked to the window. One for all is an inherited power meant to defeat all for one. One day, your mission will be to finish what I couldn't. I know it's difficult to hear, but I understand, and I'll do it, Midoriya replied, meeting Yagi's gaze. I knew what I was signing up for when you gave me one for all. I accepted the responsibilities that came with it. I've trained hard to face any challenges that come my way. But I won't be alone. I have many allies, including you. I will honor the legacy of one for all. The determination in his voice was palpable. Come on, you fool. Tell him. You must do this. Yagi thought to himself, hand over his mouth. This left Midoriya confused, wondering why his mentor seemed off. It's not like that, young Midoriya. Yagi started to say, but nothing came out. He wanted to share more but felt he couldn't. I can't. He won't understand. And he's already under a lot of pressure. Thank you. Yagi said to his disciple. I don't think I'll be by your side when that time comes, young Midoriya, he thought. Suddenly, Midoriya found himself back in the classroom with his classmates. Aizawa stood in front of the class. Let's see here. Oh, that's right, summer break is approaching. But, of course, it stands to reason none of you will take a full month off, Aizawa said, putting his students on edge. Could it be? Kaminari said worriedly. During summer vacation, you'll have training in a forest lodge, Aizawa announced. Summer camp, almost all of Class 1A exclaimed happily. No doubt, there'll be a test of courage. Ashido cheered. The baths. Mineta shouted. Fireworks and bonfires, Azui added. Hot springs. Mineta exclaimed again. Summer break means beef stew and curry, Ida proclaimed. Open lakes. Mineta continued. If we're in nature, we'll work in different conditions, right? Yaoyorozu asked thoughtfully. It doesn't matter the situation. We'll have to choose wisely, Tokoyami stated. Eating and sleeping with everyone around a campfire. I'm excited. Hagakure exclaimed cheerfully. However, Aizawa interjected, prompting the class to quiet down and listen. If any of you fall short in the midterms, you'll be heading straight to remedial classes, he warned. Let's do our best, everyone. Kirishima encouraged the class, while Bakugu muttered under his breath, this is stupid. Girls, do your best. Mineta shouted, grabbing Midoriya's shoulder. The greenette instinctively responded with a swift back fist. Ouch, my nose. Mineta cried out. Midoriya's thoughts drifted as he recalled All Might's surreal words. All Might told me some incredible things, but my main goal hasn't changed. Why didn't he say anything about himself? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a figure observed Shigaraki on a screen. The hero killer, Stain, huh? I never expected him to be captured. Still, everything else is going according to plan. Those who wish to cause chaos will want to join the League of Villains to fulfill their desires. Tamura Shigaraki will unify them all, the figure stated, seated in a chair. Another man stood beside him. I wonder if the kid can handle it. Personally, I think things would move faster if you intervened sooner, he suggested. If that's the case, hurry up and heal my body, doctor, the first figure replied. I wish I had access to super regeneration 5 years ago. The quirk is useless now that your injuries are healed, the doctor remarked. That's fine. I'll let Tamura do the hard work. He will become the next me, the first figure declared, the lights illuminating his form. It was none other than All for One. All for One towered at 7 feet 4 inches, his face a tapestry of scar tissue that covered his entire head and neck. He had no visible nose, ears, hair, or eyes, though the outlines of eye sockets were apparent. Dressed in a dark suit with matching shoes and a white shirt, he had various medical tubes attached to his face and neck. Tamura was born warped enough to do so, he added. The scene shifted to Midoriya leaving UA with Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Azui, Ida, and Todoroki. You do well to enjoy this moment, All Might. Soon, this fleeting peace will come to a damaging, bloody end, All for One ominously stated. It was morning in Japan, and Midoriya found himself in a TV station's break room, preparing for an interview about his battle against Stain. He was accompanied by his older siblings and aunt, dressed in his UA uniform and nervously tapping his foot. Hey, relax, little bro. You've got this, Rika reassured him. Yeah, this isn't your first time on TV. You've done it multiple times, Yugo added. Well, the first time was unintentional when I was a vigilante. The rest were part of our jobs or hobbies inspired by Dad, Midoriya replied. So, you know what to say when you get out there? Maki asked. I'm just going to be honest. I know many villains will come after me because of my fight with Stain, but I'm ready for that, especially with great people supporting me, Midoriya answered. You're absolutely right, Hikaru agreed with a smile. Just then, a female employee knocked and entered the room. Izuku Midoriya, they're ready for you, she announced. Ready to face the music? Ken asked. No, but I have to, Midoriya admitted. He left the break room and stepped onto the talk show set, where the male and female hosts awaited him. The female host noticed him as the crew prepared. "Oh, you're here. Please, have a seat," she said. Midoriya took his seat as the camera crew counted down silently, then the lights turned on, signaling the start of the interview. "Hello, and good morning, everyone. Today, we have the man who took on the hero killer, Stain," the male interviewer announced. Shockingly, this man defeated Stain and had the villain arrested. "Let's welcome UA University student Izuku Midoriya," the female host presented. The camera focused on Midoriya, who waved at the audience. "Mr. Midoriya, can you tell us why you longing to become a hero?" the female host asked. "My motivations for becoming a hero were shared in my speeches at the sports festival. I was inspired by my dad, Takeru Mamoru, the late pro hero, Alpha Wolf, and All Might, whom I idolized," Midoriya explained. "Can you share a bit about your past before enrolling at UA?" the female host inquired. "Honestly, my beginning wasn't great. I faced bullying and became the laughingstock when my quirk didn't manifest until I was 15. The torment continued as peers and teachers labeled me a villain because of my quirk. But I remembered my father's words about what defines a hero or villain. A quirk doesn't dictate that, only actions do," Midoriya shared. "I underwent intense training to prove them wrong. My father wasn't my only source of hope. Before entering UA, I met All Might, who instantly encouraged me to pursue my dream of becoming a hero. That motivation pushed me to keep going, regardless of the doubts I faced. Even if I hadn't met All Might or had my quirk manifest, I would still strive to be a hero. I won't give up even if it costs me everything. I want to be a voice for both the quirked and quirkless, including those labeled as villains," Midoriya stated. "If I can show that dreams can be achieved through hard work and dedication, even after being pushed down many times, then I believe anyone can. Then that means everyone who has faced the same challenge as I. If others abandon them, I will be there to support and motivate them to achieve their dreams. So, to everyone watching or listening who has gone through what I did, follow your dreams, don't give up, prove the doubters wrong, keep fighting, and show what you're made of," Midoriya concluded with a determined tone. Both TV hosts were taken aback by Midoriya's determination. Hikaru and Midoriya's older siblings felt a sense of pride in his words. Unbeknownst to him, just like during the sports festival, his words inspired those who heard them, pro-heroes, citizens with quirks, and the quirkless alike, to push themselves beyond their limits. The interview continued with the hosts asking questions to learn more about Midoriya. He answered them honestly without revealing any secrets, including why he fought the hero killer. He explained that he wanted to save his friend and do what was right, while carefully avoiding any vital information. After about 45 minutes, the interview was nearing its conclusion. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Midoriya," the female host said. "I can say that today you inspire many, just like you did at the sports festival," the male host added. "I'm just being honest and doing my best," Midoriya replied with a smile. "Well, that's all for today. Thank you, everyone, for watching and listening to today's interview. See you tomorrow," the male interviewer said to the camera, which then turned off. "Thank you for giving us your time for this interview, Mr. Midoriya," the female interviewer said. "Indeed. You can go. I'm sure your school doesn't want you here all day," the male interviewer added. "Thank you very much. Have a good day," Midoriya said as he shook hands with both interviewers. Midoriya left the TV studio to meet up with his family outside. "How was the interview?" Hikaru asked her youngest nephew. "It wasn't that bad. I'm lucky Niza gave me a late pass for class. Speaking of which, it's time to head back," Midoriya answered. "Yeah, we have to get back to Auntie's agency for work," Rika stated. "Try to stay out of trouble, little brother," Yugo added, ruffling Midoriya's hair. "And be careful, as you'll probably have some fans waiting for you at UA," Maki said. "You got it, guys. See you all soon. And say hi to your families for me because I can't wait for our annual family gathering," Midoriya replied. "Same here. This time the gathering will be at my home since Ken's was last year," Hikaru announced. "Oh, I can't wait to see everyone again," Maki commented with excitement. "Especially getting to eat each of our family's best recipes. They just keep getting better," Yugo added. Everyone got into their vehicles to head to their destinations. Hikaru drove a black Koenigsegg CXR, Ken had a silver Nissan Skyline GTR, Rika rode her green BMW M1000R 50th anniversary model, and Yugo's motorcycle was a red 2006 Ducato Desmercedes GP16R. Rika and Yugo didn't need motorcycle gear as they were in their hero costumes. Maki drove a 2013 silver Porsche 918 Spyder, and Midoriya's vehicle for the day was a Maserati Gran Cabrio. They all drove away from the TV studio and headed to their respective destinations. After a few minutes, Midoriya arrived at UA and parked in the school's parking lot. After ensuring his car was secure and he had everything he needed, Midoriya checked the time to see which class he had next. He arrived at the classroom and handed the teacher his late pass. Class 1A continued until Eraserhead entered the room. Okay, everyone, today I have an announcement, Aizawa said. The class felt a wave of tension as they awaited their homeroom teacher's words. We'll be having 4 new students joining us, Eraserhead announced. Isn't it too late to have new students join this semester? Ida asked, raising his hand. Originally, yes, but the individuals who recommended your new classmates hold significant positions. Now, put on your gym uniforms and head to Gym Gamma. Your new classmates are waiting there, Aizawa replied. Class 1A quickly got up from their seats and headed to the locker room to change into their gym uniforms. Soon, they arrived at Gym Gamma, where they noticed Class 1B and their homeroom teacher were also present. In front of both classes stood 8 individuals, 4 girls and 4 boys, all 18 years old. The first girl stood 5 feet 9 inches with a fair complexion, light yellow eyes, a beauty mark under her right eye, and long black hair reaching her waist. She had fox ears and 9 black tails, setting her apart. The second girl was 6 foot 1/2 inch with a tan complexion, a toned yet curvy figure, green eyes, and long black hair. She had wolf ears and a tail, along with scars on her arms and red markings on her face. The third girl was 5 feet 8 inches with a light complexion, a voluptuous figure, ruby eyes, and long crimson hair tied into twin tails with yellow ribbons. The final girl stood 5 feet 9 inches with a light complexion, a slender and voluptuous figure, brown eyes, and long scarlet hair. Among the boys, the first stood 5 feet 7 inches with a fair complexion, an athletic build, purple eyes, and messy salmon hair. The second boy was 5 foot 9 3/4 inch with a tan complexion, a lean muscular build, piercing orange eyes, and short brown hair that spiked in the back. The third boy was 6 foot 2 3/4 inch with a tan complexion, a lean muscular build, neck-length black hair, and amber eyes. The final boy stood 5 foot 6 1/2 inch with a fair complexion, a slim build, bright green hair with diagonal cut bangs, and yellowish green eyes. All 8 wore UA's gym uniforms. Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei. You said we would have 4 new students joining our class, but there are 8 people here, Azui pointed out. That's true. The other 4 will join Class 1B, as these 8 are considered the strongest from their university, Aizawa explained. Suddenly, the fox and wolf girls dashed past Aizawa and hugged Midoriya. Izuku! They exclaimed happily. All 3 tumbled to the ground, leaving everyone else confused. The wolf girl playfully liked Midoriya's cheek while the fox girl rubbed her face against him. It took Midoriya a moment to recognize them. Wait, Imitsum? Is that you? The greenette asked, and the 2 girls paused their antics, smiles brightening their faces. You remember us, Izuku-kun, the fox girl exclaimed happily as she nuzzled him. It's been so long, Izuku, the wolf girl added, playfully liking Midoriya's cheek. We talked about you liking me, it's embarrassing. Midoriya replied, his cheeks turning red. If we're done with the reunion, we need all 8 of you to introduce yourselves to your new classmates, Aizawa said, causing both girls to blush as they returned to their classmates. I'll start us off. Hello, my name's Aimi Saito. My quirk is called Kitsune, and I have abilities similar to the mythological creature. I'll be in Class 1A, the fox girl introduced herself. The name's Tsum Mochizuki, and my quirk is Hellhound. I can control fire and transform into a full wolf or an anthropomorphic one. I'll also be in Class 1A, the wolf girl stated. Greetings, my name's Stella Vermilion. My quirk is called Levitine, where I can summon a sword that lets me control fire. I'll be in Class 1A with you, the girl with crimson hair presented. Midoriya felt a sense of familiarity as he looked at her. Hello, my name's Urza Scarlet Vermilion. I'm Stella's older sister, and my quirk is called Requip. It allows me to summon armor that grants me different abilities based on the armor. I'll be the final one in Class 1A. The scarlet-haired girl introduced herself. Hello, everyone. My name's Hibiki Chiba. My quirk is called Shadow Clone, where I can summon a certain number of shadow constructs of myself. I'll be joining Class 1B, the salmon-haired boy greeted. What's up, everyone? The name's Takumi Kajiashiki, and my quirk lets me summon constructs of weapons to use as long as I know their construction and parts. So don't be intimidated by me. It's a shame I can't be with 1A because there are a lot of attractive people in there, but there are still some in 1B, so it's not a total loss, the first tan boy boasted, making some of the girls uncomfortable. Sorry about him. My name's Andre Garcia, and my quirk is called Power Arms. It allows my right arm to focus on defense while having some offensive abilities, while my left arm focuses on offensive attacks. I'll be with Class 1B, the second tan boy greeted. Hello. I'm Yajuhara, and my quirk is Animal Construct. It allows me to summon energy constructs of animals I know about to help me. And I'm the final addition to Class 1B, the lime green-haired boy said. Originally, we planned to demonstrate their quirks with robots. However, that isn't sufficient enough. So we were granted permission to see if any of you would like to spar with them, Vlad King announced. Some students were hesitant, but Bakugo looked like he was about to raise his hand. However, Midoriya beat him to it. I wouldn't mind sparring all 8 of them, he offered, shocking everyone. Are you sure, Midoriya? Aizawa questioned. I don't mind at all, Midoriya answered confidently. Very well, Aizawa said. Remember, this is a sparring session. So no lethal attacks or intention to harm one another. Got it? Eraserhead instructed them. Yes, sensei. Midoriya and the new UA first years replied. Midoriya then approached his homeroom teacher. What is it? Aizawa asked. Midoriya whispered something to him, and Aizawa nodded. Alright, do it after the spar. Eraserhead and Vlad King stood at the sidelines with their respective classes. You think Midoriya got this? Jiro asked Yaoyorozu. It's hard to say since we've only heard the description of the new student's quirks. So Izuku may face some difficulty, Yaoyorozu admitted. But Midori has always shown he can change the odds in his favor, so I say he's got this, Ishido stated. I agree with Ishido. Midoriya has repeatedly shown that he's not one to be underestimated, Ida added, performing his signature hand chops. Bakugo scoffed, hoping Deku would embarrass himself against the new students. Meanwhile, Midoriya stretched to get the blood flowing as he waited for his opponents. Aimi and Sum watched, their tails wagging as they admired his developed muscles. Then, Kajiashiki broke the silence when all 8 of them were gathered. You guys can stand back and let me handle this. I got this one, he declared. Are you sure that's a good idea? Garcia asked. Yeah, Andre's got a point. We're facing the guy who won the sports festival and beat the hero killer, Stain. Did you hear the interview this morning? Hara pointed out. Indeed. We must form a strategy considering that Midoriya's well-trained from the stories Aimi and Sum told us. We watched UA's sports festival and saw his skills, Urza stated. Nah, I got this. He doesn't look much, Kajiashiki said as he entered the field, catching Midoriya's attention. So shall we get started then? Midoriya asked, getting into his fighting stance. Kajiashiki smirked as he constructed gauntlets around his arms and charged, throwing a straight punch. Midoriya countered with a swift move, sending his opponent to the ground. He followed up with a series of precise strikes. Kajiashiki shook off the attacks and attempted a slam, but Midoriya blocked it and retaliated with a kick, pushing Kajiashiki back. The greenette continued to press the advantage with a combination of strikes, showcasing his skill. Frustrated, Kajiashiki such tactics, creating nunchucks. Midoriya welcomed the challenge, catching Kajiashiki's overhead strike and responding with a powerful kick that knocked the weapon from his opponent's hands. Midoriya then spun the nunchucks with impressive speed, drawing gasps of admiration from the onlookers. After a moment he tossed the energy construct aside. Kajiashiki, undeterred, charged again, this time forming brass knuckles. Midoriya rolled forward, landing a series of strikes that left Kajiashiki struggling to keep up. With a final sweep, he tripped Kajiashiki, gaining control of his arm. Instead of applying force to injure, Midoriya gently but firmly signaled his victory, prompting Kajiashiki to tap out, acknowledging his defeat. Alright, Kajiashiki is out. Vlad King announced. Will the rest of you continue with one-on-one, or are all of you going? Eraserhead asked the rest. All of us are going, Aizawa-sensei. We already formed strategies during the first match, Urza replied. Kajiashiki limped to the sidelines to let the others onto the field. You should have formed a plan with us, Garcia said to the other redhead. Yeah, I get it, Kajiashiki grumbled. Okay, Garcia, Chiba, and Mochizuki will attack from the front. Stella and I will flank while Hara and Saito provide cover. Got it? Urza instructed her friends. Got it, they replied in unison. Sum, Chiba, and Garcia charged toward Midoriya. Hara summoned a flock of crows as Aimi hurled fireballs. Both Vermilion sisters advanced from either side with their swords drawn. Stella wielded a golden broadsword adorned with red markings on the hilt, while Urza held a pair of one-handed silver swords with winged guards. Midoriya countered their attacks by destroying the constructs and fireballs with his own. He evaded the slashes from the Vermilion sisters, but Sum and Garcia managed to hit him with a push kick, sending him down. Midoriya quickly sprang back up and thwarted Chiba's attempt at a double-leg takedown, locking him in a guillotine choke. With a swift motion, Midoriya slammed Chiba into the ground with a superplex. Rising again, he summoned his katana, only to see another flock of bird constructs approaching. Before he could react, Aimi and Sum launched fireballs at him. The projectiles struck Midoriya, and the swirling birds obscured his vision. Stella disarmed him by knocking the katana from his grasp with her sword. Chiba recovered and summoned a shadow clone, both launching a dropkick at Midoriya. Garcia then seized the opportunity, tossing Midoriya away with a German suplex. They're very well organized and trained, Vlad King observed. It seems that their school claiming them to be the strongest wasn't just talk, Eraserhead added, glancing at Kajiashiki. Just don't let bravado blind you, he cautioned, prompting a grumble from the redhead. Midoriya got back on his feet, noticing Garcia charging toward him. He threw an ignited cross punch, but Garcia activated his quirk. His right arm transformed into a massive black shield with magenta linings, extending beyond his forearm and featuring intricate patterns. Razor-like teeth adorned the center, resembling a skeletal design. Next, Garcia activated his quirk on his left arm, which turned white with a red stripe running down the center. Red diamond-shaped marks appeared on his fingertips, with a spike protruding from his shoulder. Garcia pushed Midoriya back with a powerful left cross to the stomach, allowing Chiba and his clone to strike from different angles. Aimi immobilized Midoriya with lightning bolts, while the Vermilion sisters charged in, landing an uppercut. Sum followed with a headbutt, and Hara conjured a bull to push Midoriya to the edge of the ring. He lay on the ground for a moment before chuckling, which puzzled everyone. Man, it's always great to see amazing quirks and teamwork. It really pushes me to my limits. I guess it's time for me to get a little serious, Midoriya said, removing his gym shirt. The girls blushed, and some guys felt a pang of jealousy as they noticed Midoriya's physique. He activated One for All, full cowling mode at 25%. Now, let's see if you can keep up, he challenged his opponents, blitzing toward Garcia and hitting Chiba and his shadow clone with a clothesline. Garcia raised his right arm shield to block the incoming attack. Midoriya followed up with a series of rapid strikes, targeting Garcia's pressure points as he circled him. A side and roundhouse kick to Garcia's head caused the tall male to shake and fall to his knees. Chiba, now back on his feet, summoned another shadow clone. All three clones charged at Midoriya from behind, while Aimi and Sum launched a volley of fireballs. Midoriya swiftly grabbed Garcia and used him as a shield against the incoming projectiles, causing Garcia to take the brunt of the attack. Midoriya then hurled Garcia toward the Vermilion sisters, who charged at him with their swords. Chiba and his two clones joined in, but Midoriya evaded and parried their strikes with skill. He seized the real Chiba and tossed him onto the Vermilion sisters, then struck Chiba's clones with a series of precise martial arts moves, causing them to vanish. Without pausing, Midoriya hit Chiba with a powerful kick, following up with a flurry of jabs and strikes that knocked the purple-haired boy out. As Aimi and Sum rose to their feet, Midoriya, empowered by One for All, full cowl, continued his relentless assault. He struck Sum with a rapid combination of moves, while Aimi faced a similar fate. Hara conjured a pack of wolves that lunged at Midoriya, but he swiftly destroyed Hara's constructs with a powerful attack. He then appeared before Hara, delivering a decisive kick. The Vermilion sisters rushed to assist their classmate, but Midoriya separated them with a wall of fire, focusing back on Hara as he unleashed a series of strikes, determined to turn the tide of the battle. The bright greenette was dazed from the barrage and staggered. Hara was sent to the ground by Midoriya, who landed a powerful uppercut followed by a knee strike and a high roundhouse kick. As the firewall disappeared, the Vermilion sisters realized they were the only ones left standing. Stella, I need you to cover me. I must wear my Flame Empress armor to help weaken his quirk, Urza requested. You got it, Stella replied, running toward the greenette. Midoriya noticed Urza's body glowing and prepared to unleash a fireball. However, Stella intervened, striking his stomach with the handle of her sword. She then plunged her sword into the ground, unleashing a fiery wave that sent Midoriya back. Following this, Urza's sister fired fireballs from her blade, pelting the greenette. Midoriya teleported to reclaim his katana, blocking an overhead strike from Stella. The glow surrounding Urza ceased as she donned dark red, orange, and black armor. The orange parts were shaped like flames, while others resembled a dragon's limbs. Her breastplate left her shoulders bare and extended to cover her groin, resembling a one-piece swimsuit. An orange piece covered her bosom, and another circled her waist like a belt. The black pieces were mostly decorative, except for the portion covering her groin. The breastplate featured a pair of dragon-like wings, and Urza's gauntlets had prominent orange decorations with claw-like protrusions. Her greaves were shaped like dragon claws, complete with orange knee guards. Urza's hair was styled into high, long pigtails secured with clips resembling dragon horns. Her sword was now a large dark red weapon with a sliver of black in the middle and orange decorations on the handguard. Wow, she looks amazing! Mineta exclaimed, with Kaminari and Siro nodding in agreement, all three blushing. Urza shot them a cold glare, silencing them immediately. Urza charged to assist her sister against Midoriya. The two were locked in a clash of blades when Urza kicked Midoriya away from Stella, sending him skidding across the arena. Midoriya retaliated with a fiery wave from his katana, but Urza redirected the attack, surprising him. Midoriya dodged the attack, but Stella appeared before him, knocking his katana out of his hands. Urza then attempted a slash, but the greenette teleported away. The sisters scanned the area for his reappearance, only for Midoriya to appear and deliver a double dropkick to both of them. You need to take care of Urza first, Izuku. That armor she's wearing allows her to manipulate and control fire. Any fire attack on her won't phase her while she dons it, Ghost suggested telepathically. Copy that, Midoriya replied mentally. He lifted his right arm, generating a small white orb. The Vermilion sisters got back up just in time to see the greenette hurl the ball toward them. Stella prepared to destroy it with her sword, but the sphere exploded into a blinding light. The teachers, students, and the Vermilion sisters' peers shielded their eyes. Urza and Stella were temporarily blinded by the white orb. Seizing the opportunity, Midoriya kicked Urza away from her sister and summoned Eskrima sticks to his hands. As the older Vermilion sister regained her vision, she was immediately attacked. Midoriya unleashed a barrage of strikes with the sticks, landing a right cut kick to Urza's leg, sending her down to one knee. Next, he summoned a chain, wrapping it around Stella's waist and pulling her to collide with her sister. Midoriya then reclaimed his katana with the chain. The Vermilion sisters struggled to get back up, pinned down by the greenette. With his katana at Stella's neck and a Kali stick at Urza's throat, Midoriya commanded, "Yield." "I yield," both sisters responded. Midoriya made his weapons disappear and helped them up. "Sorry if I was rough with you," he apologized. "It's okay. You were impressive during the UA Sports Festival," Urza replied. "But could you please put on your shirt? It's a bit embarrassing talking to you shirtless," Stella added. "Oh, right," Midoriya said, teleporting to retrieve his shirt and putting it back on, much to the girl's dismay. "Alright, Vlad, take your new students back to your classroom. I'll inform my class here," Aizawa instructed Vlad King. "Class B, follow me for our introductions back in our classroom," Vlad announced as his students, Chiba, Kajiashiki, Garcia, and Hara, followed him. Once they were gone, Stella hugged Yaoyorozu tightly. "Oh, it's so good to see you again, Momo. It's been ages," she squealed, and Yaoyorozu returned the embrace. "Wait, you know her, Yamamo?" Ashido asked. "Is it okay for you to tell them?" Yaoyorozu asked Stella. "It's fine. Urza and I agreed that we shouldn't keep this a secret," Stella replied, turning to her sister. "Care to tell them, sister?" "Of course. You see, Stella and I are the daughters of the current royal family of the United Kingdom. Our mother is the headmistress of our school and the #1 hero of Europe, while our father leads the country," Urza stated, shocking everyone but Midoriya. "And I know Momo because our parents are childhood friends. Amazing that I get to study and train alongside her." Stella added. "But why did you want to study at UA?" Azui inquired. "Oh, that's because Aimi and I pleaded with Urza to ask her mom to transfer us," Sum explained. "Originally, it was going to be Tsum and me, but Urza and Stella's mother also decided to transfer them and the others you met. She believed it was best to study and learn how to cooperate with heroes from other countries, much like how Sentinel operates, as she's one of the leaders in the hero agency," Aimi added. "Wait, the Vermilion sisters' mom is a leader in Izuku's aunt's agency and the #1 hero in Europe?" Ashido exclaimed. "Yeah, there are multiple leaders within Sentinel. It's like the UN, but with 7 leaders, my aunt being one of them," Midoriya explained. "Seriously, what else are you hiding from us?" Kaminari asked. "Some things you'll be happy not knowing. But it's no wonder you looked familiar, Stella Vermilion," Midoriya stated, leaving Urza's sister confused. "What do you mean?" Stella asked. "Do you remember 2 years ago when you were on vacation with your family here in Japan and were kidnapped? Human traffickers captured you until you were saved," Midoriya explained. "Yes, it was someone in black motorcycle gear with a flaming skull who saved not just me but also other women who were there. There were 30 of us, but by the end, only 3 remained alive. My savior stayed with us until the police he called arrived," Stella recalled. "You're saying you know the person who saved my sister?" Urza asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "Yes, I do because," Midoriya transformed into Ghost Rider, his vigilante attire striking against the gym's backdrop. "I was that person," he finished. "Wait, you mean to tell me that the man who broke All Might's record, the winner of the sports festival, and the one who defeated Stain is the infamous vigilante?" Urza questioned, disbelief etched on her face. "Basically. But I'm training to be a hero now," Ghost Rider admitted, reverting back to Midoriya in UA's gym uniform. "I asked Aizawa to reveal my secret to you because I know and trust Aimi and Sum. Our classmates and UA staff also learned my secret during the attack at the USJ," Midoriya added. "Is it weird that that makes him even more impressive?" Sum whispered to Aimi. "Nope. I'm also captivated since we both realized we love him and agree to share him," Aimi whispered back. "Wow, you are amazing, Ikki. I'm so glad my mother suggested I transfer to you." Stella exclaimed happily. "Ikki?" Midoriya asked, confusion crossing his features. "Oh yeah, Stella's still learning Japanese. When we told her your name, she had trouble pronouncing it correctly, so she decided to call you Ikki," Urza explained with a chuckle. "Shut up," Stella commanded, her cheeks flushing. "It's fine. I don't mind you calling me that. I'm glad to see you again and that you're doing well, Midoriya said, gently patting Stella's head, making her blush deepen. Baka, Stella mumbled shyly. I'm also glad to see you, Aimi. Your parents sent me the letters you wrote while studying abroad. We have so much to catch up on, Midoriya said, giving Aimi and some head pats as well. The two girls blushed, their tails wagging with delight. By the way, Midoriya, what other moves did you use during the spar? The only one I recognized was Aikido, Ojiro asked. Yeah, when my aunt said I know 24 fighting styles, that wasn't true. I know 44. The reason is that you can't reveal everything, especially when it's being broadcasted, Midoriya explained. What are the other fighting styles? Shiro inquired. The others include ninjutsu, aikijujutsu, wado ryu, ashihara, shito ryu, weichi ryu, ishin ryu, sanda, taijiquan, bagwazang, mizonquan, zingyiquan, Chinese kempo, tang su do, mzmp, capoeira, sistema, eskrima, kajukenbo, and choi kwan do, Midoriya listed. Dude, you're seriously too overpowered, Kaminari commented. Yeah, you're attracting all the attention because of it. Mineta added. Still, it's great to be back in Japan with you, Izuku-an. Aimi exclaimed cheerfully. The only downside to this reunion is the loud one, Sum said, pointing at Bakugo. How did he get in with that attitude? She added. UA knows I'm the best and will be the #1 hero. Bakugo declared confidently. The best? You're certainly the best at being loud and angry, Sum remarked, causing Bakugo to growl in response. It's dangerous to boast about being strong without the skills to back it up, Urza added. Along with having a big ego and being a bully, Sum quietly mumbled. Anyways, Izuku, how do you know Saito and Mochizuki? And why did Mochizuki lick your face? Yaoyorozu asked, a hint of jealousy creeping into her voice. When we first met, I mentioned I had no friends during high school, Midoriya reminded her, and Yaoyorozu nodded. That wasn't entirely true. I was friends with Aimi and Sum during our childhood before they moved to the UK. I did have friends in high school, but they were delinquents and didn't attend my school. However, they helped people and we hung out after school. Back to how I know Aimi and Sum. Aimi is the daughter of a shrine maiden from the Inari Shrine, and her dad is a kung fu teacher. Sum's father works with the police, and her mother is a self-defense instructor. Our parents were friends, and we eventually became friends too. Sum keeps liking me because, according to her, I'm very special to her since she greets others normally, Midoriya added. Aimi's father taught me the Chinese martial arts I know, while Sum's mother drilled me in self-defense techniques, he continued. I guess I was right about Midoriya being the strongest among us, Todoroki commented. Indeed. He has been blessed with many powerful individuals and skilled instructors. The gap between him and us is vast, Tokoyami added. Seriously, how are you not a pro hero yet, Midori? Hagakura questioned. Yeah, you have a powerful quirk and are a great fighter. Ashido chimed in. Indeed. The only martial arts I know are judo, goju-ryu, and Shotokan karate, Ojiro stated. If you all want, I can teach you the fighting styles I know that would suit you when I have free time, Midoriya offered. Really? Kirishima, Kaminari, and Shiro asked in unison. You wouldn't mind teaching us? Shoji wondered. Yeah. After all, back at the sports festival, I did say I wanted to make you all symbols with me when we become pros. So whenever I get the chance, I'll teach you the fighting styles that best suit you, including any Sentinel heroes that trained me if they're available, Midoriya explained. As if I need your help, Deku. I'll prove I'm better than you with my strength. Bakugo exclaimed. Yeah, I figured you'd say that. Do whatever you please, but my offer still stands if you change your mind, Midoriya replied flatly. But don't teach anything to that grape-headed dwarf. I have a bad feeling if he receives any training. So Izuku, don't bother teaching him anything, Aimi said, pointing to Mineta with a disgusted expression. Yeah, I agree, Sum added. No, I won't. Mineta protested. You will, Saito and Mochizuki replied in unison, their expressions deadpan. Anyways, if you're done, I have something to inform you, Aizawa said, drawing the attention of all of Class 1A and the new additions. Due to the addition of your new classmates, I've changed the seating arrangement and received the hero names of your new classmates. This is the new seating arrangement for our class, Eraserhead announced, displaying a hologram for Class 1A. The seating layout was as follows. Minoru Mineta, Yuga Oyama, Toru Hagakure, Mizo Shoji, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Kyokujiro, Mina Ashido, Tsuyu Azui, Tenya Ida, Ajiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Katsuki Bakugo, Antashiro, Mashireo Ojiro, Shoto Todoroki, Fumikage Tokoyami, Izuku Midoriya, Buchako Uraraka, Amisaito, Momo Yaoyorozu, Stella Vermilion, Urza Scarlet Vermilion, Sum Mochizuki. This arrangement also includes new cases for your hero suits that match your desk numbers, Aizawa continued, dismissing Mineta's complaints about his seating. Alright, Vermilion Sisters, Saito, and Mochizuki, please introduce your hero names, Aizawa instructed. Urza spoke first, declaring, my hero name is the Requip Knight, Titania. Stella followed, saying, I chose Dragon Knight, Crimson Princess. Aimi chimed in, I decided to go by the Kitsune Maiden, Tenko. Sum added, and I chose Hellhound Heroine, K9. Now that we have that settled, Saito, Mochizuki, and the Vermilion Sisters, your representatives for Class 1A are Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. They will help you catch up on what you missed before joining us. Remember to keep pushing your limits to show everyone why you belong at UA, Aizawa reminded them. Before we move on, Saito, you mentioned that your family would be sending a bodyguard soon. Is that correct? Aizawa asked. Yes, my mother said I would have a bodyguard until I graduate from UA. The bodyguard is from the Kurei clan, which has a long-standing friendship with my family. She'll arrive soon after finishing her studies, Aimi replied. Very well. Let's continue with the day's schedule. I'm sure Cementos has finished remodeling our classroom, Aizawa said, and the students responded eagerly. Midoriya, keep an eye on the Vermilion Sisters. I sense a familiar presence that I haven't felt in a long time. They are radiating power that is likely to grow, Ghost communicated to Midoriya. Understood, Midoriya thought back. As the day progressed, Midoriya, Saito, and Mochizuki caught up, reminiscing about their past together, while the Vermilion Sisters got to know Midoriya better. They were fascinated by his teachers, the vehicles he drove, and his family. The Vermilion Sisters quickly became part of Midoriya's circle of friends. By the end of the school day, Midoriya, Ida, Todoroki, Uraraka, Azui, and Yaoyorozu were leaving the school grounds, accompanied by Saito, Mochizuki, and the Vermilion Sisters. Do you need a ride? Ida and Todoroki are heading to the train station, and I have one of my cars in the parking lot, Midoriya offered. That's all right. Aimi's family sent a driver for us, Urza replied. Yes, my sister and I will be staying at their home, Stella added. You'll be living comfortably then. I've been to Aimi's house many times, it's spacious and relaxing, plus there are domestic foxes to play with, Midoriya said. I can't wait. Aimi showed me pictures of the foxes, and I want to cuddle them. Stella exclaimed. I'm looking forward to seeing my parents too. I lived with my cousins in the UK for training, and I know they'll be happy to see me, especially Auntie Inko. Mochizuki said. Trust me, my mom will be excited to see you both. Just be ready for a strong hug from her, Midoriya chuckled. We're prepared, the two girls replied in unison as a luxurious limousine arrived at UA's entrance. Our ride is here. Try not to get into any trouble, Izuku-in, Saito teased. I'll do my best, but with my luck, who knows? Midoriya responded. I hope to have more adventures with all of you, especially you, Midoriya. I'm eager to learn from you, Urza said. Plus, I can't wait to meet your older siblings and aunt. I'm a big fan of them. Stella added. Have a great day, we have a busy schedule tomorrow, Midoriya said with a smile. Saito, Mochizuki, and the Vermilion Sisters boarded the limousine, heading to Aimi's manor. Ida and Todoroki waved goodbye as they made their way to the train station. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Azui got into Midoriya's Maserati Grand Cabrio, ready to drop them off at their homes. It was clear that UA and its Hero Corps students were about to face new challenges ahead. Another day dawned for the students of UA, particularly for Aizawa's Class 1A. The classroom buzzed with chatter, except for Bakugu, who sat quietly at his desk. Yaoyorozu was happily catching up with Stella while getting to know Urza, Saito, and Mochizuki. The vice representative shared stories about Midoriya's past at UA, leaving the new students in awe of their class representative. Soon, Eraserhead entered the classroom, and the students settled into their seats. Listen up, class. Today, we will conduct rescue training at the USJ with our new students, he announced. We're going back to the USJ? Mineta asked, his voice trembling. Many students felt a wave of anxiety at the mention of the location. 13's injuries have healed, and the USJ has new security systems installed. Head to the locker rooms to put on your hero costumes, then meet me outside, Aizawa instructed before leaving the room. The students rose to change, tension palpable in the air. Class 1A soon found themselves outside, and after a moment of hesitation and a sharp look from their teacher, they boarded the bus. The ride took them to their destination, where the new students joined their peers, and everyone admired their hero costumes. Sato's hero costume resembled samurai armor. She wore a white shitage adorned with golden patterns, white kobakama, black kaihan, and tabi-style boots. Her helmet featured a white fox design with a black menpo that had a striking red, black, and gold pattern. Her golden cuirass was shaped like a fox's head, complete with black shoulder guards and thigh and shin guards embellished with golden fox heads. A black corset with a golden sash wrapped around her waist, complemented by a white front flap with gold patterns and golden armor shaped like a fox's paw atop her boots. Mochizuki's costume consisted of a mesh tube top layered with a black tube top above it, both sleeveless, and she wore a spiked black dog collar around her neck. Her sleeveless black camo cargo vest paired with matching shorts, military pouches tied around her waist, and armored knee pads completed her look. Black spiked bracelets adorned her wrists, and she was in her anthropomorphic hellhound form, with darker skin and black fur on her arms and legs. Urza's costume featured a metal breastplate with a high armored collar, plated shoulder guards, and a gold cross shaped like a heart on the left side. The waist guard consisted of 2 elaborately designed plates hanging over a belt. Plated gauntlets extended to her elbows, adorned with metal ornaments resembling feathers. She wore a blue skirt that stopped above her knees and black boots that reached just below her knees. Stella's costume was inspired by Titania's from Fire Emblem but bore the same emblem on the breastplate as her sister's. Wow, Stella, your and your sister's hero costumes are amazing. Yaoyorozu praised. Thank you. We both took inspiration from Dad, Stella replied with a smile. True, I have many to choose from, but this was made specifically by him, Urza added. You both look great, Midoriya said, nodding his head. Thank you, it means a lot, Saito happily responded. And I get to show these off to let everyone know I mean business, Mochizuki said, flexing her arms. They fit you both perfectly, Midoriya told his childhood friends, patting their heads and making them smile. Alright, everyone, the bus is here, so hop on, and let's make our way to the USJ. Class 1A's representative announced. As Class 1A entered the bus with their homeroom teacher, they headed to the USJ. Soon, they arrived, where 13 awaited them at the entrance. Glad to see that you're all doing well. Hopefully, we can conduct the rescue training properly this time without interruptions from the new students, the space hero stated. 13-sensei, can you really move? A concerned Uraraka asked. Despite my back hurting a bit, I'm fine, but it's nothing compared to Aizawa-sensei's injuries during that time, 13 replied, spinning around slightly. We're ready to begin class. Let's start already, we're wasting time, Eraserhead announced. Excuse me, Aizawa-sensei, Stella called, stopping the underground hero. What is it? Aizawa asked. Wasn't All Might supposed to join you and 13 for this class based on the syllabus? The younger Vermilion sister questioned. Who knows? He probably left since he got called for hero work or something, Aizawa answered. That could be the case. I caught All Might's scent and remembered it when he gave Aimi, the Vermilion sisters, and me the tour of you, Mochizuki stated. If there are no more questions, let's start the mountain rescue training, Eraserhead declared. The students followed their teachers to the mountain zone of the facility. There will be 4 students at the bottom of the chasm. One will be unconscious, another with an injured leg, and the remaining 2 will be worried. 13 explained the exercise. Kirishima and Kaminari peered over the cliff's edge, noting the depth of the chasm. How are we supposed to get down? Kaminari questioned. Kirishima, Kaminari, what are you saying? There are people down there. Ida exclaimed through his speaking aid. Hello. Do not worry, we will rescue you for sure. The device projected Ida's voice, echoing in the chasm as he listened for a response. You're too fast, Kirishima commented. We haven't even started yet, Kaminari pointed out. Let's save them. Uraraka exclaimed, getting pumped up. She moved closer to Midoriya, pumping her fists into the air. Let's do our best, Deku-kun, she added. Uraraka's enthusiasm made Midoriya chuckle. Yes, let's do our best, he said, patting Uraraka's head, making her smile. The students playing the victims will be Midoriya with a broken leg, Uraraka as the unconscious one, and Ida and Mochizuki as the worried victims, 13 announced. The 4 students playing the victims made their way to the bottom of the chasm to assume their roles. We must do our best playing as injured civilians. Ida told his friends. Sure. Uraraka replied happily. They're funny, Izuku, Mochizuki remarked to her childhood friend. Yes, they are, Midoriya agreed. Alright, the 4 of you will be the rescue team. Aizawa instructed Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Bakugo. You'll use these tools. Class 1's teacher pointed to a stretcher, rope, and a churras. Why do I have to save Deku? Bakugo questioned. Because we're doing this to learn how to rescue injured civilians properly, Azui answered. Huh? Bakugo shouted in frustration. Help us please. Ida cried out from the chasm. Let's begin. Who should we bring down? Todoroki asked, hearing his friend's voice. Just blow up the mountain and that's it. Bakugo suggested. Are you crazy? Yaoyorozu exclaimed. He doesn't think at all. It's pure instinct, Azui commented as the rest began to plan. Todoroki, I'm going to create a pulley. We'll figure out a way to pull them up. Let's start with the unconscious civilian first, Yaoyorozu said. That sounds good, Todoroki agreed. Should we have Tokoyami go down to the chasm? He suggested. Dark Shadow can help bring up the civilians. The rest will pull. Yaoyorozu began before noticing the heat rising and Bakugu's arms beginning to show tension. What was going on with him today? He seemed angrier than usual. Regardless, she looked down the hole and shouted, "Please be calm. We will come to get you out of there. Please hurry." Ida pleaded, getting too into his role while Mochizuki let out a sad howl. Midoriya also played his part, pretending to be unconscious, cheeks puffing up with air and twitching due to Ida's performance. We must reassure the victims first. There will be times when you can't save someone who is desperate and panicking. Reassuring them will help save them. If you're not doing this properly, what kind of training would this be? Yaoyorozu explained to Bakugu, with Todoroki nodding in agreement. Yaoyorozu is doing great, Kirishima remarked. Yeah. Mineta replied, squatting down to get a better view as Yaoyorozu leaned over the edge. She's amazing. He wiped his mouth, trying to contain his excitement. Suddenly, he noticed Urza and Stella standing nearby, their expressions serious. I implore you to behave properly, Urza warned, her gaze icy. Unless you want to face the consequences, Stella added. Sorry ma. I'll behave, Mineta stammered, feeling a chill run down his spine. After ensuring the ropes for the HRSS were secure, Tokoyami prepared to descend. Tokoyami, descend slowly using the ropes, Yaoyorozu instructed. Todoroki and Bakugu began lowering the stretcher down into the chasm. Roger. Tokoyami responded as he made his way down next to Midoriya. Hey, Tokoyami, Midoriya greeted. Sorry for the wait, Tokoyami said, feeling a bit guilty. Ida, we're going to be fine. Help has arrived, we're being rescued. Ida exclaimed to the unconscious Uraraka, tears of relief in his eyes. Uraraka struggled to suppress a laugh at his dramatic tone. When the stretcher reached the bottom of the chasm, Tokoyami addressed the group. All right, let's take Uraraka up since she's unconscious. I wish we could help, but the rest of us can't move because of our injuries, Midoriya explained, playing his part in the exercise. Isn't it dangerous for one person to carry an unconscious person? Mochizuki asked. Fear not. I'm 2 in 1, Tokoyami replied confidently as he unleashed Dark Shadow. This amount of darkness is manageable, he thought. Dark Shadow, take Uraraka up, he instructed. Fine. Dark Shadow replied, crossing his arms. Will you do nothing when someone is in need? Tokoyami pressed. After a moment, Dark Shadow relented. I guess I have to do this, he said, gently placing Uraraka on the stretcher and lifting her toward the top of the chasm. Take her up slowly. Don't let her get harmed, Tokoyami cautioned. Geez, Dark Shadow grumbled as he continued the ascent. Dark Shadow's quite impressive, Midoriya commented. He's useful when he cooperates, Tokoyami replied, appreciating the compliment. As they neared the top, Tokoyami felt Dark Shadow reach his limit. I've reached the limit, he thought as Dark Shadow returned to him. He let his teammates pull Uraraka the rest of the way up. Thank you, heroes. Ida cried, tears still in his eyes. Yaoyorozu noticed Uraraka giggling as she was pulled up. Are you laughing at Ida's acting again? Yaoyorozu asked, amused. It's just that. Ida is so serious. I can't help it, Uraraka admitted, still chuckling. I understand, but please take this exercise seriously, Yaoyorozu urged. I'm sorry, but it's just too funny. Uraraka replied, finally sitting up from the stretcher. Let's pull up. The next one, Todoroki said, preparing the stretcher. Just do it. Bakugu snapped, also getting ready. Rescuing people without your quirk can be taxing. That's how modern heroes must shine. 13 reminded the students. He's the only one pulling, Siro pointed out, gesturing toward Bakugu. Shut up. Bakugu shot back. Bakugu realized that his quirk wouldn't be helpful here, which is the right call. Many pros today struggle to act normally. They often think of themselves and end up in worse situations. Understanding this is key to becoming a great hero, 13 explained as Bakugu lowered the stretcher into the chasm. This is the last team for this exercise, 13 announced as they saw Uraraka applying a splint to Ajui's leg, who was playing the victim. All right, Uraraka said, securing the splint on Ajui's leg while she was harnessed. Sue, it might be scary but try not to move, she instructed. Sure, Ajui replied as Uraraka activated her quirk. Uraraka, you can release her. Midoriya called out as Ajui floated above him. Release, Uraraka said, pressing her fingers together to let Ajui go. Midoriya caught Ajui in his arms. You alright? He asked, concerned. Midoriya-chan, please hurry and put me down. This is a bit embarrassing, Ajui said, blushing. Oh sure, my bad. Just wanted to make sure you're safe, Midoriya replied awkwardly. Even though my leg got bandaged, the splint and ties are wrong, Ajui pointed out, using her tongue to gesture. Everyone was rescued, Ojiro informed 13. Splendid. This part of the exercise is done, 13 replied. Can't the rest of us catch a victim with some rope or something? Sato asked. Unfair, Aoyama chimed in melodically. Meanwhile, Uraraka used her quirk to rejoin the class. Well, it's not unfair. Sato commented. All of you did a splendid job for your first rescue. 13 praised Class 1A. There are more scenarios prepared, meaning there's plenty to do. That's expected. Kaminari whispered. Don't relax. Class is still in session, Aizawa reminded them. Next up is the collapse zone. Unlike the training at the mountain zone, you'll experience different situations. This time, it's an urban area after an earthquake. The injured could be anywhere, and we don't know their condition. You'll have 8 minutes to spread out, for we'll be rescuers while the remaining 20 will hide and await rescue, 13 explained. However, I will choose 8 students who won't be able to speak, 13 added. It's kind of like hide and seek, Ishido said with a grin. More or less. Now, the rescuers will be Mochizuki, Uraraka, Bakugo, and Mineta, 13 announced. What? Bakugo exclaimed. Not happy about it? Tough luck. Just deal with it, Mochizuki replied, their glares intensifying. Hypothetically, if you accidentally touch a victim while carrying them, would that be considered wrong? Mineta mused, glancing at Ishido and Azui. Suddenly, he heard a shotgun being paired and turned to see Midoriya holding his upgraded weapon. Never let your guard down, Midoriya warned, his gaze intense, causing Mineta to flinch. You have 2 minutes to hide. Let the training begin. 13 declared, turning to the 4 rescuers. Remember, no situation is too strange in this case. Now start, the heroine declared, raising her right arm into the air. Mochizuki began, glancing at Bakugo, but before she could finish, he had already launched himself into the arena. Don't try to order me around. Bakugo shouted as he used his quirk to propel himself forward, sending Mineta tumbling through the air. Mochizuki, Uraraka, and Mineta teamed up to locate their classmates, which proved to be a challenge. Mochizuki relied on her sharp sense of smell and keen hearing to guide them, though the debris and the unpleasant scent of motor oil made her sneeze. Mineta climbed up a wall, plucking orbs from his head and pointing down at the cars below. Uraraka gasped, quickly using her quirk to lift a car off one of their classmates. Azui was freed. Mineta scanned the area from his vantage point before pointing again and descending. Mochizuki dashed in the direction he indicated, trying to ignore the foul odors. They soon discovered Sato and Ojiro trapped under some debris. The group devised a plan, using Mineta's grapes to secure parts of the rubble together, ensuring that removing the larger chunks would be safer. Mineta bit his lip, trying to hide his discomfort, especially in front of Mochizuki, who could sense his distress. They managed to rescue Azui, Sato, and Ojiro, but Jiro was still missing. An explosion above revealed her clinging to Bakugo's shoulder, who was urging her to let go. He landed and set her down shakily in front of the others. Uraraka gave a thumbs up, and Bakugo responded with a grumble. Everyone, get down. Ida shouted. Before anyone could react, he pushed them down just as a powerful shockwave swept over them. Mochizuki braced herself, feeling the strain in her bones. Once the tremors subsided, most of them were knocked off their feet. Jiro winced at the ringing in her ears, while Ida remained flat on his face. Mineta had placed his grapes on the ground, gripping tightly to avoid being thrown. Now, he too found himself on the floor. Ojiro and Bakugo managed to stay upright, while Sato groaned from an awkward landing. What just happened? Uraraka groaned as the shockwave faded. Ida attempted to respond, but his words were muffled against the ground. What was that? Uraraka asked, moving closer, only for Ida to lift his head and shout, a villain! At that moment, 4 figures emerged. The first was a tall Australian man in his mid-20s, with fair skin and yellow spiky hair. He wore green camo breathes and a black fingerless glove, with a prosthetic arm and leg. His attire included a bandolier with grenades and a flaming skull tattoo on his arm. The second figure was another Australian, older and much larger, with white hair tied back. He wore a black biohazard gas mask and blue camo overalls, remaining shirtless. His right arm was adorned with machine parts, and he sported a unique boot that resembled a pig's hoof. A appealing afternoon graced Japan, and Yaoyorozu spent time with the Vermilion sisters and Midoriya's childhood friends, Saito and Mochizuki. With no school for UA students that day, the girls invited Midoriya to join them, but he was busy with a part-time job. The 5 girls gathered at a mall's food court. As they enjoyed their meal, they chatted about their hobbies. Once finished, Mochizuki led them to a gym she knew. Soon, they stood in front of a 10-story building. Welcome to Elite Warrior Gym, everyone. My mom's palace of improvement. Mochizuki announced excitedly. Urza examined a flyer on the receptionist desk. This gym is incredible. It offers everything for various athletes, even self-defense and MMA classes, she exclaimed. Everything looks expensive. How did your mother manage to fund all this? The younger Vermilion sister asked. Izuku's aunt and Sum's mother are childhood friends. They decided to open a gym together after retiring. Ms. Kiryu handled the finances while Sum's mom worked on the blueprints. After 3 years, this gym became so renowned that even pro heroes come here, Saito explained. That's amazing, Stella replied. Come on girls, I already booked a session. Let's go work up a great sweat. Mochizuki urged. That explains why Mochizuki told us to bring gym clothes, Yaoyorozu realized. Later, 5 girls donned their sports bras, workout leggings, and sneakers. The others admired Mochizuki's strong yet curvy physique. How did you achieve your build, son? You look like an Amazon, Stella asked. Weight training, a good diet, and martial arts for both defense and offense, Mochizuki answered. What fighting styles do you know? Yaoyorozu inquired. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Krav Maga, Combat Sambo, Muay Thai, boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, and hapkido, Mochizuki replied. My parents taught me various martial arts, including judo, aikido, and jeet kune do, Saito informed the group. Maybe Stella and I should also learn martial arts. I realized we mainly rely on our weapons, Urza suggested. I agree. Ikki turned the tide in our last battle by using the fighting styles he mastered, Stella added. You could ask Izuku for some training. He offered our classmates a chance to learn the fighting styles he knows, Yaoyorozu proposed. I should take him up on that. What about you, sister? Urza asked. Count me in, Stella replied with enthusiasm. Alright girls, chit-chat time is over. Now it's workout time. Mochizuki announced. Their workout began with weightlifting. Yaoyorozu and Stella managed to lift between 80 and 100 pounds, while Saito handled 180 to 190 pounds. The three were amazed at how effortlessly Mochizuki and Urza managed 350 and 400 pounds. After 30 minutes of dumbbells, bench presses, and deadlifts, they transitioned to treadmills. Yaoyorozu, Stella, and Saito ran as if on a track, while Urza and Mochizuki sprinted like they were in a marathon. After 30 minutes, they took a break to hydrate before Mochizuki led them to the MMA section of the gym, where they donned athletic tape and MMA gloves. Mochizuki guided the Vermilion sisters through fundamental boxing and kickboxing drills, while Saito practiced with the training equipment for Chinese Kung Fu. Yaoyorozu struck a punching bag, applying the techniques she had learned. After 25 minutes, the group took a short break. Hey, Yaoyorozu, do you want to enter the ring with me for a quick spar? Mochizuki asked. You want me to spar with you? Yaoyorozu replied, surprised. Yeah. I heard you interned with Izuku's aunt. I want to see what you've learned, Mochizuki explained. Then I accept your invitation for a sparring session, Yaoyorozu said confidently. Alright. In this spar, we'll each use 3 fighting styles. Mine will be Muay Thai, kickboxing, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Mochizuki stated. I'll use hapkido, taekwondo, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Yaoyorozu replied. Let's enter the ring and see what you've got, Mochizuki said, excitement evident in her voice. Both girls stepped into an empty octagon ring. They put on taekwondo foot protectors and stretched to warm up. Meeting at the center of the ring, they bumped gloves before stepping back. Yaoyorozu assumed a taekwondo stance while Mochizuki took a Muay Thai stance. As the bell rang, both girls began searching for openings. They feigned charges until Mochizuki launched the first strike with a Muay Thai roundhouse kick. Yaoyorozu ducked under it and blocked an incoming jab. She retaliated with a hapkido front snap kick, but Mochizuki stopped it. Mochizuki pressed forward with a series of Muay Thai and kickboxing jabs, hooks, and crosses. Yaoyorozu blocked each strike but took a kickboxing roundhouse kick to her side. The wolf girl followed up with a knee kick and a push kick to the chest. As she charged in for a jumping knee, Yaoyorozu countered with a taekwondo spin kick. Yaoyorozu landed a series of hapkido strikes before executing a hip throw that sent Mochizuki to the mat. The wolf girl quickly got back up, and they sized each other up again. Mochizuki launched uppercuts and elbow strikes, but Yaoyorozu blocked or evaded them before landing a taekwondo sidekick. Mochizuki absorbed several taekwondo kicks before Yaoyorozu targeted her legs with low roundhouse kicks. When Mochizuki attempted a high roundhouse kick, Yaoyorozu caught her leg and tripped her. Mochizuki quickly recovered with a kip-up, but Yaoyorozu charged in with a spear hand strike, which Mochizuki evaded. The wolf girl then caught Yaoyorozu in a clinch and delivered knee strikes to her side before pushing her back with an elbow. The two girls exchanged a flurry of strikes, each landing, blocking, or parrying. Soon, they were both breathing heavily. They landed simultaneous push kicks to each other's chests, knocking the wind out of them. Exhausted, they both dropped to the mat. The Vermilion sisters and Saito rushed into the ring to help their friends. As they hydrated with cold water, Mochizuki praised, "Wow, Yaoyorozu, that was an exciting match. Usually, you forget to hold back, which is why your previous sparring partners don't last long," Saito reminded Mochizuki, who smiled sheepishly. Still, it was inspiring and fuels my interest in learning martial arts even more, Urza said. I wonder what fighting styles Ikki will teach us. Everyone seems to have their preferred style, Stella mused. But be prepared to be completely exhausted. The training will be intense, Yaoyorozu warned. Certain martial arts training is no laughing matter, Mochizuki remarked. Indeed, Saito agreed, causing the Vermilion sisters to exchange nervous glances. However, it'll be worth it, as you'll become great fighters from the training you'll receive from prominent experts, Yaoyorozu assured them. Just then, a female voice interrupted. Those teachers must be pathetic if they had to train such a weakling like you. The girls turned to see the tan girl who had watched Yaoyorozu and Mochizuki spar. Especially since a UA student got eliminated in the sports festival's battle tournament's first round, she added with a smirk. What did you just say? The wolf girl growled, but Saito held her back. You heard what I said. This Yaoyorozu must be very pathetic, given her performance at the battle tournament. She must have seduced someone to get that training, the tan girl taunted. How dare you? Take that back right now. Stella exclaimed. What's wrong with stating a fact that may as well be true? I mean, look at her. Must have been a disgraced martial artist who decided to train her after seeing her, the tan girl replied dismissively. Mochizuki and Stella were ready to confront the tan girl, but Yaoyorozu intervened. I know what you're trying to do, and it won't work. I won't give you the satisfaction of getting what you want, she stated firmly. But don't you dare speak ill of the hero I interned with. She, along with her children, can beat you without breaking a sweat. You may be all bark and no bite, Yaoyorozu added. As Yaoyorozu and her friends began to leave the gym, the tan girl called out, That's a shame. I want to see what the girl the Midoriya family favors is like. What's that supposed to mean? Stella asked, frowning. Am I wrong? This rich girl got into UA through recommendation and received training many would die for. How's that fair for everyone else who wants that experience? The tan girl explained. Izuku and his family aren't playing favorites. I was just lucky enough to be trained by her. Many deserve it more than I do, Yaoyorozu insisted. Whatever you say. It must be great being privileged to gain things the rest of us struggle for, the tan girl shrugged. But you rich folks always enjoy being given everything on a silver platter. How dare you? I'm not like those who boast about their wealth. My parents taught me to be humble and I learned that too. Yaoyorozu stated defiantly. Hey, whatever makes you feel better. Enjoy being the Midoriya's favorite girl they love to spoil, the tan girl replied with a smirk. Enough. I'm fine with you insulting me, but how dare you insult my family and sully my friends' families? An angered Yaoyorozu exclaimed. What are you going to do? Sue me, the tan girl taunted. Considering that you believe I don't deserve Battle Vixen's training, I'll gladly face you with the skills I learned from her. Yaoyorozu declared. Now we're talking but not here. We need a great crowd for this and I know just the place, the tan girl said. When and where? The Ravenet asked. At the upcoming wrestling event, Historic X-Over, held by New Japan Pro Wrestling and Stardom in 2 weeks. Let's see if you're not all talk when you step in the ring with me, Stardom's current high-speed champion, Ryo Jackson, she proclaimed proudly. Better train well in 2 weeks, princess, Jackson added before leaving the gym. I feel like we just gave her what she wanted, Urza remarked. Do you think you can take her, Momo? Stella asked her friend. If it were a traditional martial arts tournament, maybe. But a wrestling event? I don't think so, as I've never watched pro wrestling, Yaoyorozu admitted. I can help her. I've watched pro wrestling since I was a kid with Izuku, and pro wrestling is taught here, Mochizuki offered. Still, we must inform Principal Nizu and Aizawa-sensei about this, Saito stated. Aime's right. You 3 inform them, I'll stay and help Yaoyorozu with wrestling training, the wolf girl said. Saito and the Vermilion sisters left to inform UA's principal and their homeroom teacher, leaving Mochizuki to teach Yaoyorozu the basics of professional wrestling and its rules. Eraserhead was annoyed by the news, while Nizu was intrigued. They allowed the challenge to proceed, hoping it would teach Yaoyorozu humility. A week passed, and some members of Class 1A decided to accompany their vice rep to an NJPW show. Yaoyorozu was joined by Stella, Jiro, Uraraka, Azui, Ashido, Ida, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro. Although Yaoyorozu wanted Midoriya to join them, he was busy with one of his part-time jobs. Saito was unavailable due to family obligations, and Mochizuki and Urza stayed back to assist with self-defense classes. The 12 students found themselves in the front rows, eager to see the action up close. Today's show promised to be thrilling, featuring superstars from various wrestling promotions in Japan, including New Japan Pro Wrestling, Stardom, and Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling. Additionally, stars from America's wrestling promotions were set to appear, making it a packed event with fans filling the venue and viewers watching live. Man, it's been a while since I watched a wrestling show in person. Thanks for the tickets, Yaoyorozu, Kaminari said gratefully. Yeah, especially getting 12 front-row tickets, Ciro added. But remember, this also lets our vice rep learn the rules and how her opponents operate, Ida reminded them with his usual enthusiasm. Yeah, especially since the same girl who challenged her is in action, Jiro noted, glancing at the match card on her phone. I've watched a lot of NJPW, Stardom, WWE and TNA wrestling whenever possible. Rio Jackson is a strong wrestler, Yayarosa said, determination shining in her eyes. She had won many championships in Stardom, Ring of Honor, and Tokyo Joshi Pro, Kirishima pointed out. That's true, as all of the superstars in NJPW and Stardom are great wrestlers. Some of them are pro heroes too, Tokoyami added. I've never watched it, but my brother, Natsuo, and sister, Fuyumi, are fans. They particularly like Tiger Mask and a wrestler named Geki, Todoroki mentioned. Same. I'm a big fan of Tiger Mask and Geki. Uraraka exclaimed. I didn't expect you to be a pro wrestling fan, but my little brother's a big fan too, Azui said. Well, let's see what these pro wrestlers have in store and hope Yamamo can use what she learns to win her match. Ashido stated, with Yayarozu nodding in agreement. The camera then panned to the center of the 20x20 ring, where a male and female duo stood. The 32-year-old man, standing at 6 feet 2 inches with a dark complexion and muscular build, had short black hair, a thick mustache, and a bright smile. He wore a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, dark breaths held up by suspenders, and a bow tie. Beside him stood a appealing woman, 5 feet 5 inches with smooth, tan skin and a voluptuous figure, appearing to be around 22 years old. She wore a red ankle-length dress with straight platinum hair partially braided to the left and long bangs hanging to the right, complemented by white high heels. Good evening, pro wrestling fans. Welcome back to another exciting day of NJPW action. I'm the Rocket Man, Jerry Tyson. And with me, as always, is the lovely Sayaka Katahara. Jerry introduced himself and his partner, his Japanese slightly mixed with English. That's right, Mr. Tyson. This is the final NJPW show before Historic X-Over. Many superstars participating in the event hope to gain momentum for their upcoming matches. So let's not waste time and clear the ring to start the show. Katahara announced enthusiastically. Indeed. To kick off this show, we have the current NJPW Strong Openweight Champion who's been challenged, Jerry informed. The lights in the building dimmed, and piano keys began to play. A chorus started singing as a heavenly light beamed down from the clouds on the Titantron. As the action theme continued, a spotlight illuminated a man with his back to the crowd. He stood 5 foot 9 3/4 inch, had a lean build, fair skin, blonde hair with green undersides, and appeared to be in his early 20s. He wore a black robe with the word, glorious, embroidered in gold on the back. Slowly, he turned to reveal golden eyes, arms outstretched, basking in the spotlight. The name Casanova appeared on the screen in formal script, with heavenly light shining behind it. As the chorus finished, Casanova walked down the ramp toward the ring, arms raised as if he were a celestial being. Around his waist, beneath his robe, was the NJPW Strong Openweight Championship. This match is set for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first, from London, England, standing at 177 centimeters and weighing 78 kilograms. Representing Tiger's Den. He is your NJPW Strong Openweight Champion, Casanova. Katahara announced. Casanova climbed into the ring, spinning his hands around before slumping forward. As the chorus sang, glorious, he spread his arms wide while removing his robe, revealing black trunks with glorious in gold on the back and matching wrestling boots. He tossed his robe aside and moved to the lower right ring post to await his opponent. The lights in the building turned off again. On the Titantron, a large rocky plane appeared, and an earthquake caused the ground to crack. The cracks spelled the name Kozo Yukita as traditional judo music began to play. A 19-year-old male with fair skin, sunglasses over his brown eyes, standing at 5 feet 10 inches with a lean, muscular build, appeared on the ramp. His short, spiked brown hair stood up, while the lower half was shorter. Yukita had a scar under his chin and wore a traditional judo uniform. And his opponent, from Kanto, Taito, Japan, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 80 kilograms. Kozo Yukita. Katahara announced. Yukita raised his fists as the crowd cheered and marched toward the ring. He handed his sunglasses to the staff before entering the ring and performing a traditional judo bow at the center, then headed to the upper left ring post. The referee for this match was Chida Hattori, an older, stocky, 45-year-old Japanese man with a goatee and ponytail. Hattori checked both Yukita and Casanova to ensure they had nothing hidden in their clothing. Standing at the center of the ring, he asked both wrestlers if they were ready. They nodded, and Hattori signaled for the bell to start the match. The bell rang, and both men approached each other, engaging in a grapple. We start this match with the current NJPW Strong Openweight Champion and his opponent engaged in a collar tie hold, Jerry announced. Casanova and Yukita struggled for control, each trying to escape the other's hold. Both men are trying to gain the DMNT position. Yukita is using his judo knowledge while Casanova attempts various wrestling clinch holds. Katahara commented. Casanova managed to get Yukita in a waistlock from behind, but Yukita countered by grabbing the waistband of Casanova's trunks. In a swift motion, Yukita executed a judo obio toshi, attempting a pin. Hattori began to count, but Casanova escaped before the count reached 2. The strong open-weight champion retaliated with a jumping dropkick to Yukita's face. Casanova got a waistlock from behind, but Yukita countered with a judo belt drop. He went for the pin, but his opponent escaped at 1. Yukita then received a dropkick to the face, creating some distance between them. Jerry informed. Casanova lifted Yukita from the ground, only to receive an uppercut in return. Yukita then sent his opponent toward the ropes, preparing for what would come next. The judo practitioner executed a hip wheel throw, sending his opponent, Casanova, crashing to the mat. Casanova found himself in a single-wing stranglehold, struggling to break free. Casanova attempted to continue his attack but was met with an uppercut from Yukita. Jerry announced. Yukita followed up by throwing Casanova toward the ropes and then took him down with a judo koshi guruma, finishing with a kata hajime. Katahara added, as Hattori knelt beside Casanova, asking if he wanted to tap out. Casanova shook his head, slowly rising with Yukita still maintaining the hold. The strong open-weight champion retaliated with elbow strikes to Yukita's side using his free arm. The judoka struggled to keep his grip, eventually releasing Casanova, who countered with a spinning heel kick followed by an enzwajiri kick. Casanova has freed himself from the stranglehold with those powerful strikes. Katahara commented. Casanova charged at Yukita for a big boot, but Yukita caught his foot, spinning him around to deliver a roundhouse kick that sent Casanova to the mat. Yukita didn't relent, landing several foot stomps on Casanova's chest and midsection. As Yukita lifted the champion, Casanova struck back with a jumping knee strike. The champion went for a big boot, but Yukita blocked it. Then he received a roundhouse kick that sent him down. Jerry exclaimed. Yukita continued his assault with stomps, but Casanova countered with a jumping knee. Katahara added. The two fighters exchanged palm strikes, forearms, and crosses until Yukita landed a knife hand chop across Casanova's chest. The judoka continued his barrage of chops until Casanova found himself against the ropes. Yukita seized the opportunity, throwing Casanova across the ring with a judo circle throw. Before Casanova could recover, Yukita caught him in a judo ankle lock. Oh my! Casanova and Yukita engaged in a fierce exchange until Yukita's chops had Casanova on the ropes. Jerry exclaimed. He followed up with a judo tomo nage and now has him in an ashi hishiji. Katahara added. The crowd cheered for Yukita, while Casanova, a member of the heel faction Tiger's Den, remained determined. Hattori urged Casanova to tap out, but the champion shook his head, enduring the pain. With a swift maneuver, Casanova rolled onto his back and kicked Yukita's chest with his free leg, breaking the hold. Looks like the champ managed to escape Yukita's ankle lock, but he's definitely feeling the effects. Jerry noted, observing Casanova's unsteady stance. Yukita charged again, but Casanova countered with a super kick that echoed throughout the arena. The judoka dropped to his knees as Casanova sprinted to the ropes behind him. Upon bouncing off, Casanova struck Yukita with a running elbow from behind. Yet he wasn't finished. He quickly grabbed Yukita from the ground. Yukita went for an attack only to receive a super kick. Casanova keeps the pressure on with a thorn W. Katahara announced. And now the champ is going for his signature move. Jerry added. Casanova placed Yukita in a front face lock and took a moment to acknowledge the crowd with a curtsy bow. He then lifted Yukita and drove his head down to the mat. There it is. Devilish charm. Jerry exclaimed as Casanova covered Yukita, and Hattori began the count. 1.2.3. The crowd counted along as Hattori signaled for the bell. Casanova's theme played triumphantly as he emerged victorious. Here's your winner, Casanova. Katahara announced. Hattori presented the strong open-weight championship to Casanova, raising his arm in victory. Despite the crowd's boos, Casanova smiled and took a bow. Yukita put up a great fight, but it wasn't enough to halt Casanova's momentum. What will happen when Casanova faces Koga Narashima? Will Narashima claim the strong open-weight championship? Katahara pondered. We'll find out when they meet at historic X-Over. Jerry added. As the next match was set to begin, staff conducted safety checks in the ring. That was an incredible opening match. Ciro remarked. I know, right? I can't wait to see who's up next. I hope it's one of the pro heroes. Kirishima replied enthusiastically. You're right, Kirishima. The next match features Ryu Hoshi, aka Crimson Hawk, against Jeffrey McWild, Jiro informed. I wonder how a pro hero performs in this industry while still fulfilling their duties, Ida mused. No doubt it'll be awesome. Ashido chimed in. That's right. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro agreed excitedly. The lights dimmed as an energy orb formed between a man's hands. He moved his hands toward the screen, launching the orb while shouting, Hadouken! An image of a crimson hawk appeared, surrounded by a spiraling light blue aura. Spotlights illuminated a Japanese male, standing 5 feet 9 inches with a muscular build, short spiky black hair, and brown eyes, appearing to be in his late 20s. His attire consisted of a white karate gi with the sleeves torn off, a long red headband, a black martial arts belt, and red fingerless gloves. He was accompanied by a Chinese woman in her late 20s, standing 5 feet 7 inches with a slender, athletic frame. Her attire included a dark blue unitard, an embroidered light blue vest, athletic shoes, and studded wristbands. The duo wore matching tag team championships around their waists. This match is set for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first from Osaka, Japan, accompanied by Chun-Li, standing at 175 centimeters and weighing 68 kilograms. He is one half of the W Unified Tag Team Champions, Crimson Hawk, Ryu. Katahara announced. Ryu tightened his headband while Chun-Li waved to the audience with a smile. The duo marched toward the ring, high-fiving fans along the way. Ryu climbed to the top ropes of the upper left ring post, ready for the match ahead. He raised his right arm into the air in a clenched fist and let out a battle cry. Hiro joined Chun-Li in the ring as they awaited his opponent. The lights in the stadium illuminated as energetic action music began to play. On the Titantron, images of an Australian coastal city flashed before the crowd. A wave crashed onto the screen, revealing the name Jeffrey McWild. A tall, muscular man with dark skin, black hair styled in cornrows, and a large stubble beard appeared on the ramp. He wore wool khaki burlap briefs tied with rope and red MMA gloves with matching foot protectors. And his opponent, from Darwin, Australia, standing at 183 centimeters and weighing 111 kilograms. Jeffrey McWild. Katahara announced as Jeffrey struck a side chest pose, letting out a battle cry before marching toward the ring. This is quite an interesting match. The pro hero here is a martial arts fighter, while Jeffrey is MSTR of Greece's ancient combat sport, Pancration. Jerry informed the audience. That's right, Jerry. Which will prevail, a modern martial art or an ancient combat style? Katahara replied. Jeffrey entered the ring and positioned himself in the lower right corner. The referee for this match, Toshiro Mozashi, a 52-year-old Japanese man with an average build, slicked-back black hair, glasses, a mustache, and a bow tie on his referee shirt, checked both fighters for anything hidden and found nothing. He then moved to the center of the ring and asked if both men were ready to begin. Both fighters nodded, and Mozashi signaled for the bell to start the match. Ryu and Jeffrey took their respective fighting stances as they approached each other, circling and feinting. Jeffrey launched a few jabs and straight punches toward Ryu, but the pro hero evaded each strike while delivering jabs, crosses, and hooks that Jeffrey managed to block. We start this match like a boxing match, with both men circling each other and pressuring their opponent to launch the first strike. Jeffrey threw the first hits, but Ryu dodged them. However, the pro hero's attacks were blocked by his opponent. Jerry announced. Jeffrey attempted a single leg takedown, but Ryu maintained his balance. The pro hero struck Jeffrey's back with elbows until one landed behind his neck. Jeffrey staggered back, holding the back of his neck, and Ryu seized the opportunity to send him crashing into the bottom right corner of the ring with a sidekick. Ryu then charged at Jeffrey, delivering a step-up knee to the chest. Next, the karateka slammed Jeffrey to the mat with a bulldog slam. Ryu rolled Jeffrey onto his back and went for the pin. Mozashi slid in to begin the count, but Jeffrey kicked out at 1. Ryu picked up Jeffrey, who retaliated with a headbutt, then hoisted the pro hero onto his shoulder and executed a running power slam. The crowd erupted in cheers as Jeffrey let out a battle cry. Things are heating up. Jeffrey went for a single leg takedown, but Ryu managed to stay upright and struck back with elbows. Katahara exclaimed. That's not all. Ryu sent the massive man to a ring post with a dropkick, followed by a step-up knee kick to the chest and a running bulldog to finish it. The pro hero went for the pin to end this match quickly. However, Jeffrey kicked out at 1. Jerry added. Then Jeffrey countered with a headbutt, sending Ryu crashing to the mat with a running power slam. Katahara concluded. Jeffrey wasn't finished. He grabbed Ryu and positioned him for an inverted Alabama slam, leaning forward to drive Ryu face-first into the mat. The audience gasped at the sight. Ryu rolled out onto the ring's apron to recover, but Jeffrey seized him, wrapping an arm around Ryu's neck from behind. The Australian delivered multiple clubbing forearms to Ryu's chest. Mozashi began to count, warning Jeffrey to stop or face disqualification. After hitting 15 clubbing forearms, Jeffrey halted at the count of 4. He then sprinted toward the ropes, bouncing off and charging at Ryu, delivering a running bicycle kick to the face that sent him tumbling off the apron. Oh my goodness! That must have hurt. Jeffrey started with an inverted Alabama slam, sending Ryu's face into the mat. Even the audience felt that. Jerry exclaimed. But Jeffrey didn't stop there. He delivered clubbing forearms to Ryu's chest when he tried to escape. Katahara added. The ref's warning forced Jeffrey to stop or risk disqualification. However, he sent Ryu flying with a running bicycle kick to the face, she finished. And it seems Ryu's partner is checking on him. I can't blame her since she had to witness that brutality. Jerry noted as Chun-Li rushed to check on her partner. However, she was forced to step back as Jeffrey stepped out of the ring to toss Ryu back inside. The Australian hoisted Ryu over his shoulder once more, delivering another running power slam. He then went for the pin as Musashi began to count. 1.2. The referee and the audience counted, but Ryu kicked out just in time. Just when Jeffrey thought he had it, Ryu kicked out. Look at the shocked expression on that man's face. Jerry exclaimed, noting Jeffrey's surprise. Jeffrey grabbed Ryu again, but the karateka countered by slamming his opponent's jaw onto the top of his head. The Australian staggered back, trying to recover. Ryu seized the moment, delivering jabs, double punches, knife hand strikes, and uppercuts to Jeffrey's midsection. The pro hero then threw Jeffrey into the ropes, and as the Australian went for a lariat, Ryu ducked under it. When Jeffrey returned, Ryu executed a Japanese arm drag, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. Ryu has begun his counterattack. He started by staggering Jeffrey with a jawbreaker, followed by body shots to the midsection, and finished with a Japanese arm drag. Katahara exclaimed. Seeing Jeffrey rising, Ryu landed 3 spinning kicks to the Australian's face. Dazed, Jeffrey kneeled, but Ryu followed up with a roundhouse kick. The pro hero then moved to the upper left corner of the ring, preparing to end the match. Jeffrey got hit by Ryu's Tatsumaki and roundhouse kick. Jerry exclaimed. And Ryu's setting up to end this with one of his signature finishers. Katahara announced excitedly. Ryu waited for Jeffrey to regain his footing, but the Australian was still dazed. Ryu raised his right arm into the air, prompting the audience to chant his name as he charged toward his opponent. Shoryuken! Ryu shouted as he delivered a powerful jumping uppercut. The audience gasped at the impact as Jeffrey fell to the mat. Ryu quickly covered his opponent for the pin, and the referee began the count. 1.2.3. Musashi and the crowd counted in unison. The referee called for the bell, raising Ryu's arm in victory. The pro hero's music played as his partner climbed into the ring to embrace him. Ryu returned the hug as they celebrated his hard-fought win. A well-earned victory for Ryu, but also some momentum for his opponents at historic X-Over, Streets of Rage members Axel Stone and Blaze Fielding, Katahara informed. Who will emerge victorious in that mixed tag team match? The martial arts duo or Axel and Blaze? We'll find out when these 2 tag teams face off tomorrow night. Jerry added. An amazing performance by a pro hero. Not only does he make civilians feel safe on duty, but he also brings them joy through such entertainment. Ida stated, performing hand chops. Man, Crimson Hawk's one of the many heroes I admire. Kirishima said. We should order tickets for tomorrow's event. Especially ones with great seats to see all the action. Kaminari chimed in, already pulling out his phone to order tickets. So, Jiro, who's up next? Stella. The next match features the girl who challenged Yaoyorozu, Ryo Jackson, against a girl named Makoto Kato, Jiro replied. Oh, this will be perfect. Yamamo can learn Jackson's strengths and weaknesses in this match. Ashido stated. Indeed. But remember, heels in wrestling often cheat to gain an advantage, especially when you least expect it, Tokoyami pointed out. Hopefully, I can learn what I need for my match against her, along with using my newly acquired knowledge of pro wrestling from Mochizuki, Yaoyorozu said. The lights in the building dimmed as a heavy metal action theme played. On the Titantron, a purple spade symbol appeared, adorned with spikes. Banners displayed the name Rio on the top and Jackson on the bottom in bold font. Jackson made her entrance, dressed in a purple sports bra, matching shorts, and boots, complemented by black gloves and knee pads. A leather black sleeveless vest with a hood completed her look, and she proudly displayed the Stardom High Speed Championship around her waist. This match is set for 1 fall with a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first, from Kanagawa Prefecture, Yokohama, Kanto, standing at 166 centimeters and weighing 59 kilograms. She's your Stardom High Speed Champion, Ryo Jackson, Katahara announced. As Jackson marched down the ramp, she noticed Yaoyorozu and her friends in the front row. She balanced herself on the middle ropes of the upper left ring post, making the spade symbol with her hands once more. Turning to Yaoyorozu, she performed a cutthroat gesture with a determined expression before jumping down to await her opponent. The lights brightened again as electronic action music played. Traditional shoji doors closed on the Titantron, revealing the name Makoto Kato in kanji. Makoto appeared on the ramp, an 18-year-old Japanese female standing 5 feet 3 inches. With short, messy black hair and an athletic build, she wore a white karate gi, a red sports bra underneath, and a yellow headband around her neck. And her opponent, from Okinawa, Japan, standing at 160 centimeters and weighing 56 kilograms, Makoto Kato. Katahara introduced. Makoto bowed to the crowd as she made her way to the ring, high-fiving fans along the way. She entered the ring and stood at the lower right ring post. Jackson removed her vest and championship belt, handing them to the staff, while Makoto did the same with her headband. This will be an interesting match. The wrestling veteran, Jackson, against the karateka, Makoto. Jerry stated. But Jackson has her eyes on her opponent for historic X-over in the front row, sending a message to UA's Momo Yaoyorozu for their upcoming match, Katahara added. Knowing Jackson, we can expect a powerful message as she's known for her intensity, Jerry remarked. The referee for this match, Ana Paula, a 26-year-old Brazilian woman, checked both competitors for any hidden items. She stood at 5 feet 5 inches with an average build and wore the standard referee attire. After confirming both were ready, Ana called for the bell to start the match. Yaoyorozu observed her future opponent closely, analyzing her strengths and weaknesses, while Jackson aimed to leave a lasting impression. Jackson and Makoto engaged in a collar and elbow grapple. Makoto attempted several foot sweeps, but Jackson skillfully evaded each one. The high-speed champion maneuvered to secure a waistlock on her opponent. As Makoto struggled to escape, Jackson executed a straightjacket suplex, sending her opponent crashing to the mat. We start this match with Jackson and Makoto grappling. The karateka goes for foot sweeps, but none connect. Jackson has her in a hold. She's lifting her, and down to the mat with a straightjacket suplex. Tyson commentated. Makoto quickly sprang back to her feet and, without hesitation, spun to deliver a powerful kick. However, Jackson caught her leg, leaving Makoto momentarily stunned. The high-speed champion shook her head, ready for the next move. Jackson flipped Makoto, causing the karateka to land chest first onto the mat. Immediately, Jackson locked her opponent in a Boston Crab hold. Look at her go. Makoto attempted a strong kick to the stomach using her family's Rindokan karate, but Jackie Girl caught the kick and flipped her to the mat. Oh, she's going for the hold. Katahara exclaimed. The referee, Ana Paula, asked Makoto if she wanted to tap out and end the match. Makoto declined, which made Jackson smile as she intensified her grip. The high-speed champion released the Boston Crab only to transition into a camel clutch hold. Makoto yelped in pain as Paula continued to check on her. Again, Makoto refused to give up, and Jackson moved into a bow and arrow hold. And here's Jackson showing her strength. She always enjoys dominating her opponents. Tyson exclaimed. ASDST? Katahara questioned, only to be shushed by Tyson. Don't let her hear you say that, or you're next. Jackson decided to release Makoto and stepped back, leaning against the lower right ring post as she waited for her opponent to rise. Makoto huffed as she picked herself up, and Paula asked if she could continue, her eyes filled with concern. Makoto cleared her throat and confirmed her readiness. She noticed Jackson at the ring post, curling her finger in a taunting motion, goading her. Anger boiled within Makoto as she rushed toward her opponent. With a swift motion, Makoto threw a knife hand strike, aiming for Jackson's neck. However, Jackson evaded it and slammed Makoto's face into the top turnbuckle. The high-speed champion then grabbed Makoto's shoulders and fell backward, executing a double knee backbreaker. Not stopping there, Jackson seized Makoto's left arm and applied a wristlock. Jackson is sending a message to her opponent at historic X-over. She taunted her to strike, and when Makoto did, Jackson slammed her face into the turnbuckle. Katahara stated. Jackson isn't stopping. First, the broken wing, and now she has Makoto in a wristlock. Look at that grin. She loves this. Tyson added, leaning over the table in excitement. Jackson tightened her hold, grinning wider as she heard a pop and a deep wheeze before releasing Makoto from the wristlock. Her heel pressed down, ensuring her opponent couldn't pull her arm away. Makoto's arm was bent awkwardly, spasming, and Jackson couldn't help but think of it as a chicken wing. As Makoto lay there, the high-speed champion stared directly at Yaoyorozu, dragging her finger across her neck in a threatening gesture. With a swift movement, Jackson yanked Makoto up by the hair and applied a rear-naked choke. The karateka gasped for air, gripping the arm that restricted her breathing, but her efforts were in vain. As her nose began to bleed, her movements slowed. Finally, Makoto grasped the mat and pushed her legs to their maximum extent, but ultimately, she had to give in and tell the referee. Paula immediately called for the bell, prompting Jackson to release her hold. Here's your winner, the high-speed champion, Ryo Jackson. Katahara announced, met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. However, the booing was cut short as Jackson surveyed the audience, many looking away in fear. Paula awarded Jackson the championship and raised her arm as her theme played. The high-speed champion kept her eyes on Yaoyorozu throughout the match, never losing sight of her next target. A wide grin spread across her face as she exited the ring, while medical staff rushed to assist Makoto. Yaoyorozu remained frozen, her gaze following the medical team as they left the stage. Her eyes widened, sweat trickling down her forehead. An unsettling feeling settled in her stomach, yet her fists clenched tightly, and her brow furrowed. How could Jackson be so cruel? Yaoyorozu swallowed and took slow breaths to calm herself, but it didn't help. She slowly sank into a sitting position. My God, Jackson sent her a message. Poor girl looks like she's seen a ghost, Tyson remarked. You're right about that. Yaoyorozu must prepare. She needs to ensure she doesn't end up like the last few, Katahara replied. The staff inspected the ring, knowing they had some time to kill. For Yaoyorozu, it felt like an eternity. She still didn't feel prepared. Thankfully, she wouldn't be thrown into the lion's den just yet. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice her peers approaching until they spoke. Wow. Kirishima gasped, feeling tightness in his chest. Are you okay? Do you need a moment? Ashido asked. Yamamo, I know you're not in the best state of mind right now, but take a deep breath. Machi knows some good wrestling moves and should be able to help you, Jiro encouraged. Mochizuki looked frozen, her brow furrowed and lips pressed into a thin line. She, too, was affected by what she had just witnessed, worried about what lay ahead for Yamamo. Yeah, maybe she has a plan that can give you an advantage, Kaminari chimed in, his hair standing on end with nervous energy. But hopefully, you'll come out safely from your match against this formidable opponent, Ida added, performing his usual hand chops. You totally got this, Yaoyorozu. Uraraka assured her friend, with the others nodding in agreement. Find out what you can use from watching previous matches. Gather your strength, Stella suggested. Anyone know what the next match is going to be? Todoroki asked his peers. The next match was a tag team showdown featuring the teams of Paul Phoenix and Martial Law against Evil Monk and 45 Rabbit. Kirishima glanced at his phone as he spoke. Hey, I heard of Martial Law. Doesn't he run a dojo that teaches Jeet Kune Do and a successful restaurant in Chinatown? Kaminari inquired. That's right, Kirishima confirmed. But who's this Paul Phoenix guy? Ciro wondered. Paul's a renowned judo fighter. He and Law faced each other many times in their late teens and were a famous tag team in pro wrestling, Kirishima explained. Both Paul and Law are aiming to win the IWGP Tag Team Championships from the current champions at historic Xover. Yaoyorozu listened to her friends, but her thoughts began to drift. Though she understood their concern, she felt a twinge of annoyance, sensing it as a lack of faith in her abilities. The crowd fell silent as Dematori's Bridge of the Lotus began to play. The spotlight illuminated the ramp, revealing Paul Phoenix and Martial Law. Paul stood at 6 feet 2 inches with bushy brows, a full beard, and a blonde flat-top hairstyle. His attire included a sleeveless red GI, a black martial arts belt, and protective gear. Martial Law, standing at 5 feet 10 inches, had brown eyes and short black hair with a full fringe. His outfit featured black track breeds adorned with golden dragons, a long red sash, and black kung fu shoes. You're in for a wild one, folks. This match is set for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Feast your eyes on the team of Blazing Brawler, Paul Phoenix, and Legendary Dragon, Martial Law. Katahara announced, eliciting excited cheers from the audience. Paul raised his hands in the air, exclaiming, yeah, while Law performed a backflip, landing gracefully and striking a battle stance reminiscent of Bruce Lee, letting out a spirited battle cry. The duo made their way to the ring, giving fist bumps to fans along the way. They jumped onto the ring apron and front flipped into the center, assuming their martial arts stances and releasing another battle cry. Law handed his studded wristbands to the staff as they awaited their opponents, fully focused despite their playful personas. The music shifted, and Marco Beltrami's Point Blank theme played as 45 Rabbit and Evil Monk made their entrance. The Titantron displayed police sirens alongside the name 45 Rabbit. The first competitor stood at 5 feet 11 inches, sleekly built with bright green eyes and slicked back brown hair, dressed in a black suit and accessories that included red gloves and thin frame glasses. Next to him stood Evil Monk, slightly shorter at 5 feet 6 inches, with spiky crimson hair and gold eyes. He wore black monk-style clothing, a blue and white bomber jacket, and black kicker boots. And their opponents, representing Tiger Den, 45 Rabbit, and Evil Monk. Katahara introduced. Evil Monk threw double devil horns into the air and stuck out his tongue, while 45 Rabbit adjusted his glasses and tie, rolling his eyes. They marched toward the ring, greeted by boos from the crowd. Evil Monk leaped onto the lower left ring post, hanging off it with one hand and cackling at the audience. His partner entered the ring professionally, walking to the lower right ring post. They handed their accessories to the staff as the referee, Koishiro Yamamoto, checked both teams for any hidden items. With a nod, he stood in the center of the ring, waiting for the teams to decide who would start the match. Paul and Law played a quick game of Rochambeau, with Paul winning. Law exited the ring, ready to support his partner. Meanwhile, 45 Rabbit signaled for Evil Monk to begin. Paul and Law are starting with a classic game of Rochambeau, with Paul taking the first match. Tyson commented, excitement bubbling in his voice. As the bell rang, Paul and Evil Monk approached each other, initiating a collar and elbow hold. Paul and Evil Monk are starting this matchup with grapples. Let's see who comes out on top. Tyson exclaimed, eager for the action to unfold. Both competitors attempted to trip each other, but their efforts were thwarted. Paul, quicker on his feet, managed to secure a side headlock on Evil Monk. However, Evil Monk retaliated with an elbow to Paul's stomach, breaking free from the hold. The monk seized his opponent's head, slamming the judoka's jaw against his own, causing him to stagger. Paul and the Evil Monk have been trying to gain the upper hand, but to no avail. Oh, Paul's got him in a headlock, folks. Yikes, those elbows are landing. Not the jawbreaker. Katahara announced excitedly. Paul felt a strong grip on the back of his shirt before being tossed toward the lower right ring post. 45 Rabbit raised his hands to signal the referee that he wouldn't interfere. The redhead slammed the judoka's head into all 3 turnbuckles 3 times each, then pressed his foot onto Paul's face, pushing him deep into the low turnbuckle. Just as Yamamoto counted to 4, Paul rolled out of the way. Hard toss. A heavy turnbuckle slammed to his head. Get up, Paul, I've got 50 riding on you. Tyson shouted, shaking his fist. Katahara whistled, then jolted as Paul narrowly escaped the head smash. Paul has managed to evade the attack. Your 50 might be safe, Tyson. But not for long, she added as Tyson playfully gave her a noogie. The Evil Monk tagged in 45 Rabbit, who cracked his knuckles before stomping Paul in the corner. Yamamoto began counting, prompting the Tiger Den member to stop. Once halted, the brunette grabbed the judoka and threw him to the center of the ring. Without wasting time, 45 Rabbit applied a sleeper hold, and Yamamoto knelt beside Paul to check on him. Evil Monk has tagged in his teammate. Katahara shouted, sitting up in her chair. And he seems all too eager to take advantage of the situation. She glanced over to see Tyson on the phone. Hey Hercule. How's the family? Katahara shook Tyson's shoulder, causing him to turn, his eyes widening in surprise. I'll catch up soon, I'm on the job, he quickly said before ending the call, sitting down, and clearing his throat. He returned to his chair and tapped his mic to check its volume, humming softly. Yamamoto is playing medic. And by the looks of things, the blazing brawler ain't no quitter, folks. Tyson yelled, causing his coworker to nearly fall out of her seat as Paul struggled but managed to rise despite the hold, his arms burning as he angled them. Paul ped his elbows and drove them into 45 Rabbit's sides. Once 45 Rabbit lost his grip, Paul executed a judo shoulder wheel, sending him to the mat. But he didn't stop there. He yanked 45 Rabbit off the ground and slammed him down repeatedly, finishing with a series of Saito suplexes. The judoka concluded his attack with a powerbomb, causing his opponent to hit the mat hard. Elbow to the ribs, oh medics. Be on standby. Head bang after head bang, is that a tooth? Tyson exclaimed as Katahara gasped in shock before regaining her composure. The blazing brawler broke free from the hold and elbowed his opponent to escape, knocking him off and suplexing him repeatedly, finishing with a powerbomb. Tyson interjected, completing her sentence. Now Paul is going for the cover. Katahara announced, and indeed Paul covered his opponent. But 45 Rabbit kicked out immediately when the referee counted to 1. One more and it would have been over. I know his teammate was biting his nails when it got that close. Then again, these Tiger Den members always show they mean business, Katahara mused. They're no quitters, that's for sure. Tyson said, gulping down water and straining his throat. He took a deep breath before continuing. They are among the few who don't resort to dirty tactics. They face their opponents head-on. Paul took a deep breath, his legs burning and sweat rolling down his face, yet he dashed forward for a clothesline. However, 45 Rabbit rolled aside, capturing the judoka and tripping him with a side Russian leg sweep. The brunette then locked Paul in a standing ankle lock. Yamamoto quickly approached, asking if Paul wanted to give up. But Paul shook his head, trying to reach for his tag team partner. Marshall reached out from behind the ropes, eager to switch places with his friend. However, 45 Rabbit dragged Paul away from his teammate. Paul went for a clothesline, but 45 Rabbit dodged it and countered with a side Russian leg sweep. Katahara exclaimed. Now the blazing brawler finds himself in a standing ankle lock, reaching for his partner. Yet his opponent isn't making it easy. Law was rallying the crowd, encouraging them to support Paul. The legendary dragon continued to reach out for his tag team partner. Paul maneuvered onto his back and pulled his leg, bringing 45 Rabbit closer. Then, with a swift kick, he freed himself from the ankle lock and jumped toward his team's corner, tagging Law as the crowd erupted in cheers. He's free, and now his partner can exact vengeance on his behalf. Tyson exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with a wide grin. Law charged toward 45 Rabbit, taking him down with a sling blade. He quickly ran to the ropes, bouncing off to deliver another sling blade to his opponent. He rebounded once more, landing a one-handed bulldog slam. Law then grabbed 45 Rabbit off the ground, executing a powerful discus lariat that sent the Tiger Den member crashing down. The evil monk attempted to enter the ring to strike from behind, but Law noticed and countered with a spinning back kick to the head, sending the monk tumbling into the barricade. "Tyson, you were right about Law, he's ready to dish out pain," Katahara exclaimed. 45 Rabbit went down with 2 sling blades followed by a one-handed bulldog. Law grabbed the Tiger Den member to deliver a powerful discus lariat, she announced. But Evil Monk tried to help his partner by getting in the ring. However, Law noticed him and hit that monk with a spinning back kick. "Evil Monk is now down," Tyson added before coughing slightly. His coworker suggested lowering the volume for a moment. 45 Rabbit caught Law from behind, sending him down with a snapdragon suplex. Paul's tag team partner quickly got back to his feet after the suplex, and 45 Rabbit delivered low roundhouse kicks to Law's legs. Next, the brunette struck Law's sides with mid-roundhouse kicks before finishing with a roundhouse kick to the head. The legendary dragon was now dazed, struggling to stay on his feet. "Oh dear." 45 Rabbit used the distraction from his tag team partner to land a snapdragon suplex, followed by hard kicks to the Tyson exclaimed, wincing, and a high roundhouse kick to stagger the legendary dragon. Katahara added. 45 Rabbit seized Law and sent his head down to the mat with a snapmare driver. "And there's 45 Rabbit's finisher, the BFT, blunt force trauma," she shouted, jolting at the thump. 45 Rabbit's going for the pin," Tyson announced as the brunette covered Law. Yamamoto began the count, but Law quickly kicked out at one just as Paul was about to enter the ring to save his partner. The legendary dragon kicks out, shocking the member of Tiger Den. 45 Rabbit mounted Law to deliver clubbing blows to his opponent. The brunette then got up to toss Law into his team's corner. Evil Monk was back on the ring's apron as 45 Rabbit delivered chops across Law's chest. The redhead was tagged in by his partner, switching places. Evil Monk began to deliver headbutts to Paul's partner. 45 Rabbit's frustration clearly showed as he thrashed the legendary dragon. Law got sent into the Tiger Den's corner as 45 Rabbit delivered chops to his opponents before tagging in Evil Monk. Now Law's receiving headbutts from his opponent. Tyson explained. Evil Monk grabbed Law's head and slammed him down to the mat with a running bulldog. The redhead stomped onto Paul's partner's back and locked in a camel clutch. Yamamoto got beside Law to see if he wanted to give up. Now Evil Monk slammed Law's face onto the mat and now locked in Izanami's grasp. Katahara exclaimed. Evil Monk applied pressure to make Law submit, but the legendary dragon persisted. Law pulled himself up onto his feet despite the redhead's hold. The legendary dragon then ran to his team's corner, spinning around to have Evil Monk's back hit the corner post. Law broke free by hitting the redhead's face with the back of his head, followed by a jawbreaker. Paul reached out for a tag, which Law accepted. Law managed to get on his feet despite the pain he was going through from Evil Monk's Izanami's grasp. Then he slammed the Tiger Den member into his team's corner and tagged in his partner, Paul. Katahara exclaimed. Law grabbed Evil Monk and set up a powerbomb as Paul entered the ring. Next, Evil Monk took a powerbomb and double knee backbreaker. The legendary dragon climbed to the top ropes as Paul got the redhead in a piledriver. The duo hit the Tiger Den member with a spiked piledriver. Law got behind the ropes as Paul went for the pin. Yamamoto started the count. 1 point to Tush. The referee and audience counted, but Evil Monk kicked out before Yamamoto could reach 3. Oh, so close. Law and Paul landed the dragon's bite and blazing spike onto Evil Monk, but the Tiger Den member kicked out. Tyson announced, cursing under his breath. His coworker chastised him, no favoritism here. But it seems like the legendary dragon and Blazing Brawler are ready to end things to gain momentum for their match at Historic X Over. Katahara added. Paul noticed 45 Rabbit charging toward him and was ready to strike back. However, Law hit the brunette with a flying sidekick to the face. The Blazing Brawler and Legendary Dragon grabbed 45 Rabbit and hit him with the dragon's bite. 45 Rabbit rolled out of the ring. Evil Monk was staggering as he got to his feet. 45 Rabbit tried to hit Paul only to receive a flying sidekick from the Legendary Dragon. And the tactical member of Tiger Den got sent out of the ring from Paul and Law's dragon's bite. Katahara exclaimed as the crowd cheered. But immediately, the redhead received 2 super kicks to the face from both of his opponents. Law grabbed Evil Monk's legs to lift him into the air, then fell back. Paul jumped to capture the redhead's head for a cutter. The Tiger Den member crashed onto the mat with a death drop maneuver from his opponents. It seems we're reaching the end of this match. Tyson exclaimed. Evil Monk got hit with a double super kick, leaving him dazed. The legendary dragon and blazing brawler connected their finisher, Shattered Heaven. And Paul's going for the pin. Tyson added. 1.2.3. Yamamoto in the audience counted as the referee called for the bell. Paul and Law's music played as Yamamoto raised their arms in victory. Here are your winners, Paul Phoenix and Martial Law. Katahara announced as the crowd cheered. What a wonderful tag team match from one of the many talented teams in NJPW. Let's see if they manage to claim the gold from their opponents at historic X-Over. Tyson informed the audience. Indeed, as their opponents are the current holders of the IWGP Tag Team Champions, Gaolan Wangsawat and Saw Paying Yoroizuka. Katahara added. The two tag teams left the ring as the crew worked on the ring for the show's main event. We've finally reached the main event of this show. What's this match going to be? Ciro asked his peers. It's going to be an 8-man tag team match. The teams involved in this main event are King and Armor King with Dixie Clements and JC against Geki and Koga Narashima with Rebel and Powerbell, Jiro answered. Oh, this is going to be so cool. Kirishima stated. Wait, but how's the match going to work? Kaminari wondered. Will it be intergender or mixed tag team rules? The lights dimmed as the main event started. It appears we'll get our answer in the match, Tokoyami stated. Demetori's Eye of the Needles theme began to play throughout the building. On the Titantron was the image of a jaguar's face, with the right side yellow and the left gray. The spotlight then shined down on 2 males and 2 females. The first was a 28-year-old Mexican male who stood at 6 feet 7 inches with light brown skin and a muscular physique. His attire included a yellow jaguar mask, blue trunks with golden outlines on the waist, and purple wrestling tights with dark blue emblems. He wore black and yellow fingerless gloves with matching elbow pads, completing his look with yellow knee-high wrestling boots with cyan linings and a jaguar tail on his trunks. The second male was also Mexican, appearing in his late 20s, standing at 6 feet 8 inches with a muscular build and dark skin. He wore a gray jaguar head, with the right eye green and the left red. His outfit consisted of black zippered breathes with silver designs on the legs, a red drawstring around the waist, and black and silver sneakers. The gray and silver gauntlets completed his ensemble. The first female was an American in her early 30s, standing at 5 feet 4 inches, with brown eyes, long brown hair, and an athletic build. She wore a pink and white luchador mask adorned with white and brown feathers, featuring a white eagle emblem in the center. Her outfit consisted of a pink and white strapless wrestling suit decorated with feathers and secured with 2 black straps. A small round opening in the lower chest area was complemented by black straps on her shoulders. Long white wrestling gloves extended to matching thigh-high wrestling boots laced in black. Completing her ensemble were black and pink elbow pads and an indigenous necklace. The final member of the group was an American woman in her mid-20s, standing 5 feet 11 inches with a modest tan and a muscular build. She had mid-length blonde hair and striking blue eyes. Her attire included a shoulderless low-cut top that showcased her midriff, paired with a pale blue bikini bottom and wide-legged chaps tied around her waist. She wore white knee pads, decorative white cowboy boots, a white choker, and padded black and white MMA gloves. Chapter 28, Historic X-Over PT1. Night had fallen over Japan as the event between NJPW and Stardom, Historic X-Over, commenced. The Ariake Arena in Tokyo was filled to capacity, with fans eagerly awaiting the matches. Even UA's Class 1A and 1B were present, along with pro heroes in the VIP booth, including Mirko, Ryukyu, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, and MT Lady. UA's staff, including Nizu, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Snipe, and Vlad King, joined them. This is going to be amazing. Mirko exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I'm surprised you got us VIP tickets, Principal Nizu, Ryukyu remarked. What can I say? I enjoy entertaining sports, Nizu replied with a smile. Midnight's expression turned serious as she added, I just hope Yayorozu can win and stay safe, especially considering who she's up against. Agreed. Let's hope Mochizuki trained her well, Present Mike said. There's only one way to find out, Aizawa grumbled. The scene shifted to Tyson and Katahara at the announcer's table, the crowd buzzing with anticipation. Good evening, wrestling fans. I'm Jerry Tyson, and with me is the lovely Sayaka Katahara. Are you ready for some thrilling action from your favorite superstars? Of course you are. Shall we kick off this event, Katahara? Tyson announced enthusiastically. Absolutely, Tyson. Let's start with tag team action for the W Unified Championship. The current champions, Ryu and Chun-Li, will face off against Axel Stone and Blaze Fielding from Streets of Rage. Katahara responded. Ryu's theme echoed throughout the arena as he and Chun-Li made their entrance, both wearing their signature attire. Ryu tightened his headband while Chun-Li waved to the cheering fans. This match is set for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first, your W Unified Tag Team Champions, Crimson Hawk, Ryu, and Blue Phoenix, Chun-Li. Katahara announced. Ryu cracked his knuckles and neck as Chun-Li greeted the crowd. They positioned themselves at the upper left ring post, awaiting their opponents. A retro action theme played as Axel Stone and Blaze Fielding appeared on the ramp. Axel, a tall American man with blonde hair and blue eyes, wore a white sleeveless shirt and blue jeans, while Blaze, a appealing American woman, sported a red top and black leather jacket. And their opponents, representing Streets of Rage, Axel Stone and Blaze Fielding. Katahara announced. Axel and Blaze waved to the fans as they made their way down the ramp, jumping onto the ring's apron and striking a pose before entering the ring. Ryu and Chun-Li handed their championship belts to the referee, Anna Paula, who raised them high for the audience to see. The referee confirmed both men were ready, and with a nod, the bell rang to signal the start of the match. Ryu and Axel approached each other, engaging in a collar and elbow tie-up, each vying for control. They exchanged knee strikes, pushing each other back. Ryu and Axel are starting this championship match with a tie-up. They're exchanging kicks. Tyson announced. Both competitors pushed away from each other, and Axel attempted a clothesline, which Ryu ducked under. Ryu then flung Axel toward the upper right corner. Chun-Li's partner charged for a running big boot, but Axel dodged. Seizing the moment, Axel unleashed a flurry of boxing jabs and hooks to Ryu's midsection, who struggled to defend against the onslaught. Both men are trading blows, and Axel is using his boxing skills to gain the upper hand. Katahara exclaimed. Ryu managed to regain his footing and countered with a Tatsumaki Senpukyak, striking Axel in the face. Ryu stopped Axel with a powerful Tatsumaki Senpukyak. Tyson boomed. Ryu seized Axel, but the blonde countered with a jawbreaker, following up with a Falcon's arrow, attempting a pin. Ryu kicked out just in time, and as he rose to his knees, Axel landed a series of roundhouse kicks to his chest, the final kick connecting with Ryu's head. Axel lands a jawbreaker and follows it up with a Falcon's arrow, but Ryu kicks out. He then executed a series of roundhouse kicks, the final one sending Ryu down, as Katahara announced the action. Blaze's partner tossed Ryu to their corner, delivering a couple of chops to the Crimson Hawk's chest. Axel tagged in Blaze, allowing the pair to SWCH places. Blaze seized Ryu's head and slammed him with a running bulldog. The brunette then trapped the Crimson Hawk in a figure-4 leg lock. Paula rushed to Ryu's side, checking if he wanted to surrender. However, the Crimson Hawk fought through the pain, slowly crawling toward Chun-Li. Axel sent Ryu to his corner, landing chops on his opponent. He tags in Blaze, who takes him down with a running bulldog. Now Ryu finds himself in a figure-4 leg lock. But the Crimson Hawk isn't giving up as he crawls to his corner. Tyson informed the audience. Chun-Li reached out for Ryu to tag her in as he continued his slow crawl. But Blaze, still holding the leg lock, dragged him away. The brunette increased the pressure in her hold, trying to force her opponent to submit. Yet, the Crimson Hawk refused to give in. With determination, he landed a forearm strike to Blaze's head, freeing himself from the figure-4. Ryu dashed to his corner to tag Chun-Li. Chun-Li tries to get tagged in, but Ryu gets dragged away. Blaze adds more pressure to her leg lock, but Ryu manages to escape and tags in his partner. Katahara exclaimed. Chun-Li sprinted toward her opponent, but Blaze tripped her with a drop toe hold. Next, she applied a Boston Crab hold, attempting to make Chun-Li tap out. However, the Blue Phoenix maneuvered onto her back and kicked Blaze off. Blaze quickly got up, only to be caught in a Frankenstein. Ryu's partners swiftly locked in an Anaconda Vice, forcing Blaze to tap out. Chun-Li prepared to attack but got tripped by a drop toe hold. Blaze then locked Chun-Li in a Boston Crab hold, but she managed to escape. Mamai, the Blue Phoenix lands a Frankensteiner on Blaze and now locks in the Anaconda Vice. Tyson exclaimed. Paula knelt beside Blaze, checking if she would surrender. But Axel rushed into the ring, prying Chun-Li off his partner. He tossed her to the upper right corner with a German suplex. Ryu climbed to the top ropes to deliver a dropkick to Axel, sending him out of the ring. However, Blaze quickly retaliated with a dropkick of her own, striking the Crimson Hawk. Our referee checked to see if Blaze would surrender, but Axel sends Chun-Li away with a German suplex. Ryu comes in to send Blaze's partner out with a dropkick from the top ropes. Katahara announced. And Blaze hits the Crimson Hawk with a dropkick. Tyson added. Chun-Li's partner fell between the top and middle ropes. Blaze ran to the opposite ropes, bouncing off to land a tiger feint kick on Ryu. She then pushed him out of the ring and dragged Chun-Li to the center. Blaze attempted a cover, but Chun-Li kicked out at 1 count. The Blue Phoenix knelt as Blaze connected with a series of shoot kicks, culminating in a roundhouse kick to the head. Blaze bounces off the ropes to land a tiger feint kick on Ryu. She pushes him out of the ring and drags Chun-Li to the center, going for the cover, but Chun-Li kicks out. Katahara announced. Now Axel's partner is landing repeated kicks on her opponent, with that final kick making Chun-Li see stars. Tyson added. Blaze grabbed Chun-Li and moved to her corner, where Axel awaited. She tagged him in, and Axel lifted his opponent for a powerbomb as Blaze leaped from behind. The two executed a powerbomb double knee backbreaker on Chun-Li. Axel moved her to the center of the ring as Blaze got behind the ropes. Anna began to count, and the crowd joined in. Just as the referee was about to reach 3, Ryu tackled Axel off Chun-Li, saving the match. Blaze tags in Axel, and they connect with the brutal enforcer. Axel goes for the cover, but Ryu saves the match by tackling his opponent. Katahara exclaimed. Blaze charged at Ryu, but Chun-Li's partner tossed her into the air. He caught her and slammed her onto Axel with a powerbomb. Chun-Li then placed Blaze across her shoulders, while Ryu did the same with Axel. Both slammed their opponents with an F. Ryu then grabbed their opponents from the ground as Chun-Li ran to the ropes. She bounced off, turning upside down as the Crimson Hawk threw their opponents toward her. Both Axel and Blaze were struck by Chun-Li's kicks as she landed gracefully on her feet. Oh my, Blaze tries to help her partner but gets slammed into Axel instead from a pop-up powerbomb. Now the Crimson Hawk and Blue Phoenix land simultaneous F5s. Katahara exclaimed. Now Chun-Li bounces off the ropes to send Axel and Blaze to sleep with her spinning bird kick. Tyson added. Chun-Li pinned Axel while Ryu covered Blaze. 1.2.3. Paula and the audience counted together. Here are your winners and still the W Unified Tag Team Champions, Crimson Hawk and Blue Phoenix. Katahara announced. The fans erupted in cheers for the victors as Paula presented the Tag Team Championships to Ryu. Chun-Li kissed Ryu, who gladly returned the gesture. What a spectacular opening match from our pro-hero couple and finest detectives. Tyson stated. Axel and Blaze stood up and shook hands with their opponents. The pro-hero duo hugged the detectives in appreciation for a great match, which they reciprocated. Showmanship, you love to see it. Tyson commented. It's always appealing to see, Tyson. Let's see the result for our next match, Paul Phoenix and Martial Law against Pro Heroes and our current IWGP Tag Team Champions, Gaolan Wangsawat and Saw Pain Yoro Izuka, Katahara replied. Meanwhile, students from UA's classes 1A and 1B were present, though not all could attend. Some had to watch from home due to various reasons. Present in Class A were Kirishima, Kaminari, Siro, Ida, Todoroki, Ashido, Uraraka, and Jiro. From Class B, Kendo, Kodai, Tokage, Yanagi, Tsunatori, Shiozaki, Minoma, and Tetsu were in attendance. Man, that was an amazing opening match. Siro exclaimed. Especially since it involved pro heroes and police detectives. Ashido added. But the next match will no doubt be manly as hell. Kirishima declared. Hell yeah it will. Tetsu agreed. But where's Mochizuki and the Vermilion sisters? They told us they would be here, Uraraka wondered. Saito couldn't come. She texted me to say she's staying with her family to take care of their temple, Ida explained. Mochizuki and the Vermilion sisters will be at Yayarose's side for her match, Jiro added. Speaking of which, where's Midori? He should be here cheering for Yamamo, Ashido pondered. Considering that, Deku was the one who got us the tickets for our class, Uraraka added. Midoriya texted me earlier that he'll be here for Yayarose's match. He's currently helping out at his auto mechanic job, Todoroki informed. Hopefully he arrives on time for Yayarozu against that vile opponent, Ida stated, making a chopping motion with his hand. As the music Innocent Treasures by Dematori began to play throughout the arena, the spotlights shone down on the stage. Paul Phoenix and Martial Law appeared, dressed in the same attire as before. Paul raised his hands into the air, unleashing a battle cry, while Law performed a backflip, echoing a famous martial arts shout. This match is set for one fall with a 20-minute time limit. Introducing first, Blazing Brawler, Paul Phoenix, and Legendary Dragon, Martial Law. Katahara announced. The duo made their way to the ring, greeting the fans along the way. They jumped onto the ring's apron and front flipped into the center of the ring, striking their respective martial arts stances, which sent the crowd into cheers. Next, they walked to the lower right ring post, preparing for their opponent's arrival. The music Karma by Amaterasu began to play, and the spotlight shone down to reveal Gaolan Wangsawat and Saw Pain Yoro Izuka. Wangsawat, a 28-year-old Thai male with a muscular physique and long black hair tied into a ponytail, stood at 6 feet 2 inches. He wore boxing shorts adorned with the image of Garuda and a small circlet around his crown. Yoro Izuka, a 30-year-old Burmese male with a lean build and voluminous brown hair, stood at 6 feet 0 inches. He wore red shorts, a monkle, and Muay Thai headband and armbands. Both men displayed the IWGP Tag Team Championships around their waists. And their opponents, from Thailand and Myanmar, the Thai God of War, Gaolan Wangsawat, and the Howling Fighting Spirit, Saw Pain Yoro Izuka. Katahara announced. Yoro Izuka let out a loud cheer as he sprinted toward the ring, while Wangsawat followed with a more measured pace. Yoro Izuku vaulted over the ropes into the ring, performing a front flip, and climbed to the upper left corner post, exclaiming, "Yeah." Wang Sawat entered the ring, and together they handed their championship belts to the referee, Chida Hattori, who checked both teams for any hidden items but found nothing.